Zhang Guoqing rushed ahead to greet Zhou Jiao, barely able to catch his breath, and called out excitedly, "Dad, it's me, Zhang Guoqing, your son-in-law. I'm so happy to see you back. Come on, let's go inside." He reached out to take the bundle from Lin Lishan's hands, but suddenly sensed something was off. His face instantly turned pale. He glanced at Zhou Jiao, then quickly looked at Zhou Xiaozheng and Lin Lishan. Neither of them had anything in their hands. "Jiao Jiao, where's our son?" Zhou Jiao gripped her parents' hands tightly, signaling to him with her eyes that their son was inside the house. Zhang Guoqing let out a huge sigh of relief. Clearly, she'd forgotten about their son for a moment. He was worried she might have gotten so excited that she'd accidentally carried him out like a bundle and left him somewhere. "Dad, Mom, you two go in first. Jiao Jiao, take it slow and walk with your parents. I'll go check on our son." With that, Zhang Guoqing turned and dashed inside. He muttered to himself, "Jiao Jiao really is carefree, just leaving their son alone inside. There's no one else at home today, and with so many people coming and going in the new house, if someone with bad intentions took the child, it would be too late for regrets." He resolved to remind her 3 times a day from now on, never let their son out of sight. He'd have to think of a way to ensure their child's safety. Zhou Jiao hurried in, pulling her parents along. She really had forgotten about her son. "Dad, my heart was pounding just now, like something was calling me to come out. And as soon as I did, I saw you. Hee, Dad, I never expected it would be you coming home." Zhou Xiaozheng chatted with some old acquaintances as he walked, patting Zhou Jiao on the shoulder and nodding. "Brother Guzzi, let's get together for a drink later. I'll talk to my in-laws and see the child first." A small crowd had gathered at Zhang Guoqing's door. After exchanging a few words with Zhou Xiaozhen, they didn't want to interrupt the family reunion, so they all left, laughing and joking, happy that Zhou Xiaozheng was still alive. Zhang Guoqing rushed into the room and saw his son lying there quietly, wide-eyed and looking around, playing by himself without a fuss. Over the past few days, the baby had started reacting to sounds. Zhang Guoqing was convinced his son could hear them, and compared to other kids, his son was definitely a genius, a high IQ baby. After checking on his son, Zhang Guoqing felt at ease. He quickly tidied up the Kang in the small sitting room, opened the doors wide, and waited at the entrance for his father and mother-in-law. As Zhou Xiaozheng came in, Zhang Guoqing took a closer look, rubbing his head. Why did he seem so familiar? Zhou Xiaozheng was over 1.8 meters tall, with an imposing build. Dressed in a military coat, he exuded an unspoken sense of authority. Though over 40, he looked no older than 30. His eyes were red with emotion, but his face was stern, and when he looked at you, his gaze seemed to see right through you. His demeanor was solemn and reserved, his every move graceful and composed. He was the very picture of a scholar general. Someone like that, Zhang Guoqing couldn't possibly forget meeting. Why did he seem so familiar? His father-in-law didn't look like Zhou Jiao's grandparents at all. He glanced at Jiao Jiao again. Their features were similar, especially the eyes and eyebrows. Their temperaments, too, were alike, especially when they smiled. Still, he couldn't shake the strange feeling that he'd met him before. Zhou Xiaozheng entered the inner room and, upon seeing his little grandson on the Kang, his expression softened immediately. He cheerfully patted the child's head, looked around the room, and nodded in approval. He turned to see Zhang Guoqing's puzzled expression. Watching him glance back and forth between himself and Zhou Jiao, still confused, Zhou Xiaozheng chuckled to himself. This kid had a good memory. He'd recognized him even after all these years, despite the disguise back then. He remembered how wary Zhang Guoqing had been at the time. Zhou Xiaozheng curled his lips into a slight smile. "Stop racking your brains. You think I look familiar, don't you?" Zhang Guoqing smiled. "Yes, Dad, you do look familiar. I'm sure I've seen you before, but I just can't remember where." Both Zhou Jiao and Lin Lishan were curious. After all, Zhou Xiaozheng had been declared a martyr before Zhou Jiao was even a month old. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Zhou Jiao's head. She blurted out, "Dad, you came to see me before, didn't you?" She watched her father's expression and saw a smile of approval flash across his face. Zhou Xiaozheng said to her, I saw you when you were 5. I disguised myself as a beggar. This kid here didn't even let me get close. He pulled you away and glared at me like a little guard dog. Zhou Jiao shot Zhang Guoqing a look, then turned to her father, tears in her eyes. Why didn't you call out to me? I never knew you came to see me. Dad, I always thought you were gone. My brother said you were still alive, but when I was little, he told me people go up to the sky when they die. I used to look up at the sky all the time, trying to find you, but I never could. There, don't cry, Zhao Jiao. Good girls don't cry during confinement, or you'll end up with puffy goldfish eyes. Do you know what goldfish eyes look like? All swollen. My lovely daughter can't have that. Oh dear, look at your eyes. They're not pretty when you cry. I promise you, I'll never leave our little princess again. Be good, look at daddy. Shan, hurry and get a towel to wipe Jiao Jiao's face. Zhou Xiaozheng bent down, coaxing her gently and making funny faces to cheer her up. Zhang Guoqing stared in shock. Was this a split personality? Some kind of dissociative disorder? Zhou Xiaozheng took the warm towel and carefully wiped his daughter's face. Seeing her break into a smile through her tears, he finally relaxed. He thought to himself, my girl is perfect in every way, just like me. Lin Lishan watched the father and daughter, knowing she'd better ask now or lose her chance. Jiao Jiao, why did you go out? You left Ping'an behind. Didn't you say you'd stay in for the whole month? Zhang Guoqing snapped out of it and complained, exactly. We agreed you wouldn't go out until the time was up. Once it's over, I'll take you anywhere you want. Mom, you don't know, she gets so bored at home, and I don't even dare let her read. It's bad for her eyes. She's really been climbing the walls. Zhou Jiao was still overjoyed, clinging tightly to her father's arm. She looked him up and down, satisfied to see he was whole and healthy. She studied him closely. He looked in great shape, not at all like someone who'd been injured. She was beaming with joy, almost skipping like a child. She reached up and pinched her father's face, then turned to Lin Lishan and boasted, Mom, you always say I look like Grandma, but you're wrong. Really wrong. Look at my face, then look at Dad's. Don't my eyes look just like his? And my eyebrows, my nose, everything. Brother, don't you think I take after Dad? Before anyone could respond, Zhou Jiao raised her eyebrows and chin, showing off. Do you know why I went out? Hee, it's because Dad and I have a telepathic connection, you know? You should be jealous. I was changing Ping'an's diaper when my heart suddenly started pounding, totally out of rhythm. No matter how I tried to calm down, I just couldn't. I felt all sour inside and just had to go outside. I was afraid if I didn't, my heart couldn't take it. So I settled Ping'an, closed the door, and went out, and the moment I did, I saw you too. Dad, isn't that amazing? Before Zhou Xiaozheng could answer, Zhang Guoqing anxiously circled her. Is your heart still racing? Why didn't you mention this before? Maybe we should go to the hospital. He looked at her with concern. Lately, she'd been on all sorts of tonics, chicken, pig's feet, bird's nest, donkey hide gelatin. Her complexion was a little better, but she was still thin and pale. What if she really had a heart problem? That could be serious. Maybe they should go to a big hospital for a full checkup, just to be safe. Zhou Jiao realized her joke had gone too far. She quickly waved her hands, worried they wouldn't believe her, and showed off her skinny arms, then sheepishly put them down. She hurriedly grabbed her father's hand, afraid they'd drag her to the hospital if she didn't explain. No, really, my heart is fine. I can run and exercise with no problem. It was just a feeling, you know? Look, even though I'm skinny, I haven't been sick in years. Don't worry, I'm stronger than an ox. Lin Lishan burst out laughing and tapped her on the head. You and your silver tongue. You're only close to your dad, huh? You think your mom is just calm and unfeeling? Don't you know your mom will hold a grudge? Bad girl. Zhou Jiao quickly grabbed her mother's hand with her other hand, acting cute. Of course I miss you, Mom. I think my heart was pounding because I was about to see both of you. You're the moon, Dad's the sun. There's no comparison, so don't be jealous of Dad. She turned to explain to Zhang Guoqing, brother, you too, don't be jealous of Dad. I can sense you too, really. When Ping'an grows up, You'll understand what it means to have that kind of family bond. Zhang Guoqing looked at his father-in-law with envy. Not that he was jealous, Zhou Jiao could sense him too. Whenever he came home, she always knew he was downstairs. It was almost noon, and it had taken them hours to get here from the provincial capital. They must have rushed over first thing in the morning without eating. He decided to check if his mother had prepared anything in the kitchen. If not, he'd cook some noodles with a couple of eggs to tide them over until lunch. Zhang Guoqing smiled at Zhou Jiao, amused by how eager she was to explain, as if afraid he'd misunderstand. He quickly reassured her that he wasn't jealous, he wasn't that petty. I know. Don't worry. You sit down and chat with Dad and Mom. Now that Dad's here, say whatever's on your mind. You feel better now, right? You really do look like Dad, not just your features, but your temperament too. Dad, Mom, make yourselves comfortable on the king. Zhao Jiao's been missing you, Dad, and now she can finally talk with you. I'll go check on things outside. If you need anything, just call me. With that, Zhang Guoqing waited for their response, poured 2 cups of tea, brought them into the inner room, gave Zhou Jiao a meaningful look, and slipped out. He needed to check if his mother and sisters-in-law were back from the mill. Zhou Jiao saw him casually shake his wrist and knew he was off to prepare food. Oh no, in her excitement, she'd forgotten her parents had gotten off the train early in the morning and probably hadn't eaten before rushing over. After Zhang Guoqing left, Zhou Shaoeng walked over to the Kong bed. Seeing his grandson lying there quietly, not making a fuss, he bent down to take a closer look, then gently picked Ping'an up in his arms. He checked the little clothes the baby was wearing, felt the thickness of the small quilt, then wrapped him in his military coat. Only after carefully observing his grandson's complexion and making sure he was comfortable in his arms did he finally relax. His nickname is Ping'an, right? That's a good name. When I left, Jiao Jiao was about this big, actually, even prettier than little Ping'an. She used to purse her tiny lips, so delicate and sweet, never cried or made a fuss. Not like those kids in the military family compound, wailing every night and keeping their parents from resting. It was so annoying for those who lived nearby. Before I left, holding her, I thought for sure I'd be back before she could talk, that I'd get to hear her call me Dad. Who would have thought it would be a whole 17 years? 17 years without being there for her, seeing her learn to talk, to walk, never sending her off to school, never carrying her on my back, never helping her choose a husband. I missed so much. Shan, we really let our daughter down. Luckily, our Jiao Jiao still managed to grow up, stumbling along the way. Jiao Jiao, you've suffered so much because of me. The person I owe the most is you. When you were born, I was so excited. I wanted to give you the best of everything, let you live like a little princess, happy and carefree. But in the end, you still suffered so much. It wasn't suffering, Dad. I'm just grateful you're back and safe. I used to think, even if you came back missing an arm or a leg, as long as you came home, I'd have a complete family. Now, seeing you back safe and sound, all I feel is gratitude. Dad, don't feel guilty. There are so many things in life we can't control. It's not like you left me on purpose. I've always remembered you're a soldier, and I've always been proud of you. But I still want to say, Dad, it's so good to see you. I finally have a father. Zhou Jiao grinned, unable to suppress her joy. She told herself silently, I'm not a fatherless child anymore, not the jinx that Huang Zhaodi always said would bring disaster to her father. After 2 lifetimes, I finally have a father who loves me. That emptiness in my heart is finally filled. Thinking of Huang Zhaodi reminded her of all the mess in the Zhou family. She snuck a glance at her mother, wondering if she'd told her father about Grandpa's side of the family. She found it hard to bring up herself, and since her father hadn't mentioned her grandparents, she knew she wasn't a match for him in these matters. Zhou Shaoeng was always paying attention to his daughter. How could he not notice her? He frowned slightly, noticing how she kept sneaking glances at him. She'd learned to read people's expressions, probably had something she found hard to say. It was likely about her grandparents and uncle, and she was worried he'd blame her. But his Jiao Jiao was steady, she didn't rush to complain. Right now, Zhou Xiaozheng was more concerned about her current life. As for what had happened before, there was plenty of time to deal with that. He didn't want his daughter to worry about the Zhou family. He'd make sure those people stayed far away from her, so she wouldn't have to see them and be haunted by bad memories or worry about them dragging her down. There's no one else here now. Tell me, have your in-laws made things hard for you? Have Zhang Guoqing's two sisters-in-law bossed you around or made things difficult? Have they not given you enough to eat? Made you work in the fields? Since your household registration isn't in the village, you don't get rations. Have they been stingy on purpose? Why are you so thin, like a gust of wind could blow you away? Are you not eating or afraid to eat? Is Zhang Guoqing good to you? Does he boss you around like a big man? If you've suffered even a little, tell me. Now that I'm back, I'll take you away myself. Don't worry about your reputation or anything. However you want to live, no one can stop you. I can support you, and I'll make sure you're well-fed and healthy. Zhou Xiaozheng rattled off his questions, staring at her intently, afraid his silly daughter would keep things to herself and not complain. Even though he'd heard from his father-in-law and wife that the Zhang family were good people, and he knew Zhang Guoqing and his wife were honest and straightforward, he still couldn't relax. He'd grown up in the countryside, in villages like this. He'd seen plenty of mothers-in-law bossing around their daughters-in-law, using all sorts of tricks, both open and hidden. Don't be fooled by their lack of education. There was no shortage of schemes, all passed down through generations. Even the most decent families still treated daughters-in-law as outsiders, always under the mother-in-law's thumb. Only his own mother was different, so soft-hearted that Huang Zhaodi could push her around. The thought of his precious daughter being bullied as a daughter-in-law made him want to pack up and leave with her. He knew his daughter was clever, but no one had taught her about the ways of the world. She'd had to figure it out herself by watching others. What if she got the wrong idea and thought it was normal for mothers-in-law to torment their daughters-in-law? He needed to plan carefully. Zhou Jiao leaned against her father, smiling as she said, "Dad, you really underestimate your daughter. If I didn't want to be bullied, who would dare to pick on me? Xiaowu never bosses me around, either. Besides, I wouldn't have married into the Zhang family if I hadn't checked out what kind of people they were, how the women got along, their reputation, and whether I could handle Xiaowu. No matter how much I liked him, if his family was a mess, I hate trouble the most. Why would I bother? Also, except for the eldest son, the rest of the sons split off and set up their own households a year after getting married. I looked into all this. I grew up here, after all. I only married in after I was sure. Look, the courtyard next door is almost finished. We'll have our own place by spring. And I've known Xiaowu since we were kids. I know him well. He'd never bully me. Don't worry, Dad. If anyone treats me badly, I have a father and mother now. I can always come home. Dad, thank you for coming back safe." She stopped, not wanting to make her father sad or guilty with tears or sorrow. Zhou Xiaozheng, holding Ping'an in one arm, reached out to pat her head. "Good. If you're ever wronged, just come home. No one will dare bully you again. With me here, if anyone gives you a hard time, no matter who it is, even the emperor himself, you just steamroll right over them. With me backing you up, do whatever you want. Think about what you want to eat every day. Go buy good things. Don't worry about what others think. My precious daughter isn't someone those fools can compare to or bully." Zhou Jiao nodded enthusiastically, head bowed, but finally voiced her worry. "Dad, I'm sorry. I got Zhou Xiaozuan and the others in trouble. Did Mom tell you? At first, I wanted to just let it go since I was already married. But after I saw your box and knew you were still alive, I decided to act. I couldn't stand them anymore and wanted to separate from the main family, so you wouldn't have to drag them along when you came back. Dad, I was selfish. I was thinking too much about myself this time. I was afraid that after all you'd been through, you'd come back only to be dragged down by those fools. But now that it's done, I don't feel guilty or burdened. I just worry about Grandma. She must be having a hard time, or she would have come to see me by now. Dad, are you mad that I made decisions on my own? Did I block your way? I had Xiaowu tell the county and township officials to wait until the end of the month, just to leave you some leeway. If you want to let them off, I won't object." Zhou Xiaowen looked at her, head bowed and not daring to meet his eyes, and couldn't help but laugh. Well done. Just like your old man. If you hadn't acted, I'd have loosened their bones myself. Eating your food, drinking your drinks, living off you, and still scheming against my daughter, even dreaming of marrying you off to those scumbags. How could I let them off? If I didn't shoot them, it's only because we're blood relatives. What's with that look? You don't believe your dad would come back and deal with them? Zhou Jiao looked up in shock, her face flushed with excitement, unable to speak for a moment. Her big eyes stared at him, hands rubbing together nervously. After a while, she finally said, "Dad, you know everything?" Zhou Xiaozheng handed Ping'an to Lin Lishan and patted Zhou Jiao. "You did great that day. Your grandpa told me everything, and your mom told me all about it on the train, too. I figured out the rest. Leave your grandpa's side of things to me, don't worry. Just focus on your recovery." Zhou Jiao hugged him and asked seriously, "Dad, when you were little, was Grandpa bad to you? Is that why you joined the army? Are you sure you're really his son?" Zhou Xiaozheng smiled and sighed. "Does it matter if I am or not? Who would have the answer? Besides, your grandma was always good to us. If I wasn't really their son, would she have protected you like that?" He looked at Lin Lishan. "Shan, you stay here, no need to go over. They're probably all waiting for me. I'll go talk to my dad. You keep Jiao company and get some rest." Zhou Jiao grabbed his arm. "Dad, wait a bit, I still have things to talk to you about. Xiao Wu is getting food ready for you all. You should eat before you go. There's a tough battle waiting for you. You need to be prepared." Zhou Xiaozheng laughed heartily. "Don't worry, he's my dad, I know him well. What else do you want to know?" Zhou Jiao pretended to glare at him, but couldn't help smiling. "Dad, have you decided where you'll be working?" Zhou Xiaozheng looked at her, amused. "You little rascal, are you worried about your grandparents following the army?" "Don't worry. The main reason I'm going back is to ask him why he just stood by and watched you suffer in that house, pretending not to see or hear anything. If you hadn't been smart and avoided being tricked into marrying into the Huang family, who knows what would have happened? I have to settle that score with him. As for them being locked up, what does that have to do with us? You just told the truth when they came to the door. If they'd been shot, it would have been their luck. Even if they died, it wouldn't be a loss. The eldest is just heartless. It's only the old man who's muddle-headed. So, have you decided where you'll work?" "I'll be at my old unit, but promoted a few levels. I'm not going back to the Northeast. Your mom said you want to go to college in Beijing, so I'll settle down there first. I'll give you 2 years. If you don't get in, you'll all come to Beijing anyway. After all these years apart, you should come back to be with me as soon as you can, right?" "Yeah, I want us to be together soon, too." "What about Uncle? Where will he work?" "Same unit as you." Zhou Xiaozheng, with his back to his wife, winked at Zhou Jiao. "Your uncle and I are at the same unit. We reported back together and didn't apply for a transfer." Zhou Jiao smiled and nodded. "That's good. You can look out for each other." "Dad, how many days off do you have this time?" "I can't go out yet, otherwise I'd love to go out with you. People say I look like Grandma, but I think I look like you. I want to show everyone our family of 3. Silly girl, once your month is up, I'll take you to Beijing." "I only have a month's leave, and I need to get back to the army to get settled in." "I can't stay here long," Lin Lishan said, both amused and a little sad. They'd be leaving in a few days. Zhou Xiaoheng didn't argue, and said to his wife, Shan, "Go see if Xiao Wu is ready. Just make something simple to eat. Say hello to the in-laws, and we'll talk more tonight. Everyone, go take care of your own things for now." Zhou Jiao watched as her father found an excuse to send her mother away. Curious, she looked at him and saw her father carefully glance at the window, then put a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Acting all mysterious, Zhou Jiao covered her mouth, trying not to laugh out loud. Zhou Xiaozheng took off his military coat. No one knew what he was up to, but he tore open the lining at the hem, rummaged around, and pulled out a stack of bank deposit slips. Then he reached into both pant legs and fished out a small handful of diamonds. Next, he took off his shoes and retrieved another small handful of diamonds from the heels. Zhou Jiao watched in amazement. Her father really had the habits of a secret agent. He hid things everywhere. "Hurry, put these away. Don't let anyone know, not even Zhang Guoqing. Don't tell your mother either, or your uncle." I kept all these for you. Some things are too conspicuous to hide easily. Zhou Xiaoyang urged her to stash them quickly, keeping a wary eye on the door as he spoke. Zhou Jiao immediately stuffed everything into the pocket of her undergarments and pressed it down with her hand. She leaned in and whispered, "Dad, is this your secret stash? You haven't gone and had any other kids outside, have you? Let me tell you a secret. Every time I see Mom, she gives me money too, and tells me not to tell anyone. You two really are a perfectly matched couple." Hee. Zhou Xiaozheng chuckled, gently tapping her forehead. "With your uncle always tagging along, how would I have the time to find someone else? And with you around, I'd never get you a stepmother. Besides, your mother, that silly woman, she's always looking for me. I know all about it. Even when I gave her hints, she didn't get it, just kept searching everywhere. Your uncle was so mad, he only cursed at his own father." Zhou Jiao grinned proudly at him, then turned to the drawer, using it as cover to take out the wooden box her grandmother had given her. She opened the box and poured out its contents, then carefully peeled back the bottom layer to reveal a carved == mark. How about that? Pretty clever, right? But it was Xiaowu who found it. Did Mom tell you how he discovered it? I hadn't had the box long before Grandma secretly gave it to me after I got married. Back then, I was determined to go to Shanghai to look for you, hoping to find some clues, maybe even find you. Xiaowu said you'd definitely be back by the end of the year and told me why, so I felt at ease. Dad, I found you a smart son-in-law. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. He really is clever. Very observant. Your grandfather praised him many times and thinks very highly of him. But honestly, I'd rather you married someone simple and honest, someone who'd listen to you in everything. Smart men are troublesome, and if they're ambitious, you'll only suffer more. I'd planned to find you a good-natured, unremarkable husband who'd spoil you, with me backing you up. You're smart enough, you'd have nothing to fear. But things happened, and without Huang Zhaodi, he wouldn't have been able to marry you. Still, smart men, sigh. Zhou Jiao quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, Dad. I thought it through carefully before marrying him. I know him well, he's upright and principled. You'll see for yourself if you watch him for a while. And then, he does have an honest look in his eyes. Besides, no matter what happens in the future, you don't have to be afraid. I'm here now, and I'm not leaving again. Just live however you feel comfortable. Take those deposit slips to Shanghai and withdraw the money when you get the chance. Keep the rest for now. Be careful, but don't worry too much. Spend as you like, no need to be overly frugal. Dad, is the house in Shanghai still there? Did you buy me a flower dress for my 10th birthday and hide it there? I just want to see what gifts you got me. Heh, I prepared those in secret. I bought you a 2-story house. From the outside, it looks ordinary, but I opened up the top floor and decorated 2 rooms beautifully. There's a piano I had a priest buy, a white dress you wore at 10, red shoes, and some flowered dresses. It's a pity you can't fit into that little dress anymore. You should go see it when you have time. Just in case, I hid a lot of US dollars and other valuables in various places on the 2nd floor. An elderly couple is looking after the house for me. I saved the old lady's life. I told them that when my daughter grows up, she'll come to see the house, and they should listen to her. Zhou Xiaozheng recalled how he'd imagined his daughter looking like a princess in those clothes. When you were 5, I happened to pass through the Northeast and wanted to see you. I disguised myself as a beggar, afraid someone would recognize me. I waited at the bridge for you, but after seeing you, I was even more worried. I always thought your mother would take care of you. Even if she couldn't, she'd hand you over to your grandmother. Our family had money, so I wasn't worried you'd be mistreated. I figured I'd be back in a year or 2. Who knew your mother, convinced I wasn't dead, would go looking for me and leave you with your grandfather. After seeing you, I compared you to other 5-year-olds and realized you were as small and frail as a 3-year-old. I tried everything to hint to your mother, but she was even denser than a pig. Your uncle helped me think of many ways. In the end, I secretly prepared the house and told the old couple that if you hadn't shown up by 18, they should find you and take you to Shanghai. I thought if I died and you couldn't make it in the countryside, you'd at least have a house in Shanghai and the courtyard in the capital. You'd never be left with nothing. I just didn't expect you'd end up being forced to marry. Zhou Jiao could tell her father was still unhappy about her getting married. Indeed, fathers and sons-in-law are always rivals in love. Unlike her mother, who was very satisfied with Zhang Guoqing as a son-in-law. When I was 10, that summer, I couldn't take it anymore. I missed Mom. I finally convinced Grandpa to let me call her, but she refused to see me. I felt so cold inside, like no one in the world cared about me. Since I was little, everyone told me my mom didn't want me and I had no father. For 6 years, I received her letters, but never opened or replied to them. After I had a child and found out you were alive, I finally opened them, wanting to figure out how to get out of my confusion and look at the people around me again. That's when I realized my mom never stopped loving me. She kept saying in her letters that you were still alive and she'd follow your trail to find you. From her hints, I knew she loved me. Her whole reason for living was to find you. So I don't blame her, but I do resent Grandpa for letting the family say those things and never correcting them. I understood a lot from the age of 3 or 4. I could tell who was sincere and who was fake. My only friend was Xiao Wu. He was the only one who'd say he'd share his mom with me, the only one who'd sneak eggs to me. When I was most helpless, he said he wouldn't join the army, because if he left like you did, who would care for me like he did? That's when I decided to marry him. Actually, I could have gone to the capital for help, but I never wanted to rely on anyone, not even Grandpa. So, Dad, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhou Xiaoying let out a long breath and patted her head. Well, at least things didn't turn out too badly. Now that I'm back, I'll get everything arranged for you. You can live in the county town, away from all these prying eyes in the village. When Xiao Wu goes to work, you just stay home and relax. If you don't pass the entrance exam, I'll bring you both to the capital in 2 years at most. I'll be busy for a while, but once you're in the capital, our family can finally have some peace. I'll get your household registration moved to the county this time. You can move it back to the capital whenever you want. Both your mother and I are registered there, and you still have the courtyard house. I've checked, there's no problem. I'll make sure everything is set up for you. Just focus on taking care of yourself. Don't neglect your health. I'll get you a place that's not too big, quiet, convenient for shopping, and with good security. I'll make sure you have a sunny room for a study, where you can read and do embroidery, and a bedroom suite like this one. How's that? Anything else you want, just tell me. Zhou Jiao nodded happily. Dad, do you still have enough money? It doesn't have to be so nice, it's just temporary. If you need money, let me know. I have plenty. Mom gave me 6 years worth of rent, plus the money you and the army gave me, and Xiao Wu's savings. I'm not short on cash. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded thoughtfully and lowered his voice. Did your grandmother give your mom any extra money for you? Just the rent and what your mom sneaks to you? Then just pretend you don't know. After my accident, all the family money went to your grandmother, quite a sum. It's odd she didn't send any with your mom. The deposit slips I gave you are all for accounts in the capital. You can't withdraw them here. Just keep that in mind and don't tell your mom everything. She's too simple and trusting. Zhou Jiao understood immediately. Looks like her grandmother hadn't handed anything over this time either. She'd overestimated the Lin family. So, Dad, do you have money on hand? Mom said Grandma's keeping it all for her. Zhou Xiaoxing's eyes darkened, but he smiled mysteriously. If she says she's keeping it, then let her. Now that I'm back, I'll make up for my lost salary and save it all for you. Your uncle still hands everything over to your grandmother. You'll understand when you meet the old lady. She thinks she's from a grand family. Your little aunt takes after her. Your mom is more like your grandfather. Zhou Jiao winked at her father. I get it. Dad, my mother-in-law and Xiao Wu's mother-in-law are 2 very different types. Heh, you little rascal. Who's outside? Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lishan and Zhang Guoqing came in carrying bowls of noodles, each topped with 2 poached eggs. Zhou Xiaozheng took the bowl and chopsticks without ceremony and started eating quickly. While eating, Lin Lishan said, Zhengji, Xiao Wu's parents wanted to wait for you to have lunch, but I told them not to bother. Let them arrange their own meal, and we'll have a drink together tonight. Big brother Zhang wanted to come in, but then decided to let you and your daughter have a good talk. He'll chat with you tonight. He said you're great at hunting wild chickens, can kill one with a slingshot. He wants to go hunting with you after you're done with your business and bring the old gang along. So you've known your in-laws for a long time, huh? Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. Second brother Zhang is the best hunter around here. His father, Xiaowu's grandfather, could set traps just by looking at animal tracks. All three brothers are skilled hunters. Back in the day, their father and sons would take us youngsters hunting in the mountains. Soon the snow will close the mountain roads, and the village will organize a hunt. Xiaowu, is it happening in the next few days? Zhang Guoqing handed Zhou Jiao a bowl of white fungus soup as he listened. Dad, you still remember? Yes, the hunt is in a few days. Mom, the hunt lasts several days. The village does it every year, sometimes with neighboring villages joining in. It's a big event. Then I'll get to see it this time. Last time I came, it was too rushed. Jiao, you'd better not think about going out, wait until next year. Lin Lishan saw Zhou Jiao blinking at her and quickly looked away, pretending not to notice her daughter's pitiful expression, afraid she'd give in. Zhou Xiaoeng looked at his daughter's little act and shook his head with a smile. This child. Xiaowu, are you free today? Zhou Xiaozheng observed him and noticed that, even while talking to them, Xiaowu's eyes were always on Jiao, and Ping'an whenever his daughter made a move, he'd naturally step in to help. Just as the father-in-law had said, the two of them were very much in sync. His gaze toward his daughter was full of affection and tenderness, never a hint of impatience. Not bad, just as his investigation had shown. Zhang Guoqing didn't dare slack off in front of his father-in-law. He knew Zhou Xiaozheng was watching his every move, looking for any excuse to take his daughter and grandson away. Dad, I'm free today. I even took time off from work to help build the house these past few days. Just let me know what you need. Zhou Xiaoeng finished his noodles in a few quick bites, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and said, Good. Keep your schedule open these next few days to help me with some things. Shan, you look after our daughter. Once I'm done, I'll take you to see the children's grandmother and visit the county town. Zhang Guoqing nodded and went out to get his coat and pants, realizing his father-in-law was an impatient man and probably eager to get going. Lin Lishan watched Zhang Guoqing leave and shot her husband a glare. Take it easy. The boy's already good enough, don't bare your fangs at him. He's your son-in-law, not one of your soldiers. I know. But I have to test him properly, he's gotten off too easy. My daughter isn't someone just anyone can marry. Too bad I came back too late. Zhou Xiaozheng sighed regretfully. Zhou Jiao and her mother both burst out laughing, trying to hold it in so he wouldn't feel embarrassed. Zhou Jiao felt warm inside. Her father truly cherished her, believing his daughter was the best in the world and afraid she'd suffer even a little. But she wasn't worried about Xiaowu passing her father's test. No one else knew what they'd been through together. After all, they'd lived through 2 lifetimes. Zhou Xiaozheng took the gifts and left with Zhang Guoqing. They headed to the new house nearby, greeted Zhang Deyu and the others, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then left. As they entered Zhou Jiao village from the bridge, Zhou Xiaozheng occasionally asked a few questions along the way, getting a general sense of the village's situation and the difficulties the Zhou family was facing. In the distant fields, many villagers looked on curiously. Word of his return had clearly spread. If the team leader hadn't kept them in check, the villagers would have already gathered around. The new production team leader, Zhou Xiaobin, was a man in his 30s from the countryside. He'd been Zhou Xiaozheng's sidekick since childhood, and they'd always been close. When Zhou Jiao was in Zhou Jiao village, he and his wife had often looked after her. After giving a few instructions, Zhou Xiaobin ran over, laughing loudly. Second brother, you're finally back. I knew it, I just knew you couldn't have died a martyr. With your skills and brains, anyone who could get the better of you must be something else. Brother, have you seen your grandson yet? I haven't even seen him myself. You're here to see your old man, right? You really need to have a good talk with him. If it weren't for your son-in-law protecting Jiao since she was little, that child would have been picked clean to the bone by now. I wasn't any help at all. Jiao keeps everything bottled up and never tells us anything. Second brother, all this happened right under my nose, and I still couldn't protect your daughter. Second brother, go ahead and give me a beating. His voice grew softer and softer, his eyes red with guilt as he looked at Zhou Xiaozheng. Zhou Xiaozheng gave him a playful punch and laughed. All right, don't act like a woman. Have a drink with me when you have time, and fill me in on what's been going on in the village. I'll take my son-in-law home first to have a look around. You go on with your work, everyone's watching. All right, you go ahead. I won't go with you. If your old man sees me, I'll come find you after work. Xiao Wu, take good care of your father-in-law. Tell your dad I'll come over for drinks tonight. Make sure there are plenty of dishes. Sure thing, uncle. Bring auntie and the others too. Zhao Jiao was just talking about you the other day. Walking into the Zhou family's big courtyard, it was clear that their house stood out in Zhou Jiao village. Aside from the toppled landlord's estate, only the Zhou family's blue brick, tiled house stood tall on the east side of the village. The courtyard was fairly clean. The Zhou family didn't raise pigs, they couldn't stand the smell. The few chickens they had were kept in the back. No one was in the yard, and Zhou Xiaozheng didn't call out, just headed straight for the main room. Old Master Zhou probably hadn't heard that Zhou Xiaozheng was back. He was sitting alone on the kang, flipping through a book. When he heard movement, he looked up in shock, immediately sitting up so fast that his book fell to the floor. He stammered, You're not dead? You're really not dead? Didn't they say you were dead? Zhang Guoqing raised an eyebrow, glancing at the old man and then at his father-in-law. Their expressions were off, very off. Especially the old man's. Shouldn't he be overjoyed, eyes brimming with tears, excitedly shouting that his son had come back alive? From the next room, old lady Zhou heard the commotion and came out. When she saw Zhou Xiaozheng, she couldn't believe her eyes. She wiped them, then hurried over on her tiny feet, throwing her thin arms around the tall Zhou Xiaozheng. Stroking his face, she sobbed, Xiaozheng, my Xiaozheng, you're really alive. You really came back. I was so afraid I wouldn't live to see you again. Xiaozheng, my Xiaozheng, how could you be so heartless and leave your mother with no word at all? I just couldn't believe my Xiaozheng was gone. How could you be gone? My Xiaozheng was always so clever, always avoided danger since he was little. How could you just be gone? I don't believe it, you didn't even appear in my dreams. Xiaozheng, I knew you'd be alive. I had your fortune told before, you were destined for a long life. Zhou Xiaozheng hugged his mother, fighting back tears, his eyes red as he comforted her. Mom, your son is back, really back. Look at me, I'm fine. Don't get too worked up, take a breath. Let me help you onto the kang and we'll talk slowly. I'll stay with you and talk as long as you want. He helped his mother onto the kang, took the cup Zhang Guoqing handed over, and gave her a few sips of water. Only when he saw her calm down did he finally relax and breathe a sigh of relief. Old Lady Zhou clung tightly to his sleeve, staring at him greedily, crying and laughing as she thanked the heavens. She patted him all over, making sure he wasn't hurt before she was finally at ease. Good, as long as you're back. Have you seen your wife? And Jiao Jiao, did you go see her? I haven't gone to see Jiao Jiao yet. Did she have a good confinement? Is the baby all right? Have you seen your daughter and grandson? Oh, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me make you some noodles and a soft-boiled egg, your favorite. Zhou Xiaozheng quickly stopped her from getting up. Mom, I already ate before I came back. Don't rush to get up, let's just sit and talk for a while. Shanshan came back with me, but she had things to do today, so I brought Xiao Wu. Jiao Jiao's in her in-laws' house. They're building a new place, and I was worried they wouldn't have enough help, so I let her stay there to look after Jiao Jiao. I'll bring her over to see you soon. Jiao Jiao and the baby are both fine, but Jiao Jiao is too thin, just skin and bones. This time, she needs to really recover. The child is very well behaved and sensible, thanks to his mother's upbringing. When Jiao Jiao saw me, she laughed and cried, and made me promise to tell you to visit her when you have time. She misses you. Old Master Zhou snorted. Everyone heard it, but pretended not to, knowing he was displeased. Old Lady Zhou glanced at him but ignored him, turning to Zhou Xiaozheng. How long will you stay this time? If you have things to do, go ahead. I'll be here at home, come see me when you have time. I'm doing well, so don't worry. Xiao Wu, take your father-in-law to the county town for a look around. After all these years, he probably doesn't even recognize the roads anymore. Zhang Guoqing smiled and said, Grandma, don't worry. Dad knows what he's doing. When you have time, come visit Zhou Jiao. She's always talking about you. How's your health lately? Zhou Jiao asked me to bring you some donkey hide gelatin. She'll make you some gelatin cakes when she has time. This one is easy, just dissolve it in hot water. But, Grandma, do you think Zhou Jiao can make gelatin? Haha, she said she'll show us once her confinement is over. Old Lady Zhou nodded with a smile and said, Zhou Jiao is so smart. She could recite the Tangdu song at 3 and take pulses at 5. It's a pity I only know a bit of acupuncture and couldn't teach her more. Making gelatin is no problem for Zhou Jiao. Just make sure she has the ingredients. Old Master Zhou coughed a few times. When everyone quieted down, he put on a stern face and said, Xiaozheng, now that you're back, are your brothers coming back too? It was all their wives being muddle-headed. Tell me, was it really necessary to make such a fuss and let everyone know? Now people are laughing at our family. Zhao Jiao too, she's so hot-tempered. Couldn't she have just told me privately? I could have stood up for her and gotten her things back. But now everyone knows. People who don't know the truth probably think our Zhou family bullied her. Even if we didn't do much for her, we raised her, didn't we? Her aunt wronged her, but did her uncle? The eldest's 4 kids grew up right under my nose and never fought with her. Only Zhou Shui, that girl, has a bit of a childish temper, but Zhao Jiao just had to pursue every little thing. They're all sisters. Was it really necessary to push things so far that she ended up in trouble? Her cousins and their wives didn't offend her, but now they're too scared to stay in the village and have all gone back to their parents' homes. Tell me, is that how a daughter should behave? She's torn down the Zhou family's reputation. You really need to have a good talk with her this time. Zhang Guoqing's face turned ashen when he heard this. Out of respect for his father-in-law, he held back, otherwise, he'd have punched the old man right then and there. He'd never seen anyone so shameless. When he heard this, Zhou Xiaozheng's eyes darkened. He stared coldly at the old man, his deep black eyes betraying no emotion. Old Master Zhou shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. Zhou Xiaoeng let out a few cold laughs and drawled, That's right, she shouldn't have resisted. That child was just stupid, wasn't she? She should have let Huang Zhaodi scheme her into marrying into the Huang family, raising their sons and daughters for them, and just accept being so thin she could be blown away by the wind. She deserved to wear patched-up rags, watching with longing eyes as the cashmere coat from the Lin family was worn by Zhou Shui, while enduring her taunts and bullying. She deserved to see, in the freezing winter, that even distant relatives all had army coats and thick boots, while she cowered by her grandmother's side on the heated brick bed, not daring to step outside. She deserved to go hungry and cold, watching as the eldest branch stole her things to subsidize their own family and in-laws. She was just stupid, wasn't she? Her grandparents had pensions, but she didn't have a single cent to her name. She was stupid. Her mother sent her money every month, and she didn't even dare to step into a restaurant. So yes, I say my Zhao Jiao is stupid. When that yellow-haired brat came to our door to curse her, she shouldn't have just talked back. She should have grabbed a knife and chopped those bastards up, whipped those dogs to death. Why leave them alive to talk? Drinking my daughter's drinks, eating her food, wearing her clothes, stealing everything from her. Where did she get the nerve? Where did she get the guts? Who gave her the backing? Who raised her to be so arrogant, to storm into the Zhang family and curse them out? And you, hiding your precious eldest son in your heart, your most outstanding child, sure, he's clever. He really didn't beat or scold my daughter, and for that, I should thank him? So not beating her is the Zhou family's great kindness to us? That clever eldest watched his wife, his son, his daughter take all the advantages, while my daughter suffered in silence. Was he secretly pleased? Was he happy every time he went to the post office? Was he surprised to get watches, radios, bicycles? Old man, where is your heart? Can you say you haven't seen how my daughter lived in this house? Didn't you notice how thin she was? Can you say you never wondered why such a well-behaved, sensible child was so eager to marry into the Zhang family? I haven't seen that woman, she's lucky. If she ever comes out, I'll loosen her bones for her. I'll ask her where she got the nerve to scheme against my daughter. I'll ask her what cards she thought she held, thinking that with me gone, my daughter was hers to manipulate. Old man, is this what you call a good life for my daughter? You hid the truth from Zhou Jiao and told my father-in-law she didn't want to return to Beijing? That she was happy at home with her siblings? Didn't you see how skinny she was? What about the eldest's children? Bring them out and let me see, are they also yellow-faced and thin as paper? A pack of heartless wolves. No conscience, no bottom line, not even as good as animals. Not even the barest sense of shame left. And you say that brat just has a childish temper? So a childish temper justifies bullying my daughter? Justifies cursing her out in front of everyone, glaring and acting arrogant? And what about what they did to my Zhao Jiao in private? Don't tell me you didn't know. Did you ever try to stop it? Old man, have you ever really treated me as your son? I'm not asking for fairness, just for a little conscience, a little justice. She's your granddaughter too, your youngest son's only child. Have you thought about it? When I'm gone, you and Ma are her only family. Before I came back, I thought even if you were biased, you wouldn't turn black into white. Tell me, what do you take us for? In 40 years, has your conscience never bothered you? I left this house before I was 16, would rather die outside than stay in the Zhou family. Did you never wonder why I left? Why I never took a penny from the Zhou family? I have a clear conscience toward this family, toward you. So tell me, what did I do wrong for you to treat me and my Zhao Jiao like this? If you never wanted to raise her, why bring her back at all? Do I owe you? Does my Zhao Jiao owe you? Old Master You's face turned ashen at his words. He pointed a trembling finger at Zhou Xiaozheng, mouth agape, but couldn't find a retort. He could only glare at him in silence. When Zhou Xiaozheng finished, after a moment, the old man finally squeezed out a sentence. Did you come back just to settle scores with me? Zhang Guoqing glanced at the old man, feeling sorry for him. Senility or not, he still couldn't see the truth. Did he really think being the first to complain would muddy the facts? He felt even sorrier for his father-in-law. This was a dead knot. If a father doesn't love his own son, how could he care for his orphan granddaughter? In the end, the Zhou family was propped up by Zhou Xiaozheng and by the Lin and Yu families. That's where their confidence came from. As for Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter, in this family they were just tools, for profit, for showing off. He could see through his in-laws' favoritism from his previous life, and understood that parents never love all their children equally. Besides, he didn't believe his father-in-law couldn't see old Master Zhou's abnormal behavior. The Zhou family's waters ran deep. You think I came back just to settle scores? Not to bring you good news? Not to let you know I'm still alive and well? Settle scores, what's there to settle? They're already in custody, what's the point? You say you're my father, would I dare? Zhou Xiaozheng shot him a sidelong, mocking glance. Old Master Zhou slammed the table in fury, shouting, "You unfilial son! Just for a yellow-haired brat, you show your father this face? That's your brother, your real elder brother, your real niece." Zhou Xiaozheng returned to his mother's side, patting the old lady's hand, and lazily said, "That yellow-haired brat is my own daughter, too. So what will it take for you to help bring your brother back?" "I don't know. It's not up to me. I heard the charges are serious. Who knows what they'll say when I go there? I'm just a soldier. I can't interfere in political decisions," Zhou Xiaozheng said slowly. "You should at least go take a look, bring your wife to the township. See what can be done. At the very least, your brother and his family should be home for New Year's, or else the family won't feel like a family." Old Master Zhou looked at him expectantly. Zhou Xiaozheng almost laughed in anger. If he wanted his wife to go to the township, why didn't he dare go to the Zhang family to see his father-in-law before? Clearly, he was just picking the softest target. "My wife definitely won't go. We'll have to wait until Zhao Jiao doesn't feel wronged anymore. She might not say it, but my wife and I feel for her. We'll wait until Zhao Jiao herself says she doesn't blame them. Then I'll see what the township says. Honestly, old man, even if I go, it's useless. Don't tell me you haven't already asked around." Old Master Zhou looked at him, then at Zhang Guoqing. He didn't dare mention Zhao Jiao anymore. He finally understood. This son couldn't be pressured or coaxed. He just wanted him to take a stand. But going there would be useless. The case wasn't closed yet, and everything depended on a word from Zhou Jiao. It could be light or it could be heavy. If you have any conditions for letting them out, just say it, old Master Zhou said coldly. Zhou Xiaozhong smiled and turned to the silent old lady. Ma, don't blame me for being heartless, but things have gotten out of control. Since I came back, I've learned the whole story, and I've heard a lot in the county. It really won't help if I go. If it was just about those parcels, as long as Zhou Jiao doesn't pursue it, and she won't, the case isn't a big deal. I could go with Xiao Wu to the township and talk it over. But now, the eldest girl has caused a huge mess. What she said has spread all over the county, even reached Zhou Jiao, who never leaves the house. Imagine the impact. Who dares say that stomping her foot in Beijing would shake the whole city? Saying she lacks nothing, no shortage of money or ration tickets, too arrogant. Lots of people reported her, and the evidence is solid. Not to mention, she led a crowd of over 1,000 to make trouble. This isn't just a family scandal, it's a serious issue. If this had happened in Beijing, they'd have been shot long ago. Who would dare let her out? Who would take responsibility at the township or county level? So it's not something that can be solved just by saying a few words. This case also involves village officials taking bribes. Those people have already been locked up, with evidence and testimony. How could they just be released with a few words? If the country's laws could be ignored so easily, who would follow them in the future? The old lady nodded, waiting to see what the old man would say. Old Master Zhou looked at his youngest son in disbelief. He'd thought it was just a matter of Zhou Jiao saying the word, but now he realized how serious it was. He understood what Zhou Xiaozhong meant. This had to be handled by him, or no one up top would dare give face. It's all that brat's nonsense. But regardless of your brother and sister-in-law's business, just get them out first, then think of a way. How? If the eldest gets out, does that mean the village chief should be released too? And who gave the eldest girl those ideas? Who told her those things? Otherwise, where would she get a grandfather in Beijing? Where would she get all that money and ration tickets? And who knows if, during questioning, she implicated anyone else? If the eldest wasn't involved, at best I could try to get him transferred to a labor farm. For those others, there's really nothing I can do. Old Master Zhou was silent for a moment, then pleaded, is there really no way? Could you ask your father-in-law, see if he can help? Zhou Xiaozheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him, shocked. You can't possibly think I'd have the face to ask my father-in-law, right? Do you think he wouldn't shoot me on the spot? He's been waiting for you at the Zhang house, hoping you'd come explain things. He's so angry you haven't shown up, he's about to explode. He keeps saying he wants to shoot the Huang family, asking who gave them the guts to scheme against his granddaughter. It's not that he doesn't want Zhou Jiao, it's that you won't let go. Not long ago, at the Zhang house, he insisted you come and explain yourself, even wanted to make your letter to him public. Only Zhou Jiao and Xiao Wu managed to calm him down. Have you thought about whether he'd help? They bullied his own granddaughter, ruined his reputation. You think if I go to him, he wouldn't shoot me? Wouldn't make things worse? Old Master Zhou's face alternated between ashen and pale, his emotions a tangled mess. Fortunately, he was healthy otherwise. Zhang Guoqing figured he'd have a stroke or cough up blood. He'd always worried that his father-in-law would snap and lash out. If the old man collapsed now, that would really be something. Still, he was curious. Why hadn't the old man fainted yet? Maybe he'd tried that trick on his father-in-law before and found it didn't work. Zhou Xiaozhong glanced at him but said nothing more. He chatted with the old lady for a bit, then left with Zhang Guoqing. He still had a lot to deal with that afternoon and didn't have time to waste. Besides, he hadn't even had a proper talk with his own Zhou Jiao yet. Military District Compound, Beijing. These past couple of days, many people in the compound had heard that the old Mrs. Cheng was in poor health and had been rushed to the hospital that very night. Cheng Siyu, the youngest son of the Cheng family, hurried back to Beijing from the CD military district with his wife. Their daughter, Cheng Ruzhu, stayed by her mother's bedside day and night, barely leaving the hospital. After some discussion, several families in the compound sent representatives to visit Mrs. Cheng in the hospital. Seeing her lying in bed, her complexion rosy, though she looked a bit haggard and worried, they were relieved to hear the doctor say she was out of danger. Everyone cheered. As long as she was fine, That was all that mattered. Mrs. Chung was known for her generosity and willingness to help others. She never cared about people's rank or status and had helped countless soldiers and military wives solve their problems. Whenever anyone in the compound had an issue, big or small, they would happily seek her advice or assistance. She was highly cultured and empathetic. When illiterate military wives from rural areas came to her, unable to read or reply to letters, she would always think of their feelings. She'd take them into her study, close the door, and patiently help them one by one, never gossiping about it afterward. She had a kind heart. If she saw that a child's parents weren't home, regardless of whether she knew the family, she'd bring the child to her house to eat and rest, and leave a note on their door saying the child was at the Changs in the compound. If a military wife was in confinement after childbirth and had no family to help, Mrs. Chung would personally go over and give detailed instructions on care. She never gossiped or spoke ill of others. If she heard rumors, she would advise everyone not to get involved, and she herself never spread idle talk. To the military wives, she was like family. So when news spread that Mrs. Chung was out of danger, everyone was overjoyed. During the day, Old Ching was busy investigating, and at night he would rush back to the hospital to update his wife on his progress. For 3 days straight, he searched everywhere for information about Zhou Xiaoxing's mother, Mrs. Zhou. Finally, he made some headway. He eventually tracked down the military hospital where Mrs. Zhou had once worked. But so much time had passed, the hospital had been merged several times after liberation and was now a new medical institution. Most of Mrs. Zhou's former colleagues had either passed away or retired, and the staff had completely changed. The detailed records from back then no longer existed. To find proof of whether Zhou Xiaozheng was born at that hospital, Old Chung went through countless difficulties and finally managed to locate an elderly nurse who was still alive. He got her address and, full of hope, brought gifts to visit her. The old lady, now 80, was hard of hearing but mentally sharp. After a difficult conversation, she recalled that when she left the military hospital to work at the general hospital, Mrs. Zhou had just given birth to a daughter. They hadn't kept in touch, and their relationship had only been a casual acquaintance. The old nurse tried hard to remember more, but in the end, she shook her head. Disappointed, Old Chung returned empty-handed. That night, back in the hospital room, Mrs. Chung saw her husband's expression and sighed, "Keep looking, don't give up yet. At least now we have a lead. My sister and brother-in-law will bless us and help us find the child." Old Chung rubbed his temples wearily. "If we really can't find anything, we'll have to look for retired or resigned doctors. None of the original staff are still in Beijing. Most have retired to their hometowns. Who knows if they're even still alive?" Mrs. Chung looked at him with guilt. "You're not young anymore, and you've been exhausted these past few days. Why not let our eldest son take over?" "No, if he jumps in now, he'll have to start all over again. There's no time for that. Besides, I can't rest easy until I'm sure about this. We need Zhou Xiaoxing's consent before making anything public. I have a feeling Zhou Xiaoxing really is that child. If we still can't find proof, I'll go to the northeast myself and look for Zhou Xiaoxing's parents. How many days leave does Zhou Xiaoxing have this time? Do you know how long he'll be in the northeast?" Old Chung nodded. "I've already checked. In a few days, the military district has a plane going to the northeast, and Zhou Xiaoxing will still be there. Whether or not we find anything, I must go. Unless I'm 100% sure he isn't the child. But the more I look into Zhou Xiaoxing's background, the more suspicious I become. A child like him couldn't have been raised by an ordinary family. It must be in the genes. But looking at the Zhou family, neither of his parents are particularly intelligent. There's no way they could have raised someone like Zhou Xiaoxing. Also, I spoke to Fong Fei from the Fong family and learned a bit about Zhou Xiaoxing's daughter, Zhou Jiao. Apparently, she's nothing like a typical rural girl. She even resembles Lin family's Gu Rui, and she's clever and resourceful. She's extremely smart, able to stay calm and composed in front of over 1,000 people, and when she speaks, her presence is even stronger than Gu Rui's. It made me think of my sister and how old Lin said she might have a photographic memory. That's definitely hereditary. That girl, like her uncle, could recite the 3-character classic and 1,000-character classic at age 3, and by 8, she'd mastered all her grandmother's skills in medicine and embroidery. Could an ordinary person do that? Mrs. Chung hurried to get out of bed. I'm fine now, let's go home and pack. We shouldn't hesitate any longer. I'll just ask Zhou Jiao directly if he remembers how to write his own name. Thinking back to how my sister spoke, I'm sure she left the child with the Zhou family. It couldn't have been the Gu family. The child was the only legitimate heir, and if she'd gone to the Gu family, she'd have been swallowed up. I didn't know the Zhou family's ancestral home was in the northeast, but my brother-in-law must have mentioned it. My sister entrusted the child to the clan leader. That was the best thing for her. After all, the Zhou family's prestige came from my brother-in-law's branch. If she handed the child to Zhou Jiao, maybe something happened to the clan leader. When we get to the northeast, we'll go straight to the Zhou clan leader. There should be records. My sister always had backup plans. She would never leave anything to chance. Old Chung stopped her. Lie down for now. I'll ask the doctor if you're fit to travel, and we'll need to bring a doctor with us. There's still time before the military plane leaves. What you said makes sense, but just in case, I'll keep investigating here. That's good. Sai, you've really worked hard these past few days. Once this is settled, we'll have no regrets. Early the next morning, Old Chung got up, packed, and waited for the children to come and complete the discharge procedures before taking his wife home. He continued searching for retired or resigned doctors, but most of them were elderly and had returned to their hometowns. The only doctor who had worked in the same department as Mrs. Zhou back then was now retired in the south, and there was no way to get there immediately. He had to entrust a trusted friend to visit the elderly doctor and see if he could recall whether Mrs. Zhou had a third child, and if so, at which hospital the child was born. He was running himself ragged, worrying about his wife, while anxiously searching for anyone who might know the truth. With no news from the south, his wife reminded him that he should be able to meet Zhou Xiaozhang directly. He could talk to him face to face. Realizing this, Old Chung put aside his current tasks and inquired at the military district, only to learn that Zhou Xiaozhang had already gone home the day before. Without waiting for work to end, Old Chung rushed to the family compound, only to find the door to Lin Lishan's old house tightly shut. The neighbors said Zhou Xiaozhang and his wife had only stopped by briefly and then left again. They hadn't come home last night, probably having gone to the Lin family's place. Old Chung suddenly realized that he'd been so busy these past few days, going straight to the hospital after work, that he hadn't kept up with the news in the compound. With Xiaochen driving, he hurried to the military district compound and then to the Lin family's house, but was disappointed again. Old Mrs. Lin told him that Zhou Xiaozhang had already rushed back to see his daughter, and the couple had taken a midnight train the night before. There was nothing Old Chung could do. It was already afternoon, and he couldn't catch up. All he could do was wait for news from the south and look for other possible informants. In Zhou Jiao village in the northeast, Zhou Xiaozhang walked out of the courtyard, waving goodbye to the old lady standing at the gate. At this hour, there weren't many people moving about in the village. Those who needed to work had already left, and even the elderly and children were busy earning work points to help support their families. This was one of the reasons why the Zhou family didn't have a great reputation in the village. There were those who were jealous, those who looked down on them, and, with the eldest branch of the Zhou family always showing off, no one wanted to go out of their way to curry favor with them. At the village entrance, Zhou Xiaozhang glanced at the three-way intersection ahead and then at his son-in-law, who was following closely behind. Come with me to the township. No need for the bicycle, just the two of us, so we can have a chat. Zhang Guoqing nodded, then hesitated before asking, Dad, are you planning to handle this strictly by the book? Maybe you should think about Grandma again. I'm worried she'll take it hard. Zhou Xiaozhang replied indifferently, there's nothing for her to take hard. If you do something wrong, you pay the price. Besides, you'll still be here for another 2 years. Better to keep them locked up so they don't cause trouble for my Jiao Jiao. That's already being lenient. If it weren't for the old lady and the gossip, I wouldn't mind shooting them. locking them up for 3 to 5 years. By the time Zhao Jiao goes to Beijing, they'll be irrelevant. With a criminal record, Zhao Jiao can handle them however she wants in the future. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh at this doting father. Dad, thank you. You really do keep Zhao Jiao close to your heart. Honestly, dealing with them is a headache for us too. Zhao Jiao is too soft-hearted. She keeps wavering, afraid you and Grandma will feel bad and can't make up her mind. Zhou Jiao shot him a blank look, lifted his chin with pride, and said, "No need to thank me. She's my daughter. Even after marrying you, she's still my daughter. We're family, you're not. So, tell me, how's my Zhao Jiao usually? What made you fall for her?" Zhang Guoqing smiled and started talking as they walked. To me, Zhao Jiao has always been an extraordinary girl. She's been different since she was little. She never played around like other girls. She was always clean and neat, just quietly sitting and watching everyone else. When she was happy, she'd smile a little. When she was upset, she'd just stare at you. I've never seen her lose her temper or raise her voice. On the surface, she seemed friendly with everyone in the village, but I knew she never really considered them friends. Most people were just irrelevant to her. They never got close to her heart. She always seemed to stand apart from everyone else's lives. If you wanted to find her as a child, she'd either be in the little room at the ancestral hall or sitting alone under the big tree at the village entrance, staring off into the distance. If you asked her anything, she wouldn't answer. She'd just smile at you. She was tiny and soft, like a kitten, skinny as a rail, but she never tried to curry favor with other kids for treats or fight over food. If you tried to sneak her an egg, even at 4 years old, she'd shake her head and refuse. When she saw my mother scolding the parents of kids who bullied us, she'd look on with envy, then immediately lower her head. At 4, she was already thoughtful. She'd tell me my mother couldn't share things with her, or she'd feel bad. She'd quietly tell me to stay away from certain people so I wouldn't be taken advantage of. By 5, she was already telling me what to do to make people like me. Back then, we were each other's only friends. Sometimes, she'd secretly comfort me, telling me not to be upset about people who didn't matter, just ignore them. When we got older and went to school, even in a crowd, she'd just smile no matter what she heard, never gossiping or running around like the other girls. She'd just quietly listen, her eyes moving around, but never really paying attention. If you asked her, she'd just smile and not answer. If no one talked to her, she'd walk alone, never feeling left out, always looking relaxed and smiling. She always found studying easy. Her memory is amazing. Usually, she'd memorize something after reading it once or twice, but if anyone mentioned it, she'd say she already knew it before. She liked to keep things to herself, never showing off in front of others, never talking about how good she was. Even when others praised her, she'd just smile. After she turned 12, she had even fewer friends. If people didn't seek her out, she'd never go looking for them. She'd just bury herself in books, any kind of book. With her memory, she'd finish reading and then just sit there in a daze. Her life seemed to be just reading and thinking alone. As she got older, she stopped telling me things too. She'd keep everything inside. If I pressed her, she'd say a few words, but nothing more. She never talked about herself or others. She's incredibly stubborn, has her own ideas, is very rational, and rarely acts on emotion. When I turned 16 and started thinking seriously about the future, I suddenly realized one day that if I wanted to hold on to her and stay with her for life, it would be very difficult. She's too aloof, too proud deep down. Even with me, she was just a friend, never shy like the girls people joked about. I tried everything, but nothing worked. She never really opened her heart to anyone. Treating me as a brother was already rare. Her life was just her grandma and her books, and occasionally chatting with me. When I found out I'd been selected for military recruitment, I knew I couldn't leave. If I did, Zhao Jiao would drift even further from my life, so I refused. I went to find her in the little room at the ancestral hall. She was crouched alone in the corner, arms wrapped around herself, expressionless and lost in thought. Seeing her like that made me even more certain I'd made the right choice. I didn't ask her what was wrong, there was no point. She wouldn't tell the truth anyway. When she realized it was me, she relaxed. I told her I'd given up the army spot, and she got really angry, listing all the benefits of joining the army. That was the first time I'd ever seen her angry, and I was actually happy. If she got mad, it meant she cared about me. I couldn't help telling her I didn't want to go, that if I left like she did, who would be there to care for her and keep her company? She stared at me with wide eyes, then lowered her head and said nothing for a long time, so long I almost lost hope. Finally, in a hoarse voice, she told me that if she chose me, she wouldn't allow me to betray her. If I ever changed my mind, I had to tell her in advance. She'd never forgive me if I told her after the fact. If I chose her, it would be just her, an orphan with no support, no rations, unable to do farm work, penniless. She wouldn't let anyone bully her. She told me to think it over and talk it through with my parents. If I agreed, I should formally send a matchmaker to propose. I told her to wait. I was so excited I didn't even stop to think why she suddenly agreed, or why she wanted me to propose right away when we were about to start high school. There was no rush. But I was just so happy I shouted for her to wait, ran home, and didn't sleep for days until the proposal was settled. After we set a wedding date, I never asked her again. If she didn't say anything, she must have her reasons. Once we got married and she was by my side, I just wanted to protect her. After we married, she'd laugh out loud in front of me, act spoiled, throw tantrums, show her temper. It was like she'd come alive, so vibrant, even though in front of others she was still quiet and smiling, just like always. But I feel incredibly lucky that she trusts me, that I'm the one she relies on, and I'm grateful to have married her. She's very kind, always able to put herself in others' shoes, and often says life isn't easy for anyone. But she has her boundaries. She's very sensible, generous with my family, but not foolishly self-sacrificing. She'll complain to me in private. She values loyalty and relationships, isn't materialistic, seems easygoing, but has high standards. She keeps a low profile, avoids trouble, ignores gossip, hates talking about others, and has a deep sense of pride. People who don't know her think she has a great temper, but that's just because she doesn't care. If someone crosses her boundaries or principles, she'll fight back with everything she's got. She's patient, but that doesn't mean she can't be quick-tempered. She's kind, but that doesn't mean she's a pushover. She's resourceful, wise, steady, and cautious, with her own way of handling things. She always says, if I don't care, I won't bother. But if I do care, then I'll care a lot. Dad, you'll see in time, Zhou Jiao is a wonderful girl, very soft-hearted, and fiercely protective of those she loves, like a mother hen with her chicks. She's been the happiest lately. She says she's the luckiest person in the world, with a father who loves and worries about her, and a mother she can confide in. She's easily satisfied and very grateful. She treats everyone who's good to her with gratitude. Dad, you have the best daughter in the world, and I have the best wife. When Ping'an grows up, she'll be the best mother in the world too. Zhou Jiao listened quietly, watching the young man, no, boy, in front of him. When he spoke of Zhou Jiao, his eyes lit up, his whole face animated, talking nonstop, sometimes frowning, sometimes beaming, sometimes regretful, sometimes admiring. This kid, just look at him. Only when he's talking about his daughter does Zhou Jiao enjoy listening. Silly boy, this is the steady and wise son-in-law everyone talks about? Just a brat. From the moment she was born, I knew my daughter was one of a kind. You don't know, when her mother gave birth, the doctors all said this child was clever, waiting for me to come back before she was born. Other babies look like red monkeys when they're born, but she was beautiful, so delicate it seemed she'd break at a touch. She never cried. In the family compound, there were always babies crying, but not her. When she was almost a month old, she already knew to hum if her diaper was wet, or smack her lips when she was hungry. So smart. Zhou Jiao, the doting dad, was in full swing, having already forgotten how he'd just looked down on his son-in-law. Looking off into the distance, Zhou Xiaozhong thought for a moment and asked, "Do you still want to join the army? You know, you'd have an advantage if you did. Your path would be much smoother, with more opportunities than others. If you do something else, you'll have to rely on your own efforts." Zhang Guoqing shook his head. "I've thought about all that, but now that I have Zhao Jiao and a son, I never plan to join the army. I can't bear to leave them. Zhao Jiao is too soft-hearted sometimes. I wouldn't feel at ease if I wasn't around. Besides, I don't want to leave them just for my own future. Being a soldier means giving up your freedom. I work hard for their sake, not for some future glory. I just want to be able to protect them myself." Zhou Xiaozhong nodded approvingly. "That's good. So why do you insist on staying here for 2 years? Wouldn't it be better to go to Beijing with us sooner?" "There are a lot of reasons we can't leave now. Mainly, I never wanted to rely on the Lin family to go to Beijing. I'm your son-in-law, but there's still a distance between me and the Lin family. I want to get into university on my own. Once I have a degree, I'll have confidence. The Lin family can help, but I don't want to depend on them. There's a lot I can say directly to you, Dad, as my father-in-law. Zhao Jiao is happy now, and I don't want to dampen her spirits. If you really sacrificed yourself, would the Lin family show up for Zhao Jiao? I've thought about the worst-case scenarios. When I found out about the 28 packages this year, I realized you must have done something big. I have to consider the worst. If you rely on a mountain, it can collapse. Who am I? The Lin family's son-in-law's son-in-law. Those people are all shrewd. Even if I went to Beijing with you now, I'd still be relying on the Lin family. Dad, even with you in Beijing, I'm not at ease. The waters are too muddy, hard to navigate. These 2 years, I plan to learn how those departments manage people, how they view and handle policies. Once I have grassroots experience, I'll get into university, make friends there, and then I'll have my own network. Also, I chose to work in the militia department instead of the Public Security Bureau because I wanted to see the connection between government and military. I want to be able to protect my wife and son, live life on my own terms, not at the mercy of others." Zhou Xiaozhong patted him on the shoulder. "Good, you see things clearly. The Lin family isn't a top clan in Beijing, but they're well-connected and influential. Old Master Lin is a good man, straightforward like most military men. But his wife is a real strategist, from a big family. She calls the shots in the Lin household. As for me, your father, I'm not someone to be pushed around. Don't worry, your grandfather told me what you're thinking. I understand. But don't worry, your dad's not a fool. No one can move me that easily. I even got the imperial sword Jiao Jiao wanted. I'll give it to her so she can feel at ease. Once we're back in Beijing, you'll see I can protect you all. Do whatever you want. Your dad has friends in the administration too. And then, Zhao Jiao always plans ahead. She's good at strategy. If she asks for something, it'll be useful. Good to keep it as a family heirloom. Haha, that's my daughter. So, what do you think? Did you strike gold? Lucky you, kid. Zhou Xiaozhong said proudly, shooting him a glare. Zhang Guoqing could tell his father-in-law was satisfied. Dad, they say a son-in-law is half a son. Didn't you get lucky too? You have a daughter and now a great son-in-law. Plus a grandson. Don't act like you're the only one doing me a favor. Zhou Xiaozhong was helpless. This kid was shameless, always going along with the joke. Dad, we're here. Who should we see first? Last time we met with County Chief Li Aigua, Commune Secretary Zhang Guoqing, County Public Securities Zhuo Lin, Township Police Stations Li Dawei, and the Militia Department's Zhao Dashan. He retired from Grandpa's regiment. Let's go straight to Commune Secretary Zhang Guoqing. No need to visit the police station. Once we're done here, we'll head to the county to see the top officials, mention this matter, and give them an update. All right, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Xiaozhong arrived at the township compound and found Secretary Zhang Guoqing to explain the purpose of their visit. Zhang Guoqing had already anticipated that they would be coming. Zhang Guoqing glanced at Zhou Xiaozhong and hurried forward to shake his hand. Oh, Comrade Zhou Xiaozhong, it's so good to see you. You're the pride of our township. Congratulations on being able to come back this time. Xiao Wu, your father-in-law is here. You'd better treat him well. Zhang Guoqing laughed and said, Uncle, you don't need to be so formal. We're all family here. By the way, you should ask your son why, on the day of the washing ceremony, He dropped off some gifts and ran off without even staying for a bowl of noodles. He hasn't come by to visit these past few days either. Zhang Guoqing waved his hand. Let's not talk about him. If that kid were half as capable as you, I wouldn't worry at all. He's been back in the city with his grandmother these days, and will be back in a few days. Comrade Zhou, about that matter, how should we handle it? The impact is pretty big now, so it's hard to be lenient. Zhou Xiaoying nodded. I came this time mainly to give you a heads up. Thank you for looking after the kids. I needed to thank you in person. From now on, just call me Old Zhou when we meet. It's more natural. As for that case, just handle it as you see fit, according to the proper procedures. If possible, my elder brother is getting on in years. Maybe you could arrange for him to serve his sentence at a farm closer by. Zhang Guoqing nodded repeatedly. Then you should call me Old Zhang, or Zhang Laodi if you like. Haha, Brother Zhou, I'm glad you've spoken up. The higher-ups have been pushing for a quick resolution, so it's better to wrap things up soon. I'll talk to someone and see which farm nearby would be suitable. All right, Old Zhang, we'll let you get back to work. When you have time, come over to Xiaowu's place for a drink. We won't hold you up. We still need to go to the county to greet the officials there. With that, Zhou Xiaozheng stood up, not even bothering to finish his tea. Zhang Guoqing walked them to the door. All right, let's get together when there's time. Now that you're back, you should spend some quality time with your daughter. Brother Zhou, I won't keep you. See you next time. Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhang Guoqing then headed into the county seat to meet with Li Aigua, a senior county official. After a few polite exchanges, Zhou Xiaozheng explained his purpose and said that everything should be handled according to the rules, mentioning that he'd already spoken with Zhang Guoqing. Li Aigua nodded. There was really nothing to hesitate about. The higher-ups were already watching. No one dared to bend the rules. The impact was too great, and even the provincial authorities had heard about it. All right, the higher-ups are pushing for a quick resolution too. The matter has reached the provincial capital and caused quite a stir. It's hard to wrap up neatly, but fortunately you're being reasonable. If you'd asked for a release, there'd really be nothing we could do. The production team leader inside will probably be made an example of. There's a new directive from above to strictly punish cadres for corruption and bribery. It's better for your eldest brother to serve his sentence at a nearby farm. He'll have to stay there for at least 2 or 3 years, until things quiet down. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded in understanding. That's how it should be. If everyone acted out of self-interest, how could society remain stable? Just follow the proper procedures. I have other things to attend to, so I'll take my leave and not hold you up. The two took their leave, declining Li Aigua's offer to see them out personally. After leaving the county government building, Zhou Xiaozheng said quietly to Zhang Guoqing, we can't go see anyone else today. This county isn't that big. If people see us running around to different offices, once the sentencing is handed down, there'll be gossip about us interfering. Visiting just these two today won't attract attention. Once everything's settled, you can find an opportunity to mention it to Zhao Dashan. And when you have time, bring a bottle of liquor to Zhuolin's place. You don't need to say much. Just showing up with the liquor, people will understand. Zhang Guoqing nodded. He knew his father-in-law was teaching him how to handle things. Glancing around, he asked, Dad, where to next? Zhou Xiaozheng looked around. It had been so long that he couldn't be sure about the current state of the county, but he remembered there was a cluster of courtyard houses to the east. Is the militia headquarters still in the same place? That would be east of the county seat. I remember there were a lot of courtyard houses there, big and small, with government offices nearby. It's not far from here. Let's go take a look. You don't need to buy a big place, just a small courtyard, clean, quiet, safe, and convenient. Zhang Guoqing followed him eastward. Dad, my eldest sister just bought a big courtyard house a few days ago. I heard those houses are in short supply. Once one's on the market, it's snapped up immediately. There probably aren't many good ones left. Let's check out the area first and see if it's safe. Trust your dad. After half an hour, they reached the east side of the county. Zhou Xiaozheng didn't look for anyone in particular, just surveyed the area and the people passing by, then led Zhang Guoqing straight to the neighborhood committee office. Inside, a few middle-aged and elderly women were knitting and chatting. When they saw a soldier enter, A woman in her 50s greeted them with a smile. "Comrade, are you looking for someone, or is there something we can help you with?" Zhou Jiao stepped forward quickly. "Auntie, you're in great shape, walking with such big strides, just like us soldiers. I bet you used to be in the militia. I'm here today to ask about something. This is my son-in-law. We want to buy a small courtyard, just something safe and quiet. It doesn't need to be big. Right now, it's just my daughter, son-in-law, and their newborn living there. I think this area is great. Could you help us find out if anyone's selling?" The old lady grinned and gave him a thumbs up. "Good eye. I really was in the militia. Wait a moment. I'll go ask around and see who has news." Zhang Guoqing also gave him a thumbs up. He'd really found the right person for the job. Soon, the old lady returned and said to Zhou Jiao, "There really are a couple of places. The big courtyards are all gone, snapped up as soon as they're listed. But there are 2 small courtyards for sale. I'll tell you where they are and take you to see them." Zhou Jiao beamed. "Auntie, you're amazing. Your connections are really wide. Please tell us more, and sorry to trouble you to show us around. There's one just up ahead. It used to be a big courtyard, but it's been split into 2 small ones. The family living there now feels it's too small for their growing family and wants to buy a bigger place. That courtyard has the usual 3 rooms and a small yard, but the price is low. The other is owned by an elderly couple, both intellectuals. They grow flowers, not vegetables. The courtyard looks ordinary from the outside, but it's quite refined inside. It's not big, but there are quite a few rooms, 5 main rooms and 2 side rooms. They've moved the kitchen to the east wing and turned the original outer room into a living room. The courtyard is not far from the militia headquarters, and it's a safe area, with well-off families nearby. The County Public Security Bureau is also close by, so security is excellent. But the owners are particular about who they sell to, and the price is higher." Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing exchanged delighted glances. Having the kitchen outside was perfect. This was truly a case of searching high and low only to find what you wanted by chance. Price wasn't an issue. There were so few ideal courtyards available. As for the 3-room place, they weren't interested at all. Thinking about the kitchen in the outer room and the layout with Kong beds in the east and west rooms, it was even less appealing than the big family compound in the village. Grandpa Zhang had put so much effort into improving the living conditions of the Zhang family's 3 houses. If his grandson bought a 3-room house now, Grandpa would probably scold him in his dreams, pipe and all. Zhang Guoqing quickly said, "Let's go see the elderly couple's courtyard first. Just hearing about it makes me interested. I'll take you right now. That couple is very nice, and their son is filial. They're just getting old and, with no children around, worry about accidents, so they're selling. It's not far if we take the shortcut. They're both retired and usually at home, so we should find them there." Following Auntie Wang along the shortcut, it only took a short while before they arrived at the courtyard gate. Just as Auntie Wang had described, it was an ordinary little courtyard, not very large, with a comfortable distance between it and the neighbors on either side. Auntie Wang knocked on the door, and an elderly man with white hair and kindly features answered. He was holding an old book in his hand and looked to be well into his 70s. His clothes were spotlessly clean, not a single patch on them, and his complexion was rosy. He didn't look at all like someone in financial trouble who needed to sell his house. The old man seemed in excellent health, his hearing sharp. Seeing the group standing at his door, he was clearly surprised. He asked curiously, "Comrade Wang, are you bringing them to look at the house? And this comrade, you didn't bring your wife or family along?" Zhou Jiao replied, "As long as my son-in-law likes the courtyard, that's enough. Mainly, my daughter, son-in-law, and newborn grandson will be living here. My daughter is still in confinement, and her mother is taking care of her. My wife and I are both in the military, so we don't have much time. If the house is suitable, we can settle things quickly. Sir, would it be convenient for us to take a look?" The old man smiled and nodded, stepping aside to let them in. Come in, come in. We're planning to sell and move in with our eldest son. Usually, it's just the 2 of us old folks living here. Feel free to look around. I'll have my wife show you the place." As soon as Zhou Jiao entered the courtyard, he nodded to himself in approval. Though the exterior looked plain, The materials inside were all top-notch. Clearly, the old man had once been quite well off and had put a lot of thought into building this courtyard. He was no fool. Except for the high perimeter wall made of rammed earth and stone, the main house and the east wing were both brick and tile structures. The courtyard wasn't large. In the right corner was a flower bed, and aside from the patch of earth near it, the entire ground was paved with small stones. Entering the renovated main house's living room, Zhang Guoqing and his father-in-law exchanged glances, both sensing each other's surprise. They could both tell that this household didn't look like one that needed to sell their home. At first glance, the living room seemed no different from any other, but the tables and chairs were clearly made from fine wood. In front was a rosewood 8 Immortals table with several matching chairs and a few ordinary-looking armchairs. In the center, a tea set sat on a coffee table. The furniture looked old and worn, as if it had been there for decades. To the untrained eye, these might seem like useless old tables and chairs. But to Zhou Jiao and his son-in-law, these were valuable pieces that would even gave off a faint fragrance. In particular, the set of armchairs was complete and well-preserved. The old man had his wife show Zhou Jiao and his son-in-law around, while he sat down with Auntie Wang for a chat, intentionally giving them space to look over the rooms. On the left were 2 connected rooms. The outer one was set up as a study, tastefully decorated. The Kong by the window was clean, with no bedding, just a special table for playing Go, with a game already set up. Against the wall were 2 rows of bookshelves filled with all kinds of books. A large desk stood in the room, with unfinished calligraphy and paintings on top, and a piece of cursive script hung on the wall. Everywhere exuded the atmosphere of a cultured family. The adjoining bedroom had bedding still unfolded on the kang, suggesting the old lady had just gotten up. On the Kong table were 2 thick quilts made of silk and fine cotton. Against the wall stood an old-fashioned wardrobe. Not far away was a round table with 2 large armchairs. The entire set of furniture matched in material and style, arranged harmoniously throughout the room. A trace of concern flashed in Zhou Jiao's eyes. This old man was no ordinary person. He had observed carefully. Even though the furniture in the study and bedroom looked simple, underneath the paint was all precious wood. From the moment he entered the courtyard, he'd noticed that aside from the storage rooms and a few mud and thatch rooms by the right wall, everything else, though seemingly ordinary, had clearly required significant investment of effort and money. Listening to the old lady's introduction, Zhou Jiao casually asked a few questions. After a while, he relaxed a little. The family's background was none of his business. As long as both parties agreed, the sale could go ahead. To the right of the living room were 2 rooms. One was a guest room with a heated Kong. The other was spotless, with old cotton quilts and bedding neatly stacked on top of the wardrobe. The wardrobe itself was clearly a recent addition, made from ordinary wood. According to the old lady, it held their off-season clothes and some stored old fabrics. It was clear the elderly couple knew how to live well and cared about quality of life. Leaving the main house, they went to the east wing, which by area should have been 3 rooms. The 2 outer rooms had been converted into a large kitchen, as Auntie Wang had mentioned. The family clearly valued their meals. Besides the usual earth stove, there was a coal stove that had been modified, and something was simmering on it. The 2 stoves, one earth, one coal, were connected. The earth stove heated the adjacent kang, while the coal stove provided heat for the kitchen's firewall. In the corner by the door was a hand-pumped well, and against the wall stood a large water jar. There were traces of jars once lined up under the window. Though cleaned up now, the air still carried the scent of pickled vegetables and soybean paste. In the center of the kitchen was a large table, probably for family gatherings. The cupboards, tables, and stools along the wall were all tidy, showing regular upkeep. The old lady opened a hidden cellar door at the back of the kitchen. Looking inside, it was more of a basement than a cellar, very clean, with the walls freshly reinforced with earth. It was usually used for storing grains and dried goods, though it was empty now. The old lady explained that there was another cellar in the courtyard for storing cabbages and radishes in winter. Next to the kitchen was an empty room with a heated Kong. Apart from the Kong table, there was nothing else, and it was spotless. The old lady said this had once been the maid's room. She then led them to the right side of the courtyard, near the flower bed, where several stacks of firewood half-concealed 3 mud and thatch rooms. One was a combined toilet and bath, another stored gardening tools, baskets, and some coal, and the last was just a storage room the couple rarely used. Finally, the old lady made a point of showing them the outdoor cellar and well, smiling as she explained that the 2 east wing rooms had originally been built for the servants, to keep the main house free from cooking fumes. Now that they had no servants, the couple would occasionally cook noodles in the main house's living room. Zhou Jiao and his son-in-law had already made up their minds. The whole courtyard consisted of 5 main rooms and 2 side rooms. Zhou Jiao had noticed earlier that the innermost wall of the main house contained a firewall, and after confirming the heating arrangements for the main house and kitchen, he nodded in approval. The owner was a clever man. Besides the obvious heated Kong, the main house also had a hidden firewall. The living room's earth stove had been modified for greater capacity, was sanitary and safe, and supplied heat to both the Kang and the firewall. Zhou Jiao wasn't worried about the overall heating costs. Still, this courtyard wasn't something an average family could afford to buy or maintain. He was getting a real bargain here. Zhang Guoqing kept glancing at Zhou Jiao, waiting for him to ask about the price and make the final decision. He truly liked this house. It exceeded his expectations. On the surface, it didn't look much different from an ordinary courtyard, but the separation of living and dining areas was just what he wanted. Most importantly, many hidden details were handled exceptionally well. The precious wood beneath the furniture's paint, the antique books in the study's bookcase, the secret door in the basement, the fireproof wall at the back, and the water pump for the well. If it weren't for his father-in-law's sharp eye and subtle hints, he wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. He figured Zhou Jiao would love this place too. It was a fair distance from his eldest sister's home, far enough for comfort. The neighboring courtyards were also well separated, so there'd be little chance of disturbing each other. Zhou Jiao glanced at Zhang Guoqing and, seeing him staring intently, couldn't help but smile. The old man who had brought Wang Dania's wife out with him saw they'd finished looking around and beamed, "Well, not bad, right? I put a lot of thought into building this place. I designed the blueprints myself and oversaw the construction." Zhou Jiao got straight to the point. "Sir, are you really selling? My kids love this house, especially the calligraphy on the study wall. It's just their taste. If you're serious about selling, name your price." The old man understood. This was a roundabout compliment for the study. He sized up Zhang Guoqing and nodded. "This young man is good, a book lover. Forgive me for asking, but what do the young couple do? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer." Zhou Jiao waved it off. "They're still young. My son-in-law plans to start working. My daughter is taking care of the child and wants to see if she can continue her studies. My wife and I are both in the military, away most of the year. The house is mainly for them. I like the layout, and my daughter loves to read. Why don't you name your price?" The old man was delighted. He asked Zhang Guoqing a few questions, then seriously inquired about what books he'd read, his thoughts on them, and his favorite genres. He even recommended a few books. Zhang Guoqing was almost out of breath from all the questions, but he genuinely liked the house, and the old man's cultured conversation and insightful explanations made him feel enlightened. Soon, he was completely absorbed, answering every question earnestly. The two of them, one old and one young, chatted away enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the old lady listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions about the young couple's daily habits, especially the daughter-in-law's personality and interests, whom she hadn't met yet. It was clear the elderly couple had deep feelings for this courtyard and were reluctant to entrust it to just anyone. After several rounds of probing and conversation, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Seeing his wife nod slightly, the old man turned to Zhou Jiao and asked, "Are you buying just the house or the furniture as well?" Zhou Jiao studied him for a moment, then saw the old man nod. "Sir, are you sure you want to sell? Think it over. If you're selling the furniture too, I want everything." The old man realized he was dealing with an expert and was even happier. He glanced at Wang Daniu's wife and said, "We're selling. My two sons already have everything they need. I can tell your son-in-law really likes it. If you want it, my wife and I will just take our personal belongings to our eldest son's house. The whole courtyard, 800 yuan, non-negotiable. If you agree, we can transfer ownership this afternoon. But I'll be taking some of the books with me." Zhou Xiaozheng agreed without hesitation. He turned to Wang Daniu's wife, "Auntie, thank you so much for today. Please help us with the house buying process and act as our intermediary." He then pulled out a thick wad of cash and counted out 800 yuan for the old man. He could tell the old man was shrewd and experienced. He'd seen how he'd kept Wang Daniu's wife around and that knowing smile earlier. This courtyard was clearly the work of a clever mind. As for why he was selling or what kind of person he was, that was none of his business. Wang Daniu's wife had never seen such a straightforward deal. But thinking of the military style, she understood. She didn't see why the house was worth 800 yuan. Courtyards twice the size didn't go for more than 1,000. Aside from the big kitchen in the east wing and the outer room converted into a living room, she thought the price was steep and could be bargained down. But seeing the smiles on Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhang Guoqing's faces, she swallowed her words. She sighed inwardly. When buying a house, it's best to have a woman take a look. "Sir, please count the money. We'll wait for Auntie Wang to take us to transfer the title. As for the house, you can stay a few more days if you like. We're not in a hurry to move in." The old man shook his head, counted the money, and said the house had finally found the right owners. He told his wife to pack up his books, paintings, their personal items, and the remaining food into the cart in the courtyard. Once the transfer was done, they'd have someone take it all away. With the deed in hand, the old man hurried everyone off to complete the transfer. He was even more eager than Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhang Guoqing. This made Wang Daniu's wife even more certain the house wasn't worth the price. The seller was in a rush. With Auntie Wang's help, the transfer went quickly, done in less than an hour. Zhang Guoqing filled in Zhou Jiao's name as the new owner. When they returned to the courtyard, the cart was already loaded with a few boxes, 3 new quilts, a bag of food, and about 10 books. Zhang Guoqing repeatedly asked the old man if there was anything else he wanted to take. He hadn't expected the couple to leave with so little. He'd never intended to keep their old quilts and pots. The old man laughed heartily, saying they already had everything they needed at home and didn't need the rest. If they didn't want it, just throw it out. He handed over 2 sets of keys and repeatedly reminded Zhang Guoqing to air out the books regularly and pay attention to certain details. He also told them about the neighbors and their quirks. Finally, he left his address, telling Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhang Guoqing to visit if they had any questions. He smiled, saying the young couple would love the house and that there were plenty of surprises for them to discover. Auntie Wang was dumbfounded by the whole process. Was this really how people bought and sold houses? It all seemed like a game, less than 2 hours from start to finish. After seeing the old couple off, they went with Auntie Wang to the neighborhood committee. After paying the fees, Zhang Guoqing went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought a kilo of milk candies for the women at the committee. He knew how influential they could be. With everything settled, Zhang Guoqing excitedly tugged at his father-in-law. "Dad, let's go back and take another look." "I haven't had a good look yet." "We really lucked out. This place is a real gem. It's so unassuming on the outside, but it has everything inside. Jiao will love it, especially the study. Let's go home early and tell her she'll be thrilled." Zhou Xiaozheng chuckled at his eagerness. He knew the young couple would love it. He himself had been surprised to find such a treasure in the county. "Right. Let's change the locks first. We should take a good look and tidy up a bit. Your mom and I can buy some things for the house over the next few days. Dad, you already bought the house for us, so I won't be polite about that, but you don't need to buy anything else. Last time, Mom brought over a whole cartload of stuff. I've hidden it all away so people won't get jealous. Don't buy any more. If we need anything, we'll add it slowly after we move in. It's fine. There's a basement in the kitchen. Let's check if there's anything else that needs fixing." Zhou Xiaozheng wanted to get everything ready so Jiao could move in. Living with the in-laws couldn't compare to having their own space. Besides, he was worried he wouldn't be able to take much time off once he started work, so he wanted to get everything set up while he was still around. Father and son-in-law bought new locks and returned to the courtyard. This time, it felt completely different. It was theirs now. They started inspecting the place, beginning with the main bedroom. The master bedroom was now empty except for the mattress. The study's bookcase was locked. The calligraphy and paintings on the wall had been taken down and placed in the bookcase, probably because Zhou Jiao had mentioned Zhang Guoqing liked the cursive script, so they'd left it. Now, the study only had the books in the bookcase and a custom Kong table. The Go board, calligraphy tools, and paintings were all gone. The tea set in the living room had also been taken. The two rooms on the right were left untouched. They noticed the old lady had packed up all the obvious valuables. Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing looked at each other and burst out laughing. That old lady was something else. They went to the East Wing kitchen, shut off the coal stove, and changed the locks on the main gate and bedroom. Seeing there was nothing left to clean, they closed the windows, locked up, and prepared to leave. Zhao Yuanyuan was riding her bicycle home after shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative. From a distance, she saw Zhang Guoqing accompanying a tall, imposing soldier, being led by Granny Wang from the neighborhood committee as they turned into a small alley. Zhao Yuanyuan was about to catch up, but suddenly realized it might not be appropriate for a young woman like her to approach them. Her eyes darted as she came up with an idea. She hurried home, handed her purchases to her mother, and before her mother could react, she rushed off on her bike toward the neighborhood committee. When she arrived, she asked around and learned that Granny Wang was showing a house to a father-in-law and son-in-law pair over by the Armed Forces Department. Zhao Yuanyuan was overjoyed, secretly wondering how she could help them buy the house as soon as possible. She rode her bike slowly around the area, but didn't run into them. Instead, she bumped into her father, Zhao Dashan. Zhao Yuanyuan, what are you up to, sneaking around like that? Tell me, are you looking for your old man, or are you up to something else? Zhao Dashan was curious. His daughter rarely came to this part of town. Seeing her father, Zhao Yuanyuan casually parked her bike in a corner, ran over and hugged him, complaining, "Comrade Zhao Dashan, you really break my heart. How can you say your own daughter is sneaky? Have you ever seen such a righteous and outstanding comrade as Zhao Yuanyuan, with her thick eyebrows and honest face?" Zhao Dashan patted her on the head. "All right, enough clowning around. What brings you here? Do you know someone here?" "Dad, I just saw Zhang Guoqing showing a house to a soldier." Before I could say anything, they disappeared. I asked one of the ladies at the committee, and she said it was a father-in-law and son-in-law looking at a house around here, but now I can't find them. Zhao Dashan thought for a moment. Only Professor Lu's courtyard was up for sale nearby. If he guessed right, Zhou Jiao's father, Zhou Xiaozheng, must have returned. He needed to see Zhang Guoqing anyway. Are you hoping Zhou Jiao will move to the county? Stick with your dad, and we'll find them. Zhao Dashan took Zhao Yuanyuan to Professor Lu's house and knocked on the door. Inside, Zhang Guoqing's voice called out, "Coming, coming, just a moment." Zhang Guoqing poked his head out and said, "Oh, uncle, how did you know I was here?" "Come in, my father-in-law is inside too." Zhao Dashan nodded and went in. As soon as he saw Zhou Xiaozheng, his face lit up with excitement and he immediately saluted. Zhou Xiaozheng quickly returned the salute, squinting as realization dawned. He pointed at Zhao Dashan and said, "Aren't you Zhao Dashan from the XXX regiment, under Commander Ma, the rascal who always stole melons? When did you retire? What about your buddy Daniel? Zhao Dashan? Wait, are you the Zhao Dashan that Xiaowu said is the head of the Armed Forces Department?" Zhao Dashan grinned foolishly at him. "Zheng Ji, you're alive? We missed you so much. It's so good to see you alive and well. Does the provincial capital know you're back?" As he spoke, he stepped forward and hugged Zhou Xiaozheng tightly. "We really missed you. I'm Dashan. Can't believe you still remember me. No wonder Zhou Jiao's father is also called Zhou Xiaozheng. I thought you were from Beijing." "Danio, he died in action. That year our regiment went out, and he never came back." He let go, still gripping Zhou Xiaozheng's arm. Zhengji, this time you have to come to my house for a drink. No one's taking you away. I just arrived at noon today, and I still need to talk to my daughter. Give us a couple of days to get settled, then I'll come over for drinks. How about that? No way, you're still on active duty. How do you have so much time off? Zhengji, you're as efficient as ever. In just one afternoon, you've already bought a courtyard. Is this for Xiao Wu and his wife? Oh, this is my daughter. She's friends with your Zhou Jiao. She insisted on finding you when she saw you were buying a house, just so she could visit Zhou Jiao more easily. Yuan, this is Zhou Jiao's father. You should call him Uncle Zhou. Zhao Yuan stared wide-eyed at Zhou Xiaozheng, curiosity all over her face. Uncle Zhou, you're the legendary soldier my dad always talks about, and also Zhou Jiao's father? You're the same person. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded with a smile, then turned to Zhao Dashan. So, is she still a little firecracker? Zhao Dashan burst out laughing. Doesn't she look just like her mother? If her mom sees you, you'll never get out of my house. Yuan, ride over to Zhangjia village and tell Zhao Jiao and your Aunt Zhou that Uncle Zhou and Xiao Wu have been dragged to my place and will be home late tonight. Before Zhou Xiaozheng could protest, Zhao Yuan had already dashed out and ridden off. Zhao Dashan hurriedly told the two men to stop tidying up and come to his house to see Red Pepper. She'd be over the moon to see Zhou Xiaozheng. Zhao Dashan dragged Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhang Guoqing home. Before they even entered the courtyard, Zhao Dashan's booming voice rang out. Hongli, come out and see who's here. Who's here? Look at how excited you are. The voice came from inside before the person appeared. A middle-aged woman, neat and tidy in a patched, faded cotton jacket, came bustling out with a bamboo tray in her hands. She looked up at the visitors, puzzled over who could make old Zhao so happy. Suddenly, the tray fell from her hands and she didn't even notice. Pointing a trembling finger at Zhou Xiaozheng, she cried, Zhou Xiaozheng, you're still alive? Didn't everyone say you were dead? You faker, you're really alive? Where have you been all these years, almost 20 years without a word? Zhou Xiaozheng stepped forward, picked up the tray, and handed it back to her. Red Pepper, you haven't changed a bit. If you're still alive, how could I not be? I'm younger than you, I have to live a few more years at least. Cheng Hongli wiped her tears away, happily dragging him inside. If the others knew you were alive, they'd skin you alive. You don't know how many girls in our women's regiment fainted from crying when news of your death came. Weren't you from Beijing? How'd you end up in this backwater? Are you on a mission? And what really happened all those years? Were you on a secret assignment? She turned to her husband, Zhao Dashan, and said, Go buy some meat, or even some cooked food. He loves meat, can't live without it. Hurry up. Oh, Xiao Wu, you're here to see your uncle? No business talk today, just stay for dinner. Auntie has an important guest today. Bao Dashan laughed heartily and said to Zhou Xiaozheng, See? Didn't I say my wife wouldn't let you leave? When news of your death came, she cried her eyes out, and so did a bunch of other girls. Everyone said if you hadn't gone back to Beijing, things would have been different. Zhengji, you were the envy of all your comrades. He glanced at Cheng Hongli, who was rolling her eyes. Silly woman, haven't you figured it out yet? Think about what Jinhua's father is called. Xiao Wu is his son-in-law. How about that? I had to drag him here to see you. Cheng Hongli was stunned. She looked at Zhou Xiaozheng, then at Zhang Guoqing, and asked in disbelief, You mean this Zhou Xiaozheng is the same one we knew? No way. You're saying Zhao Jiao's dad is this guy we know? How's that possible? Wasn't he from Beijing? Some of our old comrades even went to the wedding. Zhang Guoqing watched the scene with great interest. He thought to himself, maybe I should tell Zhao Jiao, looks like my father-in-law was quite the ladies' man back in the day. Zhou Xiaozheng put on a stern face and told the dumbfounded couple, I married a girl from Beijing who said I was from there. We have guests, Red Pepper, don't you know how to treat visitors? Go make some tea. Cheng Hongli shot him a look. With your son-in-law here, I'll give you some face. Who doesn't know your stern face is just for show? When old Zhao got caught stealing melons, who secretly confiscated them? Who ate them all, waiting for old Zhao to steal again? No tea, just plain hot water. With that, she grabbed some money and rushed out, calling as she went, Old Zhao, we've got a troublesome guest. There's no meat left, only white radish. You all sit here, I'm off to buy some radishes. As soon as he entered the living room, Zhou Xiaozhang glanced around and saw that all the necessary furniture and appliances, sofas, radios, and the like, were there. He nodded slightly and said, "Dashin, you're living quite comfortably here." Comfortable? Not really, just muddling through. Zhangji, you have no idea. This armed forces department is basically a matchmaking agency. All day long it's just bickering and squabbling. Hey, Zhangji, do you still remember Yazahua? Zhao Dashin pulled him down to sit and asked. Zhou Xiaozhang put on a stern face. What nonsense are you talking about? There are kids here. Zhao Dashin grinned mischievously. Oh, I didn't expect you to be such a doting father-in-law, Zhangji. After you got transferred, Yazahua didn't settle down until you got married. She even cried when she told us you'd left. Look at you. You were so heartless back then. Ignored her completely, but she still hasn't forgotten you. She's in the provincial capital now. How about we all get together? I've met your wife, so you're not going to chicken out now, are you? Zhou Xiaozhang kicked him and scolded with a laugh. How did a rascal like you get into the people's ranks? Yazahua? She's more like Yijianmiai now. Zhao Dashin burst out laughing. Drink some water, drink some water. Zhangji, now that you're back, you're not going to keep hiding your identity, right? Are you still with your old unit, or have you been transferred? Zhou Xiaozhang straightened up and got serious. He hadn't forgotten his son-in-law, still had things to sort out. I haven't applied for a transfer, still at the same place. Jiao Jiao's mother is in Beijing, so I'm not going to toss things around. In a couple of years, the kids will move back to Beijing too, and our family will be reunited. What the old man told you last time, you need to keep it in mind. I'm entrusting Xiaowu to you. Don't worry about anything else, just let him learn from you how to handle people and relationships. If you run into any problems, just say so and we'll sort them out, no need for gossip. Zhao Dashin shook his head easily. No problem. This little place, I can handle it. The old man already talked to me, so I've arranged everything. Just waiting for the kid to show up, but he's been dragging his feet. Xiaowu, tell me, when are you planning to start work? Waiting for Jiao Jiao's 1-month celebration. Zhang Guoqing replied cheerfully, Uncle, you're blaming me wrong. I didn't know you worked so fast. I thought I'd have to wait until spring, and was planning to find you before the new year. Whenever is convenient for you, I'll start. After the new year is fine too. Main thing is, I don't want to cause you any trouble. There won't be any problems. The province has already approved your position, and someone there gave me a heads up. Remember to thank them later. Zhangji, the old man took him to a meeting at the provincial military district. Words already spread. What about Jiao Jiao's job? Should we settle that too while we're at it? Zhou Xiaozhang glanced at Zhang Guoqing, who nodded slightly in understanding. Uncle, we're all family here, so I'll be honest. We didn't plan for Jiao Jiao to work right now. She should focus on her health first. Ping'an is still too little, and it'd be too exhausting to take care of a baby and work. Besides, if she starts working now, it wouldn't look good. Let's wait until this period blows over, then we'll talk. Zhao Dashin nodded. All right, you're steady and thorough, that's good. Zhou Xiaozhang nodded too, then said to Zhao Dashin, Dashin, I've seen my Jiao Jiao. She's pale and thin, malnourished, and still has to take care of the baby. I'll be heading back to Beijing for my new post in a few days and won't have time to look after her. I have another idea. After the baby turns 2 months old at the end of the year, Xiaowu can take Jiao Jiao and the baby to Beijing for a while. There are some things in Beijing that require both of them to be there. How about starting work after the new year? If there's any problem, just say so, don't hide it. We'll figure it out together. Zhao Dashin thought for a moment, then shook his head. No problem. I'll just hold on to the paperwork for now, and you can start before the spring recruitment. It'd be best to transfer your household registration to the county. Didn't you just buy a house? Once that's done, you can start work right away. Then, turning to Zhang Guoqing, he said, if transferring your registration is a hassle, just go to Zuolin. Yesterday he mentioned there was a temp job opening he'd planned to give you. Now you don't need it, but remember to thank him. That temp job was arranged by your second sister's father-in-law, Old Chen. Maybe have Old Chen and Zuolin talk and transfer it to your eldest or second brother. They want someone to start before the new year, it's urgent. Move quickly, lots of people are eyeing that spot. He then explained to Zhou Zhang Ji, Old Chin is Zhou Lin's close buddy. Before, we didn't know the old man was coming, so Old Chin said it'd be a pity for Xiao Wu to stay in the countryside, and since he wasn't going into the army, he asked Zhou Lin to try and get him a temp job. It took over half a year for Zhou Lin to arrange it. But now the old man's here, so the spot is open again. It's still Old Chen's favor, but it depends if he wants to give it to someone else. He's got a lot of relatives. He really likes Xiao Wu and worked hard to get Zhou Lin to arrange it. Old Chen probably appreciates how Xiao Wu always helps their family. They only have one son, and after he married Xiao Wu's second sister, Xiao Wu's always helped out whenever there's trouble. The old man takes good care of him. Xiao Wu's a great son-in-law. You really lucked out. Zhou Lin said if Old Chin wanted to give the job to someone else, he wouldn't agree, but for Xiao Wu, he's happy to do it. This kid, along with the county secretary's youngest son, the township secretary's son, my daughter, and Jiao, they're a tight group of 5. When they were in school in the county, the 3 boys even got nicknamed the tripod. So you see, this kid's sharp. Zhou Xiaozheng shot Zhao Dashan a look of disdain and said, unconvinced, lucked out? My Jiao is the real treasure. If I'd come back a year or 2 earlier, she wouldn't have married anyone. I'd have spoiled her every day, whatever made her happy. Zhao Dashan roared with laughter. Right, this kid really did luck out, struck gold. Half the county is jealous enough to grit their teeth, all wanting to ambush him in a sack. Zhou Xiaoyang nodded proudly. Exactly. My Jiao is wonderful, beautiful, and smart. Honestly, Xiao Wu's the lucky one to marry her. She even refused to go to Beijing with me for him. If I wasn't worried about making her sad, I'd have dragged her there long ago. Zhang Guoqing just nodded. There was nothing he could do. Whenever his father-in-law talked about his daughter, she was always right, always the best. End of story. There's no cure for a doting father. Zhao Dashan watched the usually cold-faced Zhou Xiaozhang go all mushy over his daughter and felt a chill. He wished all those crazy fangirls could see this. This was the legendary soldier king Zhou Xiaozhang, a total daughter fanatic. Zhao Yuan was riding her bicycle in high spirits, hurrying toward the village. She was secretly delighted this time. Jiao was finally heading to the county town, and she would have a companion at last. When she arrived at the Zhang family courtyard at the foot of Beishan, she hadn't even entered the yard before she started shouting, Jiao, I'm here. I have good news for you. After calling out, she pushed her bike into the yard and saw Zhang Guoqing's mother beaming at her. Here to see Jiao, are you, girl? Go on in. Ping'an is probably sleeping, so Jiao can't answer you loudly. Go on in. Zhao Yuan smiled sheepishly, realizing she'd forgotten that babies couldn't be startled by loud noises. Auntie, Zhang Guoqing and my Uncle Zhou were dragged home by my dad to drink. My dad asked me to come over and let you know, since he and Uncle Zhou are old friends, so you don't have to worry. Mother Zhang nodded cheerfully. All right, go tell Jiao in her room. Stay for dinner, don't rush off. Have a good chat with her. Okay. But I won't stay for dinner, it'll be too late to go home. Auntie, I'm going in. With that, she hurried to the west wing where Zhou Jiao's bedroom was. Zhou Jiao had already heard her from afar. Hearing the commotion at the door, she quickly called out, Yuan, come in. How do you have time to visit today? Entering the room, Zhao Yuan saw Zhou Jiao's mother, whom she'd met before. Auntie, I should call you Aunt Zhou now. I didn't know last time that you were Uncle Zhou's wife. Today my dad ran into Uncle Zhou and found out they were old army buddies. Uncle Zhou and Xiao Wu were taken home by my dad, so he asked me to come let you know so you wouldn't worry. Lin Lishan smiled at the lively girl before her. Her personality was completely different from her own daughter's. This girl chattered away nonstop, her voice bright and clear, and her manner was open and polite. Oh, thank you for your trouble, Yuan. Last time I saw you, you left in a hurry. This time, sit down and chat with me for a while. Zhou Jiao smiled at Zhao Yuan, knowing she must have something urgent to say. Seeing the excitement in her eyes, she wore a look that said, just ask me already. But Zhou Jiao deliberately didn't ask. Zhao Yuanyuan stomped her foot in frustration. Aren't you curious how my dad found Uncle Zhou? Jiao Jiao, it wasn't at work. I took him straight to Uncle Zhou. If you don't ask, I'm not telling. Zhou Jiao replied slowly. Did you see my dad and Xiaowu looking for a house near your place and run into them? Zhao Yuanyuan's jaw dropped in disbelief. She covered her mouth and looked at Lin Lishan, complaining, Auntie, look at her. I'm wounded again. She's no fun at all, can't she at least pretend to be curious and guess? Lin Lishan patted her comfortingly. Ignore her, let her play with her son. You and I can have a good chat. So, what were your Uncle Zhou and Xiaowu doing when you saw them? Did they send any messages back? Zhao Yuanyuan slapped her forehead apologetically. I'm such a scatterbrain. Auntie, I didn't get a chance to ask. When I found them, they were installing a lock. The house was already bought. The previous owner was a professor, just him and his wife living there. Now they're old and need their son to take care of them, so they sold it. I didn't go inside, just looked around the yard. There was only a flower bed in the corner, no vegetables or chickens, very clean. My dad said the owner was cultured and refined, so the inside should be nice too. You wouldn't believe it, Uncle Zhou and them bought the house in less than 2 hours, faster than my mom buying cabbages. Xiaowu didn't ask me to bring any messages, he was busy with the lock. My dad grabbed Uncle Zhou, so he didn't have time to talk to me either. Besides, I was so happy I just ran straight here to tell Jiao Jiao the news. Lin Lishan and Zhou Jiao both burst out laughing. Zhao Yuanyuan really was as impulsive as ever. Lin Lishan hadn't expected her husband to settle the house so quickly and to run into Zhao Dashan as well. She'd met Zhao Dashan before. He would be her Xiaowu's boss in the future. Now that they were old acquaintances, things would be even easier for Xiaowu. This meeting also helped confirm the start date for work. She wondered if it would be postponed until after the new year. She and her husband didn't have much time to spend with their daughter, they'd have to hurry back. She was even planning to have Jiao Jiao's family of 3 stay at home for a while, spend more time with the child, and maybe take her to Shanghai for a visit. Zhao Yuanyuan curiously took the baby's tiny hand, giggling. Jiao Jiao, your son's hands are so small. He's grown so much in just a few days. Last time his face was all red, now it's fair and tender. He's growing so fast. He doesn't cry or fuss, much better than my cousin's kids. Hey little guy, can you understand me? Why are you staring at me? Wow, his eyes look just like yours, Jiao Jiao. Zhou Jiao beamed at that. After more than half a month of nourishing food, her complexion had become rosy. Since giving birth, she'd grown even more gentle and elegant, calm and poised, with a graceful air in every movement. Her smile left Zhao Yuanyuan stunned. The frail little girl in her memory was becoming more and more beautiful. Jiao Jiao, now I know why Xiaowu was in such a hurry to marry you. You're getting prettier every day. Last time, Qinglin said Xiaowu didn't care about saving face. Before anyone else could react, he rushed to marry you and have a baby. He even lamented his own bad luck, saying that by the time Ping'an is old enough to run errands, he still won't know where his mother-in-law is, and he'll never catch up to Xiaowu. Qinglin doesn't even dare stay home now. He says his dad just shakes his head at him every time he sees him. What did he do to deserve that? It's all Xiaowu's fault. Now he's worried his dad will marry him off if he's not careful. Haha, we all think it makes sense. Taozi says his mom wants to bring home every girl she sees. If he weren't still in school, his innocence would be at risk. The two of them keep counting the days, just waiting for your baby's 1-month celebration so they can settle accounts with Xiaowu. Lin Lishan nodded in agreement. Jiao Jiao really did look much better now, but she was still too thin. If only Jiao Jiao were as sturdy as you, Yuanyuan. Don't envy her petite frame. Your build is healthy. Look at you. Rosy cheeks, thick eyebrows, big eyes, tall and pretty. Just make sure not to gain too much weight. You're in your 2nd year of high school now, right? Are you planning to go to college or just get your diploma and start working? Zhao Yuanyuan pulled a face. Auntie, there's no way I'll get into college. My dad wants me to plan my life and fulfill my dreams. That's way too lofty. But my mom says the supply and marketing cooperative usually hires internally, so she wants to pull some strings and see if I can get in early. Zhou Jiao agreed with this approach. Better to be prepared. She herself should find a job in the next couple of years, otherwise she'd lose touch with society. She didn't care about the salary, just wanted something easy with more free time. Do county jobs not recruit outsiders anymore? Lin Lishan was surprised they were already job hunting in Yuan Yuan's second year of high school. There was still more than a year until graduation. What was the rush? Auntie, except for the textile and meat processing plants, which occasionally hire outsiders, the rest are all internal hires. By the way, Jiao, have you decided where you want to work? There aren't many job openings, it's not easy to get one, Zhou Jiao said, remembering that in these years there was a policy to downsize workers. After that wave of layoffs, it became even harder for rural people to get into the city. She'd have to analyze and plan carefully tonight. Jiao, you always have good ideas. Help me think, what other good jobs are there? Zhou Jiao smiled. What's the rush? I think being a train attendant would suit you. You'd get to travel all over the country, and since you're not short of money, you could see the world. You work a few days, then get a few days off, lots of free time. The only downside is it's not convenient to get from the county to the provincial capital. If I could, I'd want to do it myself. Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up as she imagined it, but after a moment she sighed. Being a train attendant would be great, but without connections, there's no way in. Zhou Jiao glanced at Lin Lishan. She was a bit tempted herself. As for connections, her grandfather had taken Zhang Guoqing to the provincial capital for a few days last time. Maybe something could be arranged. Lin Lishan glanced at her but said nothing. Her daughter's job would depend on her father. He'd never let her do something so tiring. He'd already planned that once the baby was a year old, they'd hire an old lady to look after Ping'an so Jiao could recover and return to work. Zhou Jiao considered the feasibility of Yuan becoming a train attendant and said vaguely, "Don't rush, talk it over with your parents first. Maybe being a train attendant isn't as great as I think. If your parents agree, your dad will help you. There's still plenty of time before graduation, no need to hurry. And the supply and marketing cooperative is good too, just sitting all day, no hard labor. Yeah, no rush. Let's just enjoy little Ping'an for now. Work can wait." "Oh, are you going back to Beijing for New Year's to be with your parents?" Zhou Jiao saw her mother waiting expectantly for her answer and smiled. "Mom, even if I can't be with you for New Year's, I'll visit during the holiday. It's already late October, still 2 months till New Year's. I checked, and Ping'an can go out after 3 months. You and Dad can focus on work. I'll send a telegram when I'm on my way. I also plan to go to Shanghai with Xiao Wu before he starts work." Lin Lishan nodded happily. "Let's plan before you go to Shanghai, see when I can get time off." Zhao Yuan quickly chimed in. Jiao, when you go to Shanghai, take me with you. I'll ask for leave from school." "Okay, but we can't go until Ping'an is 3 months old." "I'll let you know then." Lin Lishan calculated the time. They'd have to wait until after going to Beijing to decide on a longer trip. The earliest would be spring, when the weather was warmer and it was safe to take the baby out. By then, she could get time off too. Zhao Yuan grinned from ear to ear. As long as she was with Zhou Jiao, her parents would agree to anything. Jiao, when are you moving to the county town?" "The sooner the better. The new house is close to mine, so I can visit often. Not moving yet, but we'll stay there for a few days at a time. See that new house next door? My in-laws built it for us after dividing the family property. Once everything's settled, we'll move to the county town." "I see, so you'll split the family first, then move. Hee, remember to look for me when you get to the county town." Zhou Jiao nodded. "In about 10 days, I'll be allowed out. I'll come find you in the county town. Also, you need to get me a set of review materials from school." Zhao Yuan gave her a thumbs up. "You're awesome. I'll get them for you right away. Next year, you and Xinglin should take the exam together and put him in his place. Since you two left, he's been the boss for too long." Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. "Aren't you afraid I'll tell him? He'll come after you." Zhao Yuan lifted her chin and snorted proudly, making everyone want to tease her. "I'm not afraid. I've learned that a smart girl doesn't fight with boys." She laughed at herself. Jiao, I have to go. When you're allowed out, remember to find me." Auntie, do you want to go to the county town with me to see the new house and pick up Uncle Zhou? Lin Lishan tapped her with a finger. You just want someone to go back with you, right? I'll wait until tomorrow, just in time to tidy up over there. If you're going back, take some things for them to drink with their wine. She went to the sitting room, took down 2 dried wild rabbits and pheasants, and packed some mushrooms and black fungus in a cloth bag for her. Zhao Yuanyuan tried to refuse, but Zhou Jiao insisted she take them. After saying goodbye, she hurried off on her bike once again. After seeing her off, Lin Lishan returned with a sigh. She's such a whirlwind, always in a rush. But she's a good girl, full of energy. Zhou Jiao laughed. She has a nickname, Wind Fire Wheels. She's always in a hurry, no matter what she's doing, and has made quite a few funny blunders because of it. But she's a great person, really warm and friendly, just like her mom. If you visit their home, you'll see both mother and daughter are quick-tempered. They bicker all the time, but their relationship is really close. Lin Lishan could easily picture the scene. She handed a bowl of dessert to Zhou Jiao and started talking about the new house and the family division. She was curious why the Zhang family insisted on waiting until next year to split up and move in. Since the new house was already built, why not just move in by the end of the year? Next year, Zhou Jiao and her husband would be too busy anyway. Now that the child's father had bought a small courtyard in the county, who could manage both places? In her opinion, there was no need to build another house in the village who would come back to live there. In a couple of years, even the county house would probably be empty. Zhou Jiao shrugged helplessly. What could she do? But she had noticed her mother-in-law was considering splitting up before the new year. As for the village house, she actually understood Zhang Guoqing's reasoning. That would be their ancestral home in the future, and they could grow some fruits, vegetables, and grains in the courtyard. As for when to split the family, no matter how Father Zhang planned it, she and her husband were determined to get the new house ready before the new year. She didn't plan to buy new furniture either. She'd just move over what they were using now and make do. Who would have time to go back and forth next year? As for convincing the elders to agree to splitting up before the new year, that was Zhang Guoqing's job. As a daughter-in-law, she was determined not to get involved or say a word. Lin Lishan was reassured that her daughter knew what she was doing. Moving out earlier would be good, let the young couple live their own life. She quietly reminded Zhou Jiao to make sure to build a basement in a hidden spot. The dowry she'd prepared for her daughter should be retrieved from her mother soon. With several nieces and nephews about to get married, who knew if her mother might use it for someone else? Seeing Zhou Jiao's confusion, Lin Lishan explained, "Your dowry is all at your grandmother's. I've already talked to her this time. When you go to Beijing, she'll give it all to you. The sooner you go, the sooner you can get it back. Who knows if your cousins might use it when they get married. I've spent years collecting things for you from all over the country. And about the house in Shanghai, honestly, you really should go there. It's been 6 or 7 years, and your dad asked an old man to look after it. What if something happens to him? The piano and everything else there cost your dad a fortune. Money can tempt people. The sooner you take care of it, the better. If you can hide things, hide them." "Mom, don't scare me. Didn't you already give me the house? How come there's still a dowry? Why don't you just get it back from Grandma yourself and give it to Dad? I do want to go to Shanghai and sort things out early, so it doesn't cause trouble for Dad later. But Ping'an will only be 2 months old at the end of the year. Can I take him on a trip?" Lin Lishan laughed at her daughter's frown. Who complains about having too much stuff? There are big and small items, and your grandmother really dotes on your eldest cousin. If she says she used your things, what could I say? You're not in Beijing, and if I just take them back myself, it wouldn't be right. There are a lot of jade pieces among the small items, not worth much locally, but rare in Beijing. Some things even your aunt and second aunt don't know about. If your grandmother gets confused, who could explain? It's not that I don't trust her, but it's better to sort things out early, so there's no awkwardness later. Zhou Jiao looked at her worriedly. "Mom, did something happen at Grandma's this time? Is someone jealous of us, or did someone bully you? If you don't tell me, I'll ask Dad." Lin Lishan patted her head and sighed. "You're too clever. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. No one bullied me. I just can't figure some things out. Your eldest aunt never cared about money when your uncle wasn't home, but maybe now that her 2 kids are getting married, things have changed. This time, your uncle gave his bonus to your grandmother, and your aunt wasn't happy. She made some comments behind the scenes. If your second aunt weren't out in the Northwest, there would have been a real fight. It's not even that much money. I'm just worried that if your aunt finds out about your things, it'll cause trouble. Your second aunt's family is from a big compound, but they're dirt poor, with 4 kids. Your 2 cousins aren't as capable as you. They like to enjoy life and chase after material things. Human nature can't be tested. It's best to get your things back early. They're yours anyway. Zhou Jiao teased her with a smile. Oh my rich mom is actually being so careful. Okay, I'll listen to you and sort it out early. If they really need something in the future, we can help them then. Mom, don't worry, like you always say, if money can solve it, it's not a problem. Don't stress. You're married now and everyone has their own family. We'll help if we can. As long as you and Dad are well, that's all that matters. You can't take these things with you when you go. Lin Lishan rolled her eyes at her. That's all my painstaking effort for you, my love, you know? All our family's savings are with your grandmother. This time, your dad ran to you like his feet were on fire after she took your uncle's money, but didn't mention returning my deposit slip. Your aunt probably bought her house with your grandmother's help, maybe even with our money. She should have at least told me. I'm not stupid. Oh, you have no idea who I can even talk to about this. Your grandmother is really getting old. She just clings to money and doesn't know how to say no to your uncle. She can't even spend her own salary, so what's the point? Your aunt is still talking about buying a house for your cousin, and your other aunt just smiles and says nothing. I don't know what to do. Thank goodness your dad pulled me out of there, or I'd have suffocated. Zhou Jiao nodded in understanding. For her elegant mother to be so rattled she had to sneak away, things must have been worse than she let on. If her mom sensed something was wrong, there were probably other issues too. After a moment's silence, Zhou Jiao asked softly, is my aunt's family really struggling? Looks like my eldest cousin is about to get married, and her fiancé seems to be from a good family. Grandma is planning to arrange a match for my second uncle's eldest son. Maybe it's already settled, just waiting for him to come back and get married. The eldest grandson is old enough, and with Dad and Uncle in Beijing, the next step is probably to transfer my cousin back to Beijing. Lin Lishan smiled proudly. No wonder your grandfather always praises you for being smart. Your aunt chose her own husband, and she's the one supporting the whole family. She didn't dare have kids until she was 25, and now she has 2 sons. She's always been closest to your grandmother. Her husband is a good man, and now that his siblings are grown, their burden is lighter. As for your eldest cousin, I always thought she was aloof and proud, above worldly things like money and status, but I was wrong. This time, she found someone plain-looking, only 170 centimeters tall, a year older than her, the son of a hospital director, with a grandfather still in office. But aside from that, there's nothing special about him. Your grandfather doesn't like that he's not in the military, thinks he's too short and the family is complicated, but it's no use objecting. I'm worried that after she gets married, she'll lie your dowry. As for your eldest male cousin, he doesn't want to come back to Beijing, but your grandmother insists. She's got her eye on a granddaughter of one of her friends. The girl seems nice. Your grandfather says she's not as good as you, though, and wants your grandmother to keep looking. The first granddaughter-in-law has to be smart, he says. He's always praising you and your husband. Zhou Jiao blushed and protested. That's just because Grandpa gets along with us, not because we're anything special. Don't go bragging about your daughter and son-in-law outside. No need for me to brag. My daughter brings honor to the family wherever she goes, Lin Lishan said, giving her a sidelong glance, full of pride. Lin Dingxing returning to Beijing might not be the best thing. It would be better for him to stay outside with his second uncle for a few years, to gain experience. It's easier for young officers to get promoted out there, and when it's time for a transfer, it'll go smoothly. Who knows what Grandma Lin is thinking? Zhou Jiao really couldn't figure out her logic. Lin Lishan mentioned that Grandma Lin was using age as a reason to pressure Grandpa Lin into agreeing, but he still couldn't make up his mind. She sighed. Let's not worry about them. Your dad didn't ask for a transfer because he wants to wait until things are stable before making a move. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to get a transfer. Oh, by the way, the calligraphy you wanted, your dad got it for you, just like you asked. He'll give it to you later. He said this is your trump card, so keep it safe. He'll feel at ease handing it to you. Zhou Jiao's eyes lit up with joy. Really? Dad is so smart. As soon as I asked, he knew to tell me to keep it safe. I'll take it with me when I go to Beijing, and when you have guests over, I'll show it off once. Then Dad's job will be secure. Mom, this is better than anything else. Aren't you getting a bit carried away? You showing off? I even promised your dad you'd keep it at the bottom of your trunk and never let anyone touch it. Why the sudden urge to show off? That's not like you. Zhou Jiao smiled mysteriously. That's a secret. You and Dad can't show it off or even mention it, but I can bring it out as the younger generation to make an impression. Anyway, Dad knows what he's doing. Lin Lishan thought of her husband's expression at the time and then looked at her daughter, truly father and daughter. Oh well, let them keep their secrets. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Jiao made up her mind. Mom, I'll go back at the end of the year, so don't take any assignments out of town. Ping'an will be over 2 months old by then. I'll get a sleeper ticket and travel with Xiao Wu. Keep warm and be careful. I'll take care of things properly this time, so there's no trouble later. Lin Lishan was overjoyed. She jumped up and said loudly, Really? Then I won't go anywhere, I'll just stay home and wait for you. Your dad will be thrilled. He said he'd give you 2 years, but no matter what, he'll drag you back if he has to. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. Mom, I'm so happy now, it feels like a dream. With you and Dad back, I don't feel like anything's missing anymore. Yeah, your dad's back. Our family is finally together again. It feels like a dream to me too. Sometimes I wake up afraid it's all a dream, and he'll be gone when I open my eyes. Lin Lishan felt the same way. Mother and daughter exchanged a smile, both grateful for fate's arrangement and sincerely happy for each other. Lin Lishan glanced at her watch, planning to see if she could help in the kitchen. She just checked and saw about 20 people helping tidy up the courtyard, leveling the ground. Zhou Jiao wanted to stop her, but before she could say anything, her mom had already hurried off. She smiled helplessly and opened the package her mom had brought. Sure enough, it was full of coats and fabric. She knew her mom wouldn't just buy 2 pieces. There was enough here to last her for years. She tried some on. Her mom's taste was impeccable. Everything fit perfectly. Who knew how many years it had taken to collect all this fabric? Zhou Jiao carefully hung the clothes in the wardrobe and tidied up the package. She looked at her old clothes, then the new ones, and spaced out for a moment. Then she took out 2 sets of deep red women's thermal underwear and 2 sets of gray men's thermal underwear from her space. She'd set them aside earlier for her parents. She used to have sensitive skin. After they had money, Zhang Guoqing had some custom underwear made for her, classic styles, all cotton. It wouldn't be strange to say Xiao Wu got them through connections. The style and fabric weren't unusual, and they were perfect for wearing under military uniforms, warm and comfortable. She also took out some donkey hide gelatin, bird's nest, and milk powder, putting them in the box, and moved out some of the things her mom had bought last time. After making sure nothing was missing, Zhou Jiao lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and started thinking. When Lin Lishan came in, Zhang's mother and the others were busy in the kitchen steaming meat buns and making dumplings. She washed her hands and stepped forward. Big sister, you're also busy and didn't call me over. Are you treating me like an outsider? Zhang's mother didn't stand on ceremony. We just wanted to give you and Jiao Jiao time to catch up. So, have you missed your daughter after not seeing her for a few days? Sigh. I miss her when I don't see her and miss her even more when I do. Luckily, you're here to look after her, so I don't worry. Are you making all these for yourselves or to give away? Lin Lishan looked in surprise at the dough. Zhang's mother laughed. Last time you came, you didn't get to try our dumplings, so I'm making more today. Tonight, when Brother Zhou comes back, we'll have dumplings. As for the buns, now that the courtyard is finished, we'll give some to the uncles and aunts who helped, to thank them. You're so generous, and your brothers' families are so warm-hearted. No wonder your family is so prosperous. I see your brothers and sisters-in-law get along so well, not like some families who fight over food. It's rare to see such a big family living together so harmoniously, as if you've never split up, Lin Lishan praised. Zhang's mother laughed heartily. Sister, I'll tell my sisters-in-law you praised them. They'll have to make you some insoles. This time, don't rush off like last time. In a few days, the men will come back from hunting, and it'll be lively. Brother Zhou will be back too, so you can relax and enjoy yourself. Once the hard days are over, you'll be happy every day. I grew up in the village with my brothers until I was 10. I remember how lively it was at New Year, steaming buns, making sticky bean cakes, slaughtering pigs. After I joined the army, I never saw that again. The new year is coming, and there must be lots of markets now, right? When's the big market here? I want to go, it's been years, and it's always so lively. Zhang's mother replied cheerfully, usually it's small markets, but starting in November, every 3rd, 6th, and 9th day is a big market. People from all around come. In December, the township organizes Yanko dance performances, and everyone in the village joins in. In the first month of the lunar year, we go perform in the township and county. Lin Lishan shook her head regretfully. I won't get to see the Yanko this year. My leave is already up, and I can't take more time off. In Beijing, there are temple fairs during the new year, and it's lively too. I haven't had time to go in years, but life is so much better now than before. In the small Zhao family courtyard in the county town, Zhao Dashan was chatting in the living room with his son-in-law, Zhou Xiaozheng. At the moment, Zhou Xiaozheng was praising his daughter, expressing his regret that she got married too early. He had originally hoped to keep her at home for a few more years. Uncle Zhou, you're absolutely right. Xiaowu definitely had ulterior motives, rushing to marry Jiao Jiao so early just to have a son. You have no idea how pitiful Jiao Jiao is. She can't even go shopping with me during her confinement, can't come and go as she pleases. Just now, we were talking about going to Shanghai with Auntie, but in the end, Jiao Jiao has to wait until little Ping'an is 3 months old before she can go out. Just as Zhao Yuan walked in, she overheard this and hurried to add her opinion. She really disliked how Zhang Guoqing insisted on marrying so early. What was the rush anyway? It was like he was racing against time. Great, here comes this girl again. Zhang Guoqing quickly looked up and rolled his eyes. Why did she have to bring that up? This girl was always trying to compete with him for Jiao Jiao, truly a hidden rival. Seeing her come in carrying a cloth bag, Zhao Dashan asked, Did you tell your Aunt Zhou that your uncle will be home late tonight? And why are you coming back from Jiao Jiao's place with a bag? Zhao Yuan giggled sheepishly. My Aunt Zhou gave it to me. I didn't want it, but the two of them ganged up on me. They said it's for you guys to have as snacks with your drinks. Zhou Xiaolong looked at this silly girl and couldn't help but compare her to his own Jiao Jiao. Give it to your mom to add to the dishes. What were they doing when you were there? Zhao Yuan slapped her forehead. Uncle Zhou, they were just chatting. I went over to ask Jiao Jiao for advice. Dad, didn't you say I should set goals and achieve my dreams? Well, let me tell you, I've made up my mind. I want to be a train attendant. What do you think? Jiao Jiao said it's a job with lots of freedom, long holidays, and you get to travel all over the country. I wanted to get your opinions. On the way back, I thought it sounded way better than working at the supply and marketing cooperative. Dad, what do you think? If you agree, help me out, okay? Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqing couldn't let Zhou Jiao take the blame. Knowing his wife, she probably just made a casual suggestion, but Yuan took it seriously. He interjected, Let me guess. You said you weren't interested in working at the supply and marketing cooperative, and Jiao Jiao mentioned that being a train attendant is less restrictive, with long holidays and the chance to travel. Then you said, That's it, I want to do that, and Jiao Jiao replied that while it sounds nice, there might be hidden downsides, so you should go home and ask your uncle and aunt before deciding. Am I right? Zhao Yuan's eyes widened, then she nodded. No wonder she's better than me. She tricked Jiao Jiao away from me. I don't like the supply and marketing job. It's just work every day, no different from going to school. As a train attendant, I could travel whenever I want. Zhang Guoqing smiled and said, Then you should first consider the downsides of that job. For example, if passengers give you a hard time, you have to put up with it. If the train chief asks you to clean late at night, you have to do it. If a child makes a mess, you have to clean it up too. What does a train attendant do? To put it bluntly, it's a service job, unless you become the train's announcer. Even the train chief has to clean up sometimes. Are you sure you want this job? The shortest trip from here to Beijing is 3 days and 2 nights. If you go to Shanghai, it could be 7 or 8 days. You'd be stuck on the train, cleaning all the time, surrounded by noise. Are you sure you want to do this? And those are just the obvious downsides. There are hidden issues that insiders won't tell you. Are you sure you can handle it? Honestly, the least restrictive and most promising path is to study hard. If you study for 2 more years, you could go to university with Zhou Jiao. Then you could sit comfortably in a college classroom and later, work in an office, maybe even manage others. Think about it, okay? Zhao Yuanyuan listened with her mouth agape, glanced at him, then at her father, who was nodding in agreement. She immediately pulled a long face. I'd better think about it some more. Grabbing her head and the bag, she left the room, clearly unhappy. Zhao Dashan pondered Zhang Guoqing's words and looked at him thoughtfully. Xiao Wu, if you were me, aside from sending her to university, how would you arrange things for her? Tell me your thoughts. Uncle, don't joke. This is about her future. It's fine, just analyze what jobs are suitable for girls. I've looked into the supply and marketing cooperative, the textile factory, and the arts troupe. She's not cut out for university, no hope there. She'll need to be placed somewhere right after high school, or else wait for an opportunity. Zhang Guoqing glanced at Zhou Jiao, saw him nod slightly, and then spoke up. Uncle, I'll just share my thoughts. Just take it as idle talk, don't take it too seriously. After thinking for a moment, he said, for girls, it depends on what you want for her. If you just want her to have a stable life, then the supply and marketing cooperative or the textile factory are good options. With a high school diploma and some connections, she won't be assigned to hard labor. That's the safest route. If you want her to make something of herself, given her personality, as long as she avoids sensitive topics and stays away from troublemakers, the Women's Federation is a great choice. It's a respectable and relatively easy job. The more she handles, the more she'll learn about people and society, which will benefit her future. If she's capable and has a high school diploma, she could even get promoted and move into administration. This era is full of opportunities, and the Women's Federation has real power. Once she finds a sense of accomplishment, she'll naturally work hard. As for the arts troupe, she's not suited for it. She's too straightforward and would easily offend people. Those in the arts troupe either have connections or are talented performers. The pretty girls there are all proud and hard to approach or fit in with. Even if she gets in, she'll eventually face the same job placement issues when she leaves. I think Andy's job at the Women's Federation is a good model. Zhao Dashan mulled over his words deeply. It was a thorough analysis and made a lot of sense. He looked up at Zhou Xiaozheng, who also nodded. Taking a deep breath, he said, Zhang Ji, did you hear that? That's Xiao Wu for you. Zhou Xiaozheng curled his lips, feigning modesty. He's just a kid. Listen to him for reference, but don't take it too seriously. Zhao Dashan rolled his eyes at him. You're just showing off. Let's drink. Raising kids is a lifelong worry. Then he shouted toward the kitchen, Hongli, just bring out a few dishes so we can enjoy our drinks. Cheng Hongli set the food and drinks on the table. Zhao Dashan first offered Zhou Xiaozheng a bowl of wine. Come on, Zhang Ji, bottoms up for the brothers who are lucky enough to meet again. After drinking, he poured another bowl and toasted Zhang Guoqing. Come on, Xiao Wu, no need to stand on ceremony. Bottoms up, thanks for your advice. With 2 bowls of wine down, he opened up. Zhang Ji, I really envy you. How have you stayed the same all these years? Look at my belly, my figure is gone. You and Xiao Wu look like brothers when you go out together. Zhou Xiaozheng shot him a sideways glance and smirked. All your fat is in your belly, which means you're living the good life. Hongli has fattened you up like a pig. If you want a body like mine, forget it. Maybe in your next life. I'm evergreen. Zhao Dashan protested. Evergreen? You already have a grandson, you're just an old man now. Don't get cocky. Now that you're back, let's see if you put on weight. You're not going away again after this mission, right? Take it easy. You've got a big family now. I'm not going anywhere. I'll turn down any tasks I can. I'm really getting old, don't have the drive I used to. I want to spend more time with my wife and child. I owe them too much over the years. Zhao Dashan nodded in agreement. Yeah, my sister-in-law's had it tough. You've been a hero, but she's been alone all these years. Just for that, you should treat her well. And Jiao Jiao too, she's suffered a lot without you around. Luckily, Xiao Wu's looked after her. Zhou Xiaozheng sighed. I owe the two of them too much. When I first saw her mother, she cried like a child and fainted. It broke my heart. When I saw Jiao Jiao, it hurt even more. She cried and kept saying, Dad, why are you only coming back now? My heart just ached. They say men don't cry easily, but I couldn't hold back my tears. Especially thinking about how, all these years, she's been bullied by my relatives, all alone. I was so careful, afraid I'd die and leave her truly fatherless. But even with me alive, she lived like an orphan. He rubbed his face hard with both hands. Zhao Dashan patted his shoulder. It's all in the past. Now that you're back, make it up to her. She's a sensible kid, she turned out just fine. Kids from poor families grow up fast. Think of it as a chance for her to toughen up. She's better than most kids her age, who doesn't praise her? Zhou Xiaozheng took a deep breath and, after a while, said, Dashan, the more sensible she is, the worse I feel. It's my fault for not protecting her. Look at your Yuan, that's how a normal girl should be. Jiao Jiao takes after me, she's stubborn and keeps things bottled up. Life is too hard for people like that. I wish she could be carefree and do whatever she wants. If anything happens, I'd be there to back her up. But she's too mature, too low-key. I'm afraid she'll get into trouble if she slips up. I've heard a lot from her mother, so I want to take her to Beijing, let her broaden her horizons, and show her that even without her maternal grandfather, her dad can still protect her. Zhang Guoqing glanced at his father-in-law. No wonder everyone respected him. With a heart like that, he deserved it. Zhao Dashan poured him another drink. Don't overthink it. Every child has their own fate. Jiao Jiao is just like you, would you ever show off? She's got your cunning and methods, just like you did back in the day, it's in her nature. I envy you. Compared to her, my Yuan falls short. You want your daughter to be carefree, but she's got your bones, don't even think about it. But it's good to take her to Beijing, let her see the world and ease her worries. Dad, don't worry. Jiao Jiao's just fine the way she is. If anything happens, I'll handle it. If I can't, I'll come to you. She keeps a low profile in the countryside to avoid standing out. Once we move to the county, she'll open up. Now that you're back, she has someone to rely on, you're her backbone. As long as you're well, she has nothing to fear, Zhang Guoqing comforted him. Zhou Xiaozheng's expression softened, and he nodded. Yes, now that Dad's back, you don't have to worry. Just live your lives. Dashan, pour yourself a drink, let's enjoy ourselves. All right, let's eat before the food gets cold. Zhengji, are you going to tidy up the new house tomorrow? I can send someone to help, don't worry about a thing. Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head. No need. The old folks kept it spotless. We'll just take some books and food, leave the rest. There's nothing much to pack. Zhao Dashan looked at him in shock. I know Professor Lu's courtyard looks plain from the outside, but the study has a full set of bookcases and desks. The bedroom furniture is a complete set too. He once told me, after a few drinks, that he disguised the furniture, doesn't look like much, but it's worth more than the house. He told me not to spread it around. How could he bear to part with it? How much did you pay? Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhang Guoqing exchanged glances. We got a bargain. The whole courtyard was 800 yuan. Worth it, right? Totally worth it. The courtyard alone is worth at least 600. It's like he gave it to you. You got lucky, Professor Lu wasn't planning to sell. He's not short on money. Both his sons wanted the house, but to avoid trouble, he only put the word out these last couple of days. That courtyard is a great deal. The location is good, with lots of space front and back. The neighbors are all decent folks, no riffraff. Both sides are single-family homes with few people. The couple on the left works at the meat processing plant. The woman on the right is an accountant at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and her husband works at the Grain Bureau. That old man is funny. He picked his buyer carefully. Lots of people have been asking about it these days. I was hoping he'd sell to Xiaowu. So when Yuan said you were looking for a place, I knew the only good one near the military office was his. Zhang Guoqing nodded. Uncle, you're right. When my dad and I went in, he said it was for us newlyweds, and he kept staring at me. Then he asked me all sorts of questions about books. I was sweating. In the end, he just said he'd sell us everything. He really does pick his buyers. Actually, we lost out. If Zhou Jiao had come and talked literature with him, he might have given it to us for free. He slapped his thigh for effect. His words made everyone burst out laughing. Professor Liu was clearly a bookworm. If he'd met Zhou Jiao, he would have found a kindred spirit. Scholars are always a bit eccentric. Even selling a house, he had to find someone who shared his interests. As for giving it away for free, that was just a joke. After the banquet, night had already fallen. Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhang Guoqing politely declined the drunken Zhao Dashan's offer to walk them home. The father-in-law and son-in-law made their way back to the village in the dark, flashlights in hand. The weather had been fine during the day, but at night the temperature dropped sharply. On the road from the county town back to Zhangjia village, they didn't see a single soul. Both men had underestimated how cold it would get. Wrapped in military coats and braving the howling northern wind, they hurried along without much conversation. The wind felt like knives against their faces, but thanks to their good physical condition, their pace didn't falter. When they finally reached the entrance to the village, both let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that they were almost home, Zhang Guoqing finally broke the silence. Dad, are you still planning to visit Grandma tonight? Of course. I have to go. I'm sure the old couple are waiting to hear from me tonight. You don't need to come, I'll take your mom with me. Zhang Guoqing glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then lowered his voice. Dad, about Uncle. Should I go to the township police station tomorrow? For Grandma's sake, it'd be better if he was released. Otherwise, I'm afraid Grandma's health won't hold up. She just recovered from illness this summer. Zhou Xiaozheng looked back at him and said, You've been hesitating all the way just for this? The case is settled. What's the point of him coming out? He deserves what he got. And even if he's released, do you think the others will accept it? Zhang Guoqing chuckled. I can go see him myself. If he's willing to step forward, things could be handled lightly or harshly. If he doesn't, the main branch of the family will fall apart, and no one will take care of Grandpa and Grandma. Besides, he's still part of the Zhou family, Jiao Jiao's uncle, your own brother. It doesn't look good. So you all don't hate him? He's the worst of the lot, and you're letting him off easy. You want him to push the blame onto Huang Zhaodi, take some criticism, and be done with it. Zhang Guoqing shook his head. Jiao Jiao doesn't hold grudges. She always says that caring too much about your enemies is just punishing yourself. People who don't matter should just be ignored. Besides, for Grandma's sake, she'd agree to let Uncle out. Whether he comes out or not doesn't affect us much. As for how his family's issues get resolved, that's not our business, as long as Grandma isn't worried or upset about her eldest son suffering. Zhou Xiaozheng was silent for a moment, showing no particular reaction. Zhang Guoqing knew he was weighing his options, so he stayed quiet and simply walked alongside him toward home. Just before reaching the front gate, Zhou Xiaozheng stopped and said, Go see what he says tomorrow. If his attitude isn't right, just leave him be. And make sure you handle things cleanly, don't get yourself involved. Tonight, your mom and I will visit the old folks and mention that things aren't easy to resolve, that we're still looking for help. Don't worry, I'll handle it. I'll go to the township first thing in the morning, Zhang Guoqing nodded. With that, the two men entered the courtyard, only to find Lin Lishan pacing in front of the west wing. She looked up every now and then, and when she saw them, she smiled. So it really is you two. Jiao Jia said you'd be back soon, but I didn't believe her. Xiaozheng, you and your daughter really have a telepathic connection. Zhou Xiaozheng grinned proudly. Of course. Our father-daughter bond is much stronger than yours. Come inside, you must be freezing. Why wait out here? He hurried inside. Jiao Jiao, Dad's home. Guess what gift I brought you today? You're going to love it. Lin Lishan ignored him and turned to Zhang Guoqing. You must be exhausted after following your dad around all day. Go greet your parents, then come back for some hot soup to sober up. Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded, heading toward the main house. He could still hear Zhou Jiao and her father laughing and chatting behind him. He couldn't help but smile. Those two were so alike in temperament and taste, truly father and daughter. Lin Lishan came in just as Zhou Xiaozheng was talking about the study in the new house, and she was delighted. Xiaozheng, you really mean it? 2 big bookshelves in the study filled with books? That's wonderful. Jiao Jiao loves that kind of thing. Tomorrow, I'll go to the county to see if there's a place that makes sofas. If we put a soft sofa in the study, Jiao Jiao can read comfortably. Zhou Jiao said, Mom, aren't you afraid of spoiling me? Don't go to all that trouble. It's a new place, and finding people isn't easy. It's no trouble. I'm happy to do it. I'll check what else we need these next few days. Xiaozheng, go on, Lin Lishan urged. Zhou Xiaozheng took the cup of water Zhou Jiao handed him, took a sip, and continued describing the details of the small courtyard in the county. To broaden Zhou Jiao's horizons, he also talked about how to identify antiques and how to care for them. He discussed the caution of the previous owners, as seen in the kitchen basement, heated walls, and hidden furniture, and shared his own analysis. As Zhou Jiao asked questions, Zhou Xiaozheng touched on the current international and domestic situation, summarizing a recent newspaper excerpt and asking for her thoughts. After she finished, he gave her detailed guidance, helping her analyze trends from the personal to the national, and advising his wife and daughter on what to watch out for. Zhou Xiaozheng was very pleased with his daughter's insight. Zhou Jiao's breadth of knowledge excited him, especially since she wasn't limited by the times. Whenever he mentioned a detail, she could immediately connect the dots and draw conclusions. Their conversation gradually expanded, and Zhou Xiaozheng began testing her understanding of classical literature over the past few years, guiding her to apply divergent thinking to real life. As the father and daughter talked on and on, Lin Lishan started to get drowsy. Weren't they supposed to be discussing the county house? How did the topic wander so far afield? Finally, when the conversation circled back to the house, Lin Lishan was about to interject when Zhou Xiaozheng began talking about the next steps. So that's the plan for the county house. Next is your 2 properties in Beijing and the one in Shanghai. As for the 5-courtyard house in Beijing, even when you return in a couple of years, I don't plan for you to live there. This time, our family can get a small courtyard in the military compound, which is enough for us. Even if it's farther from the school, I'd rather buy another place nearby than move into the big courtyard. Since we know that many private Sihiyuan in Beijing will be allocated to work units, that big house is too conspicuous. I need to make plans early. It's best to lease both courtyards to work units for office use, so we keep the initiative. For the one currently rented out, next time don't charge rent, just sign a contract to sponsor the Women's Federation for a few years. Zhou Jiao nodded. Dad, I understand. I'll follow your lead, support national policies, listen to the party, and follow its guidance. Zhou Xiaozheng gave her a thumbs up. That's my girl, so smart. I'll make sure we get the benefits out of it. Now, about the Shanghai house. Officially, you're the old couple's only granddaughter. The neighbors all know you're in the Northeast with your family, and that you'll come back to care for them when you turn 18. Every time the old couple goes home, they say it's to visit you. The house is ordinary, the old folks have a clean background, and there's no family left back home. Even if you keep it, it's fine. The key is to keep anything valuable in your own hands. Anything else you want to ask? Zhou Jiao smiled and shook her head. Her dad always handled things thoroughly, leaving no loose ends. This year, you'll need to go to Beijing for the new year. I'll arrange the train and everything for the trip. Ping'an will be over 2 months old by then, so it should be fine. We'll wait for you to come home. Lishan, did you tell her? Lin Lishan smiled at Zhou Jiao. I did, but before I finished, she'd already guessed everything, even what happened at her grandma's house. She also thought of dealing with the Shanghai house early, so as not to cause you trouble. Zhou Xiaozheng beamed at Zhou Jiao. She really was his daughter, she'd thought of everything, probably even the Lin family's issues. This trip, you need to get your dowry sorted. Deal with what needs dealing with, keep what needs keeping. Talk it over with Xiao Wu, plan when to go, how to arrange things, where to store them. Don't keep anything in the big courtyard. Large items can go in the back room of the small courtyard, there's a hidden chamber there. Small things, hide them yourself. The sooner you retrieve them, the better. Zhou Xiaozheng had no doubts about his daughter and son-in-law's abilities. As for whether his son-in-law would ever change, he didn't believe his Jiao Jiao couldn't handle it. Zhou Jiao nodded. Her father's emphasis on the sooner, the better, she understood. Zhou Xiaozheng smiled and patted her head. Talking with his daughter was effortless, one look, one hint, and she understood. But there was someone else he needed to remind. Listen, even your big brother doesn't know about the Shanghai house, so don't let it slip. Your sister-in-law used to be okay, but she's become more worldly, be careful around her. As for the family's things, if the old lady knows, fine, but don't mention anything else. Before, when I was gone, they'd pity you and not scheme against you, especially with your father around. Now that I'm back and promoted, if they find out we have assets, they'll be jealous and it'll ruin relationships. At most, if they're ever in trouble, we can help a bit. Lin Lishan shot him a look. I'm not stupid. Besides, those things are Jiao Jiao's dowry, not mine. We don't have any money left. I'm still waiting for my mom to return my savings book. Now that you're back, it's the same as before, you're in charge. I've realized when you were gone, they didn't dare scheme openly, and my dad was there to back me up. Now that you're back, even my little sister complains it's a waste to leave Jiao Jiao's big courtyard empty. I just ignore her. She even tried to get my mom to speak up for her. I told my mom, let her talk to you or Jiao Jiao directly. Do they think I'm stupid? I bet they wouldn't dare. If you hadn't come back, they'd probably have moved in by now. Seeing her getting angrier, Zhou Jiao quickly comforted her. Mom, don't get upset. Think about how Auntie has always sent me packages over the years. That's her kindness, and you should appreciate it. Besides, envy and jealousy are human nature. Just listen and don't take it to heart. We should also consider her side. Her husband isn't as capable as Dad, and as sisters, it's natural for her to feel a little unbalanced. If she says it out loud, it's fine. It's only a problem if she schemes behind your back. As long as it doesn't cross your principles, just let it go in one ear and out the other. Take the big courtyard. She bought her own courtyard, didn't she? If you let her move in, it'd be hard to get her out later. That's a matter of principle and stance. If you agreed, then your other sisters-in-law would ask to borrow the house too, and if you refused, you'd become enemies. So you did the right thing, standing by your principles. Even if cousins get married and have no house, they won't try to take advantage of you. If something's impossible, why bother? I'll try to sort out these things when I go back to Beijing, so it won't be awkward with relatives later. As for jealousy and envy, just ignore it. Whenever you get upset, just remind yourself, I'm so outstanding, I'm so happy. That's why people are jealous. How lucky am I? Forgive those foolish mortals. At first, Zhou Xiaoying listened to his daughter's serious words, but as she went on, she got more and more playful. He looked at her fondly, her face radiant with laughter. His Jiao Jiao always showed her childlike side at home, which was good. He just didn't want her to have any emotional knots. As for maintaining her composure in front of others and acting like a child only at home, that was as it should be. His daughter was excellent in every way. If she were as immature as Zhao Yuanyuan, she wouldn't be his. Lin Lishan hugged her, smoothing her back. All right, then from now on, I'll forgive those foolish mortals. After all, I was lucky enough to meet your dad and have you. Zhou Xiaozheng watched his wife and daughter laughing together, feeling content. He had a smart, kind-hearted daughter who was good at handling relationships. If an ordinary girl found out her big courtyard was being eyed by others, she'd probably have jumped up in anger. But Jiao Jiao wouldn't give up her pride for money. To her, wealth was just something external. The only thing that mattered was the family's safety. His father-in-law had been right, he hadn't exaggerated. His daughter was like a fairy tale sprite, beautiful and pure. Just then, Zhang Dao's voice boomed from outside. Xiaozheng, are you in there? Snapped out of his thoughts, Zhou Xiaozheng hurried out. Second brother, you came yourself. I was just about to visit you with Lishan. After all these years, you haven't changed a bit. Second sister-in-law, now that we're in-laws, you have to make dumplings for me, your famous sauerkraut ones. Mother Zhang laughed loudly. I've already made them, waiting for you. Your sister said you'd be back after dinner. Now that you're here, I'll go cook them. Zhou Xiaozheng quickly stopped her. Wait a bit, second sister-in-law. I'm planning to visit the old folks with Lishan first. We saw them at noon, but they're probably waiting for my news. Zhang Guoqing waved for his wife to wait and said, Go ahead and come back soon. I'll wait to drink with you and your sister-in-law will have the dumplings ready. Don't dawdle, go and come back early. Want Xiaowu to go with you? No need, just the two of us. We'll just sit for a bit and come back. You know Grandpa doesn't like seeing me. Second brother, called Big Brother Zhang, and third brother for drinks, will be back soon. Lin Lishan quickly grabbed some fabric and pastries from the luggage. She hadn't visited the Zhou elders last time, so she'd prepared gifts early, waiting to go with her husband. She really didn't want to see old Master Zhou, but he was her husband's father. When shopping for gifts, she kept telling herself she was doing it for the kind, gentle old lady. Zhang Guoqing didn't delay them. Xiaowu, bring out the kerosene lamp for your father-in-law, it's better than a flashlight. And bring out the military coat, it's cold at night, wear more so you don't catch cold. Zhang Guoqing carried the lamp and walked them to the bridge, only stopping when they waved him off. Watching their departing figures, he thought back to old Master Zhou's unusual behavior that day and sighed quietly. Zhang Guoqing returned to the side room. Seeing him all bundled up, Zhou Jiao asked curiously, Is it really cold outside? What's the temperature now? It'll be November in a few days. What does November mean? In less than a week, we'll get heavy snow. The village is organizing a hunting trip the day after tomorrow, just before the snow hits. It didn't feel cold during the day, but the temperature dropped sharply at night. It's at least -2 degrees outside now. Good thing I brought my army coat, otherwise, coming back with your dad tonight, we'd have frozen stiff. I'll make some ginger tea in the small pot for when they get back. After washing his hands, Zhang Guoqing put some ginger slices and brown sugar into the pot, covered it, and pulled her into the inner room. Did Dad tell you today that he bought a new courtyard house? Once your confinement is over, you'll love it when you see it. Seeing Zhou Jiao nod, he didn't repeat himself. He'd wait for her to see it for herself, so it would be a surprise. My job is settled. I'll start work at the beginning of February. Our household registration can be transferred in the next few days. All the paperwork is ready, just waiting for the village to stamp it. Keep the house deed in the drawer for now. We'll need it for the registration. With that, he pulled a house deed from the inside pocket of his army coat and handed it to her. After Zhou Jiao put it away, she told him about her father's plans for dealing with some properties and going back to Beijing at the end of the year to collect her dowry. Then she thought of the Zhou family. Her dad hadn't mentioned them. Now was a good time to ask how things were going. It's all by the book, handled according to procedure. It's good to keep them locked up for 2 or 3 years. By the time you're back in Beijing, you won't have to see them. Zhang Guoqing winked at her. That's what Dad said himself. Whether in the village or the county, he told everyone it's official business, handled by the rules. Jiao, I've got myself a father-in-law who's a total daughter-doting dad. I can feel how much he spoils me. You can't even compare, young man, you'd better work harder. Zhou Jiao raised her eyebrows at him. No problem. The more pressure, the more motivation. I'll spoil you so much you'll feel I'm your closest family in the world. Your dad kept telling me, even though you married me, you two will always be the closest. He said I'm lucky to have found a treasure. If I'd been a year later, he'd have dragged you back himself. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. He wasn't exaggerating. Without Zhang Guoqing, she'd never have stayed here. More importantly, without him, apart from her dad and son, she'd have no attachment to this world. Zhang Guoqing hugged her and told her about what her dad had said at Zhao Dashan's house today. He started with her dad bragging about his daughter and went on to his sadness. He thought Zhou Jiao should hear this. Even if it made her cry, they'd be tears of joy. He wanted her to truly feel what it meant to have a father's love as steady as a mountain. He recalled how her dad said, for 17 years, he'd been extra careful, just so Zhou Jiao wouldn't be left fatherless if something happened to him, how his hands would rub his face hard when talking about his daughter being wronged, how his fists clenched and his eyes filled with pain and sorrow. He was deeply moved. A father's love is like a mountain. This was the pure affection Zhou Jiao had always longed for. At that moment, he understood that fate had truly let Zhou Jiao find a father who loved her more than life itself. In his previous life, his own father's untimely death was a pain he couldn't bear to touch. He thought, if his dad hadn't had that accident, he'd have cherished him just like the man in front of him. From that moment, the blurry image of his father became clearer, just like the man before him. Zhang Guoqing vowed that this man would no longer be just his father-in-law. He'd treat him as his own father, respect and love him for life. This man deserved all his trust and filial piety. Zhang Guoqing wiped away Zhou Jiao's tears and said softly, "A father's love is like a mountain." Now I finally understand the weight of those words. I thought my current parents treated me well, but compared to your dad's love for you, there's no comparison. Zhou Jiao, after 2 lifetimes, we finally got what we longed for. Seeing his melancholy expression at the end, Zhou Jiao felt a pang in her heart. It had been so long since she'd seen him like this. She thought Father Zhang and Mother Zhang had healed his pain, but she realized she'd overlooked his feelings. Zhou Jiao gently shook him and smiled. "Brother, tell me what happened with Dad at the Zhou house today. Did you add fuel to the fire?" Zhang Guoqing snapped out of it, kissed her a few times, and said cheerfully, "I didn't even need to. Dad stood up for you himself. It was so satisfying. I went with him to the Zhou house at noon, and Dad looked furious. Old man Zhou tried to twist the facts in front of him, and Dad exploded. The old guy was left speechless, his face going from black to red. I was worried he'd have a stroke, but he's surprisingly healthy. Huh. Just thinking of old man Zhou's face makes me feel better. Shameless." He paused, then continued, "On the way to the township, Dad swore he'd keep them in check. I didn't try to talk him out of it. When we got back tonight, he'd calmed down a bit, so I made a suggestion. Listen, if you don't agree, I won't bother with it tomorrow. For Dad's sake, so he won't regret it in the future, and to repay the old lady's kindness, I want to get your eldest uncle out and pin all the blame on that woman. What do you think?" "I'll follow your lead. Dad told me to see how Zhou Xiaocuan acts tomorrow. If he's no good, just leave him be, and make sure I clean things up without getting myself involved." Zhou Jiao was silent for a long time. After a while, she looked up and said, "Brother, see how he acts tomorrow." Zhang Guoqing nodded. "Tomorrow I'll make sure he doesn't dare mess with us. Don't worry, after that car accident, I learned my lesson. I won't give anyone a second chance. If he comes out and tries anything, I can get him back in just as easily." Zhou Jiao didn't want to talk about the past or the Zhou family anymore. Now that she had her father, Zhang Guoqing, and her son, she had no interest in anyone else. She quickly changed the subject. "Brother, look at this. These are all from Dad. He's so good to me, right? Don't tell anyone. He said not to let a third person know." As she spoke, a handful of diamonds appeared beside little Ping'an on the king. They were all large stones, with pink, deep blue, and yellow ones mixed in, sparkling brilliantly under the lamp. Zhang Guoqing glanced at them, but wasn't interested. His attention was all on his son. "Zhao Jiao, look at our son's big, bright eyes. They're prettier than all your little stones. Son, you're the biggest diamond of all. Our boy is so handsome. When you're older, Daddy will get you jade marbles to play with. When you're happy, you can toss one away, Zhao Jiao. Wouldn't that be flashy? Such a spendthrift. Your son will turn into a spoiled brat." Zhang Guoqing laughed. "Our son will never be a playboy. Look at our genes. He's not even a month old and already listens to me and looks for me. Isn't that right? He's definitely a genius. Put those shiny things away. They're not good for his eyes. Dad's given you everything he has. Keep them safe and give them to him when he needs them in the future." Zhou Jiao took out a stack of bankbooks and handed them to him. Zhang Guoqing flipped through them and quickly calculated the addresses. Most were in Shanghai, and some were overseas. Put them all away, these can't be exposed. When we get a chance to visit those cities, we'll withdraw the money. As for the foreign ones, just keep them for now. The boy is still too young, or we could travel the country before we need introduction letters everywhere. Once I start work, I won't feel comfortable letting you and the boy go out alone. Hearing about traveling, Zhou Jiao suddenly remembered the trip to Beijing at the end of the year. Oh, I'll leave the Beijing trip to you, don't forget. Zhang Guoqing nodded. I remember everything you told me. We'll plan to stay in Beijing until I start work, see how the boy adapts, and then look for a chance to go to Shanghai. No rush. There's nothing special about the dowry. What we need to be careful about is the space. Can you fit everything in? There's still a lot we haven't prepared. Zhou Jiao patted her head and looked at him in confusion. Didn't I tell you? The space got bigger when we came here. It used to be just the size of a living room. Now it's as big as 2 classrooms. Zhang Guoqing gently stroked her head. Don't hit yourself so hard, doesn't it hurt? Maybe you told me, but I didn't notice. Don't overthink things, let me handle it, you just give the orders. Sigh, Dad's really shocked me. Should we show him a box of gold bars so he won't always worry about you suffering? Zhou Jiao burst out laughing, nearly falling over. You know, that's not a bad idea. Then he won't worry about us having no money. Zhang Guoqing quickly steadied her and helped her catch her breath. Let's prepare 20 big and small gold bars and put them in a box. I remember you have some, they're not too conspicuous. We'll say we prepared them ourselves. When they give us money, we'll just take them out. No need to take more, let them keep some for themselves. Okay, whatever you say. Will it scare them? Zhang Guoqing was certain. No way, Dad's seen it all. At most, he'll wonder who gave them to us, but probably won't ask. He's got high standards. Don't be fooled by him being a soldier, he knows antiques and calligraphy too. Just look at the jewelry and diamonds he gave you, ordinary stuff wouldn't catch his eye. Gold bars just show we're not short of money. Zhou Jiao whispered in his ear, you know where he hid those diamonds and bankbooks? In his shoe heels, the seams of his pants, and the inner lining of his army coat. He wrapped the bankbooks in thin oiled paper and hid them in 3 places no one could tell even if they tore it open. Smart, right? She laughed, remembering her dad giving them to her. If there were scanners in the future, they'd be beeping nonstop. Zhang Guoqing nodded. No wonder he's remembered as a king of soldiers after all these years. Today, when Zhao Dashan recognized Dad, he was so respectful, even though he's older. He called him Brother Zhang and wouldn't let him leave. At his house, even Yuan's mom cried. When the news of his supposed sacrifice came out, several women soldiers fainted from crying. Even now, some of those flowers still think of him, even though they're married. Zhao Dashan joked about Dad visiting the provincial capital. You can imagine how popular he was. A person's reputation really matters, even we benefit from it. Yeah, he's amazing. He even met with that important figure and got calligraphy and paintings. If he wasn't outstanding, do you think Grandma and Grandpa would have agreed to Mom and Dad's marriage? They say it wasn't a political match, but they still wanted someone capable. The Lin family isn't as snobbish as Xiaofei said. Zhang Guoqing agreed and continued, besides Dad, even uncle-in-law is excellent. He's a battalion commander now. Second aunt is from the same compound. Eldest aunt works at the Women's Federation because her family are workers and she's highly educated and in charge there. A lot of things look ordinary on the surface, but if you think deeper, it's different. Grandpa is straightforward and Mom takes after him. But Grandma Lin must be something else if she can run the family. Take things as they come. With Dad around, nothing's a problem. Zhou Jiao comforted him. Her dad's comments about Grandma Lin had made her opinion of the old lady plummet. She had to go back to Beijing. Her dad cared about appearances, but she didn't. She needed to meet Grandma Lin and see just how thick-skinned she was. Plus, with her dad alone in Beijing and the current situation there, she and her husband needed to see for themselves to be prepared. Zhang Guoqing saw her distracted and guessed she was thinking about the Lin family. He didn't want her to worry about other people's business. With his father-in-law around, the Lin family was no big deal. Jiao, once the county house is ready, let's stay there for a while. It's quiet, and we can stock up on supplies without drawing attention. It's not convenient to go out here. Sure enough, Zhou Jiao's eyes lit up and she shook his hand excitedly, her voice sweet and coy. Brother, my confinement is almost over. Why don't we move in as soon as it's ready? Zhang Guoqing enjoyed her rare display of affection. She must really be bored. After a while, seeing her glare as if she'd bite him if he refused, he couldn't help but laugh. It's not just up to me. The 4 elders, our parents, support you. But your father-in-law won't be happy if you leave before your confinement is over, and your mother-in-law will worry no one will take care of you. The house is ready, but didn't you tell me to have it finished before the new year so we could move in any time? Zhou Jiao looked at him with a sigh. If I'd known, I wouldn't have built the new house. Do you think it's too much for us and the baby? It's already built, so don't say that. We'll need it for growing vegetables and grains. As for moving early, let's wait until after the baby's 1-month celebration. Spend these days with our parents. After the village hunting trip, it'll be lively and there'll be plenty to eat. Zhang Guoqing was helpless. He couldn't not build the house. It was his roots, and even if it sat empty, it was still home. Zhou Jiao thought of the yard full of corn and sweet potatoes, all planted, fertilized, weeded, and harvested by him alone. She laughed. Are you really going to plant grains? I can't bear to see you work so hard. Let's plant watermelons, melons, and fill the yard with grapes next year. Brother, if I don't eat fruit soon, I'll dry up. There's not much left in the space. We don't need grains. We can buy them. Seeing her pitiful face and blinking eyes, Zhang Guoqing's heart softened. He'd get her anything, even tiger meat from the mountains if she wanted. Okay, whatever you say. Next spring, I'll go up the mountain to find fruit trees and plant the backyard full for you. If you can't finish them, you can make wine. He checked his watch and continued, it's getting late. I haven't told Dad and Mom about second brother yet. From what Zhao Dashan said, Zuolin's job is a temp position and very urgent. He might have to start in a few days. I want to take second brother to see Zuolin and Uncle Chen tomorrow and have Uncle Chen put in a word. What do you think? Tomorrow night, take second brother to Zuolin's house, bring Grandpa's 2 bottles of wine, 2 packs of cigarettes, and a box of fancy cosmetics. When you get there, Zuolin will know what to do. Also, tell second brother to say he's a temp worker introduced by Uncle Chen if anyone asks. Be careful with the temp job part. Got it. I'll go tell Dad and Mom. When they get back, we'll drink and eat dumplings, no time to chat with you. I'll arrange their rooms. You get some rest. Zhou Jiao nodded and waved him out. After feeding her son, she went to the outer room to check on the ginger tea, thinking about what fruit trees and vegetables to plant in the yard. Tomatoes and cucumbers were a must. They could be eaten raw or cooked. She needed to plan carefully. In the main room, Father Zhang was smoking his pipe and chatting with his second son, Zhang Guoqing. The eldest, Zhang Guofu, had gone to invite Uncle Zhang and little Uncle Zhang, but hadn't returned yet. When Father Zhang saw Zhang Guoqing come in, he paused and gestured for him to speak up if he had something to say. Zhang Guoqing sat down next to Zhang Guoqiang and said to his father, "Today I went to see Zhao Dashan with my father-in-law. From what he said, I realized I should go find Zuolin as soon as possible. I heard Zuolin still has some temporary worker spots left, and they need people soon. I'm thinking of going to Zuolin's place with second brother tomorrow night. What do you think, Dad? This kind of thing is better done sooner rather than later." After hearing this, Father Zhang looked at Zhang Guoqiang. Zhang Guoqiang quickly nodded. Let's do as Little Five says. I'll go with him to see Zuolin tomorrow night and find out what he thinks. If there's a job, the sooner the better. I don't have much going on these days anyway. The new courtyard is finished, and I don't plan to make any more furniture. Once we move, I'll just take everything from my current room. That's fine, but if you're living in the village, how will you commute to work? Father Zhang asked. Zhang Guoqiang smiled. Dad, the workplace has staff dorms. The county seat isn't that far away. Housing isn't a problem now, let's just secure the job first. Usually, it's easier for temps to become permanent if they have someone on the inside. Zhang Guoqing nodded as well. Let's do it this way. If we're short on money, we'll pool together what we have. It's not a big deal, Dad, don't worry. Zhang Guoqing didn't say anything more. Although Little Five said they'd chip in, he knew he'd probably end up paying most of it. But he didn't plan to use Little Five's money. If the job was sorted and housing too, he'd lose face as the older brother. He figured that with next year's salary and his savings, he should be able to afford a small place. Father Zhang nodded. He and his wife had been worrying these days about the inconvenience of commuting. Now, hearing there were dorms, he felt relieved. In the winter, they could stay at the workplace when it snowed, and come home to help with farm work at other times. That way, except for Little Five, the eldest and second sons wouldn't need to buy a house in the county. Their wives wouldn't need to work either. They could work in the village, keep up the courtyard, and look after the kids, so the house wouldn't be a mess. Most importantly, Little Five wouldn't owe anyone favors or have to pull strings. His wife had really thought things through. The eldest's wife couldn't go out to work, someone had to look after the kids and the elderly. The second son's wife couldn't work either. After the family split, someone had to take care of the new courtyard and their 2 kids. Dad, as for second brother's job, unless something unexpected happens, it should be pretty much settled. Even if things don't work out with Zuolin, I'm not worried about him. While big brother and sister-in-law aren't here, let's think about what to do for big brother. There's no rush, we can take our time, but we should have a goal. That way, I can keep an eye out for opportunities in town. Father Zhang puffed on his pipe and shook his head. Your big brother's brothers-in-law have been trying to get him a job in town too, but even temporary positions are hard to get. Will you have trouble with this? Zhang Guoqing smiled. Even if it's hard, we'll find a way. Second brother, what do you think would suit big brother? Zhang Guoqing thought for a while, then shook his head. Big brother knows masonry and bookkeeping, but he didn't go to school for long, so he doesn't have the qualifications. He's already 30, he can't be an apprentice anymore. He wouldn't want a low-level job, and the higher ones are too tough. I can't think of anything suitable. Father Zhang frowned and sighed. I asked your big brother. He said as long as you and Little Five are doing well, he's happy to stay home and look after your mother and me. He doesn't plan to go out to work. He's stubborn, says he'll think about it later. Zhang Guoqing glanced at his second brother, then said to his father, Dad, talk to Mom tonight and have her ask sister-in-law. There's no rush. I'll start looking around too. If we really can't sort out big brother's job, I'll ask Zhou Jiao for help. Actually, Zhao Dashan wanted me to start work earlier, but my father-in-law said to wait until Zhou Jiao finishes her postpartum recovery, after 2 safe months, then take us to Beijing for a visit, to help Zhou Jiao build confidence. So, I'll wait until after the new year to start work. Zhao Dashan has already agreed. Our whole family will go to Beijing at the end of the year and won't be back until the end of the first lunar month next year. If you need me to do anything during this time, let me know so I can plan ahead. Father Zhang thought of the things he'd been agonizing over these past few days, and now he finally had an answer. He decided to go with his wife's plan. While you two are here, let me tell you something. I'm giving you half a month to tidy up your own courtyards. Before the new year, I plan to split the family. And Little Five, don't worry about arranging jobs for your 2 sisters-in-law. Let your big and second brothers work for a few years and get settled first, then we can talk about it. I want them to learn how to manage their own households. If they can't even handle their own homes, they should just stay home, do chores, and earn work points in the fields. I don't want you all to have jobs, but the house is a mess, there's nothing to eat or drink, and the kids are neglected. Your mother thinks the same. The 2 brothers exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement. Their parents' thinking might be a bit selfish, but it made sense. If all the women in the family went out to work, would the old couple have to look after the grandkids and serve the younger generation every day in their old age? It was only about 8 p.m., and the village was quiet. Occasionally, a dog barked, and the cold wind rustled the trees along the road. Looking into the distance, there wasn't a soul on the stone bridge connecting the 2 villages. The households at the village entrance had all gone to bed, their homes dark and silent. No one would be out wandering in this freezing weather. Zhang Guoqing, bundled in a military coat and hat, stomped his feet on the ground to shake off the cold. After waiting a while and seeing no one, he started to worry that something might have happened to his in-laws at the Zhou family, so he decided to head over. Before he reached the Zhou house, he saw two figures walking together in the distance. He hurried over and called out, "Mom, Dad, is that you?" Zhou Jiao saw Zhang Guoqing running over and grumbled, "What are you doing out here? Why aren't you resting inside on such a cold night?" "Afraid we get lost." Lin Lishan, bracing against the wind, didn't bother to chime in, just pulled her husband along and hurried home. Zhang Guoqing chuckled. "I was just bored at home and came to check on you. Jiao has made ginger tea, looks like it'll snow in a few days." Chatting as they walked, they soon arrived at the Zhang house. Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing went straight to the main room, while Lin Lishan hurried to Zhou Jiao's room, where she found Zhou Jiao pouring ginger tea for her. After drinking the tea and warming up, Lin Lishan said, "I was freezing. It wasn't this cold during the day, you can't feel it indoors. No wonder people hibernate in winter. Better not go out at night here. The wind howls, and there's not a soul on the road. If your dad wasn't with me, I wouldn't have dared go out." Zhou Jiao brought out some thermal underwear. Little Five said the cold snap just started, and it'll snow in a few days. "Mom, take this thermal underwear home for Dad to wear at night." I asked Little Five to find it especially. Lin Lishan felt the fabric and thickness, nodding in satisfaction. "Nice, just right for winter. Do you two have your own? This must have cost you some favors, right?" "Not really. I asked someone to bring it in the fall, and we just got a few sets back. We have our own. I heard it's from out of town, everyone's scrambling for it. I've already asked for more, gave the guy a bottle of wine Grandpa brought, and he was thrilled." Lin Lishan put the clothes on a chair. "Great, these are much better than what's sold in the market. If you can, have them bring more. Don't worry about money, your dad brought plenty this time. We'll give it to you before we leave." Zhou Jiao looked at her, a bit aggrieved. "Mom, I told you, we have money. You keep it for yourselves. If I run out, I'll ask you. We've already bought the house, and I don't have anywhere to spend money here." Lin Lishan laughed. "Silly girl, you always make that face when I give you money. All right, I get it. I won't say any more. I'm going to the county tomorrow. If you need anything, write it down tonight and give it to me in the morning." Zhou Jiao nodded with a smile, then looked at her worriedly. "Mom, when you went over tonight, they didn't give you a hard time, did they?" Lin Lishan lifted her chin and snorted. "Who would dare? I didn't even go after them for anything. None of the younger ones showed up. I don't know if they were even home. We just stayed in your grandparents' room. There wasn't much to say, just the usual stuff. Your dad told me before we went to just watch and listen. Isn't he having Little Five see how Zhou Xiaocuan behaves tomorrow before deciding what to do? So tonight, we just played it cool." "That's good. As long as there wasn't a fight." "Did they mention anything about supporting the elderly?" Lin Lishan shook her head. "Not yet. I haven't sent any money this month either. I guess they'll bring it up once things are settled. Your dad knows your grandparents have their own pensions." Seeing there was nothing else to ask, Zhou Jiao hurried her, "Mom, go have some dumplings. My mother-in-law has already tidied up your room, the same one you used before. Go see if you need anything." Lin Lishan shot her a playful look. "Don't rush me, I'm going. Don't forget to eat what's on the stove." After Zhou Jiao nodded, she took the roast duck and boiled lamb she'd brought and headed to the kitchen. When Zhang's mother saw her come in, she quickly pulled her to sit and told the eldest daughter-in-law to bring a bowl of dumplings. After making sure everything was set, she said, "It's so cold tonight, have something to warm up first." "I already told Little Five to bring your husband a bowl of dumplings before he drinks." Lin Lishan took the dumplings and sipped the soup. "You're always so thoughtful, big sister. My father-in-law asked me to bring this roast duck and boiled lamb for Big Brother as snacks to go with his drinks. It's cold, he should have something hot. He keeps saying you should all visit Beijing soon, so you can enjoy good food. Just a little treat, honestly, it's not as good as wild boar. Last time I brought a lot back, the old couple were so worried, they told me not to bring so much next time." Mother Zhang smiled and nodded. "It's just right. And it's only right for Little Five to show respect to his elders. It's good timing, let the men have it with their drinks. Your father-in-law is so thoughtful, be sure to thank him for me." She opened the bag, revealing several roast ducks and about 10 pounds of cooked lamb, took out a duck and some lamb, and told the eldest daughter-in-law to heat and slice them. Mother Zhang grumbled, "This must have been heavy and cost a lot. Don't bring so much next time, wait until we visit Beijing. Sister, stay a few more days this time. When the village hunting party comes back, see if there's anything special to bring for your father-in-law and mother-in-law. No need to send anything. What we brought last time should last till the end of the year. Before I left, my father-in-law kept saying you should keep things for yourselves, especially when the snow seals the mountain and everything's scarce." Mother Zhang just smiled, not saying more, but thinking to herself, maybe this time they'd get some wild deer or a bear. She'd heard city folks prize deer blood and bear paws, so she'd talk to the village about getting those, even if it meant less of other meats. With little Five at home now, they didn't have to sell wild game for money like before. They weren't short on meat anymore. After Lin Lishan finished her dumplings and sat for a while, Mother Zhang took her to the main house. "Sister, the room's all ready, see if you need anything. No need to be polite, just help yourself." The main hall was bustling with people. Zhang's eldest uncle, younger uncle, and several cousins were all present. The men were chatting away, spirits high. Zhang's father and his two brothers, along with Zhou Jiao, reminisced about their wild youth, teasing and poking fun at each other, making the younger ones nearby snicker. The table was piled high with meat dishes, but no one was really eating, everyone was just drinking and talking. When Lin Lishan and Zhang's mother came in, everyone invited them to sit, but after politely declining a few times, the two women returned to their room. Just as Zhang's eldest uncle finished describing the grand hunting scenes of past winters, drinking flying dragon soup, and roasting venison in the freezing cold, everyone was itching to experience it themselves. Zhang Qingshan, the eldest son of Zhang's eldest uncle, called out, "Dad, stop just talking about it. Eat something. Second aunt's cooking smells even better than your wild game." His father shot him a look of disdain. "You've never sat around a fire roasting meat with a drink in hand on a snowy day. That's real fun, you know? Educated folks love to admire plum blossoms in the wild in winter, boiling snow for tea. It's all about the experience." Everyone burst out laughing. Wasn't that just like those ancient scholars seeking poetry in the snow, brewing tea, reciting verses, and enjoying the mood? Nowadays, in the dead of winter, every household gathers around a hot pot, the whole family together. Zhang's father, beaming, turned to Zhou Jiao. "We're heading into the mountains the day after tomorrow. Want to join? Haven't forgotten how to hunt, have you?" Zhou Jiao took a sip of wine, gave him a sidelong glance, and said smugly, "I couldn't beat you back then, but now you can't beat me. Count me in. I'll hunt a tiger for my daughter, give her the pelt to play with." Zhang's eldest and youngest uncles burst out laughing, raising their glasses to him. "Doesn't matter if you get a tiger or not, just for saying that, let's drink. This year, let's see if any tigers show up. If you get one, the pelt's yours for your girl." Zhang Qifeng, the eldest son of the youngest uncle, who loved to joke around, teased Zhang Guoqing, "Little Five, your father-in-law's hunting a tiger for your wife. What are you planning to get her?" The cousins all looked at Qinghe teasing Little Five, but didn't butt in, just watched with amusement. Zhang Guoqing grinned, "I won't compete with my father-in-law. I'll get a pretty bird for my son to play with." Everyone roared with laughter. Zhang's father and the others, who hadn't been paying attention to the younger ones, were curious about the commotion. Zhang Guofu explained with a smile. Zhang's father laughed and scolded, "You rascal. I thought you'd at least go for a leopard. Your wife would love a leopard pelt." "Yeah, go for a leopard. That pelt's just as good as a tiger's. If you're just after a bird, you'd better watch out. Your father-in-law might get mad and take your wife back home." Others chimed in, "Little Five, get your son a sable. That fur would make a better diaper than your white ones, warm and pretty." "Oh, Little Five, I heard from Sister Chunlan that your son's diapers are whiter than towels. She hangs them in the yard and even the neighbor kids come to look. Tell me, does he really never get a rash?" "No need to ask, Little Five, I know already. No rashes at all. Even city doctors use that white gauze for wounds. Those diapers are thicker and more tightly woven than gauze. Zhang Guoqing waggled his eyebrows at him. Third brother, you're quite the expert. So, is third sister-in-law's homespun cloth thick enough? As soon as he finished, everyone burst out laughing and crowded around to give him a good-natured beating, especially third brother, who poured wine down his throat. Zhang's eldest uncle, seeing Zhou Jiao looking confused, explained with a laugh, my third daughter-in-law can do everything except weave. She once tried weaving a bolt of cloth, and it seemed okay at first, so she hurriedly made a pair of pants. The first day he wore them, he hadn't even gotten to the fields on the way to deliver grain. His cart got stuck in a rut. He squatted down to push, and the pants split right open. These rascals never let him forget it. Zhou Jiao laughed heartily too. The quality really was lacking. Rural women always starch and wash homespun cloth to test it. She must have been impatient, made the pants, and had him wear them without testing the fabric. Even store-bought thin cloth can't take that kind of strain, let alone a beginner's homespun. Brothers, you're just getting back at me. Why did I have to blurt out the truth? Zhang Guoqing, seeing he was about to tease third brother again, quickly changed the subject. Dad, are we teaming up with other villages this year, or just ours? If it's just us, we shouldn't go too deep into the mountains. Last fall, hunters from Tiger Ravine ran into a wolf pack and got hurt. His father paused. This time, 3 neighboring villages are going together. Each keeps what they hunt. As for how much we get, it depends on the village's arrangements. We won't go deep, just up to the mid-mountain slopes. Any further is risking your life. It's not like the old days when we were desperate for food and clothes, no need to risk it. Zhang's father nodded. He didn't want any accidents, and his family wasn't short on money. His sons were all doing well, and with his in-law coming along, if they ran into wolves, he and little Five couldn't handle it alone. These past 2 winters, there've been more wolves howling, fewer hunters, and more wild animals. We need to be careful. There are plenty of wild boar and deer on the mid-slopes. Going deeper would take 100 experienced men with guns. Zhang Guoqing grew anxious. He'd seen plenty of deer by the creek. If all the men from 3 villages went in at once, they'd scare everything away. He'd scouted the area, it was safe, and only a few days left to hunt. He'd been busy and almost forgot. Dad, remember the creek on the midslope I mentioned? That's a great spot. We should go there early, or else when everyone rushes in, all the game will be scared off. Zhang's eldest uncle was interested. Little Five, is that the creek by the Black Forest? That's near the neighboring township, no one really goes there. What tracks did you see? Zhang Guoqing replied proudly, that's the place. It's close to the neighboring township, but they don't like to go far and we usually head west. Over time, more game has gathered there and it's far from the deep mountains. I've scouted it several times, it's safe. Lots of deer, roe, and wild boar tracks by the creek. Even in winter, there are mushrooms and wild berries in the Black Forest. Zhang's eldest uncle was impressed. You've really inherited your grandfather's skills, always know where to look. Good boy, I bet there's nowhere in these mountains you don't know. Tell me, you've been running around the mountains since you were 5. Any place you haven't been? Zhang Guoqing scratched his head. I've been everywhere with Grandpa, all the way west to Tiger Ravine, and even to the deep mountains with Old Man Wang. Now I'm exploring north. I've pretty much covered the whole range. Everyone gasped. Even Zhang's father hadn't realized his son had gone so far. No wonder he always had wild game to sell, and there was always dried pheasant and rabbit at home. But Zhang's eldest uncle knew. When the old man was alive, he often took little Five deep into the mountains to toughen him up. Ever run into a wolf pack? The old man always said, never mess with the wolf king in the deep mountains. The wolf king Grandpa talked about was killed by Old Man Wang. He's a low-key guy, but he's got real skills. Family's been practicing bagua palm for generations. Once, when he was drunk, he told Grandpa he'd killed a big northeast tiger, beautiful pelt, kept it as a family heirloom. I pestered him to get the Wolf King's pelt for Grandpa Lin. But he'd never part with that tiger skin. Grandpa always said his family had the most rare pelts in the area. The youngest uncle nodded excitedly. That's right, only his family has those rare pelts. Not just old man Wang, his eldest son inherited the skills too. I heard their bagua palm isn't taught to outsiders. When old man Wang was young, he could kill a tiger with one punch. Even Wang Bian from the county tried to hire him as a bodyguard, but he refused. Little Five, your grandpa took you to their house a lot. Did you learn any moves? Zhang Guoqing shook his head, then nodded. Didn't learn their family's bagua palm. When I was 8, he taught me a few improved moves from Grandpa, but I didn't see the point. I'm strong enough. His son could punch a rock and knock off some dust, but I could smash the rock. The old man got mad and told Grandpa, strength beats skill. If you can lift 1,000 pounds, there's no need to learn martial arts and risk injury. Everyone laughed. With that kind of strength, even martial artists had to be careful. Old man Wang was probably just annoyed his son couldn't match a kid. Zhang Qingshan eyed Zhang Guoqing's arms and hands. How much can you lift now? Could you take on 10 strong men? Zhang Qifeng slapped his thigh and laughed. Brother, did you forget? He fought 6 thugs at once, but got hit on the back of the head. He's just got brute strength. Everyone laughed again. Zhang Guoqing raised his eyebrows helplessly. That's my one defeat in life, can you not bring it up? How was I supposed to know they'd attack from behind? No one's ever dared ambush me before. Zhang Qifeng shot him a look. Back then, you were the king of the kids around here. Now, plenty of people would love to gang up on you. They're all mad you stole Jinjua. When she finally grew up, you snatched her away. Who else would they ambush? Zhang Guoqing clapped and agreed. Qinghe, you don't know, he was surprised anyone dared hit him. I told him to watch out for sacks over his head, and then he realized. He even had the nerve to say Zhou Jiao was always his girl. Uncle Zhou was there and nearly skinned him alive for thinking about her since he was little. Zhang Guofu argued, don't say that. Little Five and Zhou Jiao were always hand in hand. Everyone called them little husband and wife. He'd always save the best wild fruit for her, wipe it on his clothes, and stuff it in her mouth. If other kids tried to take it, he'd beat them up. Even when playing house, Zhou Jiao was always the bride. Remember? Every time they went out, it was either to hunt or to find Zhou Jiao and hold her hand. They'd whisper together at the village bridge. If he had something tasty, he'd run to find her. He really did treat her like his wife. Zhang Qingshan laughed so hard he couldn't stop, nodding. I remember, whenever other kids wanted Zhou Jiao to be the bride, he'd step in and fight. Grandpa used to say Little Five was a real man. When he was 3, he stopped wearing split pants. When he was 4 or 5, he begged second aunt to sew up Zhou Jiao's pants. The old ladies all laughed. Zhou Jiao was just learning to walk then, still in Aunt Zhou's arms. Zhang Qing'an added, that's nothing. I remember when Little Five was 5, he caught a pheasant, Grandpa helped him kill it, and he roasted the leg over a fire. It was all black, wrapped in leaves, and he'd sneak off to the bridge to give it to Zhou Jiao. Even at 5, he knew to give gifts to a 4-year-old girl. Little Five, did you already know she'd be your wife back then? Zhang Guoqing could only smile helplessly at all the teasing. The topic had gone way off track, and even the 4 elders were watching with huge grins. He forcibly changed the subject. Brothers, how about we go to the creek early the day after tomorrow? There are deer and goats there. If we're lucky, we can bag a few for New Year's. Zhang Qifeng nodded excitedly. We should go early. With 3 villages, that's a lot of people. Once they spread out, all the game will flee deep into the mountains. We're free these days. Count me in. I'm in too. Let's go early and come back early. I'll go with you. We're short on meat. Let's all bring our gear. Of course I'm coming. Maybe I'll find some good herbs too. As the eldest, Zhang Qingshan waited for everyone to finish before saying, let's meet at second uncle's at 6 a.m. the day after tomorrow, and come back before dark to avoid attention. Don't tell outsiders. Bring extra food and a small pot. Little Five, you bring the pot. The 7 brothers will go, and the rest can join the main hunt. If too many of us take time off, it'll look bad. Let the others know too many people isn't good. That's settled. Anything to add? Zhang Guofu thought for a moment, then shook his head. Big brothers got it all arranged. Nothing to add, just have my mom pack more food. Zhang Qifeng and Zhang Qing'an both shook their heads, indicating they had nothing to add. Uncle Zhang saw that everyone had finished discussing and didn't say much. He turned to Zhang's father and said, "Diao, the village will be electing a new accountant and women's director at the end of the year. What are your thoughts? There are no outsiders here, just us three brothers and brother Zhou, so let's talk it over. Is anyone from your family planning to run?" Zhang's father shook his head. He knew better than anyone that his sons had no interest in village affairs. "No one in our family wants to be the accountant or women's director. You and our younger brother can see if anyone in your families is suitable. I'm happy to cheer you on." Isn't Chunming's father hoping his own son will get the job? Who else is competing for accountant? Uncle Zhang nodded. Chunming's father is getting old and can't keep up anymore. He wants to push his eldest son for the position, but who would agree? His other sons would be up in arms. As for competitors, there's Liu Jiabao from the Liu family and Xiao Dashi from the Xiao family. Liu Jiabao is educated, finished junior high, but he's too young, probably won't make it. Xiao Dashi lives alone, he's clever, but I doubt anyone in Zhangjia village would vote for him. Third brother, what about your family? Think it over early and I'll talk to Uncle Captain. He says he's getting old too and might step down in a couple of years. Who knows if things will go smoothly with a new batch? Third Uncle Zhang, Zhang Yukai, quickly waved his hands. Big brother, neither of my sons is up to the task. If it were for militia captain, maybe Qinghe could give it a shot. I think you should just let your eldest take the accountant job. He's literate and good with numbers, no one more suitable. As for women's director, forget it. It's all petty stuff, and those women love to fuss over every little thing. It's a headache. Zhang's father teased Uncle Zhang with a laugh. Big brother, you don't need to retire as deputy captain. You could do it for another 20 years. The day after tomorrow, if you catch a tiger and ride it back to the village, no one would dare say you're old. Zhou Xiaozheng couldn't help but laugh and joined in. That's right, brother Zhang. If you roar, Mother Tiger, come home with me. And then let your wife skin it for me. We'll see who's fiercer, your wife or the tiger. Uncle Zhang burst out laughing. Careful, or my wife will skin you first if she hears that. I don't even want to be deputy captain anymore. There's always something to arrange with production and harvest, never-ending worries, not to mention all the little things in every household. Luckily, Uncle Captain is in charge, and I just help out. Everyone listens to him because he's got authority. Third Uncle Zhang was curious. Big brother, who's signed up for women's director so far? Do you all have someone in mind? The women's director needs 3 things: a harmonious family, strong leadership, and some education. But the educated ones are all young, and those young wives don't have any influence. Uncle Captain actually said our Jiao Jiao would be perfect, but she won't stay, so there's no point mentioning it. After thinking it over, the only suitable candidate is Yezi, Zhang Guoqing's wife from the front yard. She finished elementary school, doesn't talk much, keeps her house in order, and gets along well with her in-laws. Zhang Guoqing is steady and hardworking, too. She's the best fit. Uncle Captain said it's like picking the tallest among the short ones. Can't let Zhang Guoqing's wife take the job, right? Uncle Zhang laughed at his own joke. Third Uncle Zhang thought for a while and remembered that the front yard had indeed gotten a new daughter-in-law a few years ago. Zhang Guoqing's wife seemed polite, always greeting people. Now that you mention it, I remember. That young wife always greets us men respectfully. Not bad. Didn't it Suehua used to be so nervous she could barely speak when she first took the job? She got the hang of it eventually. Yeah, Uncle Captain just suggested it. In the end, it's up to everyone to vote. Brother Zhou, have some more wine, don't just listen to us ramble. Now that you're back, you're not going out on any more missions, right? Zhou Xiaozheng raised his bowl and clinked it with Uncle Zhang's. No more. I'm getting old. From now on, I'll just train the young recruits and spend time with my wife and kids. That's good. Being a soldier is tough because you're not free, but everything else is fine. Yugai wanted to join the army back in the day, but our father wouldn't let him. Otherwise, he'd have run off long ago. Third Uncle Zhang took a sip and put down his bowl. I'd even prepared travel money. The night before I left, Dad disappeared into the mountains for 3 days and nights. Mom was so worried she cried, saying we 3 brothers would be left without a father. That's when I gave up the idea and stayed home. Being a soldier was always my dream, my only regret. Uncle Zhang chuckled. Do you know why Dad wouldn't let you join the army? He said the 3 of us weren't cut out for it. If we went, we'd just get ourselves killed. He said soldiers need quick wits and a good head on their shoulders. We're too stubborn. That year, 10 or so went to Leohugu and only 2 came back, both missing arms or legs. Those 2 were the smartest ones. He said if you came back missing a limb, that would be lucky. How could he let you go? Ask Brother Zhou how many of his comrades made it back. Third Uncle Zhang looked hopefully at Zhou Xiaozheng. Zhou didn't want to dampen the mood, but he still said, Leohugu wasn't even the worst. When I first joined, I didn't get a single day off all year. In the dead of winter, we'd lie in the snow for 3 days and nights without moving. That was normal. If you got frostbite, you were discharged. The honest, simple ones just collapsed and never woke up. Only the tough ones survived. It's much better now, times are peaceful, and being a soldier is respected. Uncle Zhang stood up and poured Zhou Xiaoing a drink, saying gratefully, Brother Zhou, here's a toast to your safe return and for coming back whole. We owe everything to soldiers like you. Without you, us ordinary folks wouldn't have good lives. Everyone, raise your glasses to Uncle Zhou. Everyone stood up and toasted Zhou Xiaozheng, finishing their drinks. Zhang's father quickly urged him to eat, since he'd just come back and only had a bowl of dumplings to fill his stomach. Zhou Xiaozheng ate a few bites, put down his chopsticks, poured a bowl of wine for Zhang's father, and raised it with gratitude. Second brother, ever since I knew my Jiao Jiao married into your family, I never worried she'd be mistreated. I trust you and second sister-in-law's character. Thank you both for looking after her all these years. I won't say any more polite words, we're all family. Here's a toast to you. He clinked bowls and finished his drink. Zhang's father drank his wine with a big smile and replied honestly, we're all family, no need for thanks. I'm grateful to have such a good daughter-in-law for my Xiao Wu. Jiao Jiao is sensible, well-behaved, and filial. Both of them are good kids who know how to live a good life. Being in-laws with your family is a pleasure. If you ever need anything, just tell Xiao Wu, treat him like your own son. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded with a laugh. All right, I'll be sure to boss him around. Don't worry. Drink slowly, eat more. You all, don't put down your chopsticks, eat up. Everyone gathered together, laughing and chatting, and it wasn't until they'd finished off a whole large jar of sorghum liquor that they finally said their goodbyes and headed home. It was getting late, the night was deep and quiet, and with work waiting for them tomorrow, everyone went back for a good rest. Zhou Xiaozheng didn't disturb his daughter's rest either. He slipped away from the crowd and told Zhang Guoqing and Jiao Jiao that he wouldn't be coming over to chat tonight, and that she should go to bed early. He also carefully explained what he'd be doing in the township the next morning and how things should be handled. When he returned to the guest room, Lin Lishan was already asleep. She'd spent the whole month on the train, constantly worrying. Even someone as cheerful and carefree as her, always laughing and talking, had, with the passage of time, become a woman approaching middle age. If you looked closely, you could see the fine lines on her face. But when she saw him come in, she let go of her worries, her whole spirit brightening. Lin Lishan blinked awake, saw him come in, and immediately tried to get up. Zhou Xiaozheng pressed her back down, not letting her get up. Don't get up. Xiao Wu is taking care of Jiao Jiao. It's freezing cold, don't get out of bed, or you'll catch a chill. I wanted to get you some hot water to soak your feet. You drank so much tonight, are you all right? Zhou Xiaoeng quickly washed up with the hot water from the thermos, then lay down on the king. He let out a comfortable sigh and reached out to hold her. Lin Lishan was now wide awake. Zhengji, now that you've seen Jiao Jiao, are you at ease? Zhou Xiaozheng sighed softly, lowering his voice. Seeing her only makes me worry more. Our Jiao Jiao really has been wronged. No matter how good this family is, it's still a burden for her. Even in the most harmonious big family, everyone has their own little calculations. The bigger the differences, the more likely there'll be conflict. Luckily, they've taken precautions. At most, they'll stay here 2 years before we take them away. Don't you feel Jiao Jiao doesn't quite fit in here? But the relationships between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and between the sisters-in-law, seem pretty good. They take good care of Zhou Jiao too. As for not fitting in, that's for sure Zhou Jiao is different from them. Looking at her muddled expression, Zhou Xiaozheng sighed inwardly. Her personality hadn't changed. She never thought about people's selfish motives. Luckily, Zhou Jiao took after him. Otherwise, she'd have been eaten alive by now. Think about it. If we hadn't come back, Zhou Jiao wouldn't even have enough food. In the countryside, you work yourself to the bone all year and still can't get enough to eat. Would there really be no complaints? Even if the family split up and Xiao Wu supported her, what work could our daughter possibly do with her build? Her mother-in-law dotes on Xiao Wu. Would she really have no opinions? It's only because Zhou Jiao hasn't been here long, happened to get pregnant, and her mother-in-law is in charge that the sisters-in-law don't make trouble. Who knows what's said behind her back? Do you think Zhao Jiao would tell us if she heard anything? Of course, with you and the old man here, they'll take extra care of Zhao Jiao. Even a fool can see Zhao Jiao's status. If it weren't for Xiao Wu, she wouldn't have married in. This child is so thoughtful, she never gossips, only ever says good things about people. You're right. I watched today. Except for us and Xiao Wu, Zhao Jiao keeps a very proper distance with her in-laws. She knows exactly how to behave. She's not the type to complain. Lin Lishan thought for a moment. Now that you mention it, I hadn't noticed before. Last time I visited, I saw that Zhao Jiao didn't care about money at all, and was very generous, probably always letting them have the better share. Xiao Wu gets up early to wash diapers and clothes himself, never asking them for help, always taking care of Zhao Jiao and the baby himself. He's a smart one, he must know what's going on. This kid's not bad, he's good enough for Zhao Jiao. In the countryside, there's no such thing as a month-long postpartum rest, at most. 3 or 5 days before you're back to chores, and that's normal. He takes care of everything himself and doesn't care what people say, he can afford it. You say Zhao Jiao is generous, but she doesn't care about those little favors. Have you ever seen her show off her jewelry? She knows what she's doing. As for not caring about money, that's for sure, our daughter is proud. Ordinary things don't interest her, and if something isn't hers, no matter how good it is, she won't covet it. She has her own bottom line, so long as no one crosses it, she can be gentle with everyone. But if her mother-in-law ever set her sights on that jewelry box, she'd definitely explode. Zheng Ji, what if I wanted it, would she give it to me? Zhou Xiaoying said smugly, if it's something I gave her, she'd be reluctant to part with it, not because it's valuable, but because it's meaningful. At most, she'd grit her teeth and give you one piece. Any more, and she'd rather buy you something even more expensive. As for anyone else? No chance. Haha, that's probably true. She's so good to me, always telling me to take the rent deposit to Beijing for myself. She says she's not short of money, imagine, with just 1,000 or so yuan. She dares say she's not short of money. Zhou Xiaozheng patted her back. She knows what she's doing, probably worried you'll spend a lot in Beijing. You should be happy. The only people she really cares about are us and Xiao Wu. As for everyone else, even your dad, she doesn't really care. She's very guarded and doesn't let people into her heart easily. If you think about it, you'll see. Now that I think about it, she's very respectful to my dad, but hardly ever mentions him. She's grateful and respectful to her mother-in-law, friendly but not close to her sisters-in-law. When she talks with them, she mostly listens and rarely expresses her own opinions. She's only really close to the kids in the family. She's generous with milk powder and malted milk. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaozheng remembered what Zhang Guoqing had said and pictured Zhao Jiao's quiet smile in his mind, a perfectly standard expression. He chuckled to himself. He'd always kept a straight face as a child, never letting anyone see what he was thinking. Who would have thought his daughter would instinctively know how to hide her emotions, too? He'd have to tell her tomorrow. If she doesn't feel like smiling, she doesn't have to, he's got her back. Zheng Ji, you don't know, my mom still finds it strange that Zhao Jiao doesn't resent me or blame me. She only believed it after my dad explained. She keeps saying Zhao Jiao isn't an ordinary person. Zhou Xiaozheng sneered inwardly. That old lady is so suspicious. She's afraid Zhao Jiao is scheming, afraid she's secretly holding a grudge. But does she ever think about what Zhao Jiao really cares about? All the family savings are in her hands, and she didn't even bring them back to Beijing. Does she really think the Lin family is so precious? She doesn't realize that Xiao Wu and Zhao Jiao are both worried he'll become a target for the Lin family. They'd rather he stay far away. As for the little things in the old lady's hands, he doesn't care for them, and neither does Zhao Jiao. Didn't she see Zhao Jiao casually tossing diamonds and bankbooks into her pocket or dumping priceless jewelry out of a box without a second thought? She really is from a big family. Just because he doesn't complain doesn't mean he doesn't mind how she treats his precious daughter. Does she think sending a few things will win their gratitude? Zhao Jiao never cared about that. When she got married, she only bought a sewing machine and didn't bother with the details. Your mom just says things, she doesn't really believe it. She doesn't know our daughter is broad-minded and understanding. Zhao Jiao told me herself that at first, she did blame you. She didn't open your letters for 6 years. Later, after Ping'an was born, she read your letters and understood. She said your only reason for living back then was to find me, so she stopped blaming you. She knew you wanted to find me and reunite the family. In the end, it's me who let you two down. Lin Lishan quickly covered his mouth, anxious. Didn't we agree not to say sorry to each other? I was willing to wait for you, willing to look for you. There's no man in the world better than you. I always knew you'd come back. Zhao Jiao said if she were me, she'd also go out looking for clues about Xiao Wu and leave Ping'an with her mother-in-law. Hee hee, Zhengji, I'm happy. She always comforts me, tells me not to overthink, that as long as we're well, it doesn't matter if we're not by her side. As long as the family is safe, she's grateful. I told my dad, and he said I have good fortune unless you don't want me anymore. With Zhao Jiao and Xiao Wu around, I'll never have to worry for the rest of my life. Zhou Xiaozheng hugged her tightly, smiling. How could I not want you? You and Zhao Jiao are my life. For you too, I'd fight my way out of the underworld itself. Lin Lishan blushed and giggled. After a moment, she suggested, Zhengji, once I've tidied up the courtyard house in the county, why don't we take Zhao Jiao and Ping'an to stay there for a few days? Zhao Jiao said their family usually eats nothing but cornmeal buns and wild vegetable buns, with barely any oil in the dishes. The buns are so rough they're hard to swallow. Once we leave, they can stay there. We'll come back in December for a few days, then return to Beijing for the new year. After the holiday, when we come back, Xiao Wu will be working, so we won't have to eat together anymore. We can just stay in the county and cook for ourselves. Zhou Xiaoying thought for a moment and said, that's a good idea. I'll talk to second brother Zhang and say that since we're both here, we'll take Xiao Wu and Zhao Jiao to the county to look around, visit some old friends, and let people know about their situation, so no one will try to bully them. Zhengji, you're so sly. If you put it that way, they'll definitely agree. I won't tell Zhao Jiao for now. Once everything's ready and we've borrowed a car, we'll just take her straight to the county. Otherwise, she'll say, Mom, save your money. Don't act like a nouveau riche. I have everything I need. Don't buy anything too flashy. Let's keep a low profile. Oh, and she'll scrunch up her little face and pout, going on and on. As Lin Lishan spoke, she imitated Zhou Jiao's expression, furrowing her brows and speaking softly. Zhou Xiaozheng couldn't help but laugh. You've met your match. What will you do from now on? But really, there's no need to buy big items. We'll be back in Beijing in 2 years anyway. We should buy more food, though. That's tricky. I'll figure it out. You just find someone to help tidy up and give them some money. We'll need quilts, bedding, pots, bowls, and utensils. Once we've used them, we don't need to keep them. Zhao Jiao, like you, is a neat freak. Don't throw out the old things. We can use them as gifts later. All right, I'll handle it. Tomorrow, let's go to the county together, make a list, then you can do your own thing and I'll take care of the rest. Zhou Xiaozheng gently patted her back. Okay, let's sleep first. Tomorrow morning, we'll get things done. If you need anything and I'm not around, just find Xiao Wu or Zhao Jiao. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and smoke curled up from the chimneys of every household in the village as Zhangjia village slowly woke from its slumber. The fierce wind from last night had died down, but the early morning breeze was still biting cold, chilling to the bone. Even so, it didn't stop the villagers, who were used to rising early and working hard. They were already busy in their own plots of land. On the road, men and women hurried back and forth carrying buckets of water, and there was already a line at the old well at the village entrance. You could faintly hear the men cracking crude jokes, with the women scolding them playfully, laughter ringing out as others gathered around to watch. Uncle, the old team leader, was out as usual, pipe in hand, strolling along the edge of the fields. He looked out at the barren, empty land, no crops in sight. The temperature had dropped sharply last night, and in a few days, it would probably snow. As he walked, the old team leader was already thinking about how to arrange the farm work before and after the snow, next year's harvest, and the grain distribution at the end of the year. Every time he saw the younger generation in the village growing up, starting families, and each household adding new members, he felt proud of the Zhang family's prosperity. But with more people in the village and only so much land, how to make sure everyone had enough to eat and lived a good life had been a problem that had weighed on his mind for decades. He could never forget what the previous team leader told him when handing over the position. Yes, he was a Zhang, and as the head of the family, he was responsible for the hundreds of mouths in the Zhang clan. Now he was quietly planning how to get everyone a little extra grain at the end of the year, whether they could reclaim more land next year, and if he should organize the old hunters to take the men up the mountain a few more times to stock up on meat for the new year. From a distance, the old team leader saw Zhang Guoqing walking toward him from the village entrance. Finally, he'd caught this kid. Of all the younger generation in the Zhang family, he'd always hoped this one would take over after him. Unfortunately, that was no longer possible. He couldn't keep him here. There were other outstanding young men in the Zhang family, but they were too selfish. What would happen after he stepped down was a constant worry for him. As soon as he saw Zhang Guoqing, the old team leader broke into a big smile and waved him over. When Zhang Guoqing came up, he greeted him warmly. He teased, "Little Five, where are you off to so early? Is your father-in-law hard to please? Did you get a beating? That Zhou Jiao is a sharp one, but you're still not quite up to his level. Remember to learn as much as you can from him. Even half of his skills will benefit you for a lifetime." Zhang Guoqing walked alongside him, matching his slow pace, and chuckled, "Third grandpa, I actually came looking for you on purpose. I was worried you'd get busy later and wouldn't have time. I was hoping you could help me with a certificate in the next couple of days. My household registration needs your stamp to transfer to the city. My son will be moving to the county with us too." The old team leader stopped, patted him on the shoulder, and said with deep emotion, "Ah, what a shame. I knew we couldn't keep you here. I was hoping you'd help shoulder my burden. But enough of that, everything's settled in the city, right? You got a job lined up?" Zhang Guoqing nodded respectfully. "Everything's ready in the city. Once you stamp the papers, the three of us can transfer our household registration. I've got a job lined up too. After the new year, I'll be working at the County Armed Forces Department. But please keep it a secret for now." The old team leader gave his shoulder another hearty pat, laughing, "Good for you. That's a great place." The Zhang family finally has someone making a name for himself. Remember to look after the younger ones in the family. You picked a good unit. If your grandfather were here to see how well you've done, he'd drink 10 jars of his favorite liquor in celebration. Too bad he left us too soon. The paperwork is easy. Just come by my house when you're not working anytime. I figure you want to keep this low-key, and your third grandpa's no fool. I'll keep it secret. And since your son's getting registered, make sure you have a name ready." Zhang Guoqing grinned and nodded. "Thank you, third grandpa. I'll come find you soon. You're always out and about so early. Noticed anything different lately?" The old team leader tapped him on the head with his long pipe and scolded with a smile. "Don't just thank me with words. Bring a bottle of that liquor you brought last time. Let me share in your good fortune and have a taste." Last time, the bottle was gone before I could even try it. As for what I've noticed, nothing much except that you're about to take off, and our Zhang family finally has someone to be proud of. That makes me happy. Zhang Guoqing quickly waved his hands, modestly saying, "Don't tease me, Grandpa. I'm just a farm boy who got lucky. Take off? Don't praise me too much, I can't handle it. I just hope I don't make a fool of myself. You sly little fox, you've always been sharp. Your third grandpa's been around long enough to know talent when he sees it. All right, get on with your business, I need to check on the team. The old team leader knew full well that not even the county could keep Zhang Guoqing for long. With Zhou Jiao being Zhou Xiaozhang's only child, they'd eventually go back. He'd lived long enough to see through things. If they weren't leaving now, there must be a reason. Maybe they were just waiting for the right opportunity. Back when the village was gossiping about how Zhang's second son spent 800 yuan, a huge sum, to marry off his youngest son, the old team leader thought even 8,000 would have been worth it for such a daughter-in-law. A good wife brings fortune for 3 generations. Too bad none of his grandsons were good enough to catch her eye. When he officiated their wedding, he had a feeling this couple would go far, but things turned out even better than he'd expected. Zhang Guoqing watched the old man walk away and then headed home. He had great respect for the old team leader. The reason Zhang Jiao village was the envy of the surrounding area wasn't just because it was near Dakingshan, with its wild game and mountain goods, but also because of the old team leader's decades of hard work, personally planning and looking after the village. What was truly rare was that he was selfless. His own sons worked the fields like everyone else. It was thanks to him that Zhang Jiao village was what it was today. Even if there were still a few families who sometimes went hungry or cold, it was still the wealthiest village around, with plenty of houses with tiled roofs. Except for families with few strong laborers or those who were lazy or cunning, everyone had enough grain thanks to his arrangements. With a bit of foraging in spring, they could get by. All this was due to the old man's efforts, and it was also why Uncle Zhang worried the village would fall into chaos once the old team leader stepped down. Zhou Jiao had woken up early, waiting for her parents to come in. Before she could say much, even Zhang Guoqing had gone out with them to take care of things. She didn't ask, she figured it was about the Zhou family and the little courtyard. Her father didn't want her worrying about Zhou family matters, so she didn't ask, to put his mind at ease. With her mother looking after the courtyard, she was even less concerned. The only issue was spending a bit more money. Zhou Jiao held her son, reciting nursery rhymes to him and playing with him from time to time. She found that, just as Zhang Guoqing had said, her son was very responsive. These past few days, whenever she had a free moment, she'd chat with him or sing children's songs, and he really seemed to understand. His eyes would follow her as she moved. She didn't have a computer to check if it was normal for a baby not yet a month old to be so precocious. As for asking others, she decided against it. Their family was already attracting attention. If her son turned out to be a prodigy, she'd rather keep it hidden. She didn't want him to be under pressure from such a young age. When Zhang's mother saw that her in-laws, their spouses, and Xiaowu had all gone out, she knew no one would interrupt their conversation. After breakfast, she tidied up her chores in a hurry and rushed off to see her grandson. As soon as she entered, she heard Zhou Jiao softly reciting something to Pinyin. She couldn't understand what was being said, but she found her youngest daughter-in-law's gentle, unhurried voice very pleasant. Every now and then, Zhou Jiao would pause and call Pinyin by his nickname, which made Zhang's mother burst out laughing. Jiao Jiao, you should start calling him by his full name now. Xiaowu named him Zhang Mingxian. He said our family lacks the fire element, and Xian means bright and warm. Xuanhe also means famous and illustrious. Anyway, both your father and father-in-law said it's a good name. When you have another child, you can name him Mingi, so together they'll be Xuanhe, famous and impressive. Haha, our Xiaowu really knows how to name children. Shizi's full name is Zhang Mingyuan. He said Yuan means the first. Zhang Mingyuan, it just rolls off the tongue. Look at the names he picked. Zhang Mingyuan, Zhang Mingzue, Zhang Mingyu, Zhang Mingho, Zhang Mingxian. Your eldest uncle said all the best Ming generation names have been taken by our family. Zhou Jiao nodded. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known Xiaowu named Shizi and the others. They really are good names. What about eldest uncle's grandson? I only ever hear them call him by his nickname, Tai Dan or Tongsua. Zhang's mother laughed heartily. took little Ping'an into her arms, and replied, Xiaowu's generation is supposed to use Qing according to the family genealogy. Your eldest uncle named his kids Qingshan, Qing'an, Qingya, all mountain-related. Your younger uncle picked Qifeng and Qingling, also mountain names. In our family, your father named them Guofu and Guoqiang, and Guoqing was named by your grandfather. For Shizi's generation, your grandfather insisted on following the genealogy, but your father and Xiaowu's generations didn't stick to it, otherwise it'd get confusing. That's why Xiaowu named him Mingyuan. Your eldest and younger uncles' Ming generation names are all river and lake-themed. Taidan is Zhang Mingjiang, Tongsua is Zhang Minghu, and there's a whole string of them I can't remember. There are just too many, so everyone uses nicknames. Not bad, the Ming generation names sound nice too. I guess my Miao and my Sui's full names were also picked by Xiaowu. Yes. The elders said the eldest girl lacked water, so Xiaowu looked it up and told your father. He picked Miao with 3 water radicals, matching her nickname My Miao. Her full name is Zhang Miao. I don't even know how to write it, but it sounds scholarly. When your second sister-in-law had her too, she insisted Xiaowu pick a good name, so he chose Zhang Mingho. When she had a girl, your second sister-in-law just called her Maithui after My Miao, and Xiaowu named her Zhang Tong, meaning prosperous and lively. He said your second sister-in-law's life would be full of good fortune. Our Xiaowu has a kind heart. He was worried she'd favor boys over girls, so he deliberately picked a pleasing name. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh at Zhang's mother. No matter what Xiaowu did, her mother-in-law always found a way to praise him. She really did favor her youngest. Mom, now that the new courtyard is finished, should we host a banquet? Zhang's mother shook her head, sighing no need. These days, everyone keeps things simple. In the past, when building a house, you'd have to offer chicken, duck, and pork to the earth god when digging the foundation, and invite all the relatives and friends for the beam raising. Firecrackers would be deafening, and celebration cakes would be scattered everywhere. Now, people just set a couple of tables on moving day. I plan to follow the village custom. Your father said to keep it low-key. We've built 2 big courtyards. If we throw a banquet, people will say we're acting like landlords. The new courtyard's ground has been leveled. It's finally done. You all can move in this month. Zhou Jiao's eyes widened in surprise. So soon? I thought it'd be next month at the earliest. It really was quick. Everyone rushed it. At first, Xiaowu and his brothers planned to build it like this courtyard, but to save time, the bricklayer suggested leaving some open space and making 3 rooms, with 2 side rooms on each wing. That saved a lot of work. Plus, the carpenter had already made the doors and windows in advance. That's why it went so fast. Xiaowu must have told you. Your father said the bricklayer is a good man and paid him extra. Xiaowu mentioned it. He said they left some space and made it smaller, which is good. There's only 3 of us, so a big place would be wasted. The master craftsman is an honest man. Good thing he was in charge. We'll pay the extra wages. Big brother and sister-in-law, second brother and sister-in-law, they've all been so busy, while I just hid inside. Don't delay the move, Mom. Otherwise, people might think you're playing favorites, and you shouldn't have to put up with that. Listen to me. Spend a little more. As long as the family's happy, everything will be fine. Zhang's mother freed her hands and patted Zhou Jiao, sighing, You're just too generous. I know what I'm doing, so don't worry about your confinement. Even if you have money, you need to save it for the future. Besides, you and Xiaowu can't be the only ones paying. If you get used to giving, they'll always come to you for help. Life is long, everyone faces hard times, but they can't always come to you. You're still young and don't understand all the ways of the world. If they even begrudge you during your confinement, then there's no point in keeping up the relationship. Look at Xiaowu, he's reluctant to part with things, but your aunts with their 7 sons, did your in-laws ever send anything over? No, right? So there's no need to send things to them. If you do, they might think I'm showing off and get offended, so I just keep things hidden. Why give wine? Because your grandfather is here, giving a couple bottles is just a gesture to show we're family. Otherwise, why not give it to others? That's how relationships work. If they mind, they won't help us build the house. If they do mind, Then I'll just keep my distance. Just be polite on the surface. Do you understand what I'm saying? Zhou Jiao nodded seriously. I understand, Mom. No one ever taught me these things. If I do anything wrong in the future, please remind me and treat me like your own daughter. Zhang's mother smiled. Of course I treat you like my own. I know you're filial, but I worry your sisters-in-law will gossip and make things hard for me and your father, and that'll hurt the brothers' relationship. But what's yours is yours. Xiao Wu is a good man. He always thinks of his brothers. You, though, need to be a bit more careful. Don't just listen to him all the time. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. Mom, you really do favor your youngest. Good thing my sisters-in-law didn't hear you. Silly girl, after the family splits, you'll need to be more careful. I thought your mom would tell you to be more frugal, but I see there's no hope. Your mom is even more generous than you. She can't bear to see you suffer. She gives things to everyone in the family. It pains me to see her so extravagant. Even if she only makes 100 yuan a month, it's like she doesn't want to live on it. Zhou Jiao couldn't stop laughing, collapsing onto the king. It was just too funny. Her mom really did scare her mother-in-law with her generosity, driving in carloads of gifts. Mom, you and my mom get along so well. Didn't you ever tell her to spend less? Zhang's mother thought of Lin Lishan and couldn't help but laugh. I told her, but it's no use. Luckily, the car comes back and no one else sees how much stuff there is, or the villagers would be shocked. Now your dad is back. He'll be even more extravagant. He'd give you all the best things if he could. Those two are a perfect match. Just wait, your dad will support your mom's extravagance. Last night, after drinking, he even said he wanted to hunt a tiger and bring you a tiger skin. I've never seen parents spoil their child so much. Zhou Jiao got anxious. Don't let my dad go into the deep mountains. Siberian tigers are huge, over 2 meters long. I don't care about tiger skins. Make sure Xiao Wu keeps an eye on him. Zhang's mother patted her. Don't worry. Your father, your uncle, and your dad together, they'll be fine. 3 villages go hunting together, and they never go deep into the mountains. Your dad grew up here. He knows what he's doing. Zhou Jiao nodded, making a mental note to keep a close eye on her dad when he got back, and make him promise not to go into the deep mountains and to stay far away from tigers and leopards. What do you want for lunch? You must be tired of pig's feet and chicken by now. If only we had fish, I'd make a fish stew with tofu and scallions. Mom, stop it. You're making my mouth water. Suddenly, Zhang's mother remembered hearing at the mill yesterday that the Xiao family at the village entrance had fish. It would be perfect for entertaining her in-laws and giving Zhou Jiao something different to eat. The family had been busy these days, or else Xiao Wu could have gone to look for some. She quickly handed her grandson back to Zhou Jiao. Not knowing if the Xiao family had finished eating yet, she had to hurry and check. Here, take Ping'an. I'm going out for a bit. Lie down and rest, and don't go outside. Without waiting for a reply, she hurried off, leaving Zhou Jiao bewildered, not knowing what her mother-in-law was in such a rush for. After Zhang's mother walked out the door, she thought for a moment and returned to the main room to grab some money and tuck it into her clothes. She smoothed out her outfit, tidied her hair, and hurriedly told her 2 daughters-in-law in the kitchen that she was heading out. She left the courtyard and walked briskly toward the Xiao family at the entrance of the village. When she arrived outside their yard, she wasn't sure if anyone would be home since it was working hours. She called out, "Sister-in-law Xiao, are you home?" "I'm here." "Who is it?" "Come on in," came a voice from inside. Zhang's mother happily pushed open the gate. The Xiao family's yard wasn't big, but it was tidy. The family line was single-threaded, just Xiao too as the only son. After he got married, he had 2 grandsons and a granddaughter, which made old man Xiao so happy that he set off firecrackers on the mountain in the middle of the night. It startled the whole village, who thought something had happened, and soon everyone knew about it. "Sister-in-law, you're not working today? I was worried you wouldn't be home. How's your health? Are you still taking your medicine?" Zhang's mother asked, noticing she was preparing lunch and coughing from time to time. It seemed the cold weather had triggered her old bronchitis. Madame Xiao smiled and handed her a stool. "I'm fine, it's just my old man making a fuss." This bronchitis always acts up when it gets cold. What brings you here? Aren't you busy with the new house? I heard yesterday that your dasher caught some fish. I wanted to see if there were any left at home. Madame Xiao led her to the big water vat outside the kitchen. Take a look, there are still several left. Take them all if you want. If we don't eat them soon, they'll freeze. Are they for your daughter-in-law to help with her milk? Zhang's mother beamed at the fresh fish in the vat. Give me 3, you keep the rest for yourselves. These fish are worth a good bit. Why didn't you sell them while they were still alive? Madame Xiao threaded 4 fish with a straw and handed them over. Sell them? There's plenty in the river if we want more. Besides, you're busy at home, otherwise you wouldn't need to come to me. For enough? We don't have many people at home, can't finish too many. You're too polite, sister-in-law. I bet you're planning to make cured fish. I won't stand on ceremony, but I should pay you. I'm in a hurry, so I'll leave the money here. Come by for a chat when you have time. With that, Zhang's mother put a yuan on the table, grabbed the fish, and hurried out. Madame Xiao chased after her with the money, insisting she take it back, or else leave the fish. We've eaten plenty of your family's meat. Are you really going to settle accounts with me? Go on, come back for more when you finish these. Dasher said he'll catch more fish soon, we're not short of fish. Zhang's mother had no choice but to accept, thinking she'd send some cured meat over later. All right, I'll take them, but don't go stuffing things into my pockets again. Go on, hurry home, and get lunch ready. I won't keep you, Madame Xiao said, watching her leave before heading back inside. She couldn't help but envy Zhang's mother, 3 sons, all capable and filial, and now a new grandson. No wonder she was always so cheerful, thinking of ways to nourish her daughter-in-law. But her own dasher was filial too, so she wasn't jealous. She decided to cook more fish for lunch so the kids could enjoy it when they came home. In the kitchen, Lin Juhua was surprised to see Zhang's mother come in with 4 fish. Mom, where'd you catch those? Amazing! You just stepped out and brought back 4 big fish. Zhang's mother burst out laughing. Silly girl, you think I have that kind of skill? They're from Xiao Shida's family. They wouldn't even take money. Tonight, have the kids bring over some cured meat as thanks. Okay, we'll do it after dinner. Mom, how should we cook the fish? They're all alive, should we save one for Zhou Jiao to help with her milk tomorrow? Lin Juhua asked as she inspected the fish. Zhang's mother thought for a moment. The kids hadn't had fish in a while, and Xiaowu said eating more fish was good for children's brains. Let's make a fish stew with 3 of them, and stew the last one with tofu for Zhou Jiao. No need to save any, these fish are so big. With her tiny appetite, she won't finish it even by tomorrow. Just stew the whole thing. The longer it cooks, the better it tastes. Just then, Huang Suilon came out of the cellar. Mom, do we need anything else? She was carrying a wild boar leg. Mom, I see we only have bone soup and some ribs left. Uncle Zhou and the others are coming back for lunch, and I'm worried there won't be enough meat. What should I do with this leg? The bone soup and steamed cornbread are all ready? That was quick. Let's feed the helpers first. Uncle Zhou and his friend probably won't come back for lunch. They said before they left not to prepare anything for them. Oh, my memory. Huang Suilon put the boar leg back in the cellar and said, then we won't prepare anything extra for lunch. Let's cook less fish and save some for dinner. We have enough dishes for lunch. It's fine, let's make a fish stew for the kids and stew one for Zhou Jiao. Save the other 2 for dinner. Juhua, keep an eye on the cooking. No need to deliver the food. I'll go with your sister-in-law. Okay, got it. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of everything. Sis, the last batch of cornbread isn't ready yet. I've already sent Shizi and Shirtu to call Dad. They should be here soon to carry the food. Let's start serving the dishes and soup, Lin Juhua said, stopping her sister-in-law from putting away the cornbread. Watching her 2 daughters-in-law help serve soup and dishes, Zhang's mother sighed. So much food and so many cornbreads, it's exhausting. They say building a house takes a layer of skin off you, and it's true. Good thing it's not the height of summer, or we'd have heat stroke. At least it's only a few days of hard work, and then we can finally relax. Huang Suilon and Lin Juhua both let out a sigh of relief. With so much food to prepare every day, just the 3 of them were run off their feet. As they finished serving, Huang Zuelan watched Lin Juhua skillfully start on the fish and asked, "Juhua, did you find someone for the carpentry work? If second brother does it alone, he'll be overwhelmed." Lin Juhua was too busy to look up. "I don't know, I'm not in charge of that. It's all up to the kid's dad. I think he's working with Xiaowu's family, but I haven't even seen the wood yet, so I don't know what they're using." "You're not worried at all, are you? Just move your things into the new house and use them for now. You can add whatever's missing later. We should get the yard sorted before the ground freezes, so we can plant corn and sweet potatoes in the spring. The backyard's so big you and second brother can dig it up together. Next year, you'll be living on your own," Zhang's mother said, noticing Lin Juhua's worried look and laughing. Lin Juhua looked at her plaintively. "Mom, how am I supposed to manage such a big yard? I'm not afraid of digging, but you'll have to help me figure out where to plant vegetables and where to put sweet potatoes and corn. It's all rocks, I don't even know if anything will grow. The kid's dad says we'll have to fertilize and improve the soil after digging. Of course, it's wasteland. You have to improve it slowly, can't rush. The backyard's the same as here, no need to do anything special. If you're not raising pigs, plant fewer sweet potatoes and more corn." Huang Zuelan looked at them worriedly. "Mom, Juhua, what about Xiaowu's yard? I'm worried about Zhao Jiao. She'll probably cry when she sees it." Zhang's mother and Lin Juhua burst out laughing. Lin Juhua added tofu to the pot and said with a smile, "I wouldn't have thought of that if you hadn't mentioned it. The yard's so big, it'd be a waste not to plant something. Even if they work in the county, they wouldn't want to leave it empty. I'll ask her later, maybe she'll come up with a good idea." Zhang's mother smiled. "Zhao Jiao doesn't even know Xiaowu has it all planned out. Let me tell you, Xiaowu said to plant more grapevines in the front yard to save effort. In the backyard, divided into 3 plots, a vegetable garden, a sweet potato patch, and a cornfield. The rest will be planted with fruit trees. The vegetable garden will only have watermelons, melons, tomatoes, and cucumbers, with gourds, winter squash, and pumpkins in the corners. Rotate the crops with the seasons, and in autumn plant Chinese cabbage and radishes, whatever's easiest." Huang Zuelan nodded. "That's good, saves effort. Otherwise, Xiaowu couldn't handle it all, no matter how strong he is." Lin Juhua widened her eyes in disbelief. "So they're not going to raise chickens or ducks?" Huang Zuelan nodded at her. "Chickens and ducks need to be fed, and they don't want to trouble their parents. Besides, if they move to the county, they can raise a few in their own yard." Zhang's mother didn't say anything. She knew that once they moved to the county, the couple definitely wouldn't raise chickens in their yard. Yards in town aren't as big as in the village, and with Zhao Jiao's personality, she'd hate the mess. She'd already planned it out. Once they moved, she'd keep a few chicks in their backyard, visit when she had time, and feed them. It wouldn't be much trouble. Besides, with the house empty, the young couple would come back every so often to visit and check on the place. Zhou Xiaozheng and his wife didn't ride their bikes. Instead, they strolled leisurely toward the county town. Along the way, he introduced the villages to Lin Lishan one by one, sharing memories from his childhood. When they entered the county town and arrived at the gate of the courtyard they'd bought, Lin Lishan stood outside, glanced at the gate and the surrounding wall, and pursed her lips. But when she saw how close the neighbors were, a smile appeared on her face. Following Zhou Xiaozheng into the courtyard, she walked into the main house, her smile widening as she nodded in approval. This was more like it. It was perfect for their daughter, just her style. "Jingji, this is great. Small but well-equipped, and it's nice and quiet. You have good taste." Lin Lishan, seeing the expectant look on her husband's face, didn't hold back her praise and gave him a thumbs up. Zhou Xiaozheng shot her a proud glance. "Go check out the rooms. What needs to be changed? Let's hurry up and get our daughter out of there." Just thinking about his daughter living under someone else's roof, feeling constrained, made him impatient to bring her home. Lin Lishan chuckled. Anyone who didn't know better would think your daughter was being mistreated by her in-laws. "All right, I won't say anything more. Let's go in." Seeing him glare, she quickly surrendered. After carefully walking around, Lin Lishan had a good idea of the place. Other than the lack of a bathroom in the rooms, everything was quite convenient. The previous elderly owners must have been cultured people. The books in the bookshelf were mostly biographies, travelogues, and some old classics, nothing particularly valuable. There were also some foreign books, mostly light reading. The furniture, inside and out, was made of good wood. She found it odd that the old couple would be willing to leave all this behind. Zhang, why do you think the previous owners left all this furniture? It's all good stuff. It doesn't make sense. They clearly know their stuff. Zhou Jiao mused, maybe they have even better things at home. He said these were part of the old lady's dowry. Or maybe their kids don't appreciate them, and the old man was afraid they'd get ruined after he was gone. Lin Lishan pulled him into the master bedroom. Let's start here. I'll tell you and you take notes. We need to go to the county hospital to buy disinfectant and clean everything thoroughly and get the right cleaning solutions. You know about this. How much can we use without damaging the materials? Buy plenty of disinfectant. We need to clean the whole courtyard. The curtains are no good, too dirty. We'll give them to Jiao Jiao later. The used quilts are no good either, dirty. We'll give those to Jiao Jiao too. We need a new set of bedding, but not for this room. She already has some. Nothing else needs to be bought here. The study just needs a good cleaning. She finished and walked to the room on the right. This room has quilts. We'll need a set of bedding and curtains. Except for the study, all 3 rooms need curtains. I'll buy the fabric and make them myself. Then she went to the next room. This one's pretty big. Just put a bed in, there's already a wardrobe. We can keep this room for when we visit. We'll need to buy a bed and bedding for here. The front room can be for Xiaowu's parents or guests. When people visit, besides the living room, we'll open that room for them to rest in. Jiao Jiao doesn't like outsiders in her bedroom, just like me. She takes after me. If Zhou Jiao were here, she'd definitely pull her aside and say, just wash the curtains with disinfectant, they'll be fine. The quilts can be used for now. She already has other bedding. Lin Lishan smiled to herself, thinking of her daughter. She still wanted to give her the best. As for the old things, she wasn't worried about finding a use for them. They'd be perfect for their house in the village, just as Jiao Jiao liked. Zhou Xiaozheng made a note. We'll buy bedding for all 3 rooms. Leave what we're using now in the village, so we don't have to keep moving things back and forth. Do you have enough fabric ration coupons? Here we go. He wanted to buy even more. Lin Lishan grinned mischievously at him, thinking to herself that her father was the one being extravagant, not her. But she realized they'd need to go to the provincial capital. There's definitely not enough coupons. Let's prioritize buying quilts and curtains for Jiao Jiao's room and ours. Once she moves in, we'll figure out how to get some overseas remittance coupons to avoid trouble. It's really true that money can't buy everything. By the way, I got my salary back, but why didn't I get any of those ration coupons? Do I have to go back to the army to get them? Zhou Xiaozheng felt he just couldn't get used to life back home. After years of traveling the world, he often missed this land, but now that he was back, he found everything inconvenient. Lin Lishan shook her head in confusion. I've never dealt with this before, so I don't know. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten to get your coupons. I'll ask when we get back to Beijing. You, a grown man, don't go asking. Zhou Xiaozheng just laughed at her. He was helpless in the face of his wife's muddled but protective nature, but as long as she was happy, that was enough. He had no regrets in this life, a wife who truly cared for him, and a daughter who took after him. As for anyone else, he didn't care and didn't need to. All right, listen up. 3 sets of bedding, curtains for 3 rooms, which I'll make myself. Coal and firewood for the whole winter. A set for the kitchen, and a box of disinfectant. Anything else? Lin Lishan was even more eager to go to the provincial capital. She said, I think, except for firewood and beds, which we can buy here in the county, everything else is better bought in the provincial capital. The friendship store has everything, the quality is better, and the prices are reasonable. I'll borrow a car from the military district, it's too inconvenient without one. I'll also see if Fong Jianmei can help us get some overseas remittance coupons and ration tickets, so Jiao Jiao can have some to use as she needs. What do you think? Zhou Xiaozheng was tempted. He also wanted to visit his old comrades, and he'd need their help to buy grain anyway. After more than 20 years away, he didn't know anyone in the county anymore. Zhao Dashan was out of the question. The Armed Forces Department had a car, but probably only one, and it wasn't for personal use. That works. The beds and firewood aren't urgent. Let's go to the provincial capital right away, and I can visit my old friends. If we borrow a car, it doesn't matter if we come back late. Without a car, shopping is a hassle, and with one, Jiao won't have to freeze on the way home. After saying this, Zhou Xiaoyang closed the doors to each room, locked the main gate with his wife, and headed for the bus station. Listening to his wife's chatter, Zhou Xiaoyang kept an eye on the surroundings and passers-by, feeling deeply content. He'd really lucked out with this house. The neighbors were well off, so his Jiao wouldn't learn to mistreat herself by copying others. He knew his daughter well. Her temperament, outlook, and way of thinking were just like his. She was practically his younger self all over again. Shan, come with me to see Zhao Chuangguang first. I don't know if anyone else is around, so let's leave it at that. If it's just me, I probably won't make it back tonight, and Jiao will worry. Lin Lishan snuggled up to him, glancing at him from time to time with a silly grin. Is this Zhao Chuangguang the one who was in the army with you, came to our wedding, tall, always grinning? Zhou Xiaozhang thought for a moment. You still remember him after all these years? I heard he's doing pretty well now. He's the head of the army supply department, a cushy job. He must have gotten lucky. There's no problem asking him for help. We're the closest of friends. I heard he even burned incense for me for years. I'll go give him a scare. That's impressive. Not just anyone can hold that position. Zhou Xiaozhang nodded. He knew Zhao Chuangguang's character well. They were like brothers. If other people hadn't looked after Jiao, he didn't care. But if Zhao Chuangguang, as close as a brother, hadn't looked out for his daughter, that was impossible. He had some questions for him, and wanted to catch up too. He'd always suspected that the gifts from his brother-in-law in the northwest were actually sent by his old army buddies. The Lin family's talk was just lip service. Thinking about seeing old Lady Lin again this time, Zhou Xiaozhang's expression darkened. By the time they arrived in the provincial capital, it was already close to 9:30. Zhou Xiaozhang took his wife straight to the main road to wait for a military vehicle from the district to pass by. Usually, when they stood by the roadside in uniform, any passing military truck would automatically stop for them. They waited for quite a while before finally seeing a military truck pull over. The soldier driving quickly jumped out and saluted. Good evening, sir. Are you heading to the military district? Please hop on. After returning the salute, Zhou Xiaozhang and his wife followed him onto the truck. Comrade, are you heading back to the mess hall or somewhere else? Sir, I'm going to the logistics department to unload supplies. If you're going to the mess hall, I can drop you off there, the young soldier replied with a smile. Zhou Xiaoyang was quite pleased to hear this. He didn't need to go to the mess hall. No need for that. Do you know Zhao Chuanggang? Just take us to him. Sure thing. I'm actually headed that way. What a coincidence. If you'd come half an hour later, I'd have already left. The truck sped along and reached their destination in just 20 minutes. After Zhou Xiaozhang showed his credentials, the young soldier led them to the office. Sir, I'll wait outside. The director is inside. After Zhou Xiaozhang and Lin Lishan saluted and thanked him, Zhou pushed open the half-closed office door. Inside, his old friend Zhao Chuanggang, whom he hadn't seen for years, was sitting behind his desk, head down, sipping tea. Hearing the door, Zhao Chuanggang frowned and looked up, instantly freezing in shock. His body trembled, and the hand holding the hot tea slowly dropped, spilling the tea onto his pants and making him jump from the scalding heat. Ignoring the pain in his thigh, he rushed to the door, leapt at Zhou Xiaozhang, and hugged him tightly, laughing and crying at the same time. Zhengji, you're really alive. You're really back. The commotion drew the attention of people passing by, and even colleagues from the neighboring office came out to see what was going on. Zhou Xiaoyang quickly pushed him back inside and shut the door. What are you doing, peeing yourself like a cat? Go change your pants. Come on, brother, have a heart, now I'm all wet. Zhao Chuanggang hugged Zhou Xiaoyang tightly again, resting his head on Zhou's shoulder, rubbing his face against him as if to vent all his emotions, then gave him a few hard pats before letting go and laughing heartily. You're warm and real, all right. You really are alive. Those guys in Beijing called a few days ago saying you were alive, but the phone connection was so bad, all static. I was just thinking of going to Beijing to see for myself if you were a ghost or a man. Never thought I'd see you with my own eyes. Zhang, I've burned so much paper money for you every year. Guess it was all for nothing. Zhou Jiao gave him a kick. This guy never acted properly. He took off his military coat and tossed it onto the back of his wife's chair, joking, "Look at this, all your snot. How am I supposed to face anyone like this? Go change your pants. Your sister-in-law's here." Sister-in-law? She's my younger sister. You're a few months younger than me, you know. Just because I call you G, you really think you're my big brother? Sister-in-law, have a seat. I'm taking my Zhang Ji to change his pants first. With that, he dragged Zhou Jiao off to the dormitory. Zhang Ji, does this mean your mission's done? You're not going out again, are you? Please, don't go out anymore. Just retire, okay? 17 years, not a word, no idea if you were dead or alive. Listen to your brother, even if you have to die. Don't take those deadly assignments anymore. Or just break a leg or something. Zhao Chuangang held him close, whispering in his ear. Zhou Xiaoheng was both exasperated and touched. He gave Zhao a pat on the head. Don't worry, I'm not going out again. Can't you see the state I'm in? Watch your mouth, you. Wow, you got promoted. Not bad. Zhang Ji, did you take off your coat on purpose just to show off? Of course I did, just to show off for you. Now give me a coat, I'm freezing. Where do you live anyway? Zhao Chuangang burst out laughing. Getting old, huh? The Northeast Tigers turned into a sick cat. Almost there, damn. Good thing I didn't scald my little buddy. Zhang Ji, you don't know how many sacks of paper money I've burned for you over the years. Maybe even King Yama was moved and let you come back. Zhou Xiaoheng teased, well, now that I'm back, you can stop burning paper money and just give me real money instead. Your Zhang Ji has to support his wife and kid now. Yeah, right? Your kid needs your support? Old Master Lin wouldn't take care of her? All these years you've been gone. Does your daughter even recognize you? Did she kick you out the door? Zhao Chuangang opened the door and hurried him inside. Zhou Xiaoxing's face turned cold, and he didn't answer, just put on the coat Zhao handed him. After changing his pants, Zhao Chuangang noticed Zhou's expression and cautiously asked, Zhang Ji, what's wrong? Don't tell me your daughter really doesn't recognize you? That kid's always been a bit cold, but don't worry, give it time. She's still young, grew up with her grandparents. She'll understand when she's older. Zhou Xiaoheng let out a cold laugh and couldn't help swearing. Bullshit. Grew up with her grandparents, my ass. That's not right. I asked around in Beijing, they said she really did grow up with your in-laws. It's just that the old man's family is so strict, I didn't dare go visit. I've seen the kid a few times. Heard her dad was gone, so she lived with her mom, and your wife never remarried. But she really did grow up with her grandparents. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhao Chuangang looked at him, doubtful. The girl did seem to live with the elders, a bit aloof, but always polite. Zhou Xiaozheng shot him a look. Idiot, that's my brother-in-law's daughter. You got it all wrong. Remember, my brother-in-law and I went on missions together. Zhao Chuangang stared at him in disbelief, then blurted out, wait, so where's your daughter? Where's our little princess? Where's Jiao Jiao? Zhou Xiaozheng gave him a look of disdain. I always wondered why you had time to burn paper money every year but never visited my Jiao Jiao. I was about to beat you up for that. Seriously, how could my own child turn out like that? How was I supposed to visit? Zhang Ji, where is she now? With your wife or somewhere else? Don't tell me she was given away. No way, right? Damn, he'd been fooled by that little girl for years. Zhou Xiaozheng sighed. He really didn't know how this guy had become a department head. Helplessly, he asked, did you see old Master Lin bring his grandson-in-law over this month? Yeah, I saw them. The old man has several granddaughters, who keeps track. Wait, you're saying that young man is your son-in-law? Not grandson-in-law, but son-in-law? That can't be. Our little princess is only 17. Zhou Xiaoheng looked serious. I'm not joking. that really is my son-in-law. After I left, my father took Zhou Jiao away. You know my family situation. Otherwise, why would I have run away at 16? Guang, I'm so tired. There's no one to blame. With that, Zhou Xiaozheng pulled up a chair, grabbed a cigarette from the box on the table, and lit up, taking a few hurried drags. Not having smoked in a while, he choked a bit. Zhao Chuangang gently patted his shoulder and sighed. If the child had been left with her grandfather, she must have suffered a lot. That girl was Zhou's lifeblood. Zhou Xiaozheng held the cigarette in his mouth, staring ahead. After taking it out, he said quietly, "You have no idea how much my Jiao Jiao suffered. She was like an orphan, bullied by my eldest brother's family to the point she could barely survive. The old man always sided with the eldest, and the old lady couldn't protect her. Your sister-in-law never visited her once in 17 years, let alone the Lin family. They just send a few things every year, but my eldest brother's family kept it all from her. When Jiao Jiao was 10, she couldn't take it anymore and managed to call your sister-in-law, saying she wanted to find her mom. But your sister-in-law refused. My Jiao Jiao, she's so strong and proud. Imagine how much she must have suffered to finally ask for help. But damn it, even then, she wore patched clothes, with skin and bones, and somehow managed to grow up like a weed. The eldest family even tried to marry her off to some scumbag relative. If she hadn't been smart and figured out a way to marry Zhang Guoqing, she'd be nothing but a shadow now. You didn't see it, my Jiaoji was just skin and bones, but she still comforted us, so sensible and sweet it broke my heart." By the end, Zhou Xiaozheng was covering his face with both hands, unable to go on. Since coming back and hearing everything from Zhang Guoqing, Zhang's parents, and the villagers, he'd pieced together what kind of life his only daughter had led. Cause and effect, without the suffering, how could she have grown? The more outstanding she was now, the more pain she'd endured in the past. She never talked about it, but she was his Jiao Jiao, how could he not know his own child? Zhao Chuangang gently wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and patted his friend on the shoulder, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He never considered himself a smart man, but he certainly wasn't a fool. Yet now he truly felt like the world's biggest fool. He hadn't even managed to protect his brother's only child. She was right there, yet every year he kept running off to the capital. He didn't even know how to comfort his brother. He knew his brother must be heartbroken, a biological father, an older brother, a wife who had stayed by his side for 17 years, all treating his daughter like that. That girl was Zhang Ji's precious treasure. He treated her like his own lifeblood. How could they do such a thing? There were so many people in his in-laws' family, and in all those 17 years, all they did was send a bit of money and supplies. Not a single person went to check if the child was living well. Who would care? But the most unacceptable thing was that her own mother, Lin Lishan, hadn't shown her face in 17 years. Zhao wanted to say something about the Lin family, but when the words biological mother and daughter came to mind, he swallowed his complaints. Zhou Xiaozheng, having calmed down a bit, continued, "When I came back yesterday, she threw herself into my arms and cried her heart out, cried until she was completely dazed. When she came to, the first thing she asked was whether my job assignment had been finalized. She was worried the Lin family would target me in the capital. She was afraid I'd hold a grudge against her mother, and kept trying to persuade me. Guang, my heart, so proud, but also aching. She grew up like a wild weed without me by her side, but thank goodness she turned out well." Zhao Chuangang nodded, took out a cigarette, and tossed it to Zhou Xiaozheng, lighting it for him before taking a few deep drags himself. "Zhengji, so what do you plan to do about those people? There's nothing you can do about your own father, but your older brother and sister-in-law, they need to be taught a lesson. And what about Jiao Jiao? Shouldn't you bring her back to the capital, keep her by your side so you can be at ease?" Zhou Xiaoying took a drag and asked, "Have you heard about the Golden Girl incident in T County? It's all over the provincial capital." "Of course I've heard about it. It caused quite a stir. My brother-in-law works in the provincial capital and mentioned it. A little girl managed to hold off 1,000 or 2,000 people, and thankfully nothing major happened." "Wait, He said something about the charges involving rumors and public opinion and a 17-year-old girl. Don't tell me the golden girl is our little princess. Zhao Chuangang stared in disbelief as Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. That's right, it's Zhao Jiao. The nickname, Golden Girl, was given to her by the people in the county. So how did it all come out? I heard they showed up with a crowd of 1,000 or 2,000 people surrounding the Golden Girl's house, demanding an explanation, and it was the Golden Girl herself who told the truth and calmed the crowd. Zhou Xiaoeng looked at him smugly, not saying a word. Zhao Chuangang glared at him, frustrated by his teasing. Seeing he'd made his point, Zhou Xiaoeng gave him a meaningful look and said, "My Jiao Jiao and her fiancé figured out I might be alive just from the fact that the Lin family suddenly sent 28 more packages this year. Can you believe it? They even deduced that the Lin family would visit Jiao Jiao right after she was born, and narrowed it down to the day of her 3-day-old celebration. Old Master Lin and her mother arrived a day early and happened to witness the whole scene. Now you know why the old man brought my son-in-law to the provincial capital." Zhao Chuangang stared at him, seeing no sign of a lie, and exclaimed in amazement, "Our little princess is only 17, and she's this sharp? I've met your son-in-law, he's impressive, but to think a royal family could raise such a child? Damn, the world's changing too fast for me to keep up. No wonder, no wonder. I was wondering why the old man would bring his grandson-in-law here. Did you warn them? Tell them to keep their eyes open. Don't worry, those two are smart and have their own plans. I asked them to come back to the capital with me, but they refused. They said to give them 2 years. They'll go once they get into university. They don't want to rely on her grandfather, want to build their own path step by step. Besides, Zhang Guoqing doesn't plan to take our route. Ordinary people can't scheme against them, they have no desires, so what's there to plot? Our son-in-law is really something. The old man said he's his grandson-in-law, and I thought he must be some rich young master. The way he talks and acts, my bosses all rave about him. He knows how to handle things, treats people with respect, but doesn't grovel. But they're not just going to school as a couple, are they? Can they really get into university? Want me to pull some strings?" Zhou Xiaozheng laughed heartily. "No need, their grades are already excellent. I suggested they come to the capital and I'd help them get into university, but they refused. They want to get in on their own. I told them if they still can't get in after 2 years, I'll drag them back myself." Zhang Guoqing has already arranged to join the county militia. The leader there is that silly kid who used to steal melons, remember? The one called Zhao Dashan. He's working under him now, learning how to navigate officialdom, while reviewing with Jiao Jiao for the exams. They want some grassroots experience before university. It's a good plan, and I'll be busy these 2 years anyway, so I agreed. Zhao Chuangang nodded approvingly. Smart kid, that's good. Let's see how it goes. If they really can't get in, I'll pull some strings no matter what. I'll give them a push. Yeah, for now I'm just helping them with logistics. As soon as I arrived yesterday afternoon, I rushed to buy a small courtyard house for them to stay in for the next 2 years. Besides seeing you, I also need you to help me find someone with foreign exchange certificates and arrange a car for me to use for a week. Hearing this, Zhao Chuangang immediately stood up. Come on, I'll take you to the warehouse to pick some things to take back. I'll drive you to find someone with foreign exchange certificates, and I'll give you all the ration coupons I have. Let's not just sit here, let's load up the car, then go eat, and then exchange the certificates. Zhou Xiaozheng quickly stopped him and whispered, Hey, don't touch what you shouldn't. Watch your mouth, haven't you changed your ways yet? Zhao Chuangang put his arm around his shoulder and grinned. Zhengji, I'm not stupid. Don't worry, these are consumables. You'll see when we get there. Zhou Xiaoeng looked at him for a moment, saw he wasn't nervous, and let it go. Just don't leave things half-finished. Lots of people are watching your position. We're not young anymore, don't let your guard down. Zhengji, seeing you is like seeing my backbone. Want to see some of the other brothers? If you don't see them this time, you'll pass by on your way back to the capital or they'll explode. Where are you staying now? How do we find you? I'm staying with my in-laws for now. Once we've settled in, I'll take Jiao Jiao to live in the county. The courtyard is right next to the county militia office. Just look for Zhao Dashan. Don't go to the county unless you have to. It's hard for you to get leave. In a few days, I'll come up by myself to meet you all. Zhao Chuangang went straight into a room, gave a few instructions, and started writing on a slip of paper. Zhou Xiaozheng quickly took out his ID and handed it over. Add my name. They filled up the car with gas, and Zhao Chuangang even put a small barrel in the back. Fuel was hard to come by, so it was best to be prepared. At the surplus warehouse, Zhao Chuangang said a few words to the keeper, signed his name, and sent him away. When they got to the innermost room, Zhou Xiaozheng shot him a look. Zhao Chuangang made 2 trips, moving several quilts and still wanting more. Zhou Xiaozheng quickly stopped him. Military boots and such were fine, but the quilts were too conspicuous. Zhao Chuangang just grinned, and while Zhou's back was turned, he secretly stuffed another pile into the car. After leaving the warehouse, the two picked up Lin Lishan and drove straight to a restaurant in the provincial capital. In the car, Lin Lishan looked at the pile of goods and asked curiously, "Why so much stuff? Where did you two get all this? It's all new. How much do we owe people for this?" Zhao Chuangang laughed as he drove. "Sister-in-law, didn't you notice all the holes in the covers? These are all surplus goods. Just patch them up and make do." Lin Lishan immediately understood. "All right. If anything happens, just say I asked you to get surplus goods for the art troupe." "Wow, sister-in-law, you really get it. I can see you've been promoted. Looks like you and your husband are moving up in the world." Zhou Xiaoyang watched him clown around, amused. After all these years, his personality hadn't changed. Life must be treating him well. Of all his friends, only Zhao had had such smooth sailing. "Guang, how many kids do you have now? Want to get together? You haven't changed wives, have you? Does your wife still make you kneel on the washboard?" Zhao Chuangang shouted in mock outrage, "Zheng Ji, you're something else. Still remember that after all these years? Now, whatever I say goes. She doesn't dare go against me. Get together? Who knows what tricks you'll pull on me? And if my wife comes, will you still be able to eat?" She cried her eyes out when the news came that you were gone. Not just her, a bunch of the women soldiers cried, some even fainted. "Want to take your wife to see Azahua? She's retired in the provincial capital now." Zhou Xiaozheng replied slowly, "I know, she still thinks of me. She was the first to spread the news of my death to the provincial capital. I know she's married and has kids now. See how unbothered your sister-in-law is? No use trying to provoke me. Yesterday I saw Hong La Jiao, that was something. She grabbed my hand, crying and cursing right in front of my son-in-law. Luckily Zhao Dashan was there, or I wouldn't have been able to clear my name. Hong La Jiao is still the same as ever. Who knows what she saw in that silly melon thief? Heh, fools have their own luck. That kid used to be so honest. Has he changed at all? Those melons were delicious. By the way, where's Daniel?" The two of them were quite the pair. Zhao Dashan said he left that year and never came back, probably reincarnated twice by now. "A lot of our brothers left in a hurry too. Surviving isn't easy." "Yeah, we have to live well for those brothers. Zheng Ji, you have to take care of yourself. There are only 5 of us left in the Northeast. So many gone, so many scattered. If there are any fewer, I don't want to go on. All right, we'll all live well, live to a ripe old age, and support each other. When the time comes, we'll go down together and see our brothers." After that, everyone fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. After lunch, Zhao Chuanguang drove the two of them to find someone to exchange their overseas remittance certificates. Seeing how familiar Zhao was with the process, Zhou Xiaoyang realized this guy must have done this many times before. No wonder he handed over such a big stack of certificates. The person they were meeting wasn't surprised to see them at all. He welcomed them into his small house as if it were the most natural thing in the world. There was no one else at home. After a few pleasantries on the sofa, they learned the man's surname was Liu, and everyone called him Lu Lao-san, Liu III. Lu Lao-san fetched a box from a drawer in his room. "Bro, it's all here. I got these from several different people. Just don't let it slip to my old man." Zhao Chuanguang shot him a look of disdain and advised, "Your old man doesn't need your little stash. It's only right for you to have a proper job. Outsiders don't know the truth. They'll just think you're loafing around. Look at you, over 30 and still single. My eldest is already 15, almost ready to start a family. When my kid has children, They'll be calling you Grandpa Lu. Aren't you embarrassed? No matter how much you make, it's just for yourself. Get a proper job, find a good wife, so your old man doesn't end up in the hospital again with high blood pressure. Think of the resources you're wasting. If you had a wife, your mom would be happy too, and she wouldn't have to drool over other people's chubby sons. Lin Lishan, listening on the side, had to cover her mouth to stifle her laughter. She thought Zhao Chuanguang was a natural for the Women's Federation. What a waste of talent. Lu Laosan shot him a sideways glance and retorted with a cold laugh. Fine, you find me one then. Not too tall, not too short, not too fat, not too thin, doesn't eat my food, doesn't use my stuff, doesn't meddle in my business, and my parents have to like her too. You only see that I'm not married, but you don't know even if I found someone, it wouldn't work. My old man scrutinizes with a magnifying glass, my mom measures with a ruler. Every family has its own problems. Anyway, enough about my troubles. I know you're worried about me, but there's nothing I can do. With that, he opened the box and said, there's about 1,000 yuan worth of overseas remittance certificates in here, plus some other miscellaneous tickets. Take a look. If it works for you, just take them. Zhao Chuanguang glanced at Zhou Xiaozheng and said, Brother Zheng, do you need anything besides the remittance certificates? Think about it. This guy knows a lot of people, has a wide network. Zhou Xiaolong thought about the tickets in his hand and turned to Lu Laosan. Old 3, do you have a way to get grain? The more, the better. Don't look at Guang, I know he could get it, but I don't want him involved. We're soldiers, we have discipline. I want to buy rice and flour, no need for coarse grains. Enough for 2 years, for 2 or 3 people. You don't have to give it all at once. My son-in-law can come pick it up from you later. I'll think about who might have grain on hand. Give me a moment. Lu Laosan frowned, thinking hard. After a while, he said, Bro, since you have your own car, you don't need anyone else. I know all the ins and outs. Right now, even if you find someone, there's not much fine grain available. Here's my suggestion. It's November now and the markets are about to start up. In the countryside, they're about to distribute the year-end rations. That's when some villagers who can't bear to eat their share will sell it, and the scalpers buy from them. Right now, I have 50 jin of fine grain tickets. Take them for emergencies. Then go to the markets and look around. If you want a lot of coarse grain, I can introduce you to someone. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded with a smile. All right, thanks. Give me all the remittance certificates, the grain tickets, and any coal and cloth tickets you have. I don't need the rest. Zhao Chuanguang quickly interjected, Brother Zheng, check what you have first. You don't need the coal tickets, just the 2 of them and a baby, they won't use that much. Zhou Xiaoang glanced at him, but didn't want to ask more in front of others. He turned to Lu Laosan and said, then you keep the coal tickets for now. If we need them later, I'll have my son-in-law come find you. He'll say Zhao Chuanguang sent him. Lu Laosan tapped his fingers on the table and nodded. All right, I'll also see who has fine grain on hand and save it for you. Have him come by at the end of the month. There's exactly 1,080 yuan in remittance certificates here. Just give me 20 yuan. Take the 50 jin of grain tickets, no need to pay for those. Zhao Chuanguang laughed heartily. Old 3, you're a good man. Brother Zheng, give him 20 yuan and grab a few loose tickets. Zhou Xiaoang handed over 2 big bills to Lu Laosan, put the remittance certificates and grain tickets in his pocket, and didn't take any more. In the end, Lu Laosan stuffed a handful of miscellaneous tickets into his pocket anyway. After saying their goodbyes, Zhou Xiaozheng planned to drive Zhao Chuanguang back. Where did you get so many coal tickets? Take them back, doesn't your family need them? My family's already set, don't worry. These aren't from the public supply. Some are from factories, some I bought. Brother Zheng, I know what I'm doing. Zhou Xiaozheng looked at him for a moment, then nodded. He trusted his good brother not to abuse his position. With so many people returning from the north, everyone was waiting for a spot. There couldn't be any mistakes. All right, I'll take you back. No need to ask for leave now. Once I've settled things here, I'll come to the provincial capital. You gather a few of the guys, and we'll have a proper get-together. Also, tell the brothers I'm sorry, I'll make it up with 3 drinks next time. No problem. Just get our little princess settled first. If you can get leave, We'll go find Zhou Dashan and visit the little princess. As Zhou Xiaoying drove, the two brothers caught up on the past few years and the latest news about their friends, especially those in the northwest. Zhou Xiaoying asked about them in detail. Soon, they arrived at the military district. Zhou Xiaoying parked, and Zhao Chuanguang mysteriously pulled him upstairs, telling Lin Lishan to wait in the car for a moment. Zhou Xiaoying followed, a bit puzzled, not sure what Zhao was up to. Once in the office, Zhao Chuanguang closed the door, pulled a wad of cash from his pocket, and handed it over. Brother Zhang, you just got back, you must be short on cash. I've been doing all right these past 2 years. Take this for now. If you need more, your brother's got you. Zhou Xiaoying pushed his hand away and scolded with a laugh. You idiot. Have you ever seen me short on money? Don't you know me by now? Besides, they've paid me 17 years worth of back wages. I'm not short. If I ever am, I'll come to you. I should be asking if you have enough. Give your wife some, don't waste it. Zhao Chuanguang didn't insist. With their relationship, there was no need for formalities. He nodded. All right, I'll keep it for now. If you need money, just ask. Take your dirty old army coat with you. Zhou Xiaoying kicked him. I don't mind it, but you do? All right, I'm off, brother. See you soon. Zhao Chuanguang laughed, picked up the army coat, and slung an arm around Zhou's shoulder. The two chatted quietly all the way to the car. He still hated to see Zhou leave. I'm really going now, it's freezing out here. Get back inside. Zhou Xiaoying waved and drove off. If he didn't leave now, that fool would probably wait outside until he was gone. Lin Lishan watched the two men interact with envy inside. Zhangji, you and your comrades really have a deep bond. We're brothers who've been through life and death together. He's a straightforward guy, would do anything for a brother, very loyal, just a bit of a muddlehead. I'm not surprised others didn't visit Zhou Jiao, but it's odd that he didn't go. Do you know what he said? He thought your eldest brother's daughter was Zhou Jiao and even mistook your sister-in-law for you. He actually asked around about it in Beijing. He was worried about me, too, thought Zhou Jiao would ignore me now that she's with her grandparents. When the old man introduced his fifth granddaughter's husband, he thought it was your brother's son-in-law. You really can't tell little Five is from a farming family. By the way, has your sister-in-law's daughter ever mentioned him visiting her? Lin Lishan shook her head. No, she's never brought it up. But I do know your friend Zhao Chuangang. Zhou Xiaoying thought for a moment and said, Shan, what do you think of your sister-in-law's daughter? After all, her father isn't around either. Lin Lishan frowned in frustration. It's hard to say. I never thought much of it before, but after seeing Zhao Jiao, I feel that kid isn't just cold on the surface, she's cold to the core. Our Zhao Jiao, no matter how indifferent she seems on the outside, is always polite and well-mannered. No matter how much she dislikes someone, she's gracious and never puts people on the spot. That other girl wears her pride on her sleeve, while Zhao Jiao's pride is deep in her bones. Usually, Zhao Jiao seems gentle and speaks softly, but when she gets angry, she's got that stern face just like you, doesn't say much, but every word hits the mark. That girl looks for a partner based on family background, whether it matches hers. Our Zhao Jiao cares more about whether the family is harmonious, whether the people are easy to get along with. It's different. No wonder my dad says no one in the family can compare to Zhao Jiao. Zhou Xiaoying raised his eyebrows. Oh? The old man rates her that highly? Yeah. He said I shouldn't let the child do whatever she wants. If she were just average, it wouldn't matter. But with her, if you don't push her, she won't fight back. Whatever happens outside doesn't affect her, she only cares about a few people deep down. Last time the old man saw Zhao Jiao, his assessment was low-key and cautious, steady and reliable, highly guarded, good at controlling the big picture, resourceful, shrewd, capable, and politically astute. But unfortunately, her willpower is too strong, she's not easily influenced. She won't change her way of life, her principles, or how she deals with people. Zhao Jiao is smart, but not as exaggerated as the old man says. She's very rational, she always knows what not to do, what not to think. Remember last time my dad took little Five out for 5 days? He said, Zhao Jiao, give me some advice. I'm feeling anxious and unsettled lately. Zhengji, do you know what Jiao Jiao said? Zhou Xiaozheng kept driving and shook his head. There was nothing to guess. She probably scolded him awake. His Jiao Jiao always has a plan in mind. Listening to his wife's description, he realized her father had never given him such detailed feedback before. Shanshan had only ever talked about the grievances their daughter suffered. He realized he'd overlooked something important. What abilities did her daughter have that made the old man take little five out for 5 days? She could predict when they'd return. That's intelligence, but not surprising. If she hadn't suspected something when 28 extra packages suddenly appeared, she wouldn't be herself. But being able to control the whole situation, even with 500 people involved, was truly impressive. At 17, he should really think about what kind of future his Jiao Jiao could have. After listening, Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. Those two are great. They look out for each other, give each other advice, and our Jiao Jiao is so smart and capable. Have you ever asked Jiao Jiao what she wants to do in the future? No. I just told her to do whatever she wants, live however she likes. Mom's got money, we're not short on cash. Zhou Xiaozheng burst out laughing. Exactly, she can do whatever she wants, we're not short of money. But, honey, aside from the back pay, how much money do we actually have left with your mom? You're such a big spender, is there anything left over? Lin Lishan started counting on her fingers. I haven't really calculated. Before you left, you gave me a bag with 2 deposit slips. One was your private savings, $5,000. Then there's our family savings, the bride price you gave me, and the gold we exchanged for dollars and deposit slips. Altogether, I gave her over $4,000. So that's over $9,000 in Jiao Jiao's name. I haven't touched any of it. She won't let me use it, says the kids will need it when they're older. In 17 years, I've hardly spent any of my salary. Food, housing, and clothes were all provided by the army, and when I went on trips, there were allowances, plus I could bring things back to sell for a profit. Other than sending money to Jiao Jiao every month and buying clothes, all the extra went to my mom. She said she'd save it for me so I wouldn't waste it. My salary's been close to 180 yuan a month these past few years. I can't really figure it out, but it should be a big sum by now, right? I told my mom if my savings ever reach 50,000, let me know. Watching her fumble with her fingers, unable to work it out, Zhou Xiaozheng patted her head. Did you give your mom the gold bars and house deeds from that bag too? I didn't dare mention the gold bars. They're still hidden in the secret compartment you designed, inside the wooden box you told me to use. They're at our house in the compound. The house deeds and deposit slips are with my mom. Last time I went to get Jiao Jiao, I asked for them, but my mom only gave me 2 house deeds and didn't return the deposit slips. I never gave my mom the rent from the courtyard either. When she asked, I didn't tell her the truth. All our stuff is with her. I feel a bit uneasy, but I can't say why. What do you think my mom's thinking? She must have her own savings. Why is she still holding on to our money and big brother's? Zhou Xiaozheng smiled at her. What do you think? We're here. Let's hurry up, finish shopping, then go back to the county to buy a bed, coal briquettes, and a cart. He didn't want to get into it too deeply. His wife was naive, but not stupid. Since she already sensed something was off, she'd keep it in mind even if she didn't want to face it yet. Some things will happen when they're meant to, no need to spell it out. Time would tell. Lin Lishan paused, then quickly got out of the car with him and walked into the Friendship Mall. Zhengji, let's start on the 2nd floor and work our way down. Sure, you're the boss. Let's start with curtain fabric and bedding. Did you check what we already have in the car? If we have it, don't buy more. Kitchenware is also on the 2nd floor. Pick something pretty and sturdy, but don't buy too much. Get 2 nice, unbreakable ones for Ping'an to use. We can use the iron pots we have. Jiao Jiao's got all kinds of pots, so let's not buy too many. The two of them bustled around for 3 hours before finally settling up, loading everything into the car and exchanging a relieved smile as they got in. Lin Lishan glanced at the back seat. Zhengji, who should we get to help clean up in the county? Should we ask the neighborhood committee? No need, just drive straight to the Armed Forces Department and ask Zhao Dashan to help find someone. You supervise at the house and keep an eye on the furniture. I'll go buy a bed and see if I can find a cart. Then I'll buy coal briquettes. There are a lot of tickets this time, so I'll get 500 Jean first. In a couple of days, let little Five buy some more. 1,000 Jean should be enough. The car sped along and reached the county seat in less than an hour. When they arrived at the entrance of the Armed Forces Department, Zhou Jiao told his wife to wait in the car while he went inside to find Zhao Dashan. He pulled Zhao Dashan outside and asked, "Do you have time right now? Is there anyone you know in the county who specializes in cleaning and tidying up houses?" Zhao Dashan grabbed him and shouted, "Xiao Lu, if anything comes up, make sure someone handles it early tomorrow. I'm heading out to take care of something." Without waiting for a reply, he dragged Zhou Xiaozheng toward the door. "Jingji, that's a car from the provincial capital. Did you go there today? Since you have a car, come with me to meet someone. Best keep your mouth shut and don't gossip. I just remembered, Professor Liu and his wife are getting on in years, so people often come by to help with laundry and bedding. They say it's a grandniece, but we can just go to him directly." Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. "It's definitely easiest to go straight to Professor Liu. I also wanted to ask him about the heated walls. I'm not sure if using them will affect the furniture." "Oh, your wife's still in the car. Last time, I didn't realize she was your wife, Zhengji. If I'd known, I would have brought my homely over to meet her. Your daughter Jiao Jiao is always around, but I never realized she was your daughter. What a small world. Once the courtyard is tidied up, we should get together." With that, he hopped into the back seat. Lin Lishan smiled and said, "It's fate, we must get together. I'll have to trouble you both to look after the kids. Dashanji, how do we get to Professor Liu's house? Can you give us directions?" "Don't call me Dashanji. Didn't you see Zhengji giving me the side eye? Just call me Dashan. Zhengji, drive straight ahead, then turn right at the intersection. His house is a big courtyard. Then I'll just call you Old Zhao. The old man should be home, right?" Zhao Dashan nodded. "He'll definitely be home. He's in his 70s or 80s now and doesn't like to go out." The car stopped in front of a large courtyard. It was an old house, probably ancestral, a bit outside the county seat, right by the main road to the provincial capital. The courtyard was peaceful. Zhao Dashan led Zhou Xiaozheng and his wife to knock on the iron ring at the gate and called out, "Old Master Liu, are you home?" He called 3 times before a middle-aged woman came to open the door. Seeing 3 people at the entrance, 2 of them in military uniform, she immediately understood and greeted them with delight. "You must be the ones who bought the small courtyard yesterday? The old master and madam are inside with the children. Come in, please." She led them into the courtyard, which still bore the old master style, fruit trees in the corners, flower beds, though in the cold winter there wasn't much to see. Come summer, it would surely be a riot of color, full of fruit. In the second courtyard, they saw the old master having his great-grandchildren recite the 3-character classic. The 3 children kept glancing at the fruit on the table as they recited, while the old lady watched the scene with a smile. Seeing guests arrive, the old master paused and said to the children, "Go on, pick one each. Whoever recites it first can pick another." Then he stood up to greet Zhou Xiaozheng and the others, inviting them to sit in the living room. He asked curiously, "Dashan, are you old friends with them? If there's anything about the house you don't understand, just ask." He gestured for Zhou Xiaozheng to speak. Zhou Xiaozheng smiled at the old man. "Sir, there are indeed a few things I'd like to ask. I noticed the main house has heated walls. Will using them affect the furniture? Also, are the heated bed and heated walls connected for central heating, or are they separate? I was in a hurry this morning and only took a quick look, so I hope you don't mind my sudden visit." Old Master Liu smiled at his wife, who had just come in. "See, I found someone who knows his stuff for you. Don't worry about your favorite things. Don't be fooled by the military uniform, he's got a sharp eye." First thing he noticed in the living room was the old table and stools, especially that small chair. "I saw him looking at it several times." The old lady beamed as she set down tea on the table. "Yes, your eye is as sharp as ever. Have some tea." The old man said last night you'd probably come by with questions. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask him, he's got nothing better to do. Old Master Liu smiled and, after his wife finished, turned to Zhou Xiaozheng. When will your son-in-law come by? As for you two, I won't insist. You're probably busy. Zhou Xiaozheng glanced at Zhao Dashan and his wife, then replied, "Thank you for your kindness. I'll make sure he comes to visit. Please give him your guidance. He's lucky to have it. My younger daughter is still in confinement, and the in-laws just built a courtyard for her, so everyone's busy. Otherwise, we'd have brought them along today. Your son-in-law seems like a good, upright young man. Now, let me tell you about the earthen stove in the living room. It's my pride and joy. You haven't used it yet, have you? Then you probably haven't noticed. I made some modifications. Besides increasing the capacity, I set up controls for the heated beds and walls in the east and west rooms. I also redid the chimney to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning when burning coal. If you use firewood, remember to pull out the iron stove inside. The heated beds and walls were just renovated this year. Use them with confidence. I also raised the roof and added a layer of wood inside to prevent heavy snow from collapsing it in winter and to insulate against cold and heat. With the extra space and height, it won't feel oppressive. In summer, open the door to the bedroom and you'll get a nice breeze." Zhou Xiaozheng was delighted. "Sir, I hadn't noticed all that. You really thought of everything in advance. Wait, I have something for you. I meant to give it to you yesterday, but I forgot. I figured you'd come by before moving in." Old Master Lu went inside and brought out a yellowed sheet of paper. He spread the paper on the table. "Take a look. This is the layout I drew before moving in. Everything is marked. If anything's unclear, just ask." Zhou Xiaozheng looked down. The drawing was clear, and though the paper had yellowed over the years, it was well preserved. Even the path to the outdoor toilet was marked, with distances noted. He pointed at the toilet. "Sir, is this a direct path to the latrine? Won't it freeze in winter? Anything I should watch out for?" "It won't freeze. Just flush with water after use." The passage was built with treated materials and buried deep. Unless there's major construction, it won't be disturbed. The neighbor on the right later built a similar passage. Stone slabs cover the top, with earth on top of that. The indoor bathroom is for use in winter when you don't want to go outside. Every morning, the chamber pot is set by the gate for collection. There weren't enough materials back then to lay pipes inside. Zhou Xiaoheng nodded, not pressing for details about the materials. He was a bit skeptical. After all, in the dead of winter, water freezes solid. When the old man mentioned the indoor bathroom, he hesitated. Was the old man confused? "Sir, where is the indoor bathroom?" Old Master Lu laughed and pointed at his wife. "Didn't you show them yesterday?" Seeing her shake her head in embarrassment, he understood she was being particular. "You probably didn't notice. When you look at the main house from the courtyard, the east master bedroom is bigger than the west room, and there's an east wing. The view can be misleading. In the master bedroom, push the big mirror on the wall to the right and there's a hidden room. I converted it into a bathroom." He winked at Zhou Xiaozheng. Zhou Xiaozheng couldn't help but laugh. The old man really liked to tinker. He had noticed the big mirror and even took a closer look, but never expected this. The well in the courtyard with the big stone slab beside it is for washing clothes. There's a sink next to it, and the drain leads to the toilet. Don't pour water into the sink in winter, it will freeze and clog. I cover it with a wooden board now. Anything else unclear? No, everything's marked. Thank you, sir. You really put your heart into this courtyard. Zhou Xiaozheng truly felt the old man had entrusted the house to him with great care. Old Master Lu picked up a sheet of paper and beckoned Zhou Xiaozheng to follow him into the study. The study was lined with books on two walls, some new, some old. A calligraphy painting hung on the wall. Once inside, Old Master Lu smiled mysteriously, spread out the paper, picked up a fine brush, and marked a small dot on the bedroom, then another black dot at the innermost part of the study. After thinking for a moment, he took a blank sheet and wrote, "Only the two of us know about these hidden spots. You can use them with peace of mind." From the moment he entered the study, Zhou Xiaozheng understood Old Master Lu's intentions. After reading, he nodded, cupped his hands in thanks, and carefully folded the paper before placing it in the inner pocket of his shirt. Old Master Lu nodded in satisfaction, signaling that they could leave. He took an ancient book from the shelf and said with a smile, "Take this book to your son-in-law. He might already have a copy, but mine is the earliest edition. Tell him to read it and report back to me. I want to test him. Zhou Jiao accepted the book with both hands. The 4 large characters on the cover read Ziji Tongjian. Though his expression didn't change, he was shocked inside. This old man was no ordinary person. He had seen through Xiaowu's future path and clearly intended to keep in touch. Still, some questions needed answering. Old Master, do you know who we are? Old Master Lu smiled and nodded. At first, I didn't. You kept calling her Xiaowu, so don't worry, I didn't sell you the courtyard at a low price on purpose. Back then, I just wanted to find a good owner for the place. When it came time to transfer the deed, Xiaowu filled in Zhou Jiao as her name, and seeing the staff's attitude, plus your military uniform, I understood, she's a golden child. Today, with Zhao Dashan bringing you all over, it's even clearer. I'm not senile yet. Zhou Xiaozheng smiled awkwardly. Sorry, Old Master. I was being overly suspicious. Old Master Lu waved his hand kindly. No, that's the most natural reaction for a father. You have a good daughter and a fine son-in-law. You must be curious why I gave you this book? Your child's ambitions aren't in the military. He's still young and needs tempering. He's a fine piece of jade, but his background is too humble. For a child like that to emerge from a farming family is rare. Some people are born with talent. If they plan well, they'll walk the right path. If not, they'll become ruthless. In this county, everyone knows Zhang Guoqing, not because of his golden child status, but because of who he is. Anyone who's dealt with him praises him. Some of my old friends regret that he left school early and got married, stuck in the countryside. But fate is fate. If he's meant to rise, he will. What's rare is that this child is humble and sincere, with a pure heart. There are many outstanding people, but not all are recognized for their character. Zhou Xiaozheng pondered quietly. The old man before him was calm and wise, shrewd with age. If he could guide Xiaowu and her husband, it would be a good thing. But after all these years, Zhou had met plenty who were good at hiding their true selves. Judging by his background and speech, Old Master Lu was no ordinary professor. It would take time to truly understand him. Still, Old Master, since you think highly of my child, are you planning to take him as your disciple? Old Master Lu motioned for him to sit and replied, I can't be his master. He's welcome to visit often for discussions, but if he wants to go far, he shouldn't formally apprentice under anyone, least of all me. You, Zhou Xiaozheng, the Northeast Tiger, should know that no one can form cliques or factions, unless they're tired of living. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. When you're in the game, you can't help being swept along. How can one stay above it all? Maintain integrity, speak little, observe more, and go with the flow. Your golden child has already done this, Old Master Lu said. After a pause, he sighed. A few of us old fellows, including young Dai from the county, have all seen the potential in your child. According to Dai, your daughter is talented, clever, and good at hiding her abilities, always keeping a low profile. Wang Baiwan in the county was outstanding, right? Built his fortune from nothing, but he was too high profile and ended up ruined. His wife always advised him to blend in, but he was too stubborn, uncompromising. By the time he realized, it was too late. He lost everything after his wife passed. These young ones are remarkable. When you go back, remind your daughter not to neglect calligraphy and chess. Calligraphy cultivates the heart, chess calms the mind. And don't feel guilty, children are forged through hardship, not spoiled by love. Look at me. I retired from Beijing with the goal of raising 2 sons, but I was powerless. Neither had the talent or aptitude. I'll remember your advice, Old Master. My wife and I can't stay in the Northeast for long, so I'll have to trouble you to guide them in the future, Zhou Xiaowu said. Old Master Lu smiled and nodded. They won't stay here long either. This county can't hold them. They'll soon be reunited with you. Young Dai was so happy a few days ago he drank a whole jar of wine, saying his student had finally awakened. But he's mistaken. After Zhang Guoqing and his wife have their child, do you think they'll stay in the countryside? Zhao Dashan offered Zhang Guoqing a spot to join the army, but he refused, caused a stir at the whole school. Zuolin only drank with Zhang Guoqing a few times, but secretly racked his brains trying to help him. People like that never truly lie dormant. They all have their own paths to walk. Your golden child, and I'm not exaggerating, even without the Lin family or your backing, they'd still find their own way. These two kids have ambition. Most children from prominent families just take shortcuts. Their road is smooth because of people like you paving the way. Zhou Jiao laughed heartily and said proudly, "That's right. My father-in-law tried to bring him to Beijing, but they refused without hesitation. When I came back, my child told me he wanted to walk his own path, neither elated by gain nor saddened by loss. Well, you, the Northeast Tiger, have worthy successors now. Let's go, don't keep them waiting." Old Master Lu led Zhou Xiaozheng out. Zhao Dashan, seeing them finally emerge, called out loudly, "Old Master, you sure take your time. I've already had 3 cups of tea. So, did you settle things?" Old Master Lu laughed and scolded, "You'll never change your impatient ways. What a waste of my good tea, like feeding peonies to cows." Even this tea was mooched from an old friend. Zhou Xiaozheng saw Lin Lishan and the old lady chatting happily, so he didn't rush to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something he hadn't asked. "Old Master, could you recommend someone reliable to clean the courtyard? Preferably someone who knows what they're doing. I don't want the furniture ruined. For the long term, or just the next few days?" Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head regretfully. "We'd like someone long-term, but my Jiao definitely won't agree. Just for the next couple of days. The sooner, the better. We want to get things in order before heading back, so it's easier for the kids to move in." Old Master Lu nodded and said to the old lady, "Dear, see if Luya and her mother are home. If they are, have them come over to meet everyone and go with them to the courtyard." Old Madame Lu stood up at those words and explained to Lin Lishan, "This Lu girl is quick and capable. She's the one who usually looks after the 2 of us. She's steady, doesn't talk much, and lives in the big shared courtyard up front. You just sit for a bit and wait." Old Master Lu watched his wife leave, then refilled everyone's tea. "The Lu girl and her mother are honest folk, not very talkative, and they're part of our clan. When the 2 of us lived over there, she was the one who took care of us, cooking, cleaning, laundry, tidying up the yard. She's efficient, and over time she's learned a bit about maintaining the furniture too. She never asks for money, just some food rations now and then. There are too many kids in their family, and with only 2 men working, they can't even make ends meet. Once they're done helping out, just give them 2 or 3 jin of ration coupons." Lin Lishan nodded and asked, "Old Master, do you usually buy firewood in the market, or does someone deliver it?" Old Master Lu smiled. "Wait till Lu girl gets here, you can ask her. She knows these things better than I do. All the supplies from our ration book, she's the one who collects them. She even knows how to use the earthen stove in the living room. She can show you around and help you get familiar." Zhao Dashan noticed Zhou Xiaozheng examining the tables and chairs in the living room and asked curiously, "Zhang Ji, do you see anything special?" Zhou Xiaozheng glanced at Old Master Lu, saw he didn't mind, and said, "I can't tell all the details, but I can see these are from the Ming Dynasty, all made of zeton wood, very rare and well-maintained." "Old Master, was your family originally from the south?" Old Master Lu stroked the armrest, reminiscing. "Yes, our ancestors were from the south. It was my grandfather's generation that settled in Beijing. Over time, the whole clan moved inland, and after several generations, we're all in the northeast now. The younger ones have forgotten our ancestral home was once the beautiful, picturesque Jiang'an. We're old now, and our branch has moved here completely. The ancestors probably couldn't even find the place now. My wife is from Suzhou, too. After moving to Beijing, she gradually moved north. There aren't many people left in the old home these days." He laughed at himself. "Your ancestors weren't really from the northeast either. Most people here came from elsewhere. The old clan chief in your Zhou family's village always said he was from Beijing, too. He used to talk about wanting to go back for a visit, but after saying that, he passed away." Zhou Xiaozheng realized the old clan chief he mentioned was the same elder who used to sigh and pat his head when he was a child. Thinking of him, Zhou's hand paused. "Old Master, you knew our clan chief?" "I remember him. He was a good man, a wonderful elder. It's a pity he left without a word. Now it's hard to even find out what he liked. He used to come by to ask about news from Beijing. That's how we got to know each other. He was a good man. His hobby was gossip. Really, he loved to hear stories from all over. Zhou Jiao lowered his head thoughtfully. After a while, he looked up and saw that, even though the old man was smiling, there was still a trace of nostalgia in his weathered eyes. Worried he'd get sentimental, Zhou deliberately changed the subject. Old master, back in your day, was it common for girls to have canopy beds as part of their dowry? Old Master Lu laughed. That's right, just like how bicycles, sewing machines, and watches are popular now. Back then, as long as a family could afford it, they'd have a bed made for their daughter's dowry. Wealthier families would spend more on the materials and craftsmanship. Are you wondering why my wife didn't have a canopy bed in her dowry? When we moved back to the Northeast, we adapted to sleeping on kangs, and the bed wasn't maintained and got ruined. Now, when my grandson gets married, forget canopy beds, just the kang with a few old trunks on top is considered nice. He sighed. You young folks don't know these days, young people want things simple and convenient. Getting married is like child's play. In our day, you needed 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gifts. Miss any step, and you might end up as a concubine. Who would want that? Everyone burst out laughing at his words. Zhou Jiao smiled too. This old man was quite amusing. With his energy, it was surprising he couldn't maintain things well. Lin Lishan asked curiously, Old master, I see you've set up the living room, but in the room on the right side of the courtyard, there's a long pipe and some tobacco on the kang. Is that room for guests? It is for guests. There's no choice here, you have to have a kang to entertain the locals. When people visit, they sit on the kang. They even eat on the kang. If you don't let them up there, they think you don't respect them. That long pipe, sitting on the kang and chatting, is a custom. They don't like the living room, so I set aside that room just for guests. It's only because you're here that I have you sit here. If it were the locals, we'd be chatting on the kang in front. If you made them sit here, they'd feel uncomfortable. Lin Lishan nodded in agreement. That room is well prepared. You have to adapt to local customs. Old Master Lu nodded. Just leave that room as it is. Some of the locals like to smoke and chat on the kang. If you take them straight there, they won't wander into the master bedroom. People here don't have the habit of staying out of the master bedroom, which isn't great. That's why I set up a study outside, to keep visitors from wandering around. Lin Lishan laughed. Your master bedroom is just like our Jiao's room. Xiao Wu also knocked 2 rooms together, made a small sitting area outside with a kang, just to keep villagers out of his bedroom. It's more private that way. Old Madame Lu came in with a woman and a young girl, smiling. You all seem to be having a good time, talking about something happy? This is Lu Xiuya and her mother. I've already talked to them on the way here. They know the place well. If you have any questions, just ask her. She often helps me collect things from the ration book and knows the house. Lin Lishan quickly stood up and thanked her. Auntie, you're so kind. I was just worried about being new here. We'll go tidy up first and come visit again when we're done. Old Master Lu and his wife walked everyone to the door. After watching Lin Lishan pack up the back seat and Lu Xiuya and her mother get in, they only went back inside once the car drove off. Zhou Jiao drove, noticing how reserved Lu Xiuya and her mother were, and reassured them, no need to be nervous. Xiuya, right? Tell me, where's the best place to buy a wooden bed? And do we need to find someone to deliver firewood? Lu Xiuya looked ahead and replied, Uncle, you can buy a wooden bed at the city's furniture factory. They have everything. If you pay, they'll deliver it. As for firewood, people will come by and ask if you need any. When you see them, you can buy it directly or ask them to deliver it in a few days. Great, thanks, Xiuya. In a bit, you and your mom can go with your aunt to check out the courtyard and see what needs to be done. Shan, I'll unload the stuff at the door, then go buy a bed and some coal briquettes. You 3 can tidy up. If you don't finish today, just continue tomorrow, no rush. Remember to have Xiuya show you how to use the heated wall and check if there's anything else to pay attention to. Lin Lishan patted Lu Xiuya's hand. It's fine, don't be nervous. Zhengji, go ahead and take care of things. Lao Zhao, do you need to go back to work after this? No need. I'll go with Zhang Ji to the furniture factory to look at beds and find someone to help haul coal. This car can't hold it all. Zhang Ji, why don't you drive to the Women's Federation? I'll have Hongli keep your wife company. With more women, the cleaning will go faster. Zhou Xiaozheng checked the time, it was getting late. All right, you lead the way. Let's pick up your wife first. No need to cook tonight, we'll all eat out. Shan, you can take the curtain fabric to Hongli and have her help. Following Zhao Dashan's directions, the car quickly arrived at the Women's Federation, which was now in the same building as the County Public Security Bureau. Zhao Dashan didn't have Zhou Park. He just ran upstairs to call someone, and soon came down with Cheng Hongli. As soon as they got in the car, Zhao Dashan said, Hongli, this is your sister-in-law, your brother Zhang's wife. You ladies can get to know each other. Zheng, I ran into Zhuo Lin and arranged for him to bring his wife to dinner with us tonight. If you get home late, is everything okay with Jiao Jiao? Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head. She knows what's going on. As long as I'm home tonight so she can sleep peacefully, it's fine. My Jiaojiu definitely knows her mom and I are tidying up the house. Cheng Hongli grabbed Lin Lishan's hand excitedly. Sister-in-law, I finally get to meet you in person. You're the idol of all us women soldiers. We've all wanted to see this rouge horse of ours. So, how's the Northeast Tiger treating you? He hasn't bullied you, has he? Zhou Xiaolong laughed and scolded, Red Pepper, you're something else. First thing you do is start gossiping about me. Don't bully my wife, or I'll have to deal with your man. Cheng Hongli rolled her eyes and said to Lin Lishan, Sister-in-law, how are you not afraid of this cold-faced king? I bet he's bullied you plenty with his fake seriousness. You two just got back from the provincial capital, right? How come you're back so soon? Didn't you get mobbed by Brother Zhang's friends? Lin Lishan saw how Cheng Hongli rattled on without waiting for answers and could only smile. We didn't see anyone else, just Zhao Chuangguang. Do you know him? Of course we do. I'd recognize that guy even if he turned to dust. He and his gang always bullied my Lao Zhao. I'll never forget. Was he scared stiff when he saw Brother Zhang this time? Brother Zhang, did he break down crying? Don't worry, he'll be coming over in a few days. You'll have your chance for revenge. Dashan, if they come, they'll look for you first. I won't be around these days, so you handle them, Zhou Xiaoying said, genuinely worried those guys would come looking for him and end up wandering into Dakingshan. Zhao Dashan nodded. No problem. But Brother Zhang, besides Xiaowu's place, anywhere else you'll be? I don't want to miss you. The day after tomorrow, there's a hunting trip with 3 villages. I'll be up in the mountains for a few days. I'm just worried those guys might rush over. Keep an eye on them, don't let them go into the mountains. Zhao Dashan nodded, already planning to bring a few more people along when the time came. Soon, the car pulled up in front of the small courtyard. The neighbors were far apart, with lots of open space. It was right next to the Armed Forces Department and the Public Security Bureau, and not far to the main road. The county's supply and marketing cooperative and restaurants were all within a half-hour's walk. This was what Zhou Xiaoying liked best about the place. We're here, everyone out. Red Pepper, help your sister-in-law. Your man and I will unload the stuff and head out. Shan, if you need anything, ask Red Pepper. Don't be polite, treat her like your own sister. Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhao Dashan made 3 trips moving things in before saying their goodbyes. Then Zhao Dashan drove him to the woodworking factory. On the way, Zhao Dashan said, Brother Zhang, you're going up the mountain for a few days the day after tomorrow. I'll take leave and go with you, okay? Need a gun? You sure you can take time off? We'll only be gone 2 nights at most, maybe just 1. Once the courtyard's sorted, I plan to bring Jiao Jiao to stay in town for a few days. It's fine. There are people holding down the fort, and things are slow anyway, it's almost New Year's. Alright, do as you see fit. If you're free, come early, we'll probably set out first thing in the morning. Want me to pick you up? And make sure to bring plenty of cold weather gear. Looks like it'll snow soon. The county woodworking factory was on the outskirts of town. Married or not, it's good to have a wife for New Year's. With the year-end approaching, there were more weddings in town. These days, people didn't just push 2 single beds together and call it a home anymore. Now, everyone wanted a fancy redwood chest, and even the number of furniture legs, 36 was a thing. Zhao Dashan led Zhou Xiaozhang into the factory, where workers were bustling about. Zhao Dashan, familiar with the place, found the supervisor and explained what they needed. The supervisor took them to the warehouse, which was filled with all kinds of furniture, mostly simple styles. Aside from small pieces, there were lots of double beds. Zhou Xiaozhang picked out a sturdy wooden bed and nodded in satisfaction. Do you have any handcarts? The kind for hauling coal briquettes or big loads of cabbage? The supervisor laughed. Of course, we've got plenty of wood, so we have handcarts too. I'll show you. Pick whichever you like. Zhou Xiaozhang chose a cart, paid in full, and gave the address for delivery. He noticed Zhao Dashan lingering and glancing around. Curious, he asked, "What's up? Got something to do? If not, we need to go buy coal briquettes." Heh, just a sec, Brother Zhang. I need to talk to someone. With that, Zhao Dashan hurried off. He rushed to the office to find his master. Without much time, he grabbed a piece of paper and, from memory, sketched a rough outline of a cradle, gesturing as he explained. When his master nodded, he finally relaxed and smiled. Master, just like this, a cradle for a child, one that rocks. Make this side higher so the baby doesn't fall out. This is a gift, so please make it nice. No problem, it's a cradle. I've made them before. Since it's a gift, I'll use good wood. Don't worry, we're all friends here. Come pick it up in a few days, and we'll settle up then. Great, I'll be off then. Someone's waiting for me. It's for a boy, so please make it extra nice. Zhao Dashan hurried back to the car, grinning at Zhou Xiaozhang. Brother Zhang, let me drive. Giving directions is harder than driving. How much coal are you buying this time? I've got some coal tickets you can use. Zhou Xiaozhang got out, switched seats, and handed over a stack of coal tickets from his pocket. Zhao Dashan took one look and was startled. Brother Zhang, did you rob a coal mine? How do you have so many? Can you even use all these? Use the ones with the earliest dates first. How much do you want to buy now? 300 Jin to start. When we run out, Xiaowu can find someone to haul more. Buying too much at once doesn't look good. If your family needs some, get some too. No need, we're all set at home. 300 Jin isn't much with the heated walls, we'll make do for now. If everyone bought up the supply, the coal station would run out. I'll bring some coal back for the kitchen too. I'll just find someone to haul it. Zhou Xiaozhang nodded. You handle it. With the new year coming up, we probably won't need much until Xiaowu's back at work after the holidays. Dashan, while I'm not in town, I'm counting on you to look after Jiao and Xiaowu. No need for thanks between brothers, but if anything happens and you can't reach me, contact those guys in the provincial capital. We'll get together soon, and I'll talk to them too. Zhao Dashan's face turned serious. Don't worry, Brother Zhang. I'll take good care of them, no one will mess with them. I didn't know Jiao was your daughter before, but now that I do, I'd never let her be wronged. You just focus on things in Beijing. I can't help worrying. She's still so young, already raising a child. She's just a kid herself. Damn, what a situation. Xiaowu is still too young smart, but too naive and soft-hearted. Do you know what he suggested to me yesterday? Zhao Dashan looked puzzled. What suggestion? It shouldn't be something that would make you angry or worried, right? It's Xiaowu. He wants to bail out that bastard Zhou Xiaozuan and have him take care of the old man and old lady. Otherwise, the old lady would be upset. Jiao only really cares about her grandmother. The old lady's health isn't good, and if she can't handle the blow and passes away, the two of us would regret it for the rest of our lives. His intentions are good, but he's too concerned about too many things, his methods are too naive, and he's acting on emotion. Since he's going to take care of Jiao in the future, and she likes him too, I'll just let him try. Only after he's tried will he understand what it means to leave endless trouble behind, and what it means to cut the problem off at the root. The reason I asked you to keep an eye on them is because of this. Neither of them are troublemakers, so I'm not worried about them. But if that bastard Zhou Xiaozuan gets out, I can't relax. He's my brother, who would know that bastard better than me? He's the worst in the family, always scheming behind people's backs and never leaving any evidence. He'd never be stupid enough to do things himself. Even if Xiaowu doesn't bail him out, he'd be out in 2 years at most. I was planning to wait until Zhou Jiao went back to the capital before letting him out, Zhou Xiaozheng said helplessly. As for the other members of the Zhou family who might cause trouble for Zhao Jiao, he had his own ways of dealing with them. He didn't plan to tell the kids about that. Zhao Dashan thought for a moment and said, well, it just shows the kid really cares about you and your daughter. He's always been kind and warm-hearted, and he probably thinks he can handle Zhou Xiaozuan. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded in agreement. That's true. I have mixed feelings about this kid. On one hand, I wish he could be a bit more ruthless, but then I worry that if he changes too much, it won't be good for Zhao Jiao. Why is it so hard to be a parent? Oh well, let's just wait and see, let him learn and grow. By the way, how much do you know about old Liu? Old Liu? He's very cultured and smooth in dealing with people. He's actually really smart, a real old fox. That old guy is loaded. Everyone knows he retired from the capital and that he was a university professor, so people assume he's just a poor teacher. How much money could he have? Sure, his family lives a bit better, but no one thought he was richer than a landlord. Just look at the furniture you mentioned today. He's even richer than Wang Millionaire. This recent campaign didn't touch him at all. Aside from a few old guys at the provincial level, he's the only one. Zhou Xiaozheng thought for a moment. He seems to want to get close to Xiao Wu and Jiao Jiao, and he's offered them a ladder up. I'm wondering if I should let the kids interact with him. He's got a lot of knowledge, and if he's sincere with Xiao Wu, they could learn a lot from him. Zhao Dashan pulled the car over, thought for a bit, then shook his head. Zheng Ji, I think it's fine to have some contact, but there's no need to get too close. As for teaching Xiao Wu, it's not necessary. In 2 years, Xiao Wu will be in university, and you'll be there to guide him. How much longer can that old man teach him anyway? The real issue is that he has 2 sons, and yet he'd rather sell the courtyard than leave it to them. There's something fishy there. The old man probably values Xiao Wu's loyalty, and if his troublesome sons get into trouble, they'll definitely come looking for Xiao Wu for help. Should he help or not? Forget it, just keep things cordial, but don't get too close. Honestly, if you told Jiao Jiao that the old man would rather sell the house than give it to his sons, no matter how capable he is, she'd refuse without a second thought. Zhou Xiaozheng burst out laughing. I always think of Jiao Jiao as a little girl and forget about her. You're right, if I told her, she'd run a mile. She might not even want the house anymore. Zhao Dashan started the car again, laughing. So, let's just wait and see. Xiao Wu is emotional, but he listens to Jiao Jiao, and she's very rational. Those two will be fine. I bet after talking to you last night about bailing out Zhou Xiaozuan, Xiao Wu went home and discussed it with Jiao Jiao. By now, she probably already has a plan for how to deal with Zhou Xiaozuan. You should have confidence in your own child. Zhou Xiaozheng patted him on the head. All right, Dashan, you're getting wise, aren't you? Trying to flatter your Zheng Ji now. You just enjoy having such a good daughter. I wonder if Xiao Wu got his business done today. Why hasn't he come to town? That kid never comes unless there's trouble. Zhou Xiaozheng gave him a sinister smile. You think I don't know about your little schemes? Don't worry, after what you said last night, he'll definitely come by tonight. Haven't you already arranged to meet Zuolin? Oh, Zheng Ji, you're so sharp. No wonder Jiao Jiao takes after you. I just want Xiao Wu and Zuolin to get along. Zuolin is strict and upright, but with Xiao Wu around, things get easier. Zhou Xiaozheng said casually, don't worry, he won't just look for Zuolin, he'll use the opportunity to climb higher. What do you mean? Climb where? Don't let Zuolin steal him away, the paperwork's already done. Just drive. I figure they'll be out soon. You'll see tonight, he's planning to sneak over to Zuolin's place. Alright, since you say so, I'll take your word for it. Zhou Ji, give me 500 Jean of coal briquette coupons and 100 Jean of coal coupons. No need to get out of the car, I'll tell them, and have someone deliver it later. After Zhou Xiaozheng handed him the coupons and money, Zhao Dashan counted the cash, returned the extra, and got out of the car. Zhou Xiaozheng leaned back and closed his eyes, thinking about what else he needed to take care of before leaving. He could only relax after settling Jiao Jiao. As for his mother-in-law, he figured Jiao Jiao already had a plan, but he'd have to talk to her again to make sure. Shanshan was a bit scatterbrained, but that was fine, less to worry about. He probably wouldn't make it back for Ping'an's 1-month celebration, but food was the most important thing. He'd have to drive out and look for some tomorrow. Zhao Chuangang got in the car. Zheng Ji, everything's done. Anything else? Let's get it all sorted at once. Nothing much left, just some odds and ends for your sister-in-law to handle. I still need to find some grain. I hear people in the countryside are still going hungry. Where can I get some? Zhao Dashan laughed. Once your household registration is moved over, you won't have to worry about food. Worst case, just buy it on the black market. At that, Zhou Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. You have connections? I'm talking about rice and flour, the good stuff. People around here rarely eat the good stuff. They usually trade it for coarse grains. At the end of the year, when grain is distributed, it's even easier to buy. The markets will have plenty. Don't worry, Xiaowu knows more about this than I do. The only time there's a lot of fine grain is at the end of the year. The rest of the time, there's not much. Didn't Zhou Jiao just get pregnant? Xiaowu was running around trying to get fine grain. He's probably already found a source. Just tell him when you see him. All right, then there's nothing else. Let's head home and wait for the delivery. Zhao Dashan drove the car toward the courtyard. Before he could even stop at the gate, the wooden bed and cart had already been delivered, and Lin Lishan was waiting outside. As soon as the car stopped, Zhou Xiaohong immediately got out. Dashan, park the car first. He ran to the gate to help carry the wooden boards inside, and saw that the room had already been cleaned. He glanced at his wife, who had followed him in. Shanshan, is this room already cleaned? It's all tidied up, just waiting for you to bring the bed back. Zheng Ji, you can just set it up directly. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. Together with the carpenter from the furniture factory, he assembled the bed. After checking that everything was fine, he walked the craftsman to the door. He saw the cart in the yard and pulled it under the eaves of the woodshed. Shanshan, where should we put the coal briquettes when they're delivered? Same place as before? Did you ask Xiaoya? Lin Lishan shot him a playful look. Don't worry about how I do things, I've already asked. I even asked her how to use the earth stove. That girl is really something, very attentive. The main rooms and the living room have all been cleaned. Only the kitchen wing is left. I'll finish that tomorrow. I've already arranged with the mother and daughter to come help again tomorrow. The army quilts are too small. They're fine for the room with the Kang, but not enough for us to use ourselves. I've already set up with Hongli to go find someone tomorrow to make 2 thick quilts. For now, I'll put these quilts in the wardrobe. It's a waste to use them as mattress pads. Tomorrow, I'll check if the place where they make quilts also sells pads. We just need to measure for 3 sets of curtains, duvet covers, and sheets. Remember to bring the fabric and leave it in the car. Zhou Xiaozheng looked around. The car's outside now. You and Hongli should go check it out now, no need to wait for tomorrow. If there are ready-made pads, just buy them, get a few, since Ping'an will wet the bed when he's older. Take the cotton coupons, you might need them. Drive carefully. Lin Lishan took the coupons and pulled out the cotton ones. I'll leave the rest with you. I'll probably need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow anyway. We still haven't bought soy sauce, vinegar, or salt. All right, do as you see fit. No rush, even if we don't have everything, we can always buy it last minute. When you come back, see if there are any steamed buns, buy some for the mother and daughter to take home. Tomorrow, give them some more grain coupons and money. Lin Lishan nodded. She still had grain coupons, so the mother and daughter wouldn't lack for anything. She planned to give them extra, so in the future, whenever there was a big cleaning or every 10 days or so, Zhao Jiao could ask them for help. Hongli, now that the car's back, let's go to the quilt shop first and see if they have ready-made ones. We also need to buy mattress pads. Do they need cotton coupons? Lin Lishan quickly found Sheng Hongli in the kitchen. Qing Hongli shook her head. We don't need cotton coupons here, but some places do. There are people in the village who grow cotton, so there should be ready-made ones. When my colleague's daughter got married, she just bought wedding quilts directly. If you can afford it, buy a few more. I heard that soon we'll have to hand in cotton here too, and then you won't be able to buy without coupons. You can get mattress pads, but the quality is poor. Most people just use straw. Let's go check it out. Lots of people get married at the end of the year, so it's better to go early. Lin Lishan said to the busy mother and daughter, Xiaoya, you and your mom keep working here. Aunt Qing and I are going to buy quilts. We'll be back soon. Don't rush off. If you need anything, call your uncle. He's in the yard. Lu Xiaoya obediently replied, got it, Aunt Lin. You go ahead. My mom and I will move the kitchen things into the next room and wash them so you can put the new ones in. Lin Lishan smiled at her. Such a good, well-behaved child, just a pity she was so thin. Seeing her always reminded Lin Lishan of Zhou Jiao. It was a shame Xiaoya hadn't gone to school for long, otherwise, Lin Lishan would have tried to find her a job. Lin Lishan and Cheng Hongli got in the car and drove off in the direction Cheng Hongli had mentioned. It was after work, so there were more people on the road, and the car could only move slowly. Hongli, today must have been exhausting, right? Cheng Hongli shook her head and smiled. Not really. Didn't you see? The place was actually pretty clean, just not disinfected, so it feels a bit off moving in. Where did you find that girl? She's really efficient. The old landlord, Grandpa Lu, recommended her. She's been helping the old couple buy groceries, cook, and tidy up the yard. I specially asked her to help today. The girl is smart and sensible, and her mother is capable too. Cheng Hongli sighed sympathetically. The girl doesn't talk much but is really capable. If she had the chance, she should be in school. She said she has 3 younger brothers, and only her dad and older brother have jobs. They also have to support her grandparents in the countryside. Her mom's household registration is rural, so she can't get a job, not even as a temp. It's even harder in the countryside. Every family has its own troubles. Anyway, enough about them. Did your daughter go to school today? Do you need to pick her up? No need, her brother's at home. They're old enough to take care of themselves. How many days off did you get this time? Lin Lishan helplessly shook her right hand. Don't even mention it. I could only get 7 days at first, then shamelessly asked for a few more, 15 days in total. Take away 6 days for the train, and there's not much left. I've used up all of next year's leave too. I can only stay here for a week. I still want to see if there are any assignments to the Northeast Military Region. What about Zheng Ji? He only has 7 days too? After all these years, he must have a lot of accumulated leave. They're not making you go back alone, are they? He's not actually on leave this time. The higher-ups gave him a few days to handle personal affairs before starting his new post. Once he settles in, he should get a month off. He just got back and hasn't even had time to visit the unit. As soon as the appointment letter arrived, he rushed home for a bit and then hurried to the train. He'll stay here for 7 days, then go back with me. At the end of the year, when the baby's a bit older, the 3 of them will go to Beijing for a while. There's nothing we can do, it's all out of our hands. Luckily, Zhao Jiao understands. So after you finish getting the place ready, no one will live here for a while. There's no rush to move in, just take your time. Lin Lishan winked and smiled. We just want to have everything ready. Next time, we might not be able to get more than half a month off. Once she's settled, we'll feel at ease going back. We're also thinking of bringing her to the city for a while, so the couple can have some freedom in town. In December, they can go back for a few days before heading to Beijing. Next year, it's back to work, no need to return here. When spring comes, they'll split households. Her parents-in-law are actually quite nice, but you know how it is in the countryside, rumors spread fast. Zhao Jiao would rather put up with things herself than let others look at her differently. Once they're back in the city, they can live as they please. Her dad and I haven't told her yet that we plan to bring her to the city. He borrowed the car, saying if we have a car, we can just take her back directly. So you're getting everything ready now so you can just bring her back? Lin Lishan nodded. I heard her 2 sisters-in-law didn't even get proper postpartum rest, back to housework after 7 days, and that's considered good. Some even have to go out to the fields. I want Zhao Jiao to finish her month of recovery. Staying there just isn't convenient. The car stopped at the entrance of a narrow alley, and the 2 women got out and walked inside. Cheng Hongli pointed ahead. It's just up there. A woman really needs to rest well during her confinement. This arrangement is good. I can come by and check on you often, so you can go home with peace of mind and look forward to reuniting with your family at the end of the year. The tailor here is always busy, ever since July. He's been working nonstop right up to the new year. Lin Lishan followed her and noticed there were shops making clothes and shoes in the alley. Looks like there's a place that makes shoes here. Let's check it out later. We can come back tomorrow. Let's skip it today. Some people do tailoring and shoemaking from home, and their skills are excellent. You should just hand over your curtain fabric and duvet covers to them. Don't bother doing it yourself. They're quick and do a great job. Bring the materials tomorrow, and you can pick everything up the day after. Lin Lishan thought for a moment and shook her head. Forget it. Those things are just a few straight lines on the sewing machine. I can finish them in no time at home in the evening. But I do need to get some clothes made. I brought a lot of fabric, and all of Zhou Jiao and Xiaowu's clothes are patched or faded. Let's look at some styles tomorrow. I want to make Zhou Jiao a few new outfits. Sounds good. I need to make clothes for my kids for the new year too. What do you think about overalls? They look great on girls. Lin Lishan burst out laughing. I was thinking the same thing. Last time I went to the provincial capital's Friendship Mall, I bought some fabric that's perfect for pants. I'll bring it all tomorrow. Don't bother buying any if you need some. I bought a whole bolt. Great, I won't be shy then. If there's extra, I'll make a pair for my Yuan too. Otherwise, she'll make a fuss when she sees Zhao Jiao wearing them. Here we are. Master Fong, this is Zhang Guoqing's mother-in-law. She's here to see if you have any thick quilts and mattress pads ready-made. Zhang Hongli hurriedly pulled Lin Lishan inside and called out to Master Fong. Master Fong was a man in his 30s, famous in the county for his skill in carding cotton and making wedding quilts. He was always busy 2 months longer than everyone else, even getting customers during the new year. Seeing them, Master Fong grinned. Oh, so Xiaowu didn't even prepare thick quilts for his mother-in-law. Even he can be scatterbrained sometimes. You'll have to give him a talking to. This must be your first time here, right? If anyone else came in this freezing winter, I'd have nothing for them. But for you, for Xiaowu's sake, even if I don't have any, I'll make some for you. What size do you need? How heavy? Are the mattress pads for a king or a bed? Lin Lishan glanced at the mattress pads on the shelf. They were all narrow. Thank you, Master Fong. I need to prepare 3 thick quilts, 8 jean each, double-sized. The largest you have, Xiaowu, is tall, so smaller ones won't keep him warm. The mattress pads are for a bed frame, so they need to be thick and soft. Can you help me figure out the size? Master Fong nodded. I know what you mean. For Xiaowu, just get the biggest wedding quilt size. I'll give you the one I made for a wedding next spring, and I'll rush another one for them later. As for mattress pads, does Xiaowu's family have any old quilts? You can card them into mattress pads. The ones I have here are made from lower quality cotton. If you want to buy, how many do you need? I'll just buy them here. The old quilts can be used back home later. These are for them to use in the county. How many mattress pads do you have ready? Please show me all of them. Master Fong cheerfully put down his tools and brought out 5 or 6 mattress pads. Here they are. Most people make their own, but I sell these to families like Comrade Chang's. They're all new, made from cotton collected from the villages. Lin Lishan did some quick calculations. She planned to keep 2 army quilts at home and rework the rest into larger ones. She wanted to buy everything she needed now. Who knows if buying cotton will get as troublesome as in Beijing. I'll take all 6 mattress pads. The kids are still young, so it's easier to have spares if they wet the bed. And I'll need 3 thick quilts as well. I also have homespun cloth. Do you want some? It's perfect for making duvet covers and sheets in winter, thick and sturdy, not scratchy. If you want something prettier, you can buy satin from the supply and marketing cooperative to sew on top. Master Fong took out 3 thick quilts and tied them up with rope. Lin Lishan's eyes lit up. She'd actually forgotten about homespun cloth. If the colors were nice, she could even use it for curtains and save the other fabric for later. She glanced at Zhang Hongli, who nodded, so she said to Master Fong, I'd like to see the colors first. Could you show me? Master Fong nodded eagerly. This was a big order. Come with me inside. The cotton fibers fly everywhere out here, so I keep the cloth inside. The 2 women followed him in and watched as he opened up layer after layer of homespun cloth. Even Zhang Hongli was excited. Master Fong, you're not being fair. How come you never showed me all this before? There's so much, and the patterns are lovely. The fabric is thick. Listen, I'm going to buy some too. The thinner ones would make great curtains. I've seen the fabric you use for curtains at your place. It could be used for clothes. Yeah, the curtain fabric I bought is actually thick summer material, with little flowers, perfect for making dresses. I'll save it for summer to make more dresses and shirts for Zhou Jiao and Yuan Yuan. Master Fong, I'll take 4 bolts of the thinner checked homespun. Whoever wove this really has a good eye, not just following the crowd. I'll take all the thick checked homespun too. Hongli, don't you think a matching set of curtain and duvet cover would look great? Chung Hongli rolled her eyes. She'd seen it now. Lin Lishan wanted to buy everything in sight. It does look nice, and so does the price. Are you sure you can use all this? Lin Lishan smiled. It's fine, it won't go bad just sitting there. Jiao Jiao is so frugal, if I buy more, she'll have to use it. I'll make her a few sets to rotate, and if there's extra, I'll send it to Xiuya to wash. She's so small she can barely carry it. I can even use it for tablecloths. If it weren't so far, I'd take some back to Beijing myself. Chung Hongli nodded and suggested, since you're buying so much, why not get a couple bolts of floral fabric for variety? Otherwise, you'll get tired of all the checks. Good idea, you have a good eye. I'll take 2 bolts of bright red floral fabric, perfect for their bedroom, nice and festive. They're still newlyweds, after all. That's enough. Everything here is new, so you can leave the old stuff for the village house. No need to worry about not having quilts when you go back. You're really a thoughtful mother. Master Fong, can you total up the cost? I'll pay for these 2 bolts of fabric myself, don't include them in her bill. Lishan, don't argue, I won't be polite. You must give me some fabric for Yuan Yuan's pants, and save some curtain fabric for me to make dresses next summer. Lin Lishan smiled and didn't argue, just nodded. Master Fong calculated the total, rounded down the price, and took 30 yuan. He helped them load everything into the car. After saying their goodbyes, the 2 women got in and drove off. Li Hong, this homespun cloth is really cheap, but the cotton is expensive. No wonder they don't use cotton coupons and just make things themselves, Lin Lishan sighed. Qing Li Hong burst out laughing and shot her a sidelong glance. If you bought cotton in the summer, it'd be much cheaper. But now it's the dead of winter, little sister, and you're still complaining it's expensive. You've practically cleared them out, now they'll have to scramble to find more cotton. All this cotton is pre-ordered in the summer, and there's only so much to go around. These days, everyone's focused on growing grain to fill their bellies. A whole village can barely scrape together enough for 3 8-jean quilts. Everyone wants to marry off a bride for the new year, so in the village, people borrow from one household to another and pay it back the next year. In the city, brothers and sisters all squeeze onto one kang, heated brick bed, in winter. Lots of families don't have enough cotton for padded jackets, so they stuff the old cotton with straw. Just look at all those people shivering on the road. Their jackets are padded with straw. Believe it or not, there isn't another family in the whole county with as many quilts as yours. Lin Lishan grinned and nodded. I'm in the army, so we're issued everything. I forget what it's like. If you're short on quilts, I'll bring you 2 from my place next time, all brand new. I just got them from Zhao Chuangguang this morning. They're a bit narrow, but perfect for a single guy or a young girl. Cheng Li Hong nodded eagerly, her face lighting up as she gestured. My son's fine, but my daughter's quilt has been used for 3 years, and it's just not warm anymore, stiff as a board. In winter, when we heat the kang, she always complains it's hot underneath and cold on top. I end up covering her with my army coat. I wanted to buy new cotton and have it refluffed this year, but every time old Zhao's relatives have a problem, we have to help out. With 2 sons and a daughter at home, I don't dare spend money. Lin Lishan looked at her sympathetically. You're just like my second sister-in-law. Her family's from a big compound, you know. Her dad has 2 brothers, her mom has 2 brothers and 3 sisters, all in the countryside, except her family, who are in Beijing and even officials. Whenever there's trouble, everyone comes to them. They never had much to begin with, and her mom doesn't even have a job. She's got 3 sons and 2 daughters herself, and every time a dozen nephews or nieces get married or have kids, they have to give gifts. Every time they go back to Beijing, they bring back huge bundles. Luckily, my second sister-in-law went to the northwest. If she'd stayed in Beijing, she'd be crying. Her relatives always come looking for her. Our families lived in the same compound, not far apart. My mom said people from their hometown are always coming, sometimes so many they have to sleep on the floor. My second sister-in-law's mom never had more than 3 sets of clothes. Whenever she got something new, someone would come and take it. Once, my mom went over there, put down her army coat, went to the bathroom, and when she came out, it was gone, already being worn by a visitor. It cracked me up. Qing Lihong laughed along. Would your mom even dare go again? That's such a burden. They really need to find a way out. Life can't go on like that. It doesn't even feel like a home anymore. What can you do? You can't just turn people away. If you don't help them with jobs, you have to give them money or things, or else your reputation will suffer. My second sister-in-law's 3 brothers don't even dare go home. They just stay at work and live in the dorms with their wives. There are lots of families like that in the compound, though not as extreme. Qing Lihong asked curiously, what about your family? Don't you have any poor relatives coming to your door? My dad was an orphan, and my mom's family isn't short of money. They're capable and don't need her help. So my parents really don't have poor relatives coming to ask for things. My eldest brother and Zhang Ji are away on assignment. My sister-in-law, like you, works for the Women's Federation. Her family are all workers, so they don't need our help, and she handles her own affairs. My second brother and his wife took their kids to the northwest, so it's just me and my little sister left. She married a soldier. Her in-laws aren't well off, but the couple both have good salaries. My brother-in-law gives half his pay to his family, and my sister works at the military hospital, which is enough. My mom helped them with a small courtyard house, so that's settled. As for me, you've seen it, just me, Zhang Ji, and Zhou Jiao, so not much of a burden. Zhou Jiao doesn't need our help either. We just prepare things for her in secret. You don't know how funny that kid is. If I buy her something, she frowns and says, seriously, Mom, I have this already. You should save your money and keep a low profile. Don't buy anything big. Qing Lihong looked at her enviously. You really are lucky. Your family doesn't need you to worry. Your in-laws are embarrassed to ask for anything after this mess, and you have Zhang Ji. Your daughter's sensible, and your son-in-law is outstanding. Anyone would be jealous of you. Lin Lishan rolled her eyes. Don't you have anything to be proud of? Old Zhao treats you so well. Your 2 sons are grown, and you have Yuan, your little joy. You're successful in your career. What more do you want? Qing Lihong laughed heartily. True, we're both lucky. But I still worry. I'm not worried about my daughters-in-law. They're right under my nose. But seeing your Zhao Jiao makes me think of my own girl, who's so carefree. Who knows what kind of man she'll end up with? You're lucky Zhao Jiao and Xiao Wu grew up together, and Zhao Jiao's capable. Xiao was not the flighty type. But my girl? I look around and there's no one suitable. If the boy's good, the family isn't. If the family's good, the boy can't protect his wife. Back in our day, things were simple, parents didn't have to worry, and soldiers were all reliable. I thought of introducing her to a soldier, but being a military wife isn't easy. Fate will work itself out. Yuan's such a good kid, don't worry. She's still young, just keep an eye on her. Someday someone with a good eye will see her worth. Just don't let her get married and have kids too early. Qing Lihong glanced outside. They were almost there. You're right. I'll just wait for fate to bring someone. Having a car is so convenient. We're here in no time. No need to freeze in the wind. Don't rush. I'll stop by the restaurant and buy some buns and steamed bread to take back for the girls, Lin Lishan said, pulling up in front of the restaurant. She got out, grain coupons in hand, and the aroma of fresh buns wafted over as she walked in. At the counter sat a young woman, who looked at her curiously and smoothed her hair. Comrade, what would you like to buy? Lin Lishan smiled, guessing this was Sister Wang Linji, whom Zhao Jiao had mentioned. Do you have buns and steamed bread? Yes, just out of the steamer. You can smell how good they are, sauerkraut and meat fillings, and the steamed bread's just right. How many do you want? Lin Lishan took out her coupons and money. 20 meat buns and 20 steamed breads. How much? Meat buns are 0.15 yuan each, steamed bread 0.07, and you need 2 liang of grain coupons. Only national or local coupons, not out of province. Lin Lishan counted out the coupons and money, and the girl quickly took them, wrote out a receipt, and called out, "Master. 20 meat buns, 20 steamed breads." After a short wait, Lin Lishan hurried back to the car with the steaming hot buns and bread. "You hold these. They're just wrapped in oiled paper, so don't eat them in the back seat. I'll drive. If you're hungry, you can eat later." Qing Lihong hefted the 2 bulging bags. "Why did you buy so much? We're going to the restaurant soon. These steamed breads are bigger than a plate. How can we finish them?" "Haha, I didn't realize the steamed bread here was so big. I already ordered, so what can I do? Don't you think the buns and bread in the Northeast are huge and stuffed full? Last time I ordered braised pork at a restaurant, the plate was piled high with meat." The 2 of them burst out laughing. When the car pulled up at the courtyard gate, Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhao Dashan came out together. Seeing the 2 women, they both laughed heartily, Qing Lihong carrying 2 bulging bags and Lin Lishan struggling under a thick quilt that covered her face. Zhao Dashan hurriedly took the buns from his wife and said, "You 2 ladies should head back first. We'll handle the rest. It's getting late, let that mother and daughter go home now and they can come back early tomorrow." As he spoke, he shot his wife a meaningful look and pointed at the buns in his hand in surprise. Zhang Hongli couldn't help but laugh at his exaggerated winking and wide-eyed expression. "Shanshan bought extra, worried you'd be hungry. Some are for Xiaoya to take home." Zhou Xiaoyang took the quilt from Lin Lishan's arms and said to her, "You go inside and rest with the others. I'll take care of things here. Pack up some buns and steamed bread for Xiaoya to take home so they can leave early and come back early tomorrow." Lin Lishan nodded and smiled at him. "Zhengji, I almost forgot about the homespun cloth. Luckily, I checked today, otherwise, using those fabrics for curtains would have been such a waste." Carrying the quilt, Zhou Xiaoling teased, "Oh my, our Shanshan is talking about waste now. It's fine, if there's extra, you and your mom can have new clothes every day, all dressed up beautifully. People will wonder, who are these 2 lovely young ladies? Stop talking nonsense, we're not young girls anymore." Her cheeks flushed red as she glanced around. Luckily, Zhao Dashan and his wife hadn't heard, so she stomped her foot and hurried inside. Zhou Xiaozheng made 3 trips to move everything into the bedroom. After washing his hands, he sat down next to Zhao Dashan and started eating a bun. "These taste great, and they're stuffed full here." Zhao Dashan finished his bun and nodded. "Zhengji, we've bought almost everything, haven't we? There's so much stuff. I saw a whole pile of fabric in the back room. How much are you planning to make?" At first, we didn't think about buying homespun, but the 2 of them saw it outside, thought it looked nice and was cheap, so they bought some for curtains and bedding. Whatever's left over, they'll make into clothes. Women never think they have enough clothes. Later, I'll have them make a few more sets for your daughter too. Lin Lishan and the others came in and overheard, so she added, "Zhengji, you really understand women. Don't worry, I've already talked to Shanshan. Once she finishes tidying up tomorrow, we'll go together to the alley to find someone to make clothes." Zhou Xiaoyang looked at Lin Lishan. "Have they all left? Should we just have them come by themselves tomorrow? Those 2 are pretty good. If Jiao Jiao ever needs a big cleaning or has heavy laundry, we can call them. With her small frame, she shouldn't overexert herself." He glanced at his wife, who nodded in agreement, and he smiled in satisfaction. "Go check if there's anything that needs to be taken back to the village. Set it aside, and we'll take it out later." Lin Lishan took Qing Hongli by the hand into the bedroom. "Let's go inside. See if there's anything you need. Pick some to take back. These military supplies are all good quality." "All right, I won't stand on ceremony. I know you're not short on these things." Inside the bedroom, Lin Lishan opened the wardrobe and took out 2 quilts, placing them on the bed for her to choose from. Qing Hongli looked at the wardrobe stuffed full and felt embarrassed to take too much, so she focused on the boots and backpacks, since her sons really liked those, and there were enough for Xiaowu as well. "I'll just take 2 pairs of size 42 boots for my sons. They're sturdy and warm for winter. There are enough left for Xiaowu too. I'll take 2 backpacks as well, The ones they have now are falling apart. The rest I'll leave for Zhao Jiao to use slowly. These things won't go bad just sitting here. Lin Lishan pulled her aside and checked for herself. Jiaoju will just give them away anyway, either to her sisters-in-law or her aunts. You only think about your sons, not your daughter? When Jiaoju sees them, she'll let her take some home too, so you might as well take them all now. I already gave her a pair of small-sized boots before, and she bought another pair at the friendship store. With these two, she'll have enough. I won't give you the big sizes, those are for Xiaowu to wear out. Actually, I bought some for Xiaowu too, since boys are tough on shoes. Give your girl a backpack too, she can use it for school. Here are 3 sets of military uniforms, see if they're big enough. I haven't met your kids, so I'm not sure about the sizes. Qing Hongli tried to refuse. No, keep them. The uniforms will be perfect when the weather gets warmer. You can never have too many. Lin Lishan rolled her eyes. Why are you being so polite? My family's full of soldiers, we'll never run out of uniforms. Besides, aren't we going to make clothes tomorrow? I bought so much fabric, of course I'll make some for my daughter and son-in-law. Check if the sizes fit, they can wear them for every day, and we'll make new ones for New Year's. Hurry up, I'll see what else there is. Take 3 hats too, Zheng Ji likes everything, you've moved it all. Zhou Xiaozheng pretended to be annoyed when he heard this, glaring at her. Look at your wife, aren't you going to keep her in check? I think it's great that my wife is taking things for the family. She's thrilled this time. My 2 sons have been begging me for full sets of uniforms and boots, carrying military backpacks, saying it looks impressive. Last year I finally got them a set, but those boys wore out the boots in less than a year, who knows what they get up to all day. It's good for boys to be a bit rough. Only girls are well behaved. Your sons are twins, right? They must be 19 or 20 by now. Are they working yet? Zhao Dashan sighed. They're 19. One got into university in the provincial capital, the younger one is still at home and hasn't decided what to do. I want him to join the army, but he's not interested. He says if Xiaowu isn't going, it must not be good. I gave him a beating, but he still hasn't decided. I told him to try the entrance exam again next year with Yuan, and if that doesn't work, he'll have to listen to me. If his grades aren't good, there's no hope next year either. He's not as steady as the older one, so I'm thinking of bringing him to work with Xiaowu at my unit. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. Of course he needs to be kept in check. Sons and daughters are different. Daughters can live however they want, but a son needs to have some skills if he's going to build a life for himself. If he's not confident about getting into college, it's better to nip that idea in the bud and have him start working instead. If you can't keep an eye on him at home, just send him to the provincial capital and let the army handle him. Even the most unruly kids end up behaving there. Don't feel sorry for him. Once he gets through basic training, we can arrange for him to work under Zhao Chuangguang. That's not bad. Or he could be a communications soldier, which is a good job too. After he's discharged, he can work at the post office. I'll listen to you. Zhou Xiaozheng kicked out playfully and scolded with a laugh. Why listen to me? He's your son, not mine. If I had a daughter, maybe I'd consider it. While you've still got connections these next few years, make plans early. Who knows what the future holds? Kids from families like Zhao Chuangguang's have their elders looking out for them, so they don't have to worry. But for us, coming from farming backgrounds, we have to plan ahead if we get the chance. If you wait until you're too old to do anything, it'll be too late for regrets. Zhao Dashan nodded, looking at Zhou Xiaozheng with anticipation. Zheng Ji, how about you take him to Beijing? I'd feel at ease if he served under you. Zhou Xiaozheng replied seriously, you might feel at ease, but I wouldn't. Think about the kind of people I'm in charge of. Your kid has a good life, never lacking food or clothes. Why put him somewhere dangerous? Have you forgotten what we went through? I haven't been there in over 10 years, and who knows what it's like now. You think I dare take your son? Even my own Jiao Jiao wants me to retire to the Northeast. You know what she means by that, right? Then why don't you retire back to the Northeast? This is your old home. There's nowhere better, Zhao Dashan asked, puzzled. Zhou Xiaozheng shot him a look. What if, in a couple of years, my Jiao Jiao moves back to Beijing? Move again? She's worried I'll become a target for the Lin family, but I'm just as worried about her getting schemed against over there. Honestly, I don't believe anyone would dare mess with us father and daughter. If they try, I'll wipe them out. Zhao Dashan glanced nervously at the door and lowered his voice. Is your father-in-law planning to use you? He seems like an upright guy, but do you really know what's in his heart? Don't just guard against outsiders. Sometimes trouble comes from within. Didn't your brother-in-law come back with you this time? Is he above you or below you now? Zhou Xiaozheng smiled mysteriously. What do you mean above or below? Be clear. I still outrank him, only the old man is above me. They even gave me a car this time, and I'll have to move when I go back. I don't report to him, so he can't use me. Zhao Jiao's just worried about getting dragged into their mess. Zhao Dashan breathed a sigh of relief and patted himself. Just take care of yourself and don't get involved in their business. 17 years without a peep, and now that you've made something of yourself, they all show up. Your wife waited all these years for you, otherwise, the Lin family really thinks they're better than your folks. Keep that in mind. As your brother, let me give you some heartfelt advice. This time, look out for yourself. You don't owe the Lin family anything, and you owe Jiao Jiao even less. Zhou Xiaozheng was silent for a moment, then nodded. He understood better than anyone. The Lin family, huh? Now that they'd shown up in front of Jiao Jiao, she understood too. They both knew what was really going on. With her personality, if anyone threatened her or her father, she wouldn't hesitate to cut ties, even with her so-called uncle, let alone the Lin family. Shanshan didn't understand. She didn't get how Jiao Jiao handled things. She was just happy Jiao Jiao had given her father 2 wolf pelts and 2 ginseng roots, but that was Jiao Jiao's way of returning a favor. If she really saw them as family, she wouldn't have spent so much money. Just like she said about going to Beijing early to get her dowry, she wanted everything to be clear and settled. And notice how she didn't even mention whether her uncle had asked for that person's protective talisman? She didn't care. His Jiao Jiao had been through too much and understood human nature all too well. Her heart had grown cold and tough. She saw things too clearly. The old man probably knew this too, which is why he tried so hard to win over Xiao Wu. Zhao Dashan checked his watch and stood up. Jingji, let's tidy up, close the doors and windows, and wait for them outside. Let's go eat early. If we're late, we'll freeze. All right. I'll load the homespun cloth into the car first. Your sister-in-law will need it when we get back. We'll be done with everything tomorrow. My Jiao Jiao can finally move in, it's worth it. When are you planning to move? We should warm the house and celebrate. No need for a big fuss. When the time comes, a few of us will have a few drinks to warm the place up. No need to invite all those relatives and friends to bother Jiao Jiao. If they want a housewarming, they can do it when their own courtyard is built in the village. Zhou Xiaoyang closed the doors and windows, locked up, and he and Zhao Dashan were just carrying things to the door when they saw Zhang Guoqing walking over with his second brother. Zhou Xiaozheng set down the cloth on the steps and nudged Zhao Dashan, signaling for him to see who was coming. Zhao Dashan put down the cloth and saw that it was indeed Xiao Wu, with what looked like his older brother behind him. Well, his Zhengji really could predict things. He'd said they'd show up, and here they were. He gave Zhou Xiaozheng a thumbs up and winked. From a distance, Zhang Guoqing saw his father-in-law and Zhao Dashan at the gate, with a pile of cloth in front of them. He glanced at his second brother, feeling a headache coming on, more new tricks. Pulling his brother along, they hurried over, but before they reached the gate, a car pulled up. His mother-in-law shouted, "Xiao Wu, Mom's here. Why did you go to the county? Come over, we're just about to go eat." Zhang Guoqing led Zhang Guoqiang over to the car and greeted everyone, then looked curiously at the car. "Mom, when did you and Dad go to the provincial capital?" Zhao Dashan asked in surprise. "How did you know this car's from the provincial capital?" "Not from our department." "The license plate," Zhang Guoqing said, quickly picking up the cloth and putting it in the car. "Mom, are you taking this cloth home or giving it to someone?" "Taking it home to make curtains and quilt covers. What do you think?" "At first, your dad and I bought a few bolts at Friendship Mall, but then Aunt Chung took me to Master Fong's in the alley to buy cotton quilts, and I found out about homespun cloth, so I bought these." "Does Jiao Jiao know you're back?" Lin Lishan asked, holding up the cloth for Xiao Wu to see. Zhang Guoqing saw it was all plaid and nodded approvingly. "These plaids look nice, Very Scottish. I read in a magazine that people in the UK love plaid. You can see it everywhere in their homes. But what about these 2 bolts of bright red floral fabric? Are you making clothes for Zhou Jiao? She won't wear them. She'll say she's not an opera singer. She definitely won't wear them. Want to exchange them for another color? Everyone burst out laughing. Lin Lishan was delighted. Don't worry, they're for quilt covers and sheets. Aunt Chung said it's good to have something different from all the plaid. Zhou Xiaozheng opened the gate and let everyone in, figuring there wouldn't be enough room in the car anyway. Since it wasn't far, they could all walk. Zhao Dashan checked his watch. Forget it, let's not go in. Xiao Wu and his brother can come by any time. We should head to the restaurant. If we're late, people might leave. Zhang Guoqing quietly said to Zhou Xiaozheng as he followed him, Dad, I want to talk to Zuolin tonight. Doesn't he have a temp job? I want to take my second brother over and see what he says. Everything at home is settled, no loose ends. Zhou Xiaozheng smiled. Just 2 bottles of cheap wine and you think you've got it all figured out? Let's go. Your Uncle Dashan has already set things up for you. Tonight, eat with him. Park the car first and just bring those 2 bottles. He got it. After dinner, should I come back or just drive over now? Zhou Xiaozheng called out, Dashan, where are we going tonight? Tell Xiao Wu so he can drive over first. We'll walk. Xiao Wu, wait for us by the textile factory. If you see Zuolin, tell him to bring his wife too. Zhao Dashan said, then left with Zhou Xiaozheng, arms around their wives. Second brother, let's drive over. Tonight, Zuolin and my father-in-law are drinking together, so that's all sorted. Relax. Zhang Guoqing opened the car door, letting him get in first. After getting in, Zhang Chang couldn't help but glance back at the courtyard. Xiao Wu, don't tell me your father-in-law just bought this place? That was fast. Heh, not today, yesterday. The whole thing took less than 2 hours. Early this morning, I think he went to the provincial capital to shop. Look, the car's just come back from there. Wow, I've never seen anyone spoil their kid like this. Buying a house like buying cabbage. Did they spend the whole day tidying up? Have you seen inside? How much did it cost? Everything included furniture and all 800 yuan. The courtyard alone was about 600. The antique furniture is worth more than the yard. The previous owner was a university professor, a bit eccentric, set the price himself at 800. We got a real bargain, Zhang Guoqing said with a sigh. Zhang Chang sighed too, scratching his head in frustration. Even at 600, I couldn't afford it. Even with a salary, it'd take me years. Don't worry, second brother. Tomorrow morning, we'll head up the mountain and there'll be gains. Besides, you've got me, no way you won't be able to afford a little courtyard, Zhang Guoqing reassured him. The car rolled forward slowly. Zhang Guoqing thought for a moment, then drove straight to the County Public Security Bureau. Spotting someone coming out, he quickly got out and asked, Comrade, has Comrade Zuolin finished work yet? The man saw Xiao Wu and grinned. You're Xiao Wu, right? Directors Wu left about 20 minutes ago. My surname's Liu. Now you'll recognize me when you see me. Oh, Brother Liu, don't take it the wrong way. My memory's terrible, I knew you looked familiar. Just finished work. Comrade Liu laughed heartily. I'm in the household registration office. You really should remember me. You'll probably need to transfer your household registration soon, right? I saw you yesterday when you came to handle it with Jinhua's dad. Zhang Guoqing slung an arm around his shoulder, smiling. Brother, you really know what's going on. I actually will need your help these next couple of days. How about I treat you to a few drinks? Comrade Liu patted him. Even if you don't treat me, I'll handle it well for you. Go find Director Zhua. He went down the road ahead, toward the textile factory, I think. Come hang out with me when you have time. Zhang Guoqing nodded cheerfully, said goodbye, and only got back in the car after Liu had walked off. He said to Zhang Chang, that's Comrade Liu from the household registration office. Not sure of his full name. Smart guy, knows how to get things done. You can interact with him in the future, but don't get too close. People like him only see benefits. Zhang Chang nodded, then laughed. I think you're even better at dealing with people than he is. You call him brother to his face, but behind his back you warn me he's calculating. What can you do? Life's like a play, it's all about acting. You have to compromise with things and people you don't like. As long as I stick to my principles, it's fine. Zhang Guoqing headed towards Zhou Lin's house instead of the textile factory, which puzzled Zhang Cheng. Xiao Wu, why aren't you going to the textile factory? Where are we going? Zhang Guoqing explained, second brother, men are very susceptible to their wives' influence. If you want to get along with someone, first figure out how important his wife is to him. You can tell a lot about a man from his wife. Today, my mother-in-law and Zhao Dashan's wife are both here, so I have to invite her along. Even if she doesn't come, she'll be happy, and when she's happy, she'll say good things about me to her husband. The more good things he hears, the more it helps me. If it were just men today, I wouldn't bother inviting the wives. But since there are women, and it should have been Zhao Dashan's wife inviting, but she didn't, and Zhao Dashan even said to have Zhou Lin bring his wife, it shows Zhou Lin's wife is capable and has a say at home. I also said I'd bring some cosmetics, so I'm going to invite her. Watch her closely. You'll be dealing with her the most when working under Zhou Lin. Zhang Cheng nodded seriously, pondering these lessons in dealing with people. He wanted to remember them well. Being praised by others was a real skill. They pulled up to Zhou Lin's house. Zhang Guoqing honked, got out with his second brother, and knocked on the gate, calling out, Auntie Zhou, are you there? It's Xiao Wu. A voice came from the courtyard, just come in, no need to shout, I know who you are. The door's not even locked. Got it, I'm coming in. Auntie, what are you busy with? He quickly grabbed a box from the car, pulled his brother along, and pushed open the gate. Not much, just getting dinner ready. You must be his brother? You two really look alike. Auntie Zhou came out, wiping her hands. Zhang Guoqing put the box on a chair and grinned. No need to cook. Zhao Dashan and his wife, my in-laws, asked us to pick you up for a get-together. Uncle Zhou already went ahead after work, just waiting for me to bring you. Put on your coat, and let's go, maybe we'll get there faster by car than they do on foot. Auntie Zhou quickly shook her head. I'm not going. I've already started dinner. And what's in that box? Take it back. Zhang Guoqing put on a troubled face. I don't know, Jiao Jiao said it's for you. Something for your face in winter. If you're not sure, ask her. I'm a guy, how would I know about these things? Auntie, if you don't come, Auntie Chung will scold me for sure. Do me a favor, come with us. Think about it. Everyone's paired up, don't leave Uncle Zhou all alone. He can't drink 2 bowls of wine by himself, can he? Haha, you little rascal, calling yourself a grown man. If Auntie Chung hears you call her a nag, she'll tear your mouth off. When did your mother-in-law arrive? Didn't she just visit? Where's your coat? Put it on, it's cold out and windier at night. My mother-in-law came with my father-in-law. Last time she wanted to meet you and thank you for looking after us, but she was in a rush and had to leave. This time, she and Auntie Chung were just saying they wanted to chat with you and maybe go shopping together sometime. Auntie Zhou nodded, quickly putting on her coat. All right, let's go, can't keep the guests waiting. Great. Is our little treasure home? She should have school today, right? Auntie Zhou got in the car, touching the homespun cloth in the back. She went to her grandma's with her mom. Yesterday she was saying she wanted to see your son. If she knew you were here, she'd be thrilled. Where did you get this cloth? It's pretty. Zhang Guoqing started the car, replying, let her come play at our place. Jiao Jiao likes her. I heard this cloth was bought from Master Fong's shop in the alley, for making quilts. You probably can't get any now, look how much there is. My mother-in-law likes to buy everything out, so Master Fong must be secretly delighted. Auntie Zhou laughed. If you talk about your mother-in-law like that, she'll get mad. Watch your mouth, kid. Don't worry, my mom's a straight shooter. She'd probably nod if she heard me. You'll see when you meet her, she's easy to get along with. Ask my second brother, our kids all love her. As soon as she arrived, they were all shouting, Grandma's here. She's got a similar personality to you. You two will definitely get along. Zhang Cheng nodded. She really is easy to get along with. Gets along great with my mom and our family. Zhang Guoqing was driving fast, and as they neared the textile factory, he looked ahead. Well, there they were, still ambling along at a snail's pace. At this rate, they wouldn't eat until the end of the year. Zhang Guoqing slowed down, pulled up behind them, and called out, Mom, Aunt Chung, we've invited Aunt Zhou along. Hurry up and get in the car. The car stopped beside them and Lin Lishan and Chung Hongli got in right away. Oh, Aunt Chung, don't just laugh. Where exactly are we going to eat? I haven't heard anything about this place. Uncle Dashan isn't taking us all the way to the provincial capital, is he? This is the road there, you know. Chung Hongli finally managed to stop laughing, but was soon cracking up again. Just keep driving, I'll give you directions. It's not far, just turn onto the little road up ahead. Hiding the good stuff, huh? Is this one of those secret master chefs, maybe a descendant of the imperial cooks? Chung Hongli turned to the others and laughed. Hear that? Smart, isn't he? He's guessed it. Xiao Wu, take another guess. What's their specialty? Carving is their specialty, but that's not much use here. A real master always aims for simplicity. Don't tell me it's just cabbage and tofu. Chung Hongli pointed at him in shock. Have you been here before? Be honest. I really haven't. You know your ancestor Cheng Yaojin, right? He only had 3 moves left with the axe, right with the axe, then 1 down the middle. That's how he became a duke. As for those imperial chefs and their cabbage, how do they simplify things? They stew an old hen for days, strip the cabbage down to just the hearts, then float a few cabbage hearts in that chicken broth that's been simmering for days. My goodness, that's the ultimate pursuit of the imperial kitchen. But honestly, why bother? Wouldn't it be better to just give us the chicken and the soup? The car erupted in laughter. Chung Hongli nodded. Xiao Wu, not bad. So, what do you think we should have him cook for us? Zhang Guoqing glanced helplessly at the women laughing like crazy in the back and sighed. My ultimate dream is to sip dragon soup, stew bear paws, roast venison, and drink that sour grape wine foreigners love. Even the imperial chefs can't pull that off. Everyone burst out laughing again, collapsing onto the back seat. Ansua laughed so hard she begged Zhang Guoqing to stop, clutching her stomach and leaning on Lin Lishan, slapping her thigh. Chung Hongli wiped away tears, shouting, oh my, while Lin Lishan's shoulders shook as she held her belly. Ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived at our destination. Please compose yourselves and mind your manners. When you see those cabbage hearts, don't laugh. With that, he got out first and waited for Zhou Xiaozheng and the others to catch up. When Zhou Xiaozheng and the rest arrived, Zhao Dashan couldn't help but ask, Xiao Wu, what were you all laughing about just now? Zhang Guoqing looked at him with mock grievance and sighed, I have no idea. Why don't you ask them? Once everyone was out of the car, Zhao Dashan led them inside. The courtyard was nothing special, except both side wings had been converted into private rooms, each with a large 8 immortals table and a heated brick bed. Once inside, Zhang Guoqing noticed the place was actually quite busy. He'd never paid attention before, but he'd have to bring Jiao Jiao here sometime. He didn't ask Zhao Dashan how this place could stay open. Given how remote it was, and that it only opened at night, they must have some serious connections for even these two to know about it. A chubby old man in a white apron came in, grinning from ear to ear. One look at him, and you could tell he was the chef. He called out loudly, what an honor. How come you all have time to come today? What would you like to eat? I'll personally cook up a couple of my specialties. Zhao Dashan looked around at everyone. Besides your specialties, what else do you have? Give us the rundown. We've got venison today, how about some roast? There's wild boar and other game too. Chung Hongli grinned. Do you have dragon soup? Ansua and Lin Lishan burst out laughing. Ansua called out, how about bear paw? The chubby old man was baffled by their laughter. No, nothing like that. But how about some cabbage hearts in broth? The 3 women roared with laughter again. Zhao Dashan apologized to the old man. They probably just remembered something funny. You go ahead and bring us whatever you think is good, and give us plenty of game. Also, bring us 2 jars of sorghum liquor and a jar of fruit wine. After the old man left, Zhao Dashan quickly asked what was so funny and if there was any good news to share. Zhang Guoqing quietly slipped out. He went to the kitchen and found the chubby old man preparing dishes, with several others busy around him. When the old man saw Zhang Guoqing, he greeted him, thinking of something special to eat. Just say the word and I'll make it for you. I'll leave it to you, chef. I'm no expert. Just bring us a variety, stewed, roasted, pan-fried, stir-fried, whatever you've got. Oh, and when it's time to pay, don't take their money, tonight's my treat. Wait for me. All right. All the ingredients are over there. If you want something in particular, just let me know. By the way, what's your surname, sir? Judging by your skills, you must be a descendant of the imperial chefs. I've never been here before. What a shame. I wish I'd known sooner. The old man beamed. You guessed right. My family really is descended from imperial chefs. My surname's Pang, but everyone just calls me Fat Old Pang. If you ever want to eat, just come find me. Master Pang, do you have any special soups or dishes for women recovering after childbirth? Something to nourish the complexion and help with weakness. Can she eat venison? She's been eating bland food with no salt for days, and it's getting old. The baby's still nursing. We make everything fresh. Just tell me what ingredients you want. Usually, we do light, nourishing, low oil, low salt dishes, mostly soups. For example, pork tripe soup with Chinese yam and goji berries, pigeon soup with ginseng and red dates.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
Pork rib soup with yam and red dates, lots of options. For fish, tofu stew is best. See what your wife likes. Zhang Guoqing nodded. The pigeon soup with ginseng and red dates sounds great. She's sick of chicken and pig's feet. And for dessert, anything besides donkey hide gelatin and white fungus. Make one of each, sweet and savory, for me to take home. Will that be ready in time? Master Pang, can I take the bowls with me? I'll leave a deposit and bring them back. Master Pang smiled. No problem. I'll make 2 nourishing soups for your wife to try. If she likes them, come again next time. Perfect, thank you, Master Pang. Please put your heart into it. I'll head back to the room. Don't let them pay, wait for me. And bring out some cold dishes first so everyone can have a drink. Only after seeing him nod did Zhang Guoqing return to the room. Inside, everyone was chatting happily. When they saw him come in, Zhao Dashan teased, Xiao Wu, did you find any bear paw? Zhang Guoqing cupped his hands and grinned. I went to the kitchen to see what else was good. The place is packed, business is booming. Uncle Dashan, you really know how to find a spot. See anything good? I asked Master Pang to bring us a bit of everything, stir-fried, stewed, pan-fried, roasted, plus some game. It's rare for my parents and both uncles and aunts to get together, so tonight's on me, don't fight me for the bill. Here come the cold dishes, let's start with those. The hot dishes will be out soon. Zhang Guoqing helped the waiter bring out pig's ear and braised meat, making sure to set the braised meat and cucumber salad in front of Lin Lishan and the others, and poured drinks for everyone. Zhou Xiaoyang raised his glass and said to Zuolin, Zhao Dashan and the others, for this first glass, I want to thank both couples for taking care of Xiaowu and Zhao Jiao. As a father, this is my toast to you. In the future, I hope you'll continue to look after them. My wife and I live far away, so we really rely on you. Everyone lifted their glasses and drank. Zuolin refilled his own and said, let me offer a toast to the hero's safe return. Zhou Xiaozheng laughed and said to Zuolin, why does that sound so familiar? Don't you have a brother named Zuosin? The way you said that really rings a bell. The moment Zhou Xiaozheng saw Zuolin, his features, his surname, he had a hunch. They were real brothers. But he'd never heard of another Zuosin hiding out in a small county town. Zuolin clinked glasses and smiled. I do have an older brother, Zuo Senator, he knows you. He's in the Southern Military District now. He was transferred there 2 years after you left. Of course they knew each other. His brother had even called to tell him about Zhou Xiaozheng. Hearing this, Lin Lishan looked at Aunt Zua in surprise and said, Big sis, your father-in-law is Zua Dali, from the XXS Army, right? Aunt Zua nodded with a smile. You know him? They're all down south, only we're up here in the northeast. Zhou Xiaozheng was puzzled. So how did you end up here? The south is huge. I just had drinks with Zuosin before catching the train back. I didn't hear him mention you were in the northeast. All he said was your old man retired and wants to move back to Beijing, doesn't like it down south. Zuolin shook his head with a wry smile. It's a long story. My wife's from the Northeast. We all used to live in Beijing, but then I moved up here. It's not far from the capital. Who would have thought the old man would get transferred down south not long after? And that was it. Now we're scattered all over, barely see each other once a year. The old man misses his kids, but if he goes up in winter, he won't come back till summer. The kids don't want to go anymore, it's too far. They get stir-crazy on the train, takes over half a month to get there. My parents are sick of the south, say it's always damp, and their rheumatism acts up. Zhou Jiao comforted him. Don't worry, your brother's getting transferred back to Beijing soon. I hear he's done a lot these past couple of years. With your father's connections, you'll all be back soon, and then you'll be close to the capital again. Lin Lishan asked Zhou Lin curiously, so how come I've never seen you? When I was little, I used to see your dad all the time, and your big brother would sometimes come with him. But I never saw you. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known Uncle Zhou had another son. I'm 46, you're just in your 30s. I'm a whole 12 years older than you. When you and your brothers were fostered out in the countryside, I was in the children's group. By the time I joined the army, you were still running around with pigtails, bouncing off to the children's group. We missed each other. How would we have met? Zhou Lin laughed at his own words. Lin Lishan's eyes widened in shock. So when my dad said he had an old friend in the county, he meant you, right? But last time, wasn't that the first time you met? Usually your dad just keeps in touch with my father. That really was the first time I met him. I've never been to your house. My brother told me your mom is formidable. I've always been scared of tough women. Why would I go visiting for no reason? My big brother and your brothers all get along, and since he's always in Beijing, he knows everyone. I barely spent any time in the capital before joining the army. Every time I went back, I hardly knew anyone. Zhou Jiao couldn't hold back his laughter. His mother-in-law really was formidable. No matter how much she smiled, you could always see the calculation in her eyes, that sharpness. Lin Lishan protested with a laugh. Nonsense, my mom isn't scary at all. She never yells or hits anyone. Zhou Jiao covered his mouth and shot Zhou Lin a look, as if to say, no need to argue with women. Zhou Lin quickly corrected himself, slip of the tongue. I was just a kid back then. Your mom's actually very gentle. It's just that everyone's used to shouting, so when someone speaks softly, it feels weird. Lin Lishan nodded in agreement. That's true, it really does feel strange. My friends never want to come to my house, they say it's too much pressure. None of us siblings take after my mom, we're all used to raising our voices. Zhou Jiao quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at his wife's silly expression. Thank goodness their daughter took after him. If her mom wasn't scary, why did no kids ever come over to play? All the kids in the compound were sharp who couldn't read the room. They'd say it was because of her health, but really, they just didn't want the hassle. If a high-ranking official's grandson came over, it was just to check if Mrs. Lin needed to be hospitalized. Such a fussy old lady, only Mr. Lin treated her like a treasure. Zhang Guoqing pretended not to hear any of this. Didn't you see his father-in-law had his head down? He'd just taken a sip of fruit wine when his mother-in-law said, Jiao Jiao's temperament is just like my mom's, soft-spoken, and he nearly choked. But Zhou Lin was a smart man. Seeing Zhang Guoqing understood, he quickly changed the subject. Xiwu, didn't you have something to tell me today? When are you going to say it? If you wait till I'm drunk, I won't remember. Uncle Zhou, my second brother, and I were planning to visit you tonight. But as luck would have it, I found out you were coming here, so I shamelessly tagged along. Here, let me toast you first. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Zhang Guoqing poured him a drink, then filled Zhou Jiao's and the others' glasses as well. Uncle Zhou, one more toast. This one's to you and Annie for treating me like family, always looking out for me. Jiao Jiao always says I'm lucky, and it's true, I've always had elders like you supporting me. I'll drink this one first. He finished his drink, showed his empty glass, and refilled Zhou Lin's. Everyone waited for Zhang Guoqing to bring up Zhang Chang's situation, but he didn't. Instead, he called for the chef to bring out the hot dishes. After helping serve, he never mentioned it again. He was leaving room for everyone, no need to spell things out. If his second brother could get a job, Zhou Lin would bring it up after they left. If not, There was no need for anyone to lose face. Zhou Lin glanced at Zhang Guoqing, who was calmly eating and drinking, and sighed inwardly, what a shrewd guy. He shot Zhou Xiaoxing a thumbs up under the table. Zhou Xiaoxing just shook his head and smiled. This chef is really something. This venison is so tender, and he used honey, didn't he? Is this something women in confinement can eat? Zhou Xiaoxing asked, thinking of his daughter. The waitress smiled and said, better wait until after the first month. It's a bit salty, not great for the baby. But my master is making soup in the back, you'll be able to take some home. Zhou Xiaoxing grinned. Xiwu must have gone out just now to order soup for Jiao Jiao, right? Good, that's how it should be. If she likes it, we'll come back often to get soup for her. Miss, tell your chef to pack up 3 portions of this venison for us to take home, too. Of course, I'll let the chef know once this dish is ready. The fresh roast with my master's secret honey glaze is even better. There's also fried cheese coming up, it's a favorite, lots of people take it home. Suddenly, shouts rang out from outside the door. The waiter kept glancing out, trying to catch a glimpse of what was happening. Zhou Xiaoxing suddenly jumped to his feet, startling everyone. He waved his hand and said, they're looking for me. Wow, they actually tracked me down here. You all keep eating, I'll go take a look. Before he could even get out, the door was pushed open and a group of people burst in, all of them laughing and hugging Zhou Xiaoxing. Zhao Chuanguang strode in with a grin. When he saw Cheng Hongli, he shouted, red pepper. You're still the same as ever. Zhao Dashan really lucked out, marrying such a good woman. Zhao Dashan stood up, chuckling, and gave him a playful punch. You're still the same rascal as before. How'd you find this place? We were just saying you'd be coming soon and that I should look after you. Zheng Ji is going hunting in the mountains. Want to come? Zhang Guoqing hurried to move chairs and told the waiter to set more places and bring extra bowls and chopsticks. Meanwhile, the older men had already lifted Zhou Xiaoxing up and tossed him around. Amid laughter and tears, they finally managed to sit down at the table. Zhou Xiaoxing introduced everyone. This is Zhao Dashan. Surely you haven't forgotten him? We've eaten plenty of his melons. Everyone burst out laughing. He continued, this one you probably don't know, but someone here definitely does. This is Zhou Sen's younger brother, Zhou Lin, also a retired soldier. Someone immediately asked Zheng Ji, is that the same Zhou Sen who called himself the leopard, but got beaten by you, the northeastern tiger? Zhao Chuanguang came over and smacked the guy on the head. Old Wu, you haven't changed a bit, always blurting out the truth. That's his younger brother, so watch what you say. Hey, you're Zhou Lin, right? You're much more pleasant than that old Zhou Senior. Zhou Xiaoxing ignored their banter and continued introducing, and this one, you all should know. Red pepper, several people shouted. Cheng Hongli slapped the table. All right, enough with the red pepper stuff. There are 2 kids here, can you give your sisters some dignity? Nope, they all shouted in unison, then broke into laughter. Cheng Hongli rolled her eyes. Next to me is Zhang Ji's wife, Lin Lishan. No need for introductions. And this is Zhou Lin's wife. As for the 2 young ones, one is our little son-in-law. Even Zhao Chuanguang shouted, banging his bowl. Zhou Xiaoxing shook his head with a smile, waiting for the noise to die down before saying, this is my son-in-law, and this is his second brother. They were supposed to go to Zhou Lin's place tonight for some business, but I told them to come straight here. Zhao Chuanguang slapped his thigh and shouted, Zhou Lin, can you handle it? If not, we'll take care of it for you. Zhou Lin glared at him. What do you mean, can I handle it? What man would say he can't? No need for you guys, it's simple. But how did you find this place? Zhao Chuanguang tapped his head. We've got brains, you know. We followed the tire tracks right here. How about that? Impressive. For that, you all have to drink 3 cups first. Old Wu, pour some wine for your uncles, Zhao Dashan said with a mischievous grin. Zhou Xiaoxing quickly pulled Zhang Guoqing over and laughed. Let's be clear, I'm the only father-in-law here. My Jiao Jiao isn't shared with you guys. Zhao Chuanguang and the others roared with laughter. Zheng Ji, you're too stingy. Isn't our little princess everyone's daughter? Yeah, Zheng Ji, be generous. It's not easy for us brothers to have a goddaughter. We're dying to be fathers-in-law. Zhou Xiaoxing shouted, Old Wu, pour your uncles some wine, fill their cups. Make them happy. When Zhang Guoqing came over, Zhao Chuanguang patted his shoulder. Not bad, not bad. So you're our son-in-law. Next time you're in the provincial capital, just say you're Zhou Xiaoxing's son-in-law. No one in the military district will dare mess with you. Don't go with the old man next time. He's not as influential as Zheng Ji. Remember, if anyone asks, just say you're the son-in-law of the northeastern tiger. Feng Wei quickly pulled Zhang Guoqing aside. Little son-in-law, don't listen to your Uncle Guang's nonsense. If you shout that you're the northeastern tiger's son-in-law at the gate, a bunch of people will come after you. Zheng Ji's made plenty of enemies. He's made so many female soldiers cry. Everyone's out for revenge. Yeah, your Uncle Guang is only good for lending you money, nothing else. This fool was just crying and laughing today, saying he mistook someone else for his sister-in-law, scared us to death, haha. Zhao Chuanguang was furious. You old geezers, always exposing my faults. Feng Wei, whose side are you on? How do you get promoted with such shaky loyalty? Yang Liyang slapped his thigh. What a loss. Guang, how much did you pay him off? I want a share. The others joined in the teasing. Zhou Xiaogang stepped forward, raised his glass, and said, Brothers, it's not easy for us to gather like this again. Let's drink. To friendship. The glasses clinked loudly. After everyone finished their drinks, Zhang Guoqing quietly slipped out to the kitchen and found the chubby chef. Chef, it's a bit rowdy tonight, hope you don't mind. Please make some extra dishes. The chef grinned and waved his hand. No problem, it's lively. I've already sent up more wine. Don't worry, I've got a handle on the dishes. I'll stop when it's enough. You're the best, chef. Please make sure there's plenty of meat. These are all soldiers, big appetites. They rushed here from the provincial capital, probably haven't eaten yet. Maybe make some pastries, too, to fill them up. Zhou Xiaoyang watched Zhang Guoqing go out and come back in, and gave him a look. Zhang Guoqing nodded, and Zhou Xiaoyang finally relaxed and didn't go out to order more food. Zhao Chuanguang was saying, as soon as I heard, I knew it was my sister-in-law. Figured she'd gone back to her family with the kids. That's good, the kids look well taken care of, so I can rest easy. When Qiming comes, I'll tell Zheng Ji so he knows his wife and kids are doing fine. Zhang Guoqing was confused at first, but after a while, he understood. This guy really was a scatterbrain. No wonder he hadn't come to see Jiao Jiao. He probably sent plenty of gifts to Jiao Jiao's cousin too. Now he understood why the Lin family was always so generous, sending watches and such. These 5 men all had real power and plenty of resources. The Lin family. He realized he'd underestimated them. Zhang Guoqing stood up, poured drinks for everyone, and raised his glass. Uncles, let me thank you on Jiao Jiao's behalf. If she were here, she'd thank you herself. We haven't seen the gifts, but we appreciate the thought. You've all done so much for her over the years, and thank you for always thinking of her. I'll drink 3 cups first, then another on her behalf. When she's a month old and comes out, she'll cook a big meal to thank you all. With that, he drank 3 cups in a row, then respectfully clinked glasses with the 5 men and downed the last cup. Zhao Chuanguang led the applause. Well said, Xiao Wu. If you ever need anything, come to your godfather. Your dad's not here, but your godfather's got your back. Do whatever you want, I'll support you. Tell our little princess not to worry. Her dad and his 5 brothers are all in the northeast. No one will dare touch her. She's everyone's daughter. She can do whatever she wants. Your godmother has connections in the provincial capital, too. If you need anything, just come to your godfather. If you go to JXC, just say you're looking for your godfather and someone will bring you to me. Zhang Guoqing nodded. All right, I'll definitely come to you if I need anything. You're my dad's brothers, I won't stand on ceremony. Feng Wei smiled. Good. Well said. We're even closer than brothers to your dad. We'd trust each other with our lives. So don't ever worry about troubling us. Zhou Xiaozhang glanced at the group and asked, Why are you all so late? Did you get leave? No, we didn't ask for leave. We just waited until we got off work, then drove straight over. We told the boss you were back. He let us go and said you should visit him when you have time. He wants to see you and has a few things to say, Yang Liyang replied. Zhou Xiaozhang nodded. How's the old chief's health? Isn't he due to retire in a few years? He's doing well, still has a booming voice, scares people half to death. There was talk a few years ago that he'd get promoted, but nothing came of it, Zhao Chuangguang said, hoping to offer some inside info for Brother Zhang to analyze. Aren't you all heading back tonight? Didn't I say I'd come find you later? Zhou Xiaozheng shot them a sideways glance. Feng Wei grinned. Brother Zhang, Guang already told us, but we just couldn't sit still, so we found a way to get out. It's fine, it's close by. We'll drive back in no time. We'll ask for leave when we get back. Aren't you going hunting the day after tomorrow? Zhou Xiaozheng quickly stopped them. Don't. Work comes first. Stay put and do your jobs well. I'll come to the provincial capital in a few days to see you. Focus on your work, don't cause trouble. We're all over 40 now, we can only move forward, not back. Be careful in everything, and discuss things among yourselves if anything comes up. Zhao Chuangguang and the others nodded seriously. Feng Wei looked at the others and said, Don't worry, Brother Zhang. Now that you're back, we have our backbone. We'll listen to you. If we can't get leave, we won't come. But don't forget to come to the provincial capital soon, and stay a night if you can. We have so much to talk about. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. All right, we brothers will have a good talk then. For now, let's drink. He turned to everyone and said, Eat more. Don't put down your chopsticks. Shan Shan, take care of your sister-in-law and Hongli. Let's all drink 3 rounds to start, then everyone has to clear the board. If you get drunk, just stay in the county tonight and head back in the morning. Xiao Wu, ask the owner to bring over a few more jars of wine. Zhao Chuangguang laughed. Clear the board? No problem. Even if we clear the board a few more times, we can still drive. Just step on the gas, and we're in the provincial capital. Don't worry. All right, everyone, raise your glasses. First toast, may our days keep getting better. He finished and turned his glass upside down to show it was empty. He continued, pour yourselves another. Second toast, to Brother Zhang, for coming back alive, all in one piece, not missing any parts. He downed his drink in one go, then grinned at Zhou Xiaozheng, waiting for him to finish, then watched as Zuolin, Zhao Dashan, and the others did the same before saying, Third toast, after this, may we get more and more energized every time we clear the board. Everyone burst out laughing at his unconventional toasts. Shouldn't they be wishing Brother Zhang a promotion, or celebrating the clearing the board? After 3 rounds, the drinking really began. Everyone got busy challenging each other, pouring drinks, playing finger-guessing games, making jokes, and soon 3 jars of wine were empty. Zhang Guoqing brought over 2 more jars and filled everyone's cups. Feng Wei, drinking, grabbed Zhou Xiaozheng's hand and wouldn't let go. Brother Zhang, when we head back, take us by your house in the county so we know the way. When you go to Beijing, we can come visit the kids. If it weren't so late, we'd all want to see our little princess. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. There'll be plenty of chances in the future, no rush. Finish this drink first, your turn to clear the board is coming up. Don't tell me you're holding on to me to avoid drinking. Meanwhile, Zhao Chuangguang moved over to Zuolin, put an arm around his shoulders, clinked glasses, and asked, Why are you still here? Didn't your brother tell you to go back to Beijing? Zuolin shook his head and pointed upward. He wants to go back himself, waiting for the right chance. When he goes, I'll figure something out. Otherwise, even as a county bureau chief, I'd just be running errands. Zhao Chuangguang gave him a sideways look. It's fine if you go to Beijing, but why would he? Isn't it better for him down south than in Beijing? If they offered me a transfer, I'd refuse. It's too crowded there, everyone packed together. Your brother's already a division commander. What's the point of moving up? The higher-ups are all old men. Zuolin shrugged helplessly. You all know his temper. Honestly, I think it's pretty good here, except my brother and I are too far apart. Enough about that, let's drink. Dashan, stop chatting with Liang. You two get up and clear the board, can't you see Douai's waiting? Zhao Dashan and Yang Liyang were deep in conversation, laughing at something funny. Hearing this, Dashan turned to Feng Wei, who was still clinging to Brother Zhang. Dawei, you're holding on to Brother Zhang to avoid drinking, aren't you? Yang Liyang joined in, yeah. Madman and Dave always get him to drink, but every time we clear the board, he drinks the least. Let's take him down first. His face isn't even red yet. Cheng De smiled and nodded, raising his glass to them and downing it in one go. Madman had already picked up his glass and was pouring wine into Feng Wei's mouth, shouting, "Calling Brother Zhang won't save you. You're drinking tonight whether you like it or not. Ever since we met, you've never drunk honestly. If you don't clear the board, we'll pour until you drop." Zhou Jiao laughed as he watched the chaos, ignoring Feng Wei's pleas for help, and kept refilling Madman's glass. "Drink up, you're not escaping tonight. Be good." Ansua glanced at her husband, saw he was fine, then turned to gossip with Cheng Lihong. "Back then, we were all young, just girls and boys. Brother Zhang was someone all us female soldiers admired, good-looking, capable, always winning first place in competitions. No matter the age, everyone cheered for him. He was the pride of our military district. Even the chiefs called him the Northeast Tiger. He had a dozen or so like-minded brothers, all very close, always seen horsing around together. Whenever us girls had a problem, we'd go to Brother Zhang's good buddy Zhao Chuangguang, and they were always happy to help. The prettiest girl in the arts troupe was always looking for chances to get close to Brother Zhang. But he only cared about training, always serious, never flirting or joking, so cold. I thought he'd be a monk for life. At first, none of us in the communications company dared joke with him. Later, when I started dating old Zhao and got to know them, the myth was shattered. Brother Zhang was just pretending to be serious. That group was full of mischief, always catching old Zhao and Dinyo stealing melons, confiscating them to eat themselves, and saying as long as they didn't get caught, they'd keep doing it. The cooks all kept their distance, except old Zhao and his gang, who never tired of the game. Even after Brother Zhang went to Beijing, we still heard stories about him. The girls would secretly hope to see him again. When news came that he was leaving, no one believed it. Everyone ran to the chief to confirm. Later, all us girls and the arts troupe gathered on the training field and cried our eyes out, some even fainted. The medics had to rush in, and it was the political commissar who finally calmed everyone down. I heard Zhao Chuangguang and the others were so down they got a harsh punishment from the chief before they perked up. Every year, they'd go to the back mountain on Qiming Festival with huge bags of paper money to burn, crying as they burned it. As people left or retired, fewer and fewer went, but Zhao Chuangguang still led the group, carrying big sacks of paper money. Thank goodness Brother Zhang came back alive. Lin Shanshan nodded. Yeah, they're really close. When Zhao Chuangguang saw Brother Zhang this time, he was so emotional he broke down in tears. You didn't see it, there was even a military coat left in the car. I'll wash it when we get back. She finished with a playful wink. Cheng Hongli didn't make fun of Zhao Chuangguang at all. She said seriously, "That's because you don't understand the place Brother Zhang holds in our hearts. Next time he goes to see the chief, you'll see he's our pride. People just haven't heard he's in town yet. If they had, you'd see how much influence Brother Zhang has. Believe it or not, if they knew, they'd rush over here overnight. He's our brother, and we're his family." All these years, everyone thought Brother Zhang's child was in Beijing. It's not just Zhao Chuangguang who went to visit. You can bet anyone who's been to Beijing would ask around and try to visit you and the child. I don't know where things went wrong. Not everyone is as scatterbrained as Zhao Chuangguang. Lin Lishan looked confused. But I never met anyone looking for me, and no one told me when I got back. The thing is, I barely spent any days in Beijing each year. Sometimes I didn't go back for 2 years in a row. Qing Hongli shook her head. Your eldest brother's daughter should know. Anyway, forget it. What's past is past. Now that your family is reunited, that's what matters most. Every family has its own troubles. Just leaving a child with the grandparents and not seeing them for 17 years, it's enough to chill your heart just thinking about it. Cheng Hongli didn't believe the Lin family was completely oblivious, but it was only because Brother Zhang treated her so well that everyone else turned a blind eye. See, when the 5 of them arrived, they just greeted each other, and that was it. If Yizihua were here, she'd definitely stand up for Brother Zhang and give Lin Lishan a piece of her mind. Ansua nudged Cheng Hongli's leg and whispered in her ear, "Is it that your Brother Zhang doesn't get along with his family?" How come no one thought the child might be with the grandparents? Chung Hongli nodded slightly and replied quietly, it's complicated. I'll tell you when there's a chance. Then, seeing Zhang Guoqing nearby, she quickly said, Xiao Wu, second brother, I'll just call you second brother, pour some wine for the aunties, especially your Aunt Zhua. If you ever need anything, it's better to go to your Aunt Zhua than your Uncle Zhua. She's the boss at home and outside, haha. Aunt Zhua patted her and scolded with a laugh, no wonder they call you Hot Pepper Hongli, you really have a sharp tongue. Second brother, don't listen to your Aunt Zhao's nonsense. Whether you have business or not, come visit us often. We're like family with your younger brother's family. Your father-in-law is best buddies with my husband, and your eldest sister Meili and her husband both work at the textile factory. We all know each other, so don't be shy. Once you start work, if you need anything, just find your Uncle Zhua. Zhang Guoqing poured fruit wine for them and said with a smile, yeah, I've heard my brother-in-law's father talk about Uncle Zhua. Aunt Zhua, if you ever need anything, just treat me like one of the younger generation and order me around. Cheng Hongli teased with a laugh, Aunt Zhua, there are almost 2,000 people in the whole factory. You're so busy, can you really remember everyone's names? Not as busy as you. Old Zhua said you'll be going to another province for a meeting in a few days. Is there some new policy coming down? Aunt Zhua shot her a sideways glance. Chung Hongli finished her glass of fruit wine, poured herself another, and topped up Aunt Zhua's and Lin Lishan's glasses before putting down the jug. You're asking the wrong person. For the latest news, you should ask Shan Shan. Her sister-in-law works for the Women's Federation up top. By the time news gets to us, it's old already. Lin Lishan thought for a moment and shook her head. Nothing special. This time I went back to transfer Zhao Jiao's household registration, and my sister-in-law handled it. She didn't mention anything important. But I did hear from my mom that next year they might fully implement ration coupons. Right now, it's just being discussed, nothing's confirmed. Cheng Hongli slapped her in exasperation, half laughing, half crying. You already heard such big news and didn't say anything? If I hadn't asked, you wouldn't have mentioned it at all. How can I say anything when it's not confirmed? Who knows what'll happen? Besides, we all work for state units. What's the rush? You just need some foreign exchange coupons and you can buy whatever you want. Lin Lishan looked puzzled. Chung Hongli shook her head and exchanged a helpless smile with Aunt Zhua. She doesn't run a household, so she doesn't know how hard it is to make ends meet. If they really implement rationing, it'll be fixed quotas. My old Zhao has so many relatives, life will get even harder. In the past few years, if you had money you could buy fine grain even without grain coupons. Now, the rations on the supply book are strictly fixed. If they really start rationing, things will get even messier for our union. Ever since cloth coupons came out, even though we work at the textile factory, our own kids still don't have enough clothes. When coal coupons came out, my yard was big and there were a lot of people. Now the kids are all grown and married, but we can't all crowd onto the Kang in winter like before. Just to get enough coal coupons, I had to ask around and scrape together 500 jin. Now I have people deliver firewood every day, just in case. Hongli, do you want to go to the market together at the end of the year? We need to stock up. Sure, there's a big market in a few days. Shan Shan, if you're still here, come with us. There are lots of beautiful embroidered insoles. Great. You're busier than me, so when you have time, just have your daughter come get me. Shan Shan, why did you buy so much homespun cloth in the car? Did you notice there are thick and thin plaid fabrics? The thin ones I'll use for curtains, the thick ones for duvet covers and sheets. The kid's still little, so if she wets the bed, I'll have spares to change. The thin ones should be just enough for the 4 windows, too bad there's no more. Actually, these colors would be great for a shirt and work pants in the spring, or a plaid skirt with a white blouse and a cardigan. That would look really lively on a girl. It would look great, but my Yuan isn't suited for skirts, she's too rough. Better stick with work pants. Sister-in-law, do you want to go get clothes made tomorrow? I plan to take Shan Shan to Guai Zichen, he's got great skills. Aunt Zhua thought for a moment and shook her head regretfully. I'll pass. Sounds like you're making a lot, so I won't join the crowd. All the clothes I make are the same color, either black or gray. I'm not interested. My little granddaughters have enough from their mom and grandma, and I don't have a daughter myself. Qing Lihong laughed and gave her a half-hearted comfort. Don't you have a daughter-in-law? Just treat her like a daughter. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhang Guoqing saw Yao Dashan step out. Everyone was busy drinking, and the dishes on the table were barely touched, so he followed him out. Sure enough, Zhao Dashan was going to pay the bill, but the chef hadn't taken any money. Zhang didn't go in either, just went outside for a bit, then came to the kitchen. Not seeing Zhao Dashan, he smiled and asked, Chef Pang, are there any more dishes to come? Chef Pang took out 2 big jars and, seeing him, shook his head with a smile. There are already nearly 20 dishes, no way you'll finish them all, so I didn't make more. These 2 jars are for soup. Take them with you when you leave, and bring them back whenever you have time. No need for a deposit, I bet you'd think they're not good enough anyway. How much do I owe you? I'll pay now. No rush. Settle up after you've eaten. Don't worry, Zhao Dashan came earlier and I didn't take his money either. We agreed I'd wait for you. I won't take anyone else's money. Go back and keep eating. When they stop serving drinks, come back. All right, I'll head back then. Thanks for your trouble. Zhang Guoqing turned and left, not seeing Chef Pang nodding approvingly at his back and praising him to his apprentice for being so tactful. As soon as Zhang Guoqing came back, everyone grabbed him. Zhao Dashan called out for him to keep playing Tongguan, a drinking game, and Zhao Chuanggang joined in. Xiao Wu, where'd you sneak off to? Come on, keep playing. Your second brother just finished his turn, so you're up next. Zhang Guoqing smiled, picked up a jug of wine, and set it in front of himself. All right, here I come. After another round of the game and some banter, they saw it was past 8, the drinks were flowing, and the food was almost gone. Zhou Xiaozheng said, Everyone, eat up while you can. If you're hungry, ask for more rice. It's getting late, and we all have work tomorrow. Let's wrap up and get together again next time. Everyone nodded. Time really flies, it's almost 9 already. Feng Wei looked at Zhao Chuanggang and said, Brother Zhen, take us to see the new house so we know the way. Once you're gone, we'll come visit our little princess often. Zhou Xiaozheng was about to pay when he noticed Zhang Guoqing had already slipped out. This kid was really quick. Hearing the suggestion to visit the new house again, he nodded. Zhao Dashan and Zhuo Lin both live nearby. We'll all go together in a bit. Don't worry, I'll be here for a few more days. Zhao Dashan quickly asked, Brother Zheng, I don't need to wait for them, right? I'll come find you early the morning after tomorrow. How many should I bring? Count me in. I can take a day off, no problem. I'll make arrangements in advance. The 3 of you wait for me to bring back the meat. Zhao Chuanggang knew right away they were going hunting in the mountains. Feng Wei and the others rolled their eyes and gestured at him. Zhang Guoqing came in and saw everyone getting ready to leave. He nodded to his father-in-law. Zhou Xiaozheng stood up. All right, let's all go. After leaving through the main gate, everyone gathered by the cars, not in a hurry to get in. Zhou Xiaozheng saw that they had driven over in 2 cars and quickly called out, We can all fit in 3 cars. Let's squeeze in a bit and get home early. The wind's strong and it's pretty cold tonight. Zhuo Lin glanced at everyone, then pulled Aunt Zhuo over to Zhang Guoqing's car and said with a smile, Jing, you all sort yourselves into those 2 cars. We'll ride with Xiao Wu. I won't go back to the compound with you guys, come find me in the county town next time. Everyone laughed and said their goodbyes, watching him get into the car. Then they all hurried into their own cars, urging the drivers to get going. Seeing Zhuo Lin and his wife get in, Zhang Guoqing smiled and said, Auntie, I packed up some fried cheese. Could you take it to Yaya for me? I think she'll like it. Aunt Zhuo nodded with a grin. It's really tasty. I saw you packed it up. And those 2 big jars, those are for your wife, aren't they? Not bad, you really care about her. These past few days all Jiao Jiao's had his old hen and pig's trotters. She's probably sick of it by now. I thought I'd have Chef Pang make something different for her to try. Maybe she'll pick up a few tricks. I don't dare cook myself in case it affects the baby. Take good care of her, make sure she rests well during her confinement. If she recovers properly, all the health she lost before can be made up. You're both still young and don't understand yet, but if she doesn't recover well, she'll feel it when she's older. Keep a close eye on her. After his wife finished speaking, Zhou Lin said, "Tomorrow, get your transfer paperwork ready and get your ration book as soon as possible, so you don't have to keep taking leave from the village. Tell me about your second brother's education and strengths, and I'll think it over." Zhang Guoqing grinned and quickly replied, "Uncle, listen up, here's my report. My second brother, Zhang Guoqing, graduated from upper elementary before liberation. His reading and math are solid, and he's good at carpentry. Of the three brothers, he's the sharpest. I'll leave it to you." Zhou Lin nodded and looked at them. "I have a position for a temp worker. Actually, it's a clerk, sometimes going out on assignments with colleagues. I promised it to you, and after 3 months it becomes permanent. Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, don't rush to transfer your household registration yet. Bring your second brother to the bureau to see me. I'll write a note, and you can take him to complete the procedures. You know a lot of people at the bureau, so you can help him get to know his colleagues. Once everything's settled, you can transfer your registration together. Save yourselves some trips." Zhang Guoqing nodded repeatedly, gave his second brother a look, and said to Zhou Lin, "Uncle, you've really helped us out. So, tell me, do you want tiger meat or something? My brother and I will head up the mountain the day after tomorrow and catch it for you." Zhang Guoqing chimed in with a laugh, "Uncle Zhou, I really have to thank you. You've given me a huge hand. Don't stand on ceremony with me. If you need anything, just say the word. If there's anything I don't do well, you have to point it out. I won't say any empty words of gratitude. This favor is huge, and I'll remember it." Zhou Lin turned to Ansua with a smile. "See, they really are brothers, both sharp as tacks. If you need anything in the future, just call on the second one. Don't be polite, boss him around all you want. Xiao Wu will be busy with work next year and won't have time to help out, so having the second one around is just right." Ansua smiled at them, knowing what was going on. She recalled how a few days ago Zhou Lin had mentioned that his eldest brother had called, asking them to look after Zhou Xiaojing's son-in-law. "I doubt I'll have much chance to boss him around. Once the second one starts working, he'll be as busy as you, never home, no time to visit. Second one, don't listen to your uncle. Just do your job well and come by when you have time. Auntie will make something good for you and Xiao Wu." Zhang Guoqing grinned at Ansua. "Auntie, you'd better make plenty of food. Xiao Wu and I both have big appetites. Don't let us scare you." "I'm not worried. If you eat too much and there's nothing left, I'll just send you off to Jiao Jiao. She's our little gold nugget." Ansua laughed at her own joke, remembering how last time she called Jiao Jiao gold nugget and the girl had frowned, her little face all tangled up. She turned to Zhou Lin and said with a smile, "Last year, I went to town with Hongli, and we ran into Xiao Wu and Jiao Jiao at the supply co-op. I was curious and asked Jiao Jiao why everyone called her Gold Nugget and told her to show Auntie. When she heard those words, her brow furrowed and she looked so conflicted, we couldn't stop laughing. Hongli teased her, and when she got annoyed, she said, 'Don't call me Gold Nugget anymore. I'm just a clay doll, really a clay doll.'" Zhou Lin laughed. "That kid likes to keep a low profile. She'd rather be called Rag Doll than Gold Nugget. She's a smart girl. Just look at Zhou Xiaojing and then at Lin Lishan. Who do you think she takes after? Zhou Xiaojing. The way she talks, the way she frowns, it's all him. I heard Jiao Jiao takes after her grandmother, but have you seen her grandmother? Do they look alike? I never noticed before, but after getting to know them, you can see that apart from their features, Zhou Xiaojing and his daughter are so alike. The way they look at people, their tone of voice, even the way they're silent. I used to think Jiao Jiao, even as a little girl, had a certain boldness about her, always seemed so capable. But tonight, after watching Zhou Xiaojing and then Lin Lishan, it's clear she takes after her father much more. Jiao Jiao and Lin Lishan don't look alike at all. People would believe it if you said she wasn't her biological daughter." Ansua frowned and shook her head. Zhou Lin chuckled. "In looks, she's about 60% like her grandmother, has that refined, well-bred air. But her personality is nothing like her grandmother's. Didn't you see tonight when Lin Lishan said Jiao Jiao was like her mother and Zhou Xiaojing's reaction? Jiao Jiao's much more even-tempered and low-key. It's in her bones. She's nothing like her grandmother." Their temperaments are completely different. Zhang Guoqing, curious, asked, "Uncle, are you really afraid of seeing the Lin family's old lady?" Zhou Lin tapped him with a laugh. "You're sharp. Everyone could tell tonight. If you want to know why, just go see for yourself." But the old lady can't handle Zhou Jiao. People who want nothing are invincible. Didn't you hear Zhao Chuangang talk so much, but never actually go to the Lin family's house? He just asked around. Normally, wouldn't it be better to go straight there? And you should know, your father-in-law Zhou Xiaozheng didn't get ahead because he married your mother-in-law. It was after he made something of himself that she took a liking to him. Someone like Zhou Xiaozheng would definitely prefer someone simple and straightforward. Zhang Guoqing nodded and said softly, "Uncle, thank you. We understand. Grandpa is straightforward, and we really like him. We stayed here because we wanted to see things clearly. Everything happened so fast, and we're still young. Apart from my dad, who always protects us, we need time to grow up too. Our perspective is still too narrow." Zhou Lin nodded approvingly and said, "It's good that you chose to stay here and take your time to observe things. If you hadn't handled things properly, with Zhou Xiaozheng's fiercely protective nature, he wouldn't even give you a chance to explain. He'd just grab Jiao Jiao and leave with you. You'll come to understand the reputation of the Northeast Tiger in time. You're lucky your father-in-law dotes on his daughter, otherwise you'd be like a little ant in front of him. With Zhou Xiaozheng around, no one dares to cross Jiao Jiao." That's the tiger's reverse scale. The 5 brothers who came with him tonight all hold real power. There used to be 12 of them, but it seems a few were transferred to administrative departments, and the rest are gone, buried underground. Every year, Zhao Chuangang and the others burn paper money for them by the sackful. They all follow your father-in-law's lead. The Lin family hasn't been able to keep him in check for a long time. I heard that when he goes back this time, he's moving into a small courtyard and will have a car. He's agreed to give you 2 years once he's settled. After those 2 years, even if you drag your feet, he'll make you leave. Putting you with Zhao Dashan wasn't meant to let you make a name for yourself, but because Zhao Dashan can protect you. As for you, I can see you're clever, but don't focus on making achievements. Just observe how others handle relationships at work, and watch how Zhao Dashan coordinates between departments. That's what you need to learn. Let me tell you how those cadres raise their children. They constantly have their kids rotate through different departments, visiting every old friend's home. First, to familiarize themselves with the processes. Second, to build connections. Then, every day, they make their kids write reflections, analyzing everyone's personality, strengths, and weaknesses. The most important thing is to identify weaknesses. The goal is to know yourself and your opponents. Once the child's thinking matures, they send them out to practice in places they can keep an eye on, correcting them at any time. When the child grows up, they can shoulder the family's responsibilities. The Lin family's original heir was your eldest uncle, but he still can't compare to Zhou Xiaozheng. Old Master Lin must be terribly frustrated. After this trip back, he'll be even more upset. His carefully raised eldest grandson still can't compare to you or Jiao Jiao. He probably loses sleep over it. Zhang Guoqing was silent for a moment after hearing this. He felt Zhou Lin was genuinely looking out for him, but he still wanted to ask, "Uncle, I've kept everything you said in mind. But there's something I still don't understand. Why does your eldest brother want to go to the capital? From what Uncle Guang said tonight, it doesn't sound like a good opportunity. Logically, since the old master in your family has retired, there's no need to stay in the capital, right?" Zhou Lin looked at him and replied, "Think about it. If our Zhou family had no one in the capital, what would happen after the old master is gone? Why doesn't Zhao Chuangang leave? Because his eldest brother is there, so it doesn't matter whether he goes or not." Zhang Guoqing chuckled sheepishly. "I was overthinking it. Only if your eldest brother goes to the capital, even after the old master retires, there'll still be connections to rely on. Once the old master is gone and people forget about him, the Zhou family would be squeezed out of the capital. So he has to go not for the official position, but for stability and the bigger picture. That's why I say you're smart, but what do men usually lack? Attention to detail. And your advantage is that you have Zhou Jiao. She's attentive, smart, and mature. Having a wife like her is your blessing. Your grandfather is who he is because your grandmother is there for him. Otherwise, with his straightforward temper, he'd have offended too many people. From what I see, Zhou Jiao is even smarter and more capable than her grandmother, and she always leaves herself a way out. Take this time with Zhou Xiaozuan, for example. You always consult her before making decisions, right? She agrees because she knows you're thinking of her. Even though Zhou Xiaozuan is the real culprit, for the bigger picture, she's willing to listen to you. Now that Zhou Xiaozuan is out, if anything happens, Zhou Xiaozheng won't even bat an eye, and he won't feel uncomfortable about it. The move was right, but you still need to guard against any counterattacks. Uncle, thank you. I'll be careful. When I make a decision, I always think about the consequences. But my dad has treated us sincerely. He even gave up his brother for us. I can't let him have regrets in the future. Zhou Xiaozuan is tied to the grandmother who raised Zhou Jiao, and there are many complicated factors. Actually, since my dad made his choice yesterday morning, I've been thinking about it all the way until last night. I know I might be a bit soft-hearted, but people have to make some compromises for those they care about. I can only take precautions. If he causes trouble, I can bring him back or send him in. I also told him that I have leverage over him from this incident, and as long as he doesn't play dirty behind our backs, I won't act against him. Also, he's pretty cunning. He's managed to put all the blame on Huang Zhaodi. If we really punish him, there's a chance he could overturn the case in the future, which would affect everyone. I didn't say much. This whole thing is ambiguous anyway. If we don't press the issue, it'll just blow over. Sua Lin nodded. That's my conclusion too. Let's leave it at that. Don't get involved any further. Just follow the written conclusion. It's best for you and everyone else. We're home now, so just stop at the gate. I won't invite you in. Go to the bureau early tomorrow and wrap things up. Zhang Guoqing got out of the car, carrying the food box, and picked up 2 bottles of liquor to follow Ansua inside, placing them in the main hall. He then took the empty food box and said goodbye before getting back in the car. Ansua looked at the fried cheese, venison, 2 bottles of liquor, and the box of cosmetics on the table. She glanced at Sua Lin, who was washing his feet, and said, "Look at all this. Xiao Wu brought it over. Is it okay to accept it? What's the problem? Is there cash or ration coupons in there? No, right? Xiao Wu is very particular about how he does things, don't worry. He's a good kid, honest and loyal. That's why I'm willing to help him. Otherwise, with so many smart people around, why do I treat him differently? If you're friends with him, he'll genuinely look out for us." He and his wife are both very loyal. You saw how warmly Xiao Wu treated Lin Lishan, and you can tell Zhou Jiao has no issues with her mother either. They value relationships and don't fuss over small things. For Zhou Xiaozheng's sake, they gave up taking revenge on Zhou Xiaozuan. Kind-hearted, really. It's just those heartless types you have to watch out for. Did you see how those people treated Xiao Wu tonight? Look at how he is, no flattery, just natural and sincere. He's a real gem. I saw Zhou Xiaozheng's brothers too. Looks like Big Brother didn't overestimate Zhou Xiaozheng. He's got real charisma. And Cheng Hongli and her husband treat him with great respect. Zhou Xiaozheng's brothers seem even warmer to Cheng Hongli than to Lin Lishan. They have issues with Lin Lishan. 17 years without a single visit. There's no excuse for that. It's only because Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhou Jiao have forgiven her that everyone else lets it go. Look at Lin Lishan, so simple and naive. That's probably why those 2 father and daughter, both so shrewd, don't hold it against her. Plus, Lin Lishan waited 17 years for Zhou Xiaozheng. With Zhou Jiao's personality, even if her mother wasn't great, she'd never say a word against her for her father's sake. Why did Zhou Jiao bring up the Zhou family's issues at just the right time? We were all confused back then, but now that Zhou Xiaozheng is out, we understand. She probably guessed long ago that her father was still alive. Those 2 are quite the pair. The Lin family rushed over in such a hurry, probably old lady Lin's idea. Lin Lishan would never think of it herself. She's probably just happily waiting to bring her husband home, having forgotten her daughter is still back in her hometown. It's really something that someone like Lin Lishan could have a daughter like Zhou Jiao. Just like old lady Lin having a daughter like Lin Lishan. It's karma, huh? Ansua said in surprise, "So you mean Zhou Jiao knows what the Lin family is after?" And she doesn't blame her mother? Has she really forgiven her, or is it just for show? Zhou Lin shook his head, smiled, and sighed. After seeing Lin Lishan, do you think anyone could really blame her? She's just simple. What kind of person is Zhou Jiao? Just look at Zhou Xiaozhen. Seeing her mother like that, even if she wanted to blame her, she couldn't. She's probably worried her mother will be bullied and drag her father down. Lin Lishan married a good man and had a good daughter. Truly, fortune favors the foolish. Thinking of old Lady Lin makes me laugh. She thought Zhou Jiao was just an ordinary girl and that she was the only smart one in the world. Didn't you wonder tonight why I didn't go to the Lin family's place? The two Lin brothers and two sisters never had friends over to their house, not once. Interesting, isn't it? When people say Jiao Jiao is like her mother, after Lin Lishan said that, I saw Zhang Guoqing almost choke, and Zhao Chuangang rolled his eyes. Answa slapped her thigh and said, now I remember, Cheng Hongli mentioned that Zhao Chuangang went to the capital to ask around, but never visited their home. She asked Lin Lishan if she knew, and Lin Lishan cluelessly said no one ever mentioned it to her. Cheng Hongli said her big brother's daughter must know, but I don't think Lin Lishan understood at all. Now you understand why Zhou Jiao forgave her mother, right? How could you blame someone like that? Besides, her mother's been devoted to her father all these years. Time for bed, I'm heading in. With that, Zhou Lin laughed heartily and went into the inner room. Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqiang got in the car and drove for a while before Zhang Guoqing pulled over. He sat there for a moment, silently mulling over what Zhou Lin had said and his attitude that night, trying to analyze the goodwill behind Zhou Lin's words. He also thought about the Grandma Lin that Zhou Lin mentioned and gradually pieced things together. He decided to talk it over with Jiao Jia when he got home and let her help analyze the situation. Zhang Guoqiang noticed that his younger brother was deep in thought after stopping the car, so he didn't disturb him. That evening, he'd truly seen how adaptable and resourceful Zhang Guoqing had become. In front of outsiders, his little brother handled everything with ease, always able to chime in with a few words, and could quickly become familiar with someone he'd just met, as if they'd known each other in a previous life. He'd originally thought that as a temp worker, it would take at least a year or so to become permanent, but that night Zhou Lin had said he could become a full employee in just 3 months, and as a staff member at that. He even asked Zhang Guoqing to bring him around to meet his new colleagues the next day. Just how many people did Xiao know? Zhang Guoqing had said that even if he went to the provincial capital, he'd have ways to manage things. Today had really opened his eyes. Zhang Guoqiang kept thinking about his brother's words, actions, and the smile on his face that night. He realized just how far apart he was from this younger brother and that he still had a lot to learn. His own path would have to be explored step by step. Zhang Guoqing snapped out of his thoughts and started the car, heading toward their family courtyard. Second brother, tomorrow morning we'll go up the mountain with our eldest cousin and the others. Around 10, we'll head to the bureau. The paperwork should take until around 11 or 12, then we'll treat everyone to a meal at a restaurant. You'll get to know everyone too. You can start work directly on Monday. I've already spoken to the team leader in the village about transferring your household registration. Once we finish the paperwork tomorrow, we'll bring it back and handle it together. Zhang Guoqiang quickly agreed. I'll follow your lead. You arrange everything. It's just a bit rushed. Once we help them find the place, we'll just grab a quick bite and leave. Yeah, we'll just say my father-in-law has something urgent here. Once the paperwork's done, after you start work on Monday, then you can tell them. Otherwise, if they go back and tell the womenfolk, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Zhang Guoqiang nodded. I get it. I won't even tell your second sister-in-law for now. Once everything's settled, it's fine to let them know. Hey, Xiaowu, isn't this it up ahead? You guys live really close. Yeah, super close. Over there is where our eldest and second sisters live. It's only about a 10-minute walk to my place. Zhao Dashan lives in this area too. Most of the people around me are at the cadre level. My eldest sister's area is full of old residents. We really lucked out buying this courtyard. I bet Professor Liu, who sold us the house, had his eye on this too. When the car pulled up to the gate, they could hear lively conversation inside. Lin Lishan heard the car and came out to check. Sure enough, it was them. Xiao Wu, you and your second brother are here. Come in. Your uncles were just saying they were about to leave. They were waiting for you. Mom, it's so late. Is it safe for the uncles to drive home? Zhang Guoqing asked as he walked inside. Madman heard Zhang Guoqing's voice and shouted, Hey, our little son-in-law is back. Don't worry, your uncles can drive straight from the county to the fields in no time. I heard you only took half an hour to learn to drive. Come show your uncle. How is my son-in-law so smart? Guang, Xiao Wu is way better than you. When you learned to drive, you kept mixing up the gas and the brake. Zhao Chuangang glared at him, a bit sheepish. I didn't mix them up, I just wanted to try things out. Anyway, Xiao Wu, you sent everyone off, right? We're heading out now. Tell Zhou Jiao your uncle will bring her something fun next time. Feng Wei joked, something fun? Don't tell me it's just bullet casings again. Everyone laughed as they watched the two banter. Zhao Chuangang led everyone out of the house, chatting as they went. I'm not talking to you rough guys anymore. Tomorrow I'll go to the market myself and find something little girls like. Zhang, we're leaving. Just lock up when we go. Let's all leave together, can't sleep here anyway, the place isn't ready. Zhou Xiaoyong took out his keys and locked the door. Alright, it's locked. Be careful on the road. We're heading back too, my Jiao Jiao will be worried. As they watched everyone get in their cars and drive off, Zhang Guoqing quickly stopped Zhao Dashan. Uncle, wait a second. Take the food box with you, I packed it up for you. He dragged him to the car. Take the box too. Tomorrow, I'll have Aunt Cheng bring it back. Zhou Xiaozheng, seeing they were done, got in his car and called out, Come on, get inside. Don't stand on ceremony. Get home early and get some rest, you'll need your energy for when we conquer Dakingshan the day after tomorrow. Zhao Dashan watched him start the car and hurriedly shouted, Zhang, are you coming tomorrow? I'll wait for you here. What for? I have to work tomorrow and get things sorted. If you mess up, I'll give you a beating. I'm off. Zhou Xiaozheng said, then drove away. Zhao Dashan grinned as he watched the car leave, grabbed the food box, and hurried home. As Zhou Xiaoyong drove, he asked, Xiao Wu, did Zuolin take care of your second brother's matter today? Dad, it's all set. He'll be a staff member, temp for 3 months, then permanent. We'll go to the bureau for paperwork tomorrow, and he'll start work on Monday. That was the spot Zuolin originally planned for you, right? Not bad. When your second brother starts work, tell him to get along with his colleagues. Next year, when Xiao Wu comes to the county, things will be even smoother. Xiao Wu, take your second brother around tomorrow to meet people, let everyone know he's joining the bureau, so they'll look out for him. Zhang Guoqing smiled. Dad, Zuolin also told me to help my second brother get to know his colleagues. Dad, Zuolin's showing goodwill. Do you think it's because of his older brother's situation and he wants your help? Will it affect you? Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head and reassured him, it's fine. Zuosin is a smart guy. He and I are the type to become friends after a few run-ins. Zuolin's befriending you because he sees your potential. Their family is decent and upright. He didn't bring up your second brother's matter directly at dinner, which was well done. In the county, you can trust Zhao Dashan, and Zuolin is a good ally. Zhao Chuangang from the provincial capital is also trustworthy, and you can get along with the other 4. Especially Zhao Chuangang, he may seem unreliable, but he's the most loyal. With our relationship, he's the most sincere to you all. His family's been doing well these years. If you run into trouble, go to him. If you don't, he'll be upset. If he's out of line, remind him. Zhang Guoqing listened carefully and replied, Dad, I've taken note of everything you said. Jiao Jiao also reminded me not to put everything on the table. Zuolin's a smart guy. If I bring my second brother to see him, he'll get the message. If he wants to be friends, he'll understand without us having to say it outright. If things work out, great. If not, it won't be awkward. Just like Jiao Jiao predicted, he really does want to be friends. Zhou Xiaoyong laughed. That's my clever daughter, right? She probably also said to stick to your principles, and if things can't be done, she'll handle it herself, right? Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile, worried Zhou Xiaozheng couldn't see from the front seat, and said, Yes, Jiao Jiao said that. Dad, you know her so well. She said if it works out, don't let second brother mention I was involved. If anyone asks, just say Uncle Chen asked Zwolin for help. Uncle Chen is second sister's father-in-law. Also, mention second brother's good at writing and math, careful with his work, and just happened to get lucky with this opportunity. Next year, when I start work, it won't have much impact. Zhou Jiao doesn't like being in the spotlight. She prefers to keep a low profile. She always says, keep a low profile in life, be high profile in work. Don't treat everyone like a fool. If you do, maybe you're the real fool in their eyes. I agree, it's better to keep a low profile. No need to live under a microscope where every little thing gets blown up. Lin Lishan laughed. Our Zhao Jiao still wants to keep a low profile? That's impossible in this county. Even Xiao Wu, today when I went out with Hongli, I mentioned I'm Xiao Wu's mother-in-law, and everyone was so polite. Even the quilt maker let me cut in line. Zhou Xiaozheng chuckled. You're quite impressive then. What Zhao Jiao means by low profile is to quietly live her own life, keep things to herself and not show off. Don't flaunt wealth, don't compete, don't stand out. Her low profile is a kind of self-cultivation. Old Master Lu praised her today, said she's full of talent, and told her to practice calligraphy and play chess more. Xiao Wu, when I get a chance, I'll get a top-quality Go set. You two can play together, it's a great idea. Zhang Guoqing asked curiously, Dad, did old Master Lu sell us the house at a low price because he knew our background? That's not right, I should find a chance to make up the difference. Shan, hand Xiao Wu the book in front of you. Xiao Wu, you'll understand after reading it. The old man only suspected when he saw Zhou Jiao's name during the transfer. After we went over with Zhao Dashan today, he was sure. This is his gift to you. The details you can discuss with Zhao Jiao when you get home. Zhang Guoqing took the book and immediately understood. Dad, that old man may be up there in age, but he's still sharp. He's putting everything out in the open, making it hard for us to refuse. Whatever he wants, Zhao Jiao won't agree to it. Since the house was a normal transaction, let's just keep things normal. We don't like getting too involved with people who are too shrewd. Zhou Xiaozheng laughed heartily. Zhao Dashan said you two would definitely want to avoid trouble, and he was right. Learn from this over the next couple of years. Don't let people read you like a book. There are plenty of old foxes like old Master Lu in Beijing. Treat it as a challenge, practice with Zhao Jiao, and figure out how to handle people like that. When you go back and encounter such people, you'll be prepared. Dad, I get it. Just watch me. We're finally here. Mom, I think we should just leave these homespun fabrics in the car. Get some rest, and tomorrow we'll find someone to make them up for a bit of money. Zhang Guoqing saw Lin Lishan hesitating and quickly said, Xiao Wu, did you forget your second sister-in-law is great with the sewing machine? It's just curtains and bedsheets, just straight lines, it'll be done in no time. Come on, let's bring them in. With that, he didn't wait for a response and started moving things himself. Zhang Guoqing carried some things to Xiao Wu's room. From a distance, he could already hear his mother and wife laughing inside. Feeling pleased, he called out, Mom, we're all back. Oh, where's Xiao Wu? Why is there so much fabric? Mother Zhang hurried out when she heard her second son's voice and was startled at the sight of all the cloth. Zhang Guoqing chuckled to himself. If she thought this was a lot, she'd be shocked later. There's more coming in a bit. It's all for making curtains and bed sheets. He set down the fabric and turned to go back out. Zhou Jiao stepped forward to inspect the homespun cloth, just as her mother came in first. Mom, where's Dad? He's right behind, just coming in. Big sis, it's perfect you're all here, I'll need your help. We need to make 4 sets of curtains and some bed sheets and duvet covers. Suelan, help me cut the fabric in a bit. Jihua, you're good with your hands, so you can start sewing. You'll all have to stay up a bit late tonight, I need these by tomorrow. Mother Zhang shook her head and said, It's fine, just cut and sew them straight away, it'll be quick. We'll lay them out on the kang, measure and pull the fabric, and the 3 of us can cut it together for Jihua to sew. Little sis, do you know how to sew the duvet cover? If not, bring the comforter back and I'll do it for you. Watching from the side, Zhou Jiao felt anxious for her mother and quickly stepped forward, gesturing, Mom, look, if we sew up 3 sides like this, we can slip the comforter in and sew up the last side later. That way, it's easier for me to change and wash the bedding. Mother Zhang beamed and said to Lin Lishan, "See, our Jiao Jiao is clever. This way, we don't need so many people to sew the comforters. Little sis, this will be much faster. Once this checkered set is done, it'll look just as good as those fancy red silk ones." The silk Mother Zhang referred to were the large, decorative silk quilts added to wedding bedding, often embroidered with peonies symbolizing wealth or scenes of birds and phoenixes. Families with means would go out of their way to buy these for their daughters' weddings, placing them on the top layer for extra face. When Zhou Jiao saw her father Zhou Xiaozheng come in, she hurried over. "Dad, you're back. Have some water and take a rest." She ran inside and brought out a cup for him. Zhou Xiaozheng quickly set down his things, took the cup, and chided her. "Why are you always so careless? What if you burn yourself with the hot water?" But he smiled, ignored the others, and pulled Zhou Jiao into the inner room. Inside, Zhou Xiaozheng whispered, "Don't go out, let them handle things. Be careful not to get bumped. Just play with your son." Zhou Jiao covered her mouth, glanced outside, and whispered back, "Dad, your daughter's smart. I won't tire myself out." Seeing his daughter's mischievous look, Zhou Xiaozheng laughed heartily. "Dad knows our Jiao Jiao is the smartest. Lots of people in the county praise you, and I'm so proud. Let me tell you something. Old Master Lu, who sold us the house, wants to get close to us. He wants you and Xiao Wu to visit often." I mentioned the idea of Xiao Wu apprenticing under him, but he refused. He even said he'd advise Xiao Wu not to take any master in the future and to avoid forming cliques. He gave us a copy of the Comprehensive Mirror to Aid in Government and a drawing of a secret room and compartment. He said only he and his wife know about it. Keep it safe. Zhou Jiao looked at her father, puzzled. "Dad, did he sell us the house at a low price on purpose? That can't be it. He'd rather sell it than leave it to his sons, even though he has so many grandkids. He just doesn't trust his sons and wants to be on good terms with us so that when he and his wife are gone, someone will look out for them. His sons can't even manage their own households. If you can't sweep your own house, how can you sweep the world? No matter how shrewd he is, with that kind of ability, it's useless. Besides, there's a world of difference between helping someone in need and adding to someone's glory. If he'd come to us with this book 2 years ago, I'd be impressed. Now it's too late. He can't really help us anymore. Dad, don't blame me for being pragmatic. I understand people too well. You're the only one I truly trust. Everyone has their own calculations. It just depends on how much you tolerate." Zhou Xiaozheng nodded and lowered his voice. "One more thing. I have 12 brothers. Some have passed, some have left. 5 of them are in the provincial capital, and they all look to me as the head. One of them, Zhao Chuangang, met Xiao Wu today. He's someone you can trust. If you need anything after I leave, go to him. You might wonder, if he's so trustworthy, why hasn't he come to see you?" Zhou Jiao nodded. After so many years, maybe the brotherly bond has faded under the weight of power and interests. But if you trust him, I trust you. As for not visiting me, maybe the relationship just isn't that close. Your brotherhood doesn't extend to the next generation. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. There's no conflict of interest with the others, but Zhao Chuangang is different. For 17 years, he sent a sack of paper money for me every year, and even went to Beijing to look for you, though he mistook your cousin for you. He has a big grudge against the Lin family. Even today, he didn't believe you weren't in Beijing. He never set foot in the Lin household, only visited your cousin. Your mom knows nothing about this. Jiao Jiao, Dad feels uneasy about the Lin family. The Lin family. Dad, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Isn't this fine? Don't feel bad for me. Why waste energy on people who don't matter? Besides, you probably know the Lin family's situation. It's not easy to talk about. Seeing her father signal her to continue, Zhou Jiao went on. First, Grandma wants to transfer big cousin back to Beijing. That's a bad move. Second, the family probably has no money left, maybe even dipped into ours. I haven't told Mom, but Grandma might be broke. Zhou Xiaozheng smiled and patted her head. Do you blame your mom? Zhou Jiao looked at her father with amusement. I used to, but not anymore. Having a mom or not doesn't make much difference. When I see her, I won't dare blame her. She'd just burst into tears. How could I? After a moment, Zhou Jiao sighed and said seriously, "A lot of people don't say it, but I know what they mean. They think I accepted my mom too quickly, that I should have thrown a tantrum or something. But that's just not me. In my eyes, the fact that my mom stayed loyal to you for 17 years and didn't remarry is enough. That's what I value most. And she gave birth to me. Just for those two things, she deserves my protection and respect. As for not visiting me, I might have minded before seeing her, but when she hugged me and cried, her tears running down my neck, I knew I wouldn't blame her. Everyone has their own difficulties. Why hold grudges? As long as she's waiting for you to come back, nothing else matters. Good girl, you really are my daughter. You think just like your dad. Jiao, how about dad takes you to stay in the county for a few days? Zhou Xiaozheng praised her cheerfully. Zhou Jiao's eyes lit up with joy. Really? That's great. Dad, when are we going? I'll pack early so we can stay longer. Seeing his daughter so happy, Zhou Xiaozheng couldn't help but laugh. He said softly, "Don't worry, I'll talk to your grandpa and tell him I'm taking you to the city for a few days to get familiar with things, so no one will dare bully you in the future. He'll definitely agree, just pretend you don't know. I even borrowed a car from the provincial capital just to pick you up. How about that? Isn't that awesome?" Zhou Jiao smiled, gave him a thumbs up, and nodded. Her dad was even more thoughtful than she'd imagined, and she felt delighted. Zhou Xiaozheng, beaming, said, "Before I leave, I'll make sure you have enough fine grains, don't worry about money." Today, we had 2 women clean the main house and bought disinfectant in the provincial capital. Tomorrow, they'll clean the kitchen and yard. I had all of old Master Lu's things put in storage, and we'll give them away later. They're all good stuff. I was worried you'd mind using other people's things, so I bought everything new. I got 3 8-pound comforters and new mattresses. Uncle Zhao Chuangang also gave you a lot of military bedding and supplies, but I thought they were too narrow, so I put them in the wardrobe for you to deal with. Your mom gave some to Zhao Dashan's wife, since her daughter Zhao Yuan didn't have a thick quilt. Uncle Guang gave us a lot of coal tickets, so I bought 300 pounds of briquettes and 100 pounds of coal, plus 50 pounds of rice. Oh, and your mom bought a lot of fabric at the friendship store for curtains and bed covers, but then saw the homespun was cheaper and kept that instead. It's all in the county. Throw out your old clothes, think about what you like, and sketch out some designs. Tomorrow your mom and Cheng Hongli will make you some new clothes. Listen to Dad and make more skirts. Our Jiao looks great in skirts. Zhou Jiao grinned and said happily, "Okay, I like skirts too. When summer comes, I want to make long skirts and embroider subtle patterns on them. That's understated luxury, my favorite style. Dad, once I gain some weight, I'll look even better. I take after your big eyes. Look, aren't my eyebrows like yours? They look heroic. My eyes and brows are my favorite features." Zhou Xiaoling laughed heartily, looking at her little face. "You got my dimples too. Girls with dimples are cute. I used to hate mine. They made me look immature, so I'd always keep a straight face. But on my Jiao, they're perfect. No need to wait till you gain weight, you're already beautiful. In my eyes, no one is as pretty as my Jiao. And I think my dad is the best too, most handsome and charming," Zhou Jiao said, hugging his arm and looking up at him with a smile. Hearing their laughter, Lin Lishan came in. "Haha, you two really are the best looking. You do look alike. Jiao, what do you want to wear? Tomorrow, your dad and I can make you some work pants first. How about that?" Zhou Jiao smiled. "Sure, Mom, but make my pants a darker color so they'll match more tops. Save some of the checkered fabric for me, I want to make a shirt. When it's warmer, it'll look good with a sweater. I'll make lots of long skirts for summer myself." Zhou Xiaohong smiled as he watched mother and daughter discuss styles. His precious daughter was acting spoiled in front of them, and he felt deeply content. Lin Lishan patted Zhou Jiao with a grin. "No complaints, or I'll make you a floral cotton jacket. You're a young girl, you should wear bright colors." With that, she left the father and daughter and went outside to help. When Zhang Guoqing walked in, he saw Zhou Jiao gesturing at her father-in-law, but she didn't say anything. He came over to the king, heated brick bed, to check on his son. Little Ping'an seemed to have eaten his fill and was playing by himself, but when Zhang Guoqing approached, the child's attention shifted to him. Zhang Guoqing picked up his son, looking at the soft, tiny bundle in his arms, teasing him cheerfully while listening to Zhou Jiao speak. "Dad, you really can't go deep into the mountains. If you insist, then I'll go with you. It's so cold these days, and you'd be gone for several nights. How could your body handle that? Even if it's just for one night, don't even think about that tiger skin. I don't care about it at all. Siberian tigers are over 2 meters long. They're really dangerous. Have you forgotten the saying, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall? All right, I'll listen to you. I won't go into the deep mountains. The day after tomorrow, your Uncle Guang and the others will bring their gear, and we'll just take a look around the outskirts, okay? Oh, my little housekeeper." Seeing his daughter's teary eyes, Zhou Xiaozhang immediately surrendered. Zhang Guoqing smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, I'll go with Dad. We won't go deep into the mountains." Zhou Xiaozhang asked him, "Xiao Wu, is your father in the main room? I want to talk to him about something." He wanted to discuss with Zhang's second brother about taking his daughter's family to the county town, and since everyone was here, it was a good opportunity. Zhang Guoqing put his son down and walked over to him. "Dad, I'll take you. I just saw him in the main room smoking his pipe." Zhou Xiaozhang waved his hand and headed out. "No need, you stay with Jiao Jiao." Zhang Guoqing went over and sat next to her, speaking softly about what had happened today and the people he'd met. After he finished, he summed up, "Jiao Jiao, I think we can let things go with old Lu. We can visit him when we have time. As for Zhuolin, he'll probably go back in a few years, so he wants to build a good relationship with us in advance. The rest of them are very respectful toward Dad, treating him as the leader, so there shouldn't be any problems. As for second brother's matter, we'll handle it tomorrow. Is there anything else I might have missed?" Zhou Jiao shook her head, glanced outside, and whispered to him, "Some of the Lin family really aren't much. Luckily, our dad doesn't have to rely on them. I guess Grandma has no money left. She's probably given it all to her youngest son and daughter. My mom still foolishly thinks Grandma has forgotten about her. Do you think Grandma is holding on to Uncle's salary just to pay Dad back? Good thing my mom keeps our rent money for herself. Zhuolin's opinion of Grandma is a bit off, and I bet there are a few more like her in the family. Grandpa and Uncle are trustworthy, but we'll have to keep an eye on the others." Leaning against him, Zhou Jiao whispered, "Grandma still wants to get our eldest cousin transferred to Beijing. What is she thinking?" Zhang Guoqing put his arm around her and said softly, "That doesn't really concern us or Dad. Don't worry about it. The money won't run away. They'll pay Dad back, but it's impossible to get it all. After so many years, they must have spent a lot of it. At most, we'll get 70% back. As for the dowry, so what if it's less? We're not lacking anything. We don't need to worry about this. As long as Grandpa is around, nothing will get out of hand. If someone has good character, we'll stay close. If not, we'll keep our distance. For now, let's focus on our own affairs before the new year. The most important thing is to make sure Dad hasn't left anything behind in SH. We must go this time. Do you have any ideas on how to bring our son along?" Zhou Jiao thought for a moment. "How about we come back a bit later? At the end of the first lunar month, we can return to the northeast directly from SH, just before you go back to work. The weather should be warmer by then. We'll see when the time comes. The market will open in a couple of days. Make a list and start preparing. Once Mom and Dad leave, we'll need to hurry. Judging by their attitude, they want us to move to the county town in the next few days," Zhang Guoqing said after a moment's thought. Zhou Jiao beamed, her eyes sparkling. "And then, Dad already said he'll handle it. Once everything's ready, he'll take us there. He even borrowed a car just to pick me up. How about we celebrate our son's 1-month milestone with a meal for everyone in the county town and warm the new house at the same time? It's fine if we stay there until the 1-month celebration. We don't need to move anything here. It's not far, and we can come back 2 or 3 days early. But if we hold the celebration and housewarming in the county town, it'll be too chaotic. Better to keep it low-key. You haven't seen the house yet. It's all heated floors and firewalls. Even Professor Liu, no matter how much he tries to hide it, if you stay in the house long enough, you can tell the annual heating costs are no small sum. Plus, the study and bedroom furniture haven't been replaced yet, and Mom and Dad have spent a lot of effort and money fixing the place up. Other than close family, we shouldn't let outsiders visit the county house just yet. We still need to change the furniture and tidy up some areas. When second brother saw it last night, he couldn't stop talking about how he'd never seen anyone spoil their daughter like this. Mom and Dad spent almost as much on fixing up the house as they did buying it. Didn't Mom say all their money was with Grandma? No matter how much salary they get, they can't keep spending like this. Keep an eye on them and don't let them spend any more. Thinking of second brother's reaction, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but smile. He'd lived in plenty of nice houses, so he wasn't too impressed, but compared to the surroundings, he knew it was something special. Zhou Jiao nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. You should hurry the carpenter along too. Let's go outside. No point staying in the inner room. Once the baby's full, he'll want to sleep. Seeing him nod, she picked up their son to feed him, changed his diaper, and after he fell asleep, the two of them quietly slipped out of the room. Mother Zhang saw them come out and asked, "Ping'an's asleep? We'll be done here soon. It won't take long." Zhang Guoqing saw that there wasn't much for him to do, just women busying about, so he said, "Mom, I'll go outside and keep Dad company." He nodded to everyone and left. Zhou Jiao saw that everyone was busy and most of the sewing was almost done, just waiting for the finishing touches. Looking at the pile of leftover fabric scraps, she realized there wasn't enough for adult clothes, but there was enough to patch together 2 sets for my Miao and my Sui. She found a spot, picked up the scraps, measured and cut them with scissors, and soon had pieced together short-sleeved tops and shorts for little girls for the summer, making them a bit bigger so they could wear them next year. She also used the leftover strips to make butterfly bows, sewing them onto rubber bands. Lin Lishan and the others watched as Zhou Jiao snipped away with the scissors, then quickly threaded a needle and sewed up a set of little clothes in no time. Soon, another set was done. They were all secretly amazed. They'd heard Zhou Jiao was skilled at embroidery, but didn't expect her to be so fast at making clothes. Since she married in, they hadn't seen her use a needle before. Watching her twist the bows around her fingers and sew them onto hair ties, they realized they looked even better than the ones at the supply store. The little bows, big and small, looked so pretty. Who would have thought they were made from leftover fabric strips? When Zhou Jiao finished, she picked up the clothes and hair ties and called over my Miao, who had been unusually quiet that night. "Why are you so quiet today? Do you like these? They're for you and my Sui. 1 set each, and you can wear them in the summer. You can split the hair ties between you. Tomorrow you can start wearing them." My Miao happily touched the clothes and her hair, grinning. "Auntie, these are for us? I'll take the hair ties, but you should save the clothes for Ping'an." My Sui looked longingly at the clothes, but still pushed them back to Zhou Jiao. "Auntie, give them to little brother. I won't fight with him. You're both such good kids. Look, these are all for little girls. Andy made them just for you." Zhou Jiao smiled, gently patting their heads. Mother Zhang took the clothes from my Miao, examined the stitching, and praised Lin Lishan. "Look at these stitches, no exaggeration. They're as neat as if done by a sewing machine. We never even knew Jiao Jiao had such skills. We only heard she could do embroidery, and it's as lifelike as the real thing. Who would have thought she could do this too?" Lin Lishan nodded in agreement. The craftsmanship really was impressive. If she weren't still in confinement after childbirth, she'd want Jiao Jiao to make something for her to take home and show her own mother. Her Jiao Jiao was good at everything. "Jiao Jiao, we're all done here. Why don't you take a look at the leftover red floral fabric and see if you can make jackets for the 2 little girls? You cut out a nice pattern, let your second sister-in-law sew it up, and I'll go get the cotton." With that, Lin Lishan handed a large piece of floral fabric to Zhou Jiao and went to fetch cotton from the trunk. Mother Zhang quickly said, "Lishan, shouldn't we save that for Jiao Jiao to make her own clothes later? Don't waste the fabric." Lin Lishan, holding a bag of cotton, smiled and replied, "It's fine. My Jiao Jiao doesn't like such bright, flowery patterns. It's perfect for the little girls. Well, everyone's here, let's see how it turns out." Zhou Jiao looked at the bright red fabric, her eyes twitching with amusement. She went to fetch some rabbit fur and thought she could make 3 jackets in total. Her eldest sister's daughter was about the same size as Mai Sui, so she might as well make an extra set. For girls, wearing these festive, traditional Mandarin color jackets during the New Year was perfect, and they could be worn on regular days too. Having decided, Zhou Jiao started cutting swiftly. She'd learned these skills from her grandmother, and even now, her hands didn't feel rusty at all. In no time, she'd cut out a large jacket for my Miao, not even needing to measure. She also cut out rabbit fur for the collar and cuffs, rounded the corners at the slits, and added 2 big pockets. She handed it to Lin Juhua, second sister-in-law, sew the fur onto the collar and cuffs. Lin Juhua took it with a big smile. She'd never seen anything like this before. Once the pieces were put together, it looked just like the jackets worn by children in New Year paintings. Zhou Jiao then looked at Mai Sui and cut out another children's jacket, but this one didn't have a Mandarin collar, it had a hood instead. To differentiate between Mai Sui's and Yaya's, she made the hoods different. Mai Sui's had bunny ears, and Yaya's was shaped like a flower. She handed the cut pieces to Lin Juhua. Second sister-in-law, Mai Sui and Yaya are still little, so I didn't add fur. Rabbit fur sheds and isn't good for small kids. My Miao's a bit older and won't pull it off. Lin Juhua quickly added a layer of cotton and sewed it up in no time. She spread it out for everyone to see. It really was beautiful. All that was left was the frog buttons. Turning around, she saw Jiao Jiao already making them. With thick red yarn wrapped around 2 fingers, Jiao Jiao's hands moved quickly, twisting and turning until a flower-shaped button appeared. Lin Juhua's mouth dropped open. Mom, look at Jiao Jiao's fingers. Look at those frog buttons, so pretty. They're nothing like the ones we make. Zhou Jiao smiled and said, this is a southern style, perfect for little girls. Around here, we usually make straight frog buttons. The buttons are all similar, just with different designs. Huang Suilon laughed and said to everyone, Jiao Jiao's work should be shown to Qingyan's wife. At that, even Lin Lishan burst out laughing. She knew full well that Qingyan's wife's homemade fabric couldn't even be worn. Pull it a bit, and it'd rip apart, let alone do such fine work. In just a short while, Zhou Jiao finished the frog buttons, took Mai Miao's jacket, and sewed them on. She made a few more adjustments with her needle, then nodded in satisfaction. Mai Miao, try it on and see if you like it. Mai Miao and Mai Wei had been watching the jackets eagerly by her side, their faces flushed with excitement. Without a word, Mai Miao nodded vigorously. Mother Zhang helped them change into the new jackets, her eyes lighting up at the sight. Oh my granddaughters look so pretty. These jackets are perfect for visiting relatives during the New Year. Don't you dare mess them up. Grandma, I'm going to the main room to show Dad. I won't get it dirty, Mai Miao said happily, her face bright red with excitement, matching the festive red jacket. Mother Zhang waved her hand, laughing. Go on, just be careful not to fall. Before she'd even finished speaking, Mai Miao had already dashed off. Mai Sui tugged at Zhou Jiao's sleeve, head down and silent. Zhou Jiao's heart softened at the sight, and she comforted her. Your mom will finish adding the cotton soon, and I'll hurry up and finish yours too. Then you can show your dad. Don't worry. Mother Zhang shook her head with a smile. Only Jiao Jiao was this gentle and soft-hearted, unable to bear seeing little girls upset. These kids weren't even as tall as the table yet, and they already loved looking pretty. Luckily, Lin Jihua's skills were as good as her reputation. She worked quickly, sewing up the jacket and handing it to Zhou Jiao for final touches. Zhou Jiao attached the buttons, sewed up the edges of the hood, made a few adjustments, and handed it to Mother Zhang to help Mai Sui put it on. The little girl could barely speak, but as soon as everyone praised her, she ran off to the main room. Mother Zhang hurried after her, such a tiny thing, she'd better not fall. Slow down. If you fall, you won't look pretty anymore. Lin Lishan smiled and sighed. Even such little kids know how to love looking pretty. So clever. Before long, Shizi and the other boys came running in, clamoring, Auntie, we want one too. Make us one. I want a tiger one, not a flowery one. I want a big yellow dog. Auntie, remember to make me one. I love big yellow dogs. Shizi whispered, don't shout. Ping'an is sleeping. Whoever's loudest doesn't get one. Zhou Jiao quickly stopped her two sisters-in-law from scolding the kids. After all, they were just children who didn't like new clothes. She didn't mind the extra work if it meant giving them happy memories. All right, Auntie heard you. Auntie promises. But I can't make them right now. To make it up to you, you can choose. Do you want a little military uniform like Grandpa's, or one with a tiger or dog like my Meows? She'd overheard these kids before, talking about how much they admired their grandpa's military uniform. Shizi shook his head. Auntie, I don't need one. I'm older and already have clothes to wear. Shirtu, the youngest, looked at his big brother, then at the other boys, not knowing what to say and getting anxious. Zhou Jiao smiled at Shizi. Since you're older, Auntie's decided to make you a little military uniform. You'll look great at school. But once you wear it, you have to study hard, okay? Shizi nodded seriously. She turned to Xiaozhua and Shirtu. Have you decided? Or do you want to sleep on it and tell Auntie tomorrow? The two boys grinned at each other and said in unison, we want little military uniforms too. If we wear them, we can catch bad guys. You can wear little military uniforms, but as for catching bad guys, you're still too young. When you're as tall as your dad's, then you can catch bad guys. Auntie's telling you, if you see a bad guy, you should quietly tell an adult and hide. Why? Because bad guys might have knives or guns, and that's dangerous. When you grow up and are as strong as your dad's, then you can catch bad guys, understand? Lin Lishan looked at Jiao Jiao with amusement, while Huang Suilan seemed deep in thought, and Lin Juhua grinned at Shirtu. Xiaozhua shouted loudly, I get it. If there are bad guys, they secretly go find the adults. When we grow up, we can catch the bad guys ourselves. After shouting, he quickly covered his mouth and glanced at Zhou Jiao's expression. Seeing she wasn't angry, he relaxed and giggled. Zhou Jiao thought this kid was pretty sharp and nodded approvingly in her heart. Little Shirtu scratched his head and said to Zhou Jiao, Auntie, I want to wear a little army uniform, but I also want a tiger. What should I do? Lin Lishan looked at the child with a smile, waiting to see how her Jiao Jiao would answer. Zhou Jiao smiled and nodded at little Shirtu, praising him, even though our Shirtu is the youngest. When he doesn't understand something, he asks, which is great. We adults still have lots of things we don't know and have to ask others too. That's a really good question. How about this, Shirtu? Auntie will sew a tiger onto your little army uniform. How does that sound? Little Shirtu thought about it, then shook his head. Never mind. I want to be like my brothers. Next time my mom makes me new clothes, Auntie, you can make me a little tiger then. All right, all the kids in our family are good kids. Auntie will remember. Once I can go to the market, I'll buy fabric. Before the new year, you'll all have your little army uniforms. The four little ones laughed and played, said goodbye to everyone, and ran off again. Huang Suilan hurriedly said, Jiao Jiao, don't listen to the kids. Fabric coupons are so scarce these days. Where are you going to find so much fabric? Last time, you already gave us a lot of cloth. We're just waiting to make clothes for them at the end of the year. They're not short of clothes, so don't waste your fabric coupons. Lin Jihua nodded repeatedly. Big sis is right. Kids grow so fast. Even if you make them clothes, they'll outgrow them by next year. You can't just make them whatever they ask for. Zhou Jiao smiled at them and said, I promised as their aunt, so I'll do it. For little ones won't use up much fabric. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Mom, it's getting late. Let's tidy up and get to bed early. It's so cold, have a cup of brown sugar water before you sleep. Huang Suilan and Lin Juhua quickly tidied up and hurried off without even drinking the brown sugar water. Zhou Jiao and her mother exchanged a smile. Zhou Jiao scooped out 2 bowls of the bird's nest soup she'd stewed today and sat down with Lin Lishan. Mom, try this. I have more bird's nest at home. Take some with you and make it for yourself when you have time. It's great for your health and beauty. I owed a lot of favors to get it, so don't give any away. Lin Lishan shook her head firmly. You keep it for yourself. There's not much left. I'll see if I can pull some strings to get more for you. If we were abroad, it'd be easy to buy, but here everyone's hoarding it. Only donkey-hide gelatin is easy to find these days. Don't bother asking around, there's just none to be had in the country, even if you have money. Zhou Jiao looked at her helplessly. Let's just finish this, then we can have silver ear fungus soup. That's good too. Lin Lishan slapped her forehead, hurried into the inner room, and came out with a food box. Look at my memory. Xiao Wu specially had the imperial chef make this tonight. Let's see what kind of soup it is. Zhou Jiao opened it and saw it was all nourishing medicinal soups. This one's pigeon soup, and that's a sweet soup. I'll have the sweet one tonight. I've had chicken soup every day lately. If it's not chicken soup in my noodles, it's pig's trotter soup. I'm sick of it. Mom, can you get me some rice? I don't need anything else. If you have money, you can buy it, but rice is a refined grain and it's so scarce. I dream about eating rice every day. Even plain rice with hot water would be fine. Lin Lishan shook her head with a smile. Your dad went to the provincial capital today to ask around about rice and flour. They could only spare 50 jin of rice. I heard at the end of the year, when rations are distributed, a lot of rural folks will sell at the market. I've already arranged with Aunt Zhao and your Aunt Chung to check the market. Don't worry, I know you can't stand coarse grains. It's not that I can't eat them, soft sweet potatoes are okay, and finely ground cornmeal is fine too. But how do you eat the coarse stuff? Doesn't the friendship store sell rice? The remittance coupons you gave me last time are still here. Take them back, I haven't used them. Your dad exchanged 1,000 yuan today. Keep what you have, it's handy to have cash. The friendship store doesn't have refined grains. Once your household registration is moved to the county, you won't have to eat cornbread anymore. If it comes to it, just eat at a restaurant. I'll send you ration coupons. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. Mom, you're such a spendthrift, and you want to raise a little spendthrift too. Who eats out every day? People would gossip about us. I've got a plan over the next 2 months. I'll hit every market, big and small, and buy up whatever grain I can find for the county house, no matter the price. As long as there's grain, I'll buy it. How about that? Lin Lishan watched her laugh so hard she nearly fell over and gave her a look. How much can you buy? I'll get ready tomorrow, and the day after, if I'm free. I'll go with your dad to look around. I don't believe we can't find any. Zhou Jiao looked at her worriedly and tried to persuade her, Mom, it's not ration distribution time yet. It's pointless to look now and it's exhausting. Once we're in the county, do you think your son-in-law can't find refined grains? Don't tire yourselves out. Last time, Xiao Wu wanted to find some, but there was nowhere to store it. Now we have a yard, but still, don't wear yourselves out. Train rides are tiring and you haven't had a good rest. If you're worried, let's ask Xiao Wu when he comes in, okay? Lin Lishan saw how concerned she was and sighed to herself. Her Jiaojia was so filial. Even though she couldn't eat coarse grains, she wouldn't let them tire themselves out trying to get refined ones for her. All right, we'll ask Xiao Wu later. Speak of the devil, just then, Zhang Guoqing and her father came in. Lin Lishan glanced behind them, saw no one else, and got straight to the point. Xiao Wu, do you have a way to get refined grains? Jiao can't eat coarse grains. Zhang Guoqing had already been thinking about this and said quietly, once we split from the family and don't live together, we'll have refined grains. I've already found a way. If we're all living together, even if I buy refined grains, my mom won't cook them for us. Last time you brought some, she said it was ours and wouldn't let anyone touch it. Zhou Xiaoeng watched their sneaky exchange and, hearing Zhang Guoqing's words, glanced at Zhou Jiao. She nodded at him and mouthed, favoritism. A smile flickered in Zhou Xiaoeng's eyes, amused. No wonder only Jiao Zhao's room was filled with wild game, with chicken soup every day and roast venison. Xiao Wu really does care about his in-laws. This mother and daughter are really close. Seeing Lin Lishan nod in satisfaction, Zhou Xiaoeng said, all right, don't worry about it. Let's all get to bed early. The sooner we get the yard ready, the sooner we can move in. Your in-laws have agreed. Zhou Jiao looked eagerly at Zhang Guoqing. He saw her look and laughed. We've all checked it out. The quilts are warm, the kang is heated, and my mom has prepared hot water. That's great. Dad, didn't you drink tonight? How do you feel? Oh, brother, I'll make Dad a cup of honey water. It helps with hangovers. You have some too. With that, Zhou Jiao hurried to get the honey. Slow down. What's the rush? Dad's not going anywhere. Zhou Xiaoyang watched his precious daughter dash off, worried she'd hurt herself, and grumbled. Then he looked smugly at the others in the room, as if to say, "See? My daughter cares about me." Zhang Guoqing thought to himself that he wanted a sweet daughter like that too, seeing how proud his father-in-law was. He glanced at his mother-in-law, and the two of them shared a smile. Zhou Jiao watched reluctantly as Zhou Xiaozheng and the others left. Only when they were out of sight did she turn back to the stove and get to work. The pot of wild chicken soup made both sisters-in-law feel a bit better and also cheered up Mother Zheng. After all, everyone loves their own children. There's no reason why her son's wife should eat and drink well every day while her grandchildren could only watch with longing eyes. These past couple of days, every time she saw her nieces and nephews at home glancing longingly at the stove, Zhou Jiao was filled with guilt. Since the family hadn't split up yet, she had to be even more mindful about such things. She didn't expect anyone to be grateful, she just hoped for peace and quiet, no arguments or fights. The children were so well behaved, never making a fuss or asking for things, which made her even more unwilling to let them feel left out. She thought back to her own childhood, remembering how she felt watching her younger brother eat a chicken drumstick. There was no way she could ignore the fact that, under the pretense of postpartum recovery, she was eating meat and fish every day, while the kids probably only had cornbread and porridge. Thinking of her own safety and the children at home, she just couldn't bring herself to hide things away. Right now, it wasn't too late. If you had money, you could still buy a few things. She decided she'd just be the generous one. When Zhang Guoqing came in and saw her lost in thought, not even noticing him enter, he frowned. Did someone say something behind his back while he was out today? He closed the door, walked over, and hugged her, asking softly, "What's wrong? Something on your mind?" Zhou Jiao realized he'd misunderstood and shook her head with a smile. "Tomorrow, you bring some to your mom and let the kids have some too." Tonight, seeing them staring at the food but still behaving themselves, not making a fuss, what kid doesn't crave good food? Zhang Guoqing looked at her for a moment, talking while secretly wondering if someone had upset her while he was gone. "All right. After we eat, I'll head up the mountain again." Shizi and the others were clamoring for new clothes tonight, but I stopped the two older brothers. When I was a kid, I looked forward to New Year's just to get new clothes and good food. Ever since the kids got older, I told them not to scold the little ones. If it were our Ping'an, I'd rack my brains to make him happy, let alone scold him. It's all because of poverty. Later, seeing the kids cheering made me happy too. I'll buy fabric at the market next time. The good stuff at home, we'll save for our son. Whatever you decide is fine. Zhou Jiao didn't care much about the quality of the fabric. As long as he was happy, that was enough. After chatting for a while and seeing there was nothing left to tidy up, Zhou Jiao pulled Zhang Guoqing to wash their feet, then they went back to the inner room. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but urge him again, "Do you have anything else to do tomorrow? Don't go too deep into the mountains, I'll be worried at home." After undressing, Zhang Guoqing lay down on the kang, hugged his son, and let out a sigh of relief. He said softly, "Tomorrow morning I'll just take my cousin and the others to the wild boar forest from last time. It's safe there. I promised you I wouldn't go deep into the mountains, so don't worry at home. I'll come back early and take second brother to the bureau to handle some paperwork. That should be done by noon, but I might have to treat a few people from the bureau to a meal to help second brother build some connections. After that, it's up to him." Zhou Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Then let's wait and transfer the household registration together with second brother's, so we don't have to run back and forth. Do mom and dad know about second brother's situation? What about big brother and sister-in-law? Logically, you should have arranged for them first, but now that second brother's matter is settled, big brothers can't be handled until next year at the earliest. I wonder what they think about it." Zhang Guoqing patted her. "We haven't told anyone about second brother's situation yet. Only dad knows, and we'll wait until Monday when work starts to tell the others. We didn't even tell second sister-in-law yet, to avoid complications. I've already spoken to big brother, so don't worry. Do you still have any bicycle tickets left?" Second brother needs to buy a bike for work. He mentioned it tonight, and I promised to look for one. There should be some left, all in the secret compartment. Did Auntie Zhou mention anything about the textile factory hiring tonight? I want to get a spot for big sister-in-law, so she'll have company with big sister and won't get bullied. If it doesn't work out with Auntie Zhou, I'll ask Auntie Chung at the supply and marketing cooperative. Yuan said she had connections last time. As for second sister-in-law, let's wait a bit. The new house will take months to fix up, and there's plenty to do at home. Once everyone's settled, we'll have Mom and Dad live with us. With everyone in town, it'll be easier for them to visit their grandson. In a few years, if we move back to Beijing and they don't want to go, we'll just leave them the house so they can enjoy their later years. Zhang Guoqing laughed. You really have it all planned out with Auntie Zhou and Annie Chung. I forgot to tell you, Dad told me not to arrange jobs for the two sisters-in-law. He said we should split the family and move out early, and that second brother, and I should get the house next door ready within half a month. After we move, let the three daughters-in-law get used to managing their own households. If they can't even handle that, then they should just stay home, take care of the kids, do housework, and earn work points in the fields. Dad and Mom want big brother and second brother to get settled at work and have some money first. After a few years, then we can talk about jobs for the sisters-in-law. For now, the priority is to stabilize the small families. I think Dad is worried that if the sisters-in-law go to work, there'll be no one to look after the kids and the house, and everything will fall on Mom. He's also worried I'll owe too many favors, which could affect me. There are a lot of reasons, and when Dad said it, I didn't object. We want Mom and Dad to live with us, but if Mom's always worrying about big brother, and if sister-in-law goes to work, Mom will be exhausted. It's better to follow their arrangements. We'll talk about everything after the family splits. I didn't think it through. Let's listen to Mom and Dad. There's no rush. We can talk about it later. Brother, I bet Mom will scold me again tomorrow. She just told me yesterday to be more tight-fisted, not to give things away so easily, and lectured me about human relationships. Tonight, I was generous again. Luckily, it was for her grandson, or she'd really have given me an earful. Zhou Jiao didn't mind. If it weren't for Zhang Guoqing's good intentions and her consideration for the elderly couple, she wouldn't want to owe anyone favors either. Mom pulled me aside and said if it's too hard, don't bother asking for help. She said Huang Yagua pulled all kinds of strings for years and still couldn't get your big brother a job, so I should just take care of myself. She's happy second brother can go to town, but she doesn't want me to owe anyone favors. As for big brother, she said to just let it go. She doesn't want us to shoulder all the burden. I guess she wouldn't be happy if I tried to get jobs for the sisters-in-law. She's worried her youngest son will end up owing too many favors. The couple hugged and laughed quietly, feeling both bittersweet and happy. Having both parents alive and a harmonious family was something they could only dream of in their past lives. After a while, Zhang Guoqing sighed. Luckily, it's only half an hour's bike ride to the county seat, and there's a dorm at work. If it were any farther, I wouldn't dare arrange for them to move. It's hard to find housing in town, and getting one from the work unit is even harder. All I can do is help them get jobs. Mom's right about the rest. You can only eat as much as your stomach can hold. As a younger brother, I've done what I should. From now on, it's up to them. Our parents are our responsibility. Once they're settled, Mom and Dad won't have to worry anymore. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but think, you're already a saint. How much more do you want to do? Seeing that he had some self-awareness, she could only comfort him softly. You've already done enough. Let's just take it slow. As long as we have a clear conscience, that's enough. If my parents hadn't come back, no one would have given you so much face or gone along with your wishes. This is just their good luck. Let's sleep. There's a lot to do tomorrow morning. Zhang Guoqing gently patted her, coaxing her to sleep. Watching her fall asleep with a smile, he smiled too. Don't think he hadn't noticed her sigh of relief when he mentioned Dad's decision. He wasn't stupid. Only by settling the family could they live peacefully in the future without extra burdens. Soon, once the baby's 1-month celebration was over, they'd split the family. Then they could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. It was better to split up early. He'd be starting work soon, and he couldn't bear to see Zhou Jiao suffer. If he could take care of all the household matters before starting work, that would be one big worry off his mind. At 4 in the morning, Zhang Guoqing quietly got out of bed. He picked up his toiletries, gently closed the door, and stepped into the courtyard. Hearing some movement next door, he smiled knowingly. His second brother probably hadn't slept well all night. There must have been a light snowfall late last night. A thin, white layer covered the ground, making it easy to slip if one wasn't careful. Zhang Guoqing quickly washed up, then grabbed a broom to sweep the courtyard, so his mother wouldn't fall in the dark early in the morning. Next door, Zhang Guoqing heard the sound of sweeping. He couldn't stay in bed any longer. He hadn't slept a wink, worried that he'd wake up and find it was all a dream. He was both anxious and excited, still unable to believe he could actually get a job in town at the bureau, no less. From the sound, he knew it was his youngest brother. Zhang Guoqing tiptoed out into the courtyard and saw his little brother sweeping. He found another broom, glanced at the snow, and whispered, "You're up early." "It snowed last night?" "I didn't even notice. Good thing Dad had us hang those old quilts outside a few days ago to block the wind." "Heh, having elders at home is like having a treasure. Aren't our parents the real treasures of our family?" I got up early to see if there was anything to prepare. We'll head straight to Qingshan and the others later. The earlier we get up the mountain, the sooner we can come back and take care of things. Once the front yard was swept, Zhang Guoqing grabbed a lantern and the two of them headed to the kitchen. Seeing his second brother about to wash up, he went back to his room and brought out a pot of wild pheasant soup from last night. Zhang Guoqing eyed the pot curiously. "Isn't that for your wife? Why'd you bring it out?" "Zhou Jiao made it last night, said it was for the kids." "Second brother, look around, the kitchen's empty. Mom locked everything up." Zhang Guoqing tugged at the lock on the cellar. Zhang Guoqing hurried to stop him. With his strength, he might just break the lock, and their mother would skin them alive. The lock was brand new, and their mother had fussed over it for days. Seeing the kitchen was bare, the brothers didn't want to wake their parents, so they found a few cornbread buns, heated them up, and ate them with the chicken soup. Zhang Guoqing soaked a bun in the soup, eyeing the few pieces of meat, and sighed, "Second brother, you know what I hate most? Our family's cornbread buns. Big sis says ours are never the same 2 days in a row. At least these are wild veggie buns. If they were cornmeal, they'd be awful." Zhang Guoqing rolled his eyes at him, scolding, "Good thing you only say that at home. If you said it at the village entrance, people would beat you up. Not every family can eat these every meal. Why do you think so many people came to help us this time? It's for the buns. They save them for their kids. We're lucky to have them." Zhang Guoqing was moved. "You mentioned it before, so I paid attention. Besides the families at the foot of North Mountain, only those with lots of sons are better off. Families with many kids really have it tough. There are still kids at the village entrance wearing thin clothes, patched all over, straw sandals on their feet, playing happily in the cold. It makes me feel sad. Weren't we the same as kids? I remember as soon as autumn came, Mom would light the oil lamp and sew fur scraps all night, patching them together for us. In the dead of winter, she wouldn't even go out, shivering in the house. People said she wasn't a real Northeastern woman because she didn't smoke a pipe, but even Dad barely smoked, only when he really couldn't stand it. I can't stand the smell anyway, so only Dad would take a puff or two. You hate cornbread buns, but I hated when people came in and smoked pipes on the king. Especially in winter, with thick curtains and shut windows, a few people would sit there puffing away. Some would cough and spit on the floor. Others would bring their kids, who'd wipe their noses right on the kang. Every winter, I refused to sit on the kang in the main room. Zhang Guoqing quickly took a sip of soup and put down his chopsticks. "Second brother, you're doing this on purpose, right? Talking about gross stuff while I'm eating. I'm done. Let's finish up and check the backyard." Zhang Guoqing laughed, finished eating, and followed him out, teasing, "You're so squeamish. You run far away when it's time to fertilize the fields. How do you even go to the toilet?" The brothers chatted quietly, joking with each other as they grabbed brooms and shovels and headed to the backyard. By now, a lamp was already lit in the east wing where their father slept. Hearing the noise outside, he didn't even need to guess it was his youngest son. Every morning, his 3 sons were the first up to help him with chores. Their mother got dressed and said, "Put on more clothes, it feels cold today." I heard sweeping outside early must have snowed. Father nodded as he got ready. "I'll check the backyard." Not sure how much snow fell. "We built straw nests a few days ago, hope the chickens didn't freeze." Mother chuckled quietly, "No need to worry. Our chickens are smarter than people. If they were cold, they'd be clucking under our window by now. I heard the rooster crowing, so they're fine. I'll make porridge and steamed buns for breakfast, okay? Since we have guests, maybe add some salted duck eggs. Whatever you like. Our in-laws aren't picky. Just make something simple." Yesterday, Brother Zhou said he wants to bring Xiao Wu and his wife to stay in the county for a few days. They plan to help them get settled so the kids won't get bullied. I agreed, but it was too late last night to tell you. Mother looked surprised. They really bought a house for Xiao Wu and his wife? No wonder they've been so busy. That pile of cloth last night must be for the city house. Should we go help them tidy up? Do you know where it is? Father shook his head, smiling. I asked, but they said no need. They already hired a mother and daughter to help clean in exchange for some grain. Should be done today. They said Xiao Wu doesn't even need to move his things, just shift to the next courtyard when ready. Everything in the city is new, even the rice. Brother Zhou's afraid he won't get leave next year, so he's getting it all done now. Later, they can just move in with their clothes. He really dotes on his daughter. Mother clicked her tongue. He's really generous. With only one precious daughter, of course he spoils her. If Zhao Jiao hadn't married Xiao Wu, would he have let her go? Did you see how he pulled her into the back room as soon as he got home last night, afraid she'd be tired? He even had his sister make something for her to eat, worried she'd be hungry. He seems cold, but he lights up around Zhao Jiao. I've never seen a father and daughter so close. Father chuckled. Why do you think he rushed to the city? He wants to get everything ready so he can bring his daughter to stay for a few days. Only after she's settled will he feel at ease going back. Thinking his wife could keep a secret, he continued, yesterday, second son told me quietly that Brother Zhou is even more impressive than old Master Lin. They were eating out late, and 2 cars came from the provincial capital, full of officers. Everyone called him Comrade Zhou, very respectfully. As for second son's job, Xiao Wu didn't even need to speak. Brother Zhou had already arranged for him to handle the formalities today, and Xiao Wu will help him get to know his colleagues. I figure Xiao Wu knows a lot of people in the county and is well-liked. Second son said those guys from the provincial capital all called Xiao Wu little son-in-law, treated him just like family. Don't mention second son's job yet. Wait until he starts on Monday. If anyone asks, just say it was introduced by Meiwa's father-in-law. Last time, Zhou Lin from our house is second son's boss, and he's best friends with Meiwa's father-in-law. The job was supposed to be for Xiao Wu, arranged by our in-laws. We owe them for this favor. Mother nodded thoughtfully. What about second son's commute? Did they figure it out? Xiao Wu and his brother already discussed it. He'll help him get a bicycle ticket. Xiao Wu told me not to worry. He'll handle everything. He said once eldest son starts work, we can go to the city with him and stay as long as we want. No more farm work for us. Haha, old lady, you're in luck. Having a youngest son means you can retire. Mother lifted her chin. That's right. Everyone in the village says I spoil my youngest. What do they know? My youngest is worth dozens of their sons. He always gives me the best food, the rarest treats. And you don't know how sweet Jiao Jiao is. She lets me use anything in her room, even showed me her secret stash of money and tickets, told me to take what I want, not to be shy. She doesn't even lock her drawers or boxes. I wake up from dreams laughing. My father always said, with a youngest son, I'd live a good life. But honestly, I don't want to move to the city. I've lived here all my life. I can't bear to leave. Father nodded with satisfaction. Jiao Jiao really looks out for us, more like our own daughter than the other daughters-in-law. She's too generous, though last night she promised Shizi and the others new clothes again. You should talk to her. It's no use. I've told her, but she forgets. But don't worry, when Qingshan's wife or Qingfeng's wife comes over, she hides things away. If they bring kids, she only gives them a few hard candies, never the soft ones. She knows what she's doing, she's only generous with family. Father put on his coat and said as he walked out, "That's good. I'll check the backyard. Keep your voice down, don't wake Brother Zhou." Zhang Guoqing and his second brother had just finished tidying up the backyard when they saw their father approaching. The two of them exchanged a knowing smile and winked at each other. It was rare for their father to sleep in. Father Zhang glanced around, then looked curiously toward the pigsty, but still saw no one. "That's odd. Why isn't your eldest brother up yet?" Zhang Guoqing replied cheerfully, "Eldest brother is already up. He saw there was nothing to do in the backyard, so he went out. I think he's having our sister-in-law prepare breakfast and some food for the road. We'll be heading up the mountain soon." "You're going up the mountain? Will you still have time to go into town today?" Father Zhang hesitated. Zhang Guoqing waved his hand helplessly. "We already agreed on this a few days ago. We can't go back on our word. We'll just go check out the route and be back after 8 to take care of business. The two of us have already eaten. We're just waiting for eldest brother. Once he's done, we'll head straight to their place." "All right then, go ahead. Everything's tidied up here, nothing else to do. It's already light out, go early and come back early." With that, Father Zhang waved them off, but still couldn't help checking the woodshed, pigsty, and chicken coop himself. The three brothers, dressed in patched old jackets, led a few others toward Dakingshan. They deliberately avoided other people on the road and soon reached the foot of the mountain. Zhang Guoqing looked around. There had been a light snowfall last night, making the road difficult, but it was actually good for hunting. After discussing with everyone and getting their gear ready, Zhang Guoqing led them confidently westward. As time passed, the sky brightened and animal tracks became visible on the mountain. The group split into smaller teams, slowly making their way into the dense forest. Along the way, they saw some dazed pheasants that couldn't fly high, but they ignored them and stuck to their plan to head for the creek. The trees on the outskirts were mostly yellowed, and the wild grass and vegetables by the roadside were withered. When the wind blew, dead leaves fell from the trees. The closer they got to the dense forest, the more the temperature seemed to change. In some corners, there were still mushrooms, and in the dark, damp places, black fungus clung to dead wood. In the grass, startled wild rabbits and pheasants darted about. Zhang Qingshan looked around in amazement. "Xiao Wu, you really know how to find places. No one's discovered this spot before. Look, even the temperature is different here. Normally, you only see rabbits halfway up the north slope, but here there are rabbits and pheasants everywhere. That side is full of traps, but here, besides game, there's mountain produce to gather. Look at all this wild fruit, brothers. We've struck it rich. Even if we don't get any big game, just this haul is plenty." Zhang Guoqing figured there must be a hot spring nearby. He didn't plan to tell outsiders. When he had time, he'd bring Zhou Jiao to check it out. Maybe they'd discover a secret. At that moment, he lay on the ground, listening quietly. Hearing nothing large nearby, he stood up. "Let's head to the creek up ahead. Keep your voices down. There are always animals drinking there. We'll sneak up on them." He picked up a large bag of stones, loosening the opening so he could throw them at any time. As for the bow and arrows on his back, he didn't plan to use them unless they ran into big game. Zhang Qingshan took out his bow and signaled everyone to get ready. Once everyone was in position, he waved to Zhang Guoqing, indicating he was waiting for his lead. He knew Xiao Wu had inherited all their grandfather's hunting skills. Zhang Guoqing split everyone into 3 teams, spreading out left, center, and right, and quietly led them close to the creek. Zhang Qifeng, at the back near eldest brother Zhang Qingshan, spotted several deer and other animals drinking at the creek and got so excited he almost called out. Zhang Qingshan quickly covered his mouth. He'd been watching his cousin closely, worried he'd do something rash. He saw Zhang Guoqing signaling from the left. Their target was the 2 deer in the middle. He nodded, then pointed at the bows for his brothers, signaling that he'd take 1 deer, they'd take the other, and the rest was up to luck. They waited quietly for Zhang Qingya and the others on the right to get into position. Everyone, suppressing their excitement, drew their bows. When the signal came, they all let their arrows fly. In an instant, The creek erupted with animal cries. Deer fell, and the rest of the animals scattered in panic. The Zhang brothers on all three sides kept shooting as they closed in. Any animals that ran too far were brought down by Zhang Guoqing's well-aimed stones. The 7 or 8 of them cheered and hugged at the sight of their haul. They didn't bother chasing the ones that got away. Some had already been brought down by Xiaowu's stones. Seeing everyone so excited, Zhang Guoqing quickly took charge. Let's not get carried away. We need to get this stuff back before the smell of blood attracts something big. Qingshan, you organize things. I'll go cut some branches to make a rack for carrying. Without waiting for a reply, he hurried off to cut branches and tie them together. Zhang Qingshan looked at the animals lying around. Let's move the ones farther away over here and pile them up. When Xiaowu brings the rack, we'll take turns carrying them. Qingya, you and 2 others start moving them. Qiling, Qing'an, clean up the blood. We've got 6 deer, 3 hares, and a goat, plenty. Let's head back. If we want to come again, we'll have to wait a few days. Only 1 deer got away. If we keep this up, they'll be wiped out. Zhang Qifeng, carrying a deer, called out, if I'd known hunting was this easy, I'd have followed Xiaowu ages ago. Look how effortless this is. I can't believe how dumb I was. Zhang Qingya rolled his eyes. If it were always this easy, would there be any game left in Dakingshan? Xiaowu scouted this place out ages ago. After this, it'll be at least a month before there's more game. Don't tell anyone about this spot, we'll keep it for ourselves. It's great here, even in winter there's wild fruit. If word gets out, we'll get nothing. I'm not stupid. Qingya, how about we set some traps? No way. If we set traps, the animals won't come to drink, and we'll lose our supply. These animals aren't as dumb as people. Zhang Qingya shook his head, then grabbed some herbs to mask the blood scent. Zhang Guoqing soon returned with 2 racks. Brothers, hurry up. Load everything on top, you carry it, and I'll take the rest with a rope. Everyone helped load the racks and hurried off. Zhang Guoqing carried a deer on his back, still holding his bag of stones, bringing up the rear. Every now and then, he'd spot a pheasant and take it down with a stone. He saw some pheasant eggs and regretted not being able to take them, maybe next time. Soon, his bamboo basket held 5 or 6 pheasants. His wife, Zhou Jiao, didn't like dried game, so these were especially for her. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Zhang Qingshan and the others set down the racks and sat down to rest, too happy to care about the snow on the ground. Everyone saw Zhang Guoqing easily carrying a deer and a basket full of pheasants, but not a single rabbit. Zhang Qifeng gaped at the basket. Xiaowu, did you only go for hens? Where are the roosters? And the rabbits? Everyone burst out laughing. They all knew Xiaowu was thinking of his wife. Otherwise, how could he have ended up with only hens? After the laughter, Zhang Qingshan asked, Xiaowu, was the deer herd here? Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten so many. There are 3 stags, too. Do you know where the wild boar herds are? Seeing everyone looking at him expectantly, Zhang Guoqing grinned. There's a wild boar herd halfway up the mountain, but there's a wolf pack nearby. And deeper in, there's a troop of monkeys, with a black bear among them. There's lots of wild fruit there, but the left side has wolves and a black bear, so I didn't dare go. This spot is far from there and safer. If you want to feast, come here. Don't go anywhere else unless it's for the village hunt. It's too dangerous. Zhang Qifeng said regretfully, I thought if I went up the mountain with you a few more times, I could catch a wild boar. Too bad. Why don't the wolves leave? All the animals have their own territories. Big fish eat little fish. The wild boars stay near the wolves because there are monkeys and a black bear above. They don't go deeper because there are even bigger predators. When the 3 villages go hunting, we'll target the boars and the bear. Wolves and monkeys run fast, but with so many people, they'll retreat into the deep mountains. Boars can't run as fast, and the bear will be sluggish in winter, especially if it's got honey stored up. Zhang Guoqing explained with a smile. All right, let's go. What are we going to do with all this? Zhang Qing'an asked, looking at the pile of game. Zhang Qingshan looked at the haul. It was Xiaowu who led us here. I only shot 1, Qingya got 1, the rest were Xiaowu's. How about this? Each family gets a deer and the rest go to second uncle's house. Everyone except the 3 brothers agreed. Zhang Guoqing frowned. Are you looking down on me or what? There are 6 deer, 3 families get 2 each, and the stags and does can be divided evenly. There are 3 hares, 1 for each family. Don't argue. I'll take the goat. That's enough for me. Let's carry everything back and let Uncle decide if we should sell any. Best to sell them all. Everyone's going up the mountain tomorrow, so we won't lack meat. With that, he slung the deer over his back and led everyone toward the north side of the mountain. He often took the shortcut, which led straight to his back door, so they wouldn't be seen. Back at Zhang Guoqing's house, he told everyone to leave the game in the backyard and hurried to the main room. Seeing him come in, Father Zhang was surprised. Back so soon? What did you get? Where are your brothers? They're all back, in the backyard. We got lucky today. There were lots of animals by the creek, so we surrounded them. Each family gets 2 deer and a hare. We got an extra goat. Ask Mom if we should sell it. He saw Shizi about to run to the backyard and quickly called out, Shizi, wait. Go get great-grandpa and little-grandpa, tell them we've got game, and ask them to come over quietly. Got it, Uncle. Shizi nodded and took his brothers to find the elders. Zhang Guoqing thought for a moment, then said to his father, let's not sell the goat, keep it for hot pot in the winter. You and eldest brother handle the rest. My father-in-law's already gone to town. If you need anything, talk to him. Go take care of your business. Your eldest brother and I will handle things here. Your father-in-law is already in town. Talk to him if you need anything. Father Zhang replied as he headed to the backyard. Zhang Guoqing quickly followed, lowering his voice. Dad, I won't go to the backyard. Give second brother a look and have him come out. I'll go wash up first. Seeing his father nod, he waited until he entered the backyard before turning and heading to the west wing. Inside the room, Zhou Jiao was holding her son and reciting the 3-character classic. When she saw Zhang Guoqing come in, covered in dirt, she smiled and said to the child, Ping'an, look who this is. Doesn't he look like a beggar? Our little darling can understand, right? Ping'an, I'm your mom, and that's your dad. Look at your dad and ask him where he's coming from. Did he bring back lots of meat? Zhang Guoqing shook his head helplessly. He knew she just couldn't stay in bed. She hadn't really rested well during her confinement, and who knows what the future would bring because of it. Why aren't you lying down? Holding the baby like that will tire your arms. It's fine. I was just feeding him, and we'll put him down in a minute. Did you just come down from the mountain? Are you heading to the county again? Do you want to eat something before you go? Zhang Guoqing found some clean clothes and toiletries, shaking his head as he replied, We're all back from the mountain. We got really lucky today. I never expected to run into a herd of deer by the creek. We got 6 wild deer, 3 boars, and a mountain goat. Our family got an extra goat. There are 6 wild chickens in the bamboo basket under the eaves. I shot them especially for you to help you recover. We were in a hurry, so I didn't have time to collect the eggs I saw. Once you're done with your confinement, I'll take you there. I'll clean the wild chickens when I get back. With that, he hurried out again. After he left, Zhou Jiao carried her son into the inner room, soothed him, and laid him on the king. She opened a secret compartment in the wardrobe and took out a cardboard box, returning to the king to check its contents. She found that the bicycle and watch ration tickets would expire at the end of the year. She'd checked the dates before, but hadn't paid much attention to them. She hesitated, then poured out the tickets to check again for any that had expired. Before her mother left, she'd handed all the tickets to Zhou Jiao. Since Zhou Jiao had stayed home and not gone out, it was always Zhang Guoqing using them, so she hadn't kept track of what tickets they had. Now, aside from the 3 essentials, grain, cloth, and sugar coupons, they didn't really need the others. Some things weren't strictly regulated. For example, the cotton coupons she had were from the provincial capital, but in their county, you could buy cotton at a high price without a coupon. Her mother had said that yesterday they didn't even ask for cotton coupons, and homespun cloth didn't require cloth coupons either. Zhou Jiao carefully sorted the tickets into bundles. These would be useful when they returned to the city. The grain coupons were all national ones, definitely left by her mother last time. She needed to set aside some for Zhang Guoqing to use at the restaurant today. She looked at the grain coupons in her hand, feeling a bit of pain at the thought of spending them. Finally, she pulled out the bicycle and watch coupons and tossed them aside. She didn't care about those at all. She already had 2 watches and hadn't wanted to give the worst one to her mother-in-law, so it was just left in the drawer. As for giving them away, she really had no intention of doing that. Looking at the coats in the wardrobe, she realized Zhang Guoqing really didn't have any decent clothes. Thinking about the fabric she had, and since her father was home, she decided to make a few jackets for them herself. She trusted her own sewing skills. She wouldn't settle for anything less. Aside from their wedding outfits, all the clothes in the wardrobe for the 2 of them were old, faded, or patched. Only her 4 new coats hung there. She didn't lack clothes. She still had several brand-name coats in her space, all classic styles, since she never liked anything too flashy. She planned to wear them when they returned to Beijing. Unfortunately, she hadn't put any of Zhang Guoqing's coats in her space at the time. Now, the only new things for him were 2 down jackets and a wool sweater she'd bought while shopping, but she didn't dare take them out. Zhou Jiao glanced at her son, who was still quietly lying on the king. She took out a down jacket, thinking about taking it apart and adding some cotton to it. That way, it wouldn't look so conspicuous. If she altered the style a bit, it would be perfect for the freezing winter. When Zhang Guoqing came back, he saw Zhou Jiao holding up the down jacket and quickly came over to look. "When did you buy this? Are there any other clothes of mine in there? You know, military coats are warm, but they're just too heavy." If Zhang's second brother were there, he'd definitely have sprayed him with a mouthful of sarcasm. "I'm thinking of altering this black one, adding a thin layer of cotton inside and changing the style a bit. It's really thick. I originally bought it for you to wear when visiting ancestors in the coldest weather. This brown one looks even better, but I can't bear to alter it, so I'll save it for you to wear in the city someday. You didn't leave many clothes with me. The rest I bought later are all in here, but they're not suitable. The craftsmanship is obviously high-end." Zhou Jiao casually spread a pile of clothes on the king. Zhang Guoqing nodded, flipping through the clothes and shaking his head. "Don't alter them. Just save them for later. They're all good, put them away. Son, do you understand? Baby, you can wear them when you grow up, haha." Zhou Jiao put away the pile of clothes, feeling the down jacket and deciding to alter it anyway. She was confident in her skills. But she didn't plan to tell him, or he'd just try to stop her from doing anything during her confinement. "Hurry up and go. Second brother is probably getting impatient. Take all the tickets on the king with you. Give him the bicycle and watch coupons. We don't need those. By the way, bikes at Friendship Mall are cheaper than in the county. If you go to the provincial capital, take the foreign exchange certificates." Zhang Guoqing shook his head. "Forget it, just give him the tickets and let him buy it himself. We'll keep the foreign exchange certificates for ourselves, no need to bother with exchanging them. Besides, once you buy something, it involves money, and that's a hassle. Save the watch coupon for Big Sis when she comes to the housewarming in a few days." She mentioned wanting to buy a watch before but couldn't find a coupon. "I was going to keep it for myself, but since I'm already wearing one, this one's useless." Zhou Jiao put the tickets straight into her space, then asked curiously, "You've been talking about the housewarming for ages. Why hasn't anything happened? I thought they weren't going to do it." They're eager to move in. My brother-in-law has invited me to the housewarming at least 3 times. We're all about to move into the new house, but still nothing. But it should be soon this time. Seems like there's something going on with the brothers in the family. I didn't ask for details. Mom said the 3 of US brothers don't need to bring gifts. When you go to the county house, pick out some old things for Big Sis. There's a lot of good stuff piled up in the warehouse. Dad said it's all for you to give away. Aunt Chung took a bunch of military supplies home, didn't she? Dad told Mom to give away things from the warehouse in the future and save the new stuff for you." Zhang Guoqing laughed as he finished. He'd seen the pots and dishes in the kitchen. They were even better than what they had at home. Zhou Jiao shook her head. "Let's not give things away so casually. Some of those porcelain bowls might be antiques. I'll pick out some everyday things after Mom and Dad leave and let Mom decide about the rest. Last time Mom bought a lock and felt bad about it for days. If we just give stuff away, she'll probably get mad. Oh, when you go to the county, check if the lock is still there and bring it back for Mom." She said she needs to lock something up. Zhang Guoqing laughed, rubbing her hair. Okay, whatever you say. We can talk about the lock later. Everything's piled up in the warehouse. Mom can look through it herself. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten to check if the vase in the study is an antique. I don't think Dad pays attention to those details. This time, I'll really check the pickle jars. Maybe they're Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. I'm off. Take care and get some rest. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. She hadn't expected him to take her joke seriously. Watching Zhang Guoqing leave, she smiled again. Even if there were antiques, the house itself would be worth more than all of them. She turned on the gramophone and played some music for her son. Then she fetched her sewing basket from the outer room, sat down in the inner room, and hummed along as she worked on her sewing. Zhang Guoqing and his brother Zhang Guoqiang rode their bicycles to the county seat, arriving after 9 o'clock. The two of them hurriedly made their way toward the County Public Security Bureau. These days, the County Public Security Bureau shared a large compound with the Women's Federation. When they entered, the courtyard was bustling with people. Aside from a few uniformed staff from the bureau, the majority were women. This was a distinctive feature of the county compound. Women really did hold up half the sky, if not more. Besides the Women's Federation, the nursery and the canteen were also mostly staffed by women. Whenever Zhang Guoqing saw someone he knew along the way, he would stop to chat for a bit. If someone from the Women's Federation came by, he'd exchange a few words as well. Though it was only a short walk, it took him a good half-hour to get through. Finally, the two brothers made it to Zhuolin's office on the second floor. Zhang Guoqing knocked on the door, and only after hearing Zhuolin call out, "Come in," did they enter. Seeing them come in, Zhuolin scolded them with a smile. "The moment you two walked in, I knew it was you. I could hear Xiaowu's voice, but couldn't see you anywhere. I've been waiting for half an hour. Second, did you see how popular Xiaowu is? Everywhere he goes, he knows someone. Here, I've written this note for you. Go to the personnel department to handle the paperwork, then to the finance department to register. Xiaowu knows everyone there, let him take you. Don't forget to pick up your work uniform and wear it to work next Monday. Once you're done, come back up with Xiaowu. I have more to discuss with you." Zhang Guoqiang nodded respectfully. "Uncle, got it. I'll go handle the paperwork with Xiaowu and come back up in a bit." Zhuolin nodded and waved them off, urging them to hurry. Zhang Guoqing led Zhang Guoqiang out and took him to the innermost office not far away. He knocked on the door and called out loudly, "Sis, are you in?" "It's Xiaowu, I'm coming in." A cheerful laugh came from inside. "Come in, the door's not locked." Inside, Personnel Officer Lin Jia saw Zhang Guoqing come in, followed by a man who looked a lot like him. She stared at them curiously. "What's this? Not looking for Director's Wa, but coming to me? That's rare." Zhang Guoqing pushed his second brother into a chair, leaned against the desk, and grinned. "You're the only one who can handle this. Uncle Zwa can't." "Where's Aunt Huang and Four Eyes?" Lin Jia smacked his arm and laughed. "You troublemaker, still calling your brother Zhang Four Eyes? Keep it up and see if he doesn't beat you up. Why didn't you come up to see him when you were here the other day? He kept talking about you, drove me nuts. He and Sister Huang are out on business today and won't be back. Did you need something from them? Tell me." "Sis, this is my second brother. Don't we look alike? Same parents, after all. He's going to be working here, so you'll have to look after him for me. Here, second brother, give Lin Jia the note. Lin Jia, can you take a look and tell us what we need to do?" Lin Jia took the note, glanced at it, and shot Zhang Guoqing a look. "You're a sly one. Don't know what to do yet? Once I register this and sign it, I'll take you to the finance office so they can register you for next month's payroll. When are you planning to handle the household registration? If you want to do it now, I'll write you a note. As for the work uniform, I'll find someone to take you to the warehouse to pick it up. Wait here." With that, she left the office, calling out for someone to come up. When someone answered, she came back in, her face full of gossip, and whispered, "Everyone's saying your father and mother-in-law have come to town. Is it true they're really young?" She giggled. "Xiaowu, when you walk together, does anyone mistake you for brothers?" She bent over laughing. Zhang Guoqing rolled his eyes at her and laughed. "Watch your image." How blind would someone have to be? My father-in-law is young, but even so, he's still 40. Lin Jia instructed a female colleague who came in, Xiaofen, help me get this colleague's work uniform. Make sure to check carefully so nothing's missing, or it'll be a hassle later. Xiaofen nodded, looked at Zhang Guoqing, and said to Lin Jia, should I get a size 180? Lin Jia turned to Zhang Guoqing, Comrade Guoqing, is 180 okay? You look about 178, 170 would be too small. Seeing him nod, she sent Xiaofen off. Zhang Guoqing watched her busy filling out the transfer notice and didn't disturb her. He went over to the side, picked up the thermos, checked that there was hot water, filled Lin Jia's cup, then poured 2 more cups for himself and his brother, and sat down patiently to wait. All right. Once you get your uniform, I'll take you both to the finance office. Once you're registered, you'll get your salary next month. After your household registration is transferred in, you'll get a ration book and be able to collect food rations and tickets. Our bureau shares a canteen with the Women's Federation, 3 meals a day. Eat as you like. The food is cheaper than outside. But even if you get your ration book this month, it's too late for this month's rations. You'll have to wait until next month. Xiao Wu, you know the finance people, ask them to give your second brother some meal and food tickets in advance and settle up next month. Zhang Guoqing nodded. Thanks, Lin Jia. If you hadn't said so, my second brother wouldn't have known all this. His household registration will be temporarily held at the bureau and only transferred to the neighborhood committee after the family buys a house, right? Right. Once there's a house in his name in town, he can move the whole family in. For now, it's just him, with his registration at the bureau. The ration book and tickets are distributed with the salary from the 1st to the 3rd of each month at the finance office. His current salary is 27.50 yuan a month, and after 3 months probation, he'll be promoted to grade 30 and get 32.50 yuan. Zhang Guoqing grinned. Sis, tell me, what grade are you now? Your salary's no secret. My brother-in-law must know how much you've stashed away. Lin Jia laughed and scolded. I'm not telling you. The finance office knows anyway. I'll tell Zhou Jiao to watch out for your secret stash. Xiao Wu, you're not honest. Your brother-in-law hands over not just his salary, but even his travel allowances every month. Zhang Guoqing put his hands together in mock surrender. Please don't. If you tell Zhou Jiao, she'll keep comparing me to him. Spare me. Lin Jia laughed. You're such a rascal. As if Zhou Jiao doesn't listen to you. Once you're done, remember to find Uncle Yi. Doesn't that old man like you best? Ask him to help your second brother get a dorm room. Most of our bureau staff are locals, so there's no shortage of dorms. Since it's the end of the year, it's best to get it sorted now. Next year, who knows? The Women's Federation's dorms are all allocated, but the bureau still has 2 single rooms left. As she finished, footsteps sounded at the stairwell, and she gave them a look. The footsteps stopped outside the door, and there was a knock. Lin Jia asked, Xiaofen? Come in. Zhang Guoqing stood up to see Xiaofen carrying a pile of work uniforms. He took the top one and put it on the desk, looking it over curiously. Thanks for your hard work, comrade. Lin Jia, you guys don't have to buy your own uniforms for work? That's great, saves on fabric. Cut the nonsense. Guoqiang, this is your transfer certificate, keep it safe. Remember to get it stamped at your team when you go back, and bring it to the household registration office next Monday. I'll take you to the finance office now. Once you're registered, you're all set. When Zhuo Lin heard this, he felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. He always said that Xiao Wu, little 5, was a kid who handled things impeccably and thought everything through. If it were anyone else, they'd be too busy celebrating to care about the consequences. They'd have rushed off to find old Yi ages ago. He knew old Yi was a retired soldier. Every time he saw Zhang Guoqing, he'd sigh that he hadn't joined the army and always looked at him differently. Privately, he got along very well with Zhang Guoqing. As long as he asked, old Yi would definitely find a way. Xiao Wu really gets things done properly, and he even worries about his uncle. I usually wouldn't suggest this, but there are still 2 empty rooms in the bureau this time. Your second brother can take one for now. Later, when you settle down in the city and if a colleague has housing difficulties, you can give up the room then. That way, you'll owe a favor and it'll look good to outsiders too. Zhang Guoqing gave a thumbs up and laughed. Uncle, you really have a mind like a brocade. Will do as you say. I'll go find Uncle Yi in a bit. Uncle, is there anything else you want to tell me? As he spoke, he motioned for Zhang Guoqing to sit down, then picked up the hot water bottle and refilled Zhou Lin's teacup. Zhou Lin watched his every move and nodded to himself. He truly admired Zhang Guoqing's way of handling things. Look at how he pours the water, respectful yet natural, not the least bit ingratiating. He served him completely like a junior would serve an elder, treating him as family, not an outsider. Zhou Lin smiled and said, "Are you waiting until your second brother's matter is settled, and then it'll just be your eldest brother left? I have 2 pieces of news your Aunt Zhou asked me to pass on to you. Think them over yourself. One is that a warehouse at the textile factory caught fire, and they're dealing with the staff there, so some spots have opened up. The factory is keeping this under wraps. The other is that the supply and marketing cooperative is recruiting internally, not open to the public." Zhang Guoqing was silent for a moment, then looked up at Zhou Lin. "Uncle, thank you and Auntie. I do have some concerns. I was originally planning to wait until next year to deal with my eldest brother's situation. If all 3 brothers move to the county at once, it'll attract too much attention. It wouldn't look good for you, Auntie, or Uncle Dashin. I have to consider your positions. Now that there's an opportunity, I still can't think of a proper way to handle it. I'll go back and discuss it with Zhou Jiao first. As for how to proceed, I'll talk to Auntie about it later." Zhou Lin nodded approvingly. "That's good thinking. Take your time and plan things out. Opportunities will always come, so don't rush. I've got nothing else. Second, take them to the county restaurant for a meal. Remember to watch more and talk less. Pay attention to what they say. Some of that information will be useful to you. Take these clothes back with you for Xiao Wu." Zhang Guoqing stood up and said seriously, "Uncle, I understand what you mean. I'll head downstairs now. If you need anything, just call me." Once he'd left and closed the door, Zhou Lin said, "Your second brother's fine. You can rest easy. If you're free, pack up these things and go find old Yi. He's probably waiting for you. Everyone in the bureau knew you were coming first thing this morning. Didn't you see the women from the Women's Federation across the way watching the show?" Zhang Guoqing busied himself tying up the clothes into small bundles with string and laughed. "It's nothing. Those old ladies from the Women's Federation are only watching because Aunt Chung isn't here. I'll go complain to her later, and then we'll see their show. You little rascal, always up to mischief. Let's see how you handle it when they find out. When are you planning to start work? I heard your documents have come through." Zhang Guoqing finished packing the clothes and sat down. "Yes, they've come through. I discussed it with Uncle Dashin. We'll transfer the household registration first, report in at the end of the year, and start work before next year's army recruitment. In the next few days, I'll transfer the registration. In December, our family will go back to Beijing for the new year, and after the Spring Festival, I'll come back and start work. Uncle, is there anything you need me to bring? I'll let you know before we leave so you can prepare in advance." Zhou Lin shook his head. "There's nothing that needs bringing back. The old man and the rest are all down south. There's no need for me to handle social obligations in Beijing." Zhang Guoqing thought for a moment, then added, "Uncle, if you're planning to go back in a few years, you should start making arrangements for your brothers at home. You can't just leave them here while you struggle alone. No matter how good brothers are, they have their own sons and their wives' families. While the old man is still around, have your brothers go south for the new year to visit him, keep him company, and have a good talk. If you're far apart, how can you build a relationship?" Zhou Lin stepped forward and patted him, sighing, "You really are thoughtful. To tell you the truth, your auntie has been thinking about this too. She wants to go south for the new year this year, but the journey is so long, I'm still hesitating. What you said makes sense. After so many years, it's time to take the kids down there at least once. Hee, I was just being nosy, Uncle. Don't take it the wrong way. If the old man comes back to Beijing early, it'd be great. Having your youngest brother stay in Beijing to keep him company would be good too. Salaries aren't much, and I hear the big cities are pretty nice." Zhou Lin laughed heartily. "No offense taken. I'm glad you talked to me about these things. Say whatever's on your mind in the future. He was secretly pleased. He knew Zhang Guoqing wasn't one to meddle, but now he was reminding him to bring the old man to Beijing early to meet people, instead of relying on his brothers for everything. The youngest son could accompany him and build more connections, which would be helpful if he ever returned. And what's this about big cities being nice? Anyone who didn't know Zhang Guoqing would think he was inexperienced. Seeing that the conversation had gone far enough, Zhang Guoqing didn't dare say more and quickly took his leave. Uncle, I'll go find Uncle Yi now and not disturb your work. If there's anything, just let my second brother know. Seeing Zhou Lin nod, he picked up the big bag, waved, and left. As he walked, he thought over what he'd just said and felt there was nothing inappropriate. No matter when Zhou Lin returned to Beijing, opening doors in advance would only benefit him. Besides, Zhou Lin and his wife had treated him like a nephew when he had nothing, and their character was reliable. It was always better to help someone in need than to add flowers to a brocade. From a distance, Zhang Guoqing saw Uncle Yi waiting outside the main gate. He could tell at a glance that he was waiting for him. Uncle Yi hadn't been at the bureau the day before, and when Zhang Guoqing came to handle some business, he'd asked around for him. Uncle Yi probably thought he was looking for him. Old Yi looked about 50, tall and sturdy, but missing an arm from the war. He retired in 1949 and stayed on at the bureau, with many military honors to his name. He could have stayed in a big city at a cadre rest home, but he didn't want to be a burden to the country, so he refused the offer and brought his wife back to their hometown. Auntie now worked at the county hospital. She was highly skilled at setting bones. No matter how bad the fracture, after she treated it, the patient would recover as good as new. The couple never had any children, but their relationship was exceptionally good, never a harsh word between them. They met Zhang Guoqing by chance once. Old Yi was buying Chinese cabbage in the dead of winter, and the two old folks were pushing a cart full of cabbages. Zhang Guoqing happened to pass by, and without a word, he just helped push the cart, letting them lead the way. That's how they became acquainted. Afterwards, Old Yi often said Zhang Guoqing was born strong and should have joined the army. He was angry for a whole month last year when Zhang Guoqing refused to enlist, and every time he saw him, he'd put on a stern face. The old couple treated Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao like their own grandchildren. When their baby was born safely, they sent over lots of white fungus and brown sugar. Zhang Guoqing would often bring wild game to visit them as well. Uncle Yi, are you out here in the cold wind exercising again? Zhang Guoqing called out with a grin as he jogged over. Old Yi saw him coming and immediately put on a stern face, glaring at him. But when Zhang Guoqing teased him, he couldn't hold back his smile and scolded, "You rascal, you still remember your Uncle Yi. I heard you were looking for me the other day, but when you didn't show up, I came out to see if you'd come by. I knew you were thinking about me. I happened to be at the bureau the other day, didn't see you, so I asked around. How have you been these days? How's Auntie?" Old Yi shook his head, about to reply, but then noticed the pile of work uniforms in Zhang Guoqing's hand. He frowned and said, "You're not working at the bureau now, are you? Come inside and talk." With that, he turned and went into the house. Once Zhang Guoqing came in and closed the door, Old Yi pointed at him angrily. "Why did you decide to work here? If you're not a soldier, you should be going to university. Why can't you just listen? Didn't I hear your father-in-law is back? Has that Northeast tiger lost his mind?" Seeing Old Ye's temper flare up, Zhang Guoqing quickly raised his hands. "Uncle, it's my second brother who's working here, not me. Don't worry, I'm still planning to go to university. I've already decided to take the entrance exam. We've got it all figured out, Jiao, and I will stay in the county for 2 years to prepare and take the exam together." My father-in-law agreed. He's a smart guy. He even bought us a house the other day, and I came to handle the paperwork, so I thought I'd drop by to see you. That's all. Old Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression softened. He motioned for Zhang Guoqing to sit. "Do you two have a plan for living in the county with the child? Are you going straight to school? If you can't manage with the kid, just find someone to help and pay them a bit." Zhang Guoqing knew what Old Yi cared about most was his studies, so he smiled. "We're planning for Jiao to stay home with the baby and review for 2 years. As for me, I'll work at the Armed Forces Department for 2 years. It's not busy, so I'll have time to study on my own. Then we'll take the exam together. I've already talked to the principal. What do you think? Old Yi nodded, looking at him with a bit of disdain. So you've already made all the plans and now you're asking me? Would you even change anything if I disagreed? Well, this is fine. You'll learn some practical skills, though it'll be tiring. Stick with this for now, but if it doesn't work out, just quit and go straight to school. Anything else you need today? Your auntie wants Zhou Jiao to finish her full month of postpartum rest and go to the county hospital for a checkup. She's too frail, and having a child so young has really taken a toll. Your auntie wants to find a good old Chinese doctor to help her recover. Zhang Guoqing nodded. I was thinking the same. Once she's done with her confinement, I'll take her to see auntie. Uncle, my second brother finished his paperwork today. I heard there are dorms at the bureau. Do you think it's possible to get him a room? Old Yi rolled his eyes and jerked his chin forward. Did Zhou Lin tell you? There are 2 empty rooms, but they're tiny, not really suitable for a whole family. Your second brother just started, so tell him to take it easy. Don't move his wife and kid in right away. Wait until he's officially confirmed after 3 months. Got it. If we take a room, will there be enough space for people on duty? Old Yi waved it off. There's a duty room. Only in summer do people come to stay. In winter, no one wants to. Tell your second brother to come see me next Monday. I'll have someone clean up the room in the next couple of days. He's assigned to the household registration section, right? They rarely have night duty. Your family lives nearby, so it'll probably just be a place to nap. Honestly, your second brother won't want to stay there. The conditions are too rough. Who wants to freeze with a wife and kid at home? Yeah, we'll just prepare it and let him decide. Uncle, are you going home for lunch or staying with auntie? I'm going home to keep your auntie company. We made plenty of food. Want to come eat with us? No, I need to check on my father-in-law and the others at the new house. They're all in the county now. It's almost time to get off work, so let's head out together. Otherwise, auntie will be worried. With that, Zhang Guoqing got up and pulled Uncle Yi out the door. The 2 of them chatted about family matters as they walked, parting ways at the crossroads. Zhang Guoqing checked his watch, wondering where his in-laws were having lunch. Early that morning, Zhou Xiaozhong got up and, not seeing Zhang Guoqing, asked Zhou Jiao and learned he'd gone up the mountain and then had to head to the county. Knowing he hadn't forgotten to meet Zhou Lin today, Zhou Xiaozhong was reassured. After eating steamed buns and rice porridge, he drove Lin Lishan to the county. Before they even reached the new house, they saw Lu Xiuya and her mother waiting outside. Lin Lishan saw them from afar and, after getting out of the car, complained, "Why are you here so early? It's freezing out. Big sis, come inside with Xiuya and get out of the wind." The mother and daughter didn't say a word, just waved their hands and shook their heads. Zhou Xiaolong opened the gate and handed Lin Lishan a set of keys, then carried the curtain fabric from the car to the steps. He said to his wife, "You 2 take these inside and wash them. I'll go buy some breakfast from the restaurant." After seeing her nod, he drove off to buy 10 buns. Lin Lishan led the mother and daughter to the well. "Big sis, Xiuya, it's too cold. Let's boil some water before washing. These are all clean, just need a quick rinse." Lu Xiuya shook her head and said softly, "Auntie, you go do your own things. My mom and I can handle this. No need to waste coal for hot water. The well water isn't cold in winter. Once we're done, we'll clean up the kitchen. It'll dry quickly in the morning. You go take care of your own business, we'll tidy up here." Lin Lishan looked at Lu Xiaoya's thin patched jacket. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice how many times it had been mended. She glanced at their blue lips, then took Lu Xiaoya's hand and led her to the kitchen. "It's fine, we won't waste coal. Look, there's still some firewood here. You can use that to heat water. Normally it's okay, but it's snowing today, girls shouldn't get chilled. Don't rush to clean up, warm yourselves up first. Your uncle went to buy breakfast. Eat before you do anything else." She didn't give them a chance to refuse. When she heard the car return, she hurried out, took the buns from Zhou Xiaozhong, put them on the kitchen table, and called out, "Come eat before you work. We already ate, so don't be shy. Once your uncle and I go back to Beijing, it'll just be my daughter and son-in-law here with the baby. If you have time, come keep her company and help out." I'll head out now, remember to eat first. With that, Lin Lishan left, not wanting to make them uncomfortable by staying. She found her husband inspecting the main room and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did we miss something?" Zhou Jiao waved his hand. "No, I was going to put up white paper on the walls today, but they're already clean enough. Today, just heat up the kang and the firewall, wring out the quilts and curtains, and hang them in the hall to dry and get rid of the damp. Is there anything else we need to prepare?" Lin Lishan checked each room and said, "No, we've bought everything we need." The kitchen was already clean. Once the quilts are washed, they can put out the new pots and dishes. That's about it. If we're quick, we'll be done by noon. Then I'll drive out for a bit. When Hongli comes, you can leave with her and leave the rest to the mother and daughter. Take your money and tickets with you. Don't leave them here, Zhou Jiao reminded her. Lin Lishan took his arm and whispered, "Should we test them out? If they're honest and hardworking, maybe we can keep Lu Xiaoya to help take care of Jiao Jiao and Ping'an. I feel sorry for the girl and I want to give her a coat." Zhou Xiaoxing's expression turned serious. "No. Our Jiao Jiao doesn't like girls like Lu Xiaoya, and I don't agree either. No matter how good her character is, compared to Jiao Jiao, who knows what she'll think or do over time. Just forget about it. Even if we hire someone, it won't be them, and definitely no giving coats. It's not about being stingy, it's about being careful. There are plenty of pitiful people, but we can't have strangers around Jiao Jiao. If you feel bad for them, give them 5 jin of grain tickets after they finish." Lin Lishan looked at Zhou Jiao, still confused. "Why? I get not giving a coat, but why not Lu Xiaoya? She seems a lot like Jiao Jiao." Zhou Xiaozhang sighed and explained patiently, "Her personality is small-minded and reserved. She's only 15, still immature. If she sees Jiao Jiao living comfortably and being doted on by Xiao Wu, will she get jealous? Will she act out? Our Jiao Jiao doesn't say much because she can't be bothered, but when she does speak, it's right to the point. She's generous, like a true lady. She can't stand timid or thoughtless people who act without considering consequences. She doesn't even care for Zhao Yuan, who's always trying to get close. Jiao Jiao never mentions her, because she doesn't like her flighty personality. She might be friendly, but she'll never be close. As for Lu Xiaoya, she works quickly, but she's always sizing people up. Her gaze isn't right when she's working and someone comes by. She looks around everywhere. She's timid now, but if she gets used to us, she'll lose all restraint. She's not even as good as her mother, whose gaze is upright and who doesn't snoop around. Do you get it? It's like those girls in the performance troupe. Some talk, but their eyes are always darting around. That's a sign they're not steady." Lin Lishan burst out laughing. "Zhanga, I get it now. We'll find an old lady to help instead. I never thought of all that. All right, I'll listen to you. You go to your thing. I'll lock up the valuables in the inner room. When Cheng Hongli arrives, I'll head out." Zhou Xiaoheng nodded and waved as he left. "If I'm not back by noon, just go eat at the restaurant yourself." Driving his car, Zhou Xiaozheng considered the fact that his eldest son, Zhou Xiaozuan, was coming back today. He had originally planned to visit the old lady, but now he had lost interest. As he drove, he debated whether he should give Zhou Xiaozuan a good scolding or just ignore him altogether. There was no rush. He'd wait a few days and see how things went. Once he left the county town, Zhou Xiaozheng decided to head out a bit further to see if he could find any refined grains. If he remembered correctly, there was a county called HX in K province not far from here. That area had more land than his own, people there were a bit better off, and it was near the sea. All the seafood at the end of the year was shipped over from there. If he drove, it would take at most 2 hours, so a round trip in a day was doable. Without hesitation, Zhou Xiaozheng turned his car around and headed in the opposite direction of Dakingshan. As he got closer to K province, he saw more and more large trucks on the road. Zhou Xiaozheng was secretly pleased. He knew he'd come to the right place. He pulled over and waited for a while. When he saw a big truck heading toward K province, he immediately followed behind. After driving for a full hour, he saw that the truck was heading toward the outskirts of K province. He quickly honked his horn to get the driver's attention, stuck his head out the window, and when the truck stopped, hurried over. "Comrade, I'd like to ask, do you know where I can buy some refined grain around here?" The driver looked him over and, seeing he was a soldier, let down his guard and replied with a friendly smile, "Comrade, are you from another province? Your car doesn't look local. You're asking the right person. I have 5 kids at home, and the city's food supply is never enough, so I often come to these villages to buy refined grain. They don't even ask for food coupons, just charge a bit more. You can smell the fish on my truck. The villages near the sea can't grow grain, so they often buy it from here. I've come with them a few times and now I know the ropes. Just follow me, I'm here to buy refined grain too." Zhou Jiao was overjoyed and called out, "Comrade, this is fantastic. I've really met the right person today. I was just hoping to try my luck, and here you are. Heh, just follow me. It's almost the end of the year, and they're dividing up the grain. There'll be plenty this time." Zhou Jiao quickly got back in his car and followed behind the truck. Before long, they stopped in a large village. The truck driver grinned and said, "Comrade, what's your surname?" "I'm Lu Sanyuan from the K Province Fisheries Company. If you're ever in K Province, just ask for me at the Fisheries Company. Everyone knows me." This village has the most land, and with the year-end grain distribution coming up, they shouldn't be short on grain. If you keep driving along this rough road for another 30 minutes, you'll reach the sea. They can't grow crops there, so the surrounding villages help them out. The village chief here is a shrewd one. Every year, he secretly sells off some of the refined grain that's supposed to be public grain or coarse grain for the villagers. The extra money gets split among the villagers. Everyone here shares the same surname and ancestors, so no one reports it. The higher-ups probably turn a blind eye as long as they get their quota. "Come, I'll take you straight to the village chief. You can talk to him yourself." Usually, rice and flour go for 0.25 yuan, a bit more than our supply price of 0.15 yuan, but cheaper than the black market. "Are you buying a lot this time, or just a little? If you buy more, maybe he'll give you a discount." Zhou Jiao followed him into a courtyard in the village, finally hearing the man stop his chatter. When they reached the door, Zhou Jiao quietly said, "My surname's Zhou Jiao. I'm a soldier stationed in another province, from L County. I plan to buy a lot this time. However much you have, I'll take. Let's see what you've got first." Lu Sanyuan chuckled, "Brother, you won't be able to take it all with you. You'll see in a minute." Then he called out loudly, "Brother, are you home?" It's Lu Sanyuan. A lean, middle-aged man with a healthy complexion came out. Seeing Lu Sanyuan had brought a soldier, he quickly invited them inside and said quietly, "You're here for grain again, right? Good thing you came today. There won't be any left after tomorrow. How much do you want this time?" "There's not much extra. The village chiefs by the sea already told me in the fall to save some for them. If our village runs out, they won't be happy." Once seated, Lu Sanyuan said, "Brother Lu, we're all from the same ancestors, all surnamed Lu. Can you really stand to see your nephews and nieces go hungry? How much rice and flour can you spare this time? My friend here came with me just to see you. You can't let us go home empty-handed, can you?" The village chief lowered his head and thought for a moment, then looked up and said, "There's only 1,000 jin of finished rice and flour in the warehouse right now. The rest is just some unprocessed rice and wheat. After handing in the public quota, there's maybe 1,000 jin left at most. As for dried sweet potatoes, I can spare 1,000 jin. The rest has to be divided among the villagers. Here's what I'll do. I'll set aside 500 jin of finished grain and all the remaining unprocessed rice and wheat for you to split. That's all I can give. You two can work out how to divide the 500 jin of rice and flour." Lu Sanyuan asked, "How much is it?" "We're buying a lot this time. You know how it is in the provincial capital. Everything costs money except for a few yuan in wages. It's not easy for us, especially with 5 kids at home." The village chief laughed. "Don't try to play the sympathy card. If you don't have money, eat coarse grain, not refined. Last time it was 0.25 yuan, you bought 200 jin, and I didn't overcharge you. It's 0.25 for everyone around here. This isn't my own grain after all. If I give you less, I'll get in trouble. If I give you more, I don't want it either." Lu Sanyuan looked at Zhou Jiao and asked, "Brother, how much do you want? If you take too much, your car won't be able to carry it. How about I take 200 jin and you take 300? If that's not enough, I can take you to another village. The village chief quickly waved his hands. Don't go to the other villages. Their grain is already spoken for. If they see you've already bought so much from us, they definitely won't sell to you, and they might even blame me. At most, you'd get 100 jin. It's a hassle. How about I add a little more for you? Or you can go buy from them first and then come back to load up. You don't know, Yushu village is already up in arms. Their chief has a fiery temper. If he finds out I sold you grain first, he'll come to my house for sure. Heh, brother, then just add another 300 jin. 300 for me, 500 for my friend here. The village chief shook his head firmly. No, you'd better go buy from them first and then come back. 200 jin is enough for you. I'll give this comrade here an extra 100 jin and keep 400 jin for myself so I can answer to everyone. Zhou Xiaozheng and Lu Sanyuan exchanged a smile, knowing they couldn't squeeze out anymore. Lu Sanyuan said, all right, that's fine. But you have to give us new grain, so it'll keep longer. And brother, give us some dried sweet potatoes too, just a little, to make porridge and stretch the grain. Of course. Don't I always give you 20 jin of dried sweet potatoes? They're cheap, 100 jin doesn't cost much. Come on, I'll wait for you at the warehouse. Just drive over. Lu Sanyuan led the way in his car, while Zhou Xiaozheng considered whether to buy some dried sweet potatoes. They slowly drove to the drying yard and stopped in front of the warehouse. The village chief led them inside and opened up the bags of rice and flour for them to inspect. Zhou Xiaozheng was secretly impressed. This guy was really something, and the grain was indeed fresh. There wasn't a single grain of sand mixed in with the rice. With this quality, in the city, this would be considered top-grade or first-grade rice, easily worth at least 0.18 yuan. The flour also had a fragrant wheat aroma. Brother, everything looks great to me. Let's just load it up onto the truck, shall we? Lu Sanyuan nodded and said to Captain Lu, brother, could you have someone help us load up? My brother Zhou's vehicle will take 400 jin of rice and flour, 200 jin each. My own truck will take 200 jin. We'll pay the accountant as usual, right? Captain Lu called in 2 men and instructed them to load all the inspected rice and flour onto the vehicles. Remember, the small car gets 400 jin, 200 jin each of rice and flour. Don't mix it up. Suddenly, Lu Sanyuan slapped his forehead and called out, brother, have someone from the village bring over 100 jin of vermicelli. I'll take that. My brother here will also take 100 jin, so bring 200 jin in total. Seeing Zhou Xiaozheng gesturing, he quickly added, brother, anything else you want? Don't buy too much, save some money. I'll take you to the fishing village to get other stuff. You can't usually buy those on your own. Zhou Xiaozheng smiled and nodded. He'd really met a helpful person this time. With his own skills, he wasn't worried about being cheated by Lu Sanyuan, and without Lu Sanyuan from the Aquatic Products Company, he really wouldn't be able to get good stuff on his own. I'll take another 100 jin of dried sweet potatoes. Lu Sanyuan quickly shot him a look and whispered, seeing Captain Lu was outside, don't buy those. Captain Lu will give you some later. I get 20 jin free for buying 200 jin. You'll probably get 50 jin for 400 jin. Just wait and see. There's no shortage of dried sweet potatoes around here, but they don't taste good. These ones aren't sweet. The ones from the mountains are much better. Zhou Xiaozheng couldn't help but laugh. Lu Sanyuan was really a good guy. All right, I'll listen to you. Today, I'll just follow your lead. Lu Sanyuan said proudly, you made the right choice sticking with me this time. Usually, I have colleagues with me, so it's not convenient. Once we're done here, I'll take you to eat at the fisheries canteen. It's all free. Except for the cornbread, which isn't great. There's plenty of good stuff. When we head back, we'll take some live crabs and prawns. Since we're from the Aquatic Products Company, the prices are super low, almost like getting them for free. We'll buy a bunch and also get some dried fish and shrimp from the fishermen. During the new year, yellow croaker in the provincial capital is 0.35 yuan per jin with ration tickets, and each family can only buy 2. But in the fishing village, it's just 0.15 yuan per jin, and miscellaneous fish are only 0.05 yuan per jin. Dried seaweed is 0.03 yuan per jin. I usually spend just 20 yuan and get a ton of stuff. Captain Lu came in and laughed heartily. Yesterday, we brought in a whole boatload of yellow croaker. You guys are just in time. Buying dried goods isn't worth it. If you bring your wives to collect seafood on the shore in winter, it's all free and nothing spoils. Lu Sanyuan asked curiously, brother, can anyone go collect seafood? I only see villagers doing it, never outsiders. Of course outsiders can't go. Even in our village, only those whose wives' families are from the fishing village can go. You guys going once in a while is fine since everyone knows you, so no one minds. Anyway, we're all set here. The vermicelli is outside. Go take a look and then settle up with the accountant. Don't let me keep you from the fishing village. The three of them went outside. The vermicelli was already bundled up in bamboo baskets. 100 jin of it looked like a mountain. Zhou Jiao looked at it and said, that's a lot of vermicelli. I'll need 2 ropes to tie the baskets to the roof of the car. Otherwise, I won't be able to take all 100 jin back. Lu Sanyuan laughed, brother, I didn't even consider how small your car is. Brother Lu, could you find us some rope? We'll help tie everything on top and put some straw over the baskets so they won't get dirty. By the time Zhou Jiao and Lu Sanyuan finished paying and said their goodbyes, it was nearly noon. Lu Sanyuan suggested they head straight to the fishing village to catch lunch. The two of them drove off in quick succession. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the fishery. Lu Sanyuan handed over the supply form required by the Aquatic Products Company, then took Zhou Jiao to the canteen. Brother, look at all these dishes. We got here just in time. If we were late, the good stuff would be gone. Don't be shy, order whatever you want. Zhou Jiao looked around and saw several others who, like them, weren't from the fishery, all piling their plates high with seafood. Let's go together. There's not much stir-fried crab and prawns left, let's hurry. Lu Sanyuan peeked inside and quickly pulled Zhou Jiao to the front of the line. After a short wait, they ordered their dishes, grabbed 3 cornbreads, and found a seat. Lu Sanyuan whispered, brother, I won't get out the liquor today. Once we're full, we'll head straight to the warehouse to buy yellow croaker, prawns, and other rare stuff. The stuff in the villages is all ordinary, let's go later. I know all the warehouse staff, so we can buy prawns and yellow croaker directly from them. Don't buy too much, though, there's a lot of tricks here. We get the same price as the company, and they'll throw in a bunch of extras for us. If you see any boxes with broken packaging, those are considered losses. They'll give us the whole box for just 2 or 3 yuan. In summer, it's too hot to bring stuff back, but now's the perfect time to stock up. Next month, we won't be so lucky. Everything will be shipped to the city for New Year's and Spring Festival supplies. Only last month and this month are really worth it. Anyway, let's just buy 2 shares each. I bet you'll buy quite a lot. Zhou Jiao enjoyed the delicious food, smiling and nodding, motioning for Lu Sanyuan to eat up and go for seconds. Everyone at the next table had already gone back 3 times, piling their plates with prawns until they could barely stand. Haha, eat up. These guys are ruthless, leaving nothing for anyone else. Lu Sanyuan chuckled, head down. They ate for a full hour. Zhou Jiao sighed, now I understand why you said you eat until you're stuffed. It's just too delicious. Lu Sanyuan grinned, every time I come here on business, my kids at home are the happiest. They're just waiting for me to bring seafood back. Once we're done here, let's check if the village has any live crabs. It's November now and the crabs are full of roe. Last time I bought 20 jin for 0.15 yuan per jin. This time, I'll see if I can get more for 0.10 yuan per jin. We'd better go early. Those outsiders are probably heading to the warehouse too. Let's not let them beat us to it. Zhou Jiao nodded. He could tell Lu Sanyuan wasn't short on money and was a real foodie. His eyes lit up whenever he talked about good food. He even knew where to get the best dried sweet potatoes, and when Captain Lu gave him 50 jin as a gift, he just tossed it aside without a second glance. Now, talking about live crabs, he was practically drooling. Lu Sanyuan led Zhou Jiao through the back door into the warehouse, offering a cigarette to the warehouse keeper. Uncle, it's you again. When will my goods be ready? This time, I want to buy some prawns, yellow croaker, and ribbon fish. Is that okay? The warehouse keeper took the cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and said, sure, Just come in with me in a bit. There are some broken boxes inside, see if there's anything you want. Usually, no one wants to take the losses home, so help yourself. After waiting for a while, and seeing that there were fewer people outside, the old man finally led them into the warehouse. Only after entering did they realize how big it was. There was a cold storage room, and outside there was a tank with live prawns and fish kept in seawater. Don't buy these live ones, the old man said. If you want to eat them, go check in the village. The prawns in the cold storage are even bigger than these. I saw a broken crate this morning, prawns scattered everywhere, just tossed by the door. There's no yellow croaker left though. The broken ones have all been sent to the canteen. The two of them followed him into the cold storage. The cold air made them shiver, but it wasn't freezing. Lu Sanyuan and Zhou Jiao went straight to the broken crates by the door. There was quite a lot, at least 300 jin, about 150 kilograms, all piled up. With his back to the old man, Lu Sanyuan flashed 5 fingers. Seeing Zhou Jiao give a slight nod, he took out 5 1-yuan notes and slipped them to the old man. The old man accepted them without hesitation, tucking them into his coat. Clearly, he was used to this sort of thing. Pointing at the pile of damaged goods, the old man tossed them 2 large burlap sacks. Pack them up yourselves. Do you want any yellow croaker or prawns? The prawns are only 0.25 yuan each this time. They were meant for export, but then the order was cancelled, so now they're for domestic sale. The yellow croaker is the same as with Xiaolu, 1.5 yuan each. Each crate weighs 50 jin. Think about how much you want. Lu Sanyuan glanced at the seafood pile, which already had some prawns, and hesitated. He looked at Zhou Jiao, who nodded, so he signaled that he didn't want any more. Zhou Jiao did a quick calculation and said directly to the old man, "Uncle, give me 3 crates of prawns and 3 crates of yellow croaker. Should I pay you now or outside? Give it to Xiaolu. He'll settle up with you all at once. You two pack up that pile by the door first. I'll go inside and pick out some good prawns for you. The company doesn't care about size, but I'll get you the nice, even ones." "Thank you, uncle." Zhou Jiao watched the old man head inside, then turned to Lu Sanyuan and burst out laughing. "Brother, don't fuss over the details, just split it roughly. Thanks for bringing me here today. Even if you took it all, I wouldn't complain." With that, he opened the sack and started dividing the seafood evenly. Lu Sanyuan laughed, "No worries, we can wait until uncle brings the rest out. Take a bit more for yourself, next time I come, I can always buy more." Once they finished packing, they saw the old man had already brought out the crates and was waiting for them. "You guys done? Let's get out of here before we freeze to death." Outside, the old man brought over a cart. "Load everything on here and take it straight to your car. Xiaolu, these 6 crates go on the tab outside. Do you want the dead prawns outside? If you do, just stuff them in the sack and take them. If you wait too long, the drivers will take them all. If I'm going to give them away, I'd rather give them to you." Lu Sanyuan happily ran over to the tank and saw that the bamboo baskets outside were full of dead, mixed prawns. "Uncle, I'll take them all, thanks. Next time I'll bring you some good liquor." He started loading the 2 sacks on the cart until they were packed full. The 3 of them wheeled the cart out and loaded everything into the car. Each sack was so heavy it took 2 people to lift. After seeing the old man off, Lu Sanyuan looked at Zhou Jiao's car and laughed. "Brother, your car is quite a sight on the road. I got ripped off buying those 100 jin of vermicelli. There's no way to carry any more now." Zhou Jiao glanced at the car, realizing there wasn't much space left. "Well, nothing to be done. If we buy more, we'll have to put it up front. Once you're done settling up, are we still heading to the village?" As he spoke, he took out money for the 6 crates and 3 yuan for splitting the goods, handing it to Lu Sanyuan. Lu Sanyuan didn't even look at the money, just stuffed it into his pocket. "Of course we're going. I have to buy live crabs and some dried fish to give as gifts. I've already got it planned. I'll mix some crab roe with meat to make stuffed buns and stir-fry the rest with chili. I know a place that keeps only female crabs with roe, the others mix in males, but the price is the same. They also have dried fish and seafood. Next time you come by yourself, just go straight there. The owner knows everyone and usually has stock." He glanced across the street anxiously. Wait here, I'll go hurry them up. Without waiting for Zhou Xiaozheng's reply, he dashed off. About 10 minutes later, Lu Sanyuan came running back, shouting, finally done. Let's go buy crabs. If we're any later, I won't have time to make those buns. Zhou Xiaozheng burst out laughing. He'd figured out this guy's personality, no wonder they hit it off so quickly. As long as it was about food, Lu Sanyuan was happy and excited. No wonder he wasn't surprised when Zhou said he wanted to buy a ton of rice. This guy never thought any amount of food was too much. Zhou Xiaozheng drove after Lu Sanyuan's car. It wasn't far, just around a corner. When they arrived, they entered the courtyard and saw a pool of seawater on the left, full of crabs. A couple was in the yard, and when the middle-aged man saw Lu Sanyuan, he hurried over. Brother Lu, this time it's all fat crabs full of roe. Want to take some home? Lu Sanyuan looked at the pool and said slowly, how much are they this time? If the price is low, I'll buy more. If it's high, I can't afford it. My monthly salary wouldn't even buy a few crabs. Zhou Xiaozheng stifled a laugh. If the guy refused to sell, Lu Sanyuan would probably get anxious. Last time it was 0.15 yuan each, which was already low. How many do you want? Lu Sanyuan looked surprised. Brother Wang, really? Rice is only about 0.12 yuan per jin. If I buy a lot this time, can you do 0.10 yuan each? We'll take 100 jin, and I'll buy some dried goods too. Old Wang thought for a moment. I'll give you 0.14 yuan each for 100 jin, can't go lower. Look, there's not a single male crab here, all full of roe. Small dried fish are 0.05 yuan, big ones 0.08. If you want, I'll have my wife bring them out. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded at Lu Sanyuan, who grinned. Deal. Pack up the big crabs, 2 batches of 50 jin each. I'll pick out some dried fish and settle up later. I'll put everything in bamboo baskets for you. They'll stay alive longer. The tide's out now. Do you want some sea snails and mantis shrimp like last time? If you do, I'll have my youngest son collect them. No need for you to go, just give the kids a yuan and they'll deliver. Great, we'll give 2 yuan for the 2 of us. Have your kids get started, I'm in a hurry to get home. Zhou, let's give the live ones to the neighbors so they can have a taste. Zhou Xiaozheng didn't care about a yuan or 2. Sure, you arrange it. After about an hour, they finished paying and each carried 3 bamboo baskets to the car. Both Zhou Xiaozheng and Lu Sanyuan let out a big sigh of relief and laughed together. Zhou Xiaozheng took out pen and paper, wrote down his address, tore it off, and handed it over. This is my address in Beijing. If you're ever there, look me up. Below is my daughter and son-in-law's address. If you're ever in L province and need anything, just go to them. They can usually help. Give me your address too. When I get home, I'll send you some game. Not much, just a taste. Lu Sanyuan looked at the handwriting on the note and grinned. Sure, we're fated to be friends. I'll write down my work and home address. If you come to the provincial capital, look me up and I'll take you to eat something good. I won't be polite, other things I'd feel bad taking, but wild game? I can't say no to that. Zhou Xiaozheng shook his hand. Let's keep in touch. Write me a letter when you have time. I won't keep you from your buns, let's get going. After a few more reluctant words, they each got in their cars and headed home. As Zhou Xiaozheng drove, looking at the car packed full, he thought of Lu Sanyuan and couldn't help but smile. This guy was really interesting, like an old-time hero, carefree and straightforward, a lot like Zhao Chuangguang. Zhou Xiaozheng sped up, humming a tune as he drove. At this moment, he was secretly pondering which goodies to save for his precious daughter. He figured he'd just keep all his own favorites. After all, his darling Jiao took after him, not just in temperament, but probably in taste too. Neither of them liked sweet pastries, they found them cloying. Coarse grains? Too scratchy on the throat. Greasy foods? Made them queasy. Yep, Jiao was just like him. Decision made, and he was quite pleased with himself. The big yellow croaker would be saved for Jiao, no one else gets any. The prawns too, they'd take their time eating those again, no sharing. As for the small miscellaneous fish, he'd give them all away. Jiao would definitely dislike those tiny, bony fish just like he did. The shellfish they'd picked up from the shore, Those would all be for Jiao, along with some crabs, all stashed in the cellar so she could eat them whenever she wanted. And then there was his elderly mother. He'd pack up 20 jean of rice for her, along with some prawns from the old box and 2 yellow croakers. As for the rest of the Zhou family, let them drool, they weren't getting any. At the fork in the road, Lu Sanyuan honked his horn. Zhou Xiaoheng slowed down and pulled over, waved, and honked back 3 times in response. If he listened carefully, he could still hear Lu Sanyuan's hearty laughter. Zhou Xiaoheng shook his head and chuckled. What a foodie! As he drove toward the county seat, he noticed that every pedestrian he passed turned to stare at his car from a distance. He was immediately relieved that he hadn't run into anyone he knew, otherwise it would have been quite the spectacle. He thought about the bamboo baskets tied to the top of the car, the straw probably flying off along the way. It was pretty funny, actually. He sped up and drove straight into the courtyard. Seeing the main gate locked, he figured everyone had finished their business and left. Zhou Xiaozheng was glad no one was around to pay attention. He quickly unlocked the gate and hurriedly moved all the rice, flour, and vermicelli into the cellar. After a moment's thought, he put all 6 boxes in the corner of the cellar as well. Looking at the basement now, at least it wasn't empty anymore. Worried about flavors mixing, he hung the dried fish and some seaweed in the storeroom. Then he piled the rest of the stuff in the kitchen, planning to sort it out and give some away later. After finishing, he let out a sigh of relief. Smelling himself, he wrinkled his nose in distaste. After a good wash, Zhou Xiaoheng lay down on the Kong bed. As he lay there, he wondered if there was anything he'd forgotten to do. Half awake, he drifted off to sleep, dreaming of Zhou Jiao happily eating crab and grinning goofily at him. Zhang Guoqing looked at Lin Lishan and Cheng Hongli beside him and sighed inwardly. How did he end up walking right into this trap? When he returned from work at noon, he'd rushed home, worried that his father and mother-in-law would make do with a simple lunch instead of going out to eat. But when he arrived, he learned that his father-in-law had driven out. As soon as they saw him, his mother was all smiles, pulling him along with Aunt Cheng. How could he refuse? After lunch, he accompanied them for the entire afternoon. He had no idea where they got all that energy. Lin Lishan beamed, "You have no idea how good our Jiao Jiao is with her hands. Just a few snips here and there, and the needle flies up and down. Before you know it, there's a jacket done. Me? I'm all thumbs. Thank goodness she doesn't take after me. Even Chin the tailor isn't as skilled as Jiao Jiao, though he seems pretty smart. He picks things up right away." Cheng Hongli nodded in agreement. "He's pretty good. Didn't you see how he sketched out all the styles Xiao Wu described? I think those designs are great. When New Year comes, I'll have him make some for our twins too. Our Xiao Wu has a good eye. Bringing him in was the right move. Once these patterns are out, old Chen's business will be booming." Lin Lishan praised her son-in-law proudly. Cheng Hongli patted Zhang Guoqing on the shoulder. "Hee, you're a fine young man. Keep up the good work." She chuckled to herself, remembering how Xiao Wu had secretly massaged his legs. Serves you right for being so strong. See? You still cannot walk us." Lin Lishan glanced at the car parked out front and exclaimed in surprise, "Look, isn't that Zheng Ji back? Where did he go to get the car in such a state?" Zhang Guoqing sniffed the faint scent of seafood in the air, glanced at the tire tracks, and said thoughtfully, "Mom, I think Dad went pretty far and bought a lot of stuff. There must be seafood, I can smell it. There's no sea nearby, so maybe he went all the way to the provincial capital." Lin Lishan got excited. "Let's go in and have a look. We'll know as soon as we ask. Let's see if it's fresh or not." With that, she pushed open the gate. It wasn't even locked. Someone was inside. The closer they got, the stronger the smell of seafood became. Following the scent, Zhang Guoqing made his way to the kitchen, where he found piles of bamboo baskets and burlap sacks. There was no way this was from a seafood company. He must have gone straight to a fishing village. "Oh my goodness. Is all this seafood?" Cheng Hongli followed Zhang Guoqing in and was so shocked she nearly stumbled, grabbing the door for support. She stared in disbelief at the 3 baskets of live crabs and the sacks of sea fish. She could smell the fish even with the bags still closed, not to mention the random assortment of other things. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh at her expression. Aunt Cheng, believe it or not, it's all seafood. Except for that sack of dried sweet potatoes. Cheng Hongli, excited, stepped closer and stared at the live crabs in the baskets, then suddenly turned to Zhang Guoqing and said, "Xiao Wu, there must be a sea nearby. We have to go see it. Come on, let's find Zheng Ji." I just knew there was nothing Zheng Ji couldn't do. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone shopping. I'd have gone to see the sea with him. Zhang Guoqing watched her back and secretly thought, "You're just Zheng Ji's fangirl. Not go shopping? You were the most enthusiastic. No way anyone could drag you away before you were ready." From the kitchen, you could hear Cheng Hongli's exclamations from a mile away. No wonder Zhao Yuanyuan was always so loud. She must have gotten it from her mother. Zhang Guoqing noticed traces on the floor leading to the cellar. His dad must have stashed all the good, easy-to-store seafood down there. He opened the cellar door and saw it was packed full. Feng Fei always said his mother-in-law was a spendthrift, but clearly, he didn't understand his father-in-law's generosity. Look at his dad, tossing out diamonds like they were nothing. He really did spoil his wife and daughter. Zhang Guoqing resolved to work hard and follow his example. He looked at the sacks of rice and flour and the bundles of vermicelli that looked like straw. Zhang Guoqing frowned and thought for a while, recalling the surrounding provinces and cities he'd heard about, and finally guessed that his dad had probably gone to HX County in K Province. He grinned. The two counties weren't far apart, and having a car made things so convenient, just 5 hours round trip. The area was all flat land, no mountains, and plenty of grain. Most likely, his dad had gone to buy grain and stopped by the fishing village on the way. After checking everything, Zhang Guoqing came out and quickly cleaned up any traces at the cellar entrance. His dad probably didn't want anyone to know what was stored down there. Zhou Xiaozheng happened to be leading his wife and Cheng Hongli from the main house back to the kitchen. At that moment, he saw Zhang Guoqing deliberately pacing above the entrance to the cellar, occasionally glancing down with a smile flickering in his eyes. When Zhang Guoqing saw him come in, he called out, "Dad, you went to HX County, right? How was it there? Is there really a sea? Are there fisheries?" Before Zhou Xiaozheng could answer, Cheng Hongli chimed in loudly, "Xiao Wu, how did you know your dad went to HX County? Why didn't you say anything earlier? We could have gone there ages ago." Zhang Guoqing replied with a grin, "It's not too late to know now. Once Uncle Dashan has rested, we can drive over. It's mentioned in our county records. I'd been wondering for a while where there's a sea nearby, and then realized it. I never thought the ocean was so close. Everyone always talks about other provinces, so who would pay attention?" Cheng Hongli nodded repeatedly and gave Zhou Xiaozheng a thumbs up. "Zheng Ji, you're amazing. You've only been back 3 days and already found the place. Zheng Ji, look at all these live crabs, sea snails, and mantis shrimp. Hurry up and cook them so we can have a taste." Zhou Xiaozheng nodded and instructed his wife, Lin Lishan, "I'll go to the storeroom and get a few small bamboo baskets. You start sorting the fish from the sack. I'll help divide them up, and tomorrow when Zhao Chuangang comes, he can take some back. Leave the live crabs for now. Be careful not to get pinched." Zhang Guoqing quickly stopped him. "Dad, you sit here and supervise. I'll handle it." He knew full well that after driving 5 or 6 hours straight, his father must be exhausted. With that, Zhang Guoqing headed out to the storeroom. When he saw the hanging dried fish, he couldn't help but shake his head. His father-in-law had stashed all the big dried fish up here, planning to give away the ones in the kitchen. He chuckled softly. Jiao Jiao really took after her father. The two of them were kindred spirits. He remembered every year when Jiao Jiao got school benefits, she'd always keep the best and biggest for herself and give the rest away without a second thought. The storeroom still had all kinds of bamboo baskets, sieves, and winnowing trays left by old Master Lu. Zhang Guoqing picked out a few small and medium baskets and took the largest one as well. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaozheng was sharing his experiences from the fishing village. "I was lucky. I asked for directions and happened to meet Lu Sanyuan, a driver for the aquatic products company. He was very enthusiastic and took me to the fishery. We had lunch at the fishery canteen, nothing but seafood. They're short on grain over there, so each person only gets 3 cornbread rolls, no meat dishes, just braised prawns and fish. There was plenty of seafood, but the cornbread ran out fast. The company drivers who go to the fishery to pick up goods eat for free. The guys at the table next to me went back for seconds and thirds. Seafood isn't rare over there. I bought the fish from Lu Sanyuan at the government price. The live crabs I bought from a nearby village, they're all roe crabs. As for the sea snails and other miscellaneous seafood, I gave a yuan to the village kids to help collect them. It's pretty nice. We should go visit when we have time. Zhang Guoqing came back and set down the big bamboo basket, urging, "Mom, you sit and rest. I'll handle it. I'm strong enough. I'll dump everything from the sack into the baskets and sort it out." Seeing the big basket, Zhou Jiao agreed, telling her to stop. "Shan, you and Hongli start boiling water. Let's steam some live crabs for ourselves first. Hongli, see what Dashan likes and steam some for him too. He'll definitely come over after work." With the 2 women busy, the kitchen was bustling. Zhou Jiao didn't leave, but came over to help Zhang Guoqing. He set out baskets of all sizes, putting 3 fish in one, then 4 pairs of prawns and mantis shrimp, and finally topped them off with several dried fish. Each basket was packed full. "Xiao Wu, take a break. You'll need to deliver these later. I don't think I'll make it to your grandma's today. Go tell her for me that I'll visit once I finish things up. Take the bigger basket up front for her and pack 20 jin of rice from the cellar to bring along." Zhang Guoqing looked at the baskets, grinning. "Dad, shouldn't we add a few more crabs and fish for Grandma? She's family, no need to be stingy. As long as she's happy, it's fine. I'll tell her to come by and see Jiao when she has time. You're usually home in the evenings anyway." Seeing his father's awkward expression, he ignored it and repacked the basket with 4 big yellow croakers, 8 live crabs, 8 pairs of prawns, and about 5 jin of mantis shrimp. When the basket was overflowing, he tied up 8 big dried fish and put them on top. Glancing over at his mother-in-law and the others, he went to the cellar, packed up 20 jin of rice and a pile of vermicelli, and brought them back. His father-in-law glared at him, but Zhang Guoqing just smiled. "Dad, I'm heading to Grandma's. I won't drive, just ride my bike over." Zhou Jiao saw his mischievous grin and couldn't help but tap him on the head. Showing off your little schemes right out in the open. Just drive back and bring the stuff for our family too. I wonder if Jiao can eat crab. People say it's cold-natured. What a shame. I even dreamed just now that my daughter was eating roe crab and grinning at me." Lin Lishan, who had seen Xiao Wu carrying things up, burst out laughing. "Zhang Ji, it's fine. Just add some yellow wine and don't eat too much. Save some for me to make crab meat buns, she can eat those." Zhou Jiao shook his head. "No, Ping'an is still breastfeeding. Shan, help Hongli for a bit, then make some buns. Not too many, just enough for Jiao to have for dinner. Make them small, bite-sized, with thin skins and lots of filling. Our girl will love them. Xiao Wu, go get some pork, mix it with crab roe, and we'll make buns. We can deliver the rest another time." Lin Lishan saw Zhang Guoqing rushing out and called after him. "Xiao Wu, remember, more fatty pork, it tastes better." "Got it, Mom. Don't worry, I know what to do. You start kneading the dough, I'll be back soon." With that, Zhang Guoqing hurried off to the county restaurant to find the chef. Since it wasn't mealtime yet, only he would have pork. Zhou Jiao took a big bamboo basket and, comparing it to the one Zhang Guoqing had packed for his mother, stuffed in even more, adding 10 more live crabs. With his big family, he couldn't risk not having enough. He filled another basket with sea snails, mantis shrimp, and other assorted seafood. These 2 baskets should be enough. He planned to bring Jiao back to the county in a couple of days. Now that it was snowing, he could freeze 2 baskets of live crabs for her to eat after her confinement. Thinking about keeping 2 baskets, he glanced at the baskets and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Even 2 baskets might not be enough. 50 jin of live crabs was only about 40 or so, half already went to his mother and Xiao Wu's family. With the ones being steamed, and if his daughter ate a few buns, there'd be none left. Looks like he'd have to make another trip. Zhang Guoqing soon returned with chopped pork. "Mom, here's the minced pork. Is it enough?" Haha, Zhengji, our Xiao Wu is really capable. He even got the meat chopped in no time. That's plenty, almost a gene. Take a break now. Zhang Guoqing walked over to Zhou Xiaozheng and saw that the 2 bamboo baskets full of crabs were now empty. He glanced in surprise at the other bamboo baskets of various sizes around them. With a smile in his eyes, Zhou Xiaozheng comforted him. Don't worry, it's fine. If we're out, I'll go buy more in a few days. Next time, you and Zhou Jiao can eat your fill. Our family isn't short on money. These live crabs are only 14 cents a gene. You can have as many as you want. Zhang Guoqing was both touched and amused. His father still treated him like a child. Dad, before you go back to Beijing, you should go again and buy some to take back for yourself. They'd even make good gifts. In the provincial capital, they cost 40 cents a gene and aren't nearly as big or plump. Scarcity drives up value. In the fishing village, people buy rice from other villages for only 16 cents a gene, so for them, 14 cents for crabs is already a high price. There's no meat on them, so they don't care for crabs. All the good stuff just goes to waste. In the fishery canteen, everyone just eats the shrimp bodies and throws away the heads and tails. The heads and tails of the large yellow croaker also end up in the trash. After sighing, Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head and glanced across at the people who hadn't noticed them. He lowered his voice and said, "Look at these sacks of fish, they're all good. The only problem is the boxes broke in the cold storage, so they just piled them by the door as waste. I slipped the storekeeper 5 yuan and bought 400 jin. This sack here only cost me 2.5 yuan. That mixed basket over there was just 1 yuan. It's hard to believe." In a nearby village, top-grade rice and flour are only 16 cents a gene. I bought 400 jin and they even threw in 50 jin of dried sweet potato. I spent 4 yuan on a pile of vermicelli, couldn't fit it all, so I tied it to the roof of the car. Pity the car is too small. Their management is so lax. If you get the chance, you should buy early. Even passing drivers know where to get grain. If they keep running things like this, something's bound to go wrong sooner or later. Zhang Guoqing shook his head too. Is their village really that remote? We don't even have enough grain here, but they have a surplus. I guess it's because they have more land and fewer people. I didn't get a good look at the village, but it's pretty out of the way. After buying, we hurried back to the fishing village. Without a local guide, it's hard to find. Today we happened to run into a driver from the fisheries company. He's not short on money and loves good food. He bought 200 jin of rice and flour today, just like us. He also helped us get the live crabs through his connections. I heard other sellers mix in male crabs and don't even sort by size. That batch of roe-filled crabs was only because he remembered to ask for them. As they chatted, the father-in-law and son-in-law burst out laughing, with Zhang Guoqing calling him a true foodie. Zhou Xiaozheng saw that everything was about packed up and took Zhang Guoqing to the main house's living room, planning to discuss some things while they were on his mind. After they sat down and had some water, Zhou Xiaozheng asked, "Besides your uncle Dashan and Zuolin, is there anyone else in the county you need to give gifts to? Better to do it early. The rest, just freeze and eat slowly as the weather gets colder." Zhang Guoqing shook his head. "No need for the rest. You went to another province and worked hard to get these. It's not my place to give them away. I'll give some to Uncle Guang and the others tomorrow. Last time, Mom brought back a lot of ration coupons from Aunt Xiaofei's place. If there are extras, maybe give her some to return the favor. What do you think?" As for Feng Jianmei from the Feng family in Beijing, I think Grandpa's attitude is to just let things take their course. Dad, while we're at it, I want your advice. Last time Grandpa took me to the provincial capital and introduced me to some people. I've already ruled out some peers who didn't click, but there are 3 families left. Should I send them something at the end of the year to keep in touch? All from the military district? Zhang Guoqing nodded. Yes, all higher-ups in the military district, higher ranked than Uncle Guang. I think they were Grandpa's old subordinates. I also know some people in the provincial government, but those relationships aren't close enough yet, no need for gifts. Forget about the military district. With me around, there's no need to get too close. I know all your Grandpa's old subordinates. Just keep in touch occasionally, no need for gift exchanges. As for the others, I'll have Uncle Guang introduce you when there's time. His father-in-law is a top official, and his two older brothers-in-law have bright futures. The youngest is in the provincial office. His two sisters married well, not arranged marriages, but their own choices, and they have real influence in their families. You'll see when you meet them. They're beautiful and very capable. His eldest brother got promoted to Beijing last year. Uncle Guang himself is a department head in JXC. He's the real golden boy. Outsiders don't know his family background, not even your mom. He only confided in me because we're close. His wife is Jean Huimin. Uncle Guang went to great lengths to marry her. Jean Huimin is a bit delicate, and in personality, she's a lot like our Zhou Jiao. She doesn't take things to heart easily, but she's not as clever or shrewd as Zhou Jiao. Out of our 12 brothers, she's only close to me. She's polite to the rest. Uncle Guang is famous for being afraid of his wife. After they had 2 sons, she didn't want more because of the pain, and Uncle Guang just cheerfully told everyone he didn't want more kids. Think about Zhao Jiao's personality. She doesn't like getting close to strangers or making small talk. So, when you see Uncle Guang, just go to his office. Don't visit his home unless Jean Huimin invites you herself. If she does, don't be shy. How should I put it? If she accepts you, she'll treat you like family and won't stand on ceremony. If you're too polite, she'll get annoyed. She's straightforward and not scheming. If you don't know her well, she might seem aloof, but she actually gets along best with Zhao Jiao. I'll talk to Zhao Jiao about this. Uncle Guang is very loyal. We've trusted each other with our lives several times. He and his wife are both straightforward. He cares about you and Zhao Jiao even more than your grandpa's people do. If I'm not around, go to him if you need anything. He won't mind. He'll just feel honored that you trust him. As for the 4 from last night, I observed them. They're still not up to par, not even as good as you. They have the will but not the ability. It's fine to keep a good relationship, but don't confide in them. Zhao Dashan is trustworthy, but he can't help you much. Still, he and his wife are good people, steady and reliable for decades. Even if our family declines in the future, it's good to have someone like him in the background. Zhang Guoqing listened carefully and, after a pause, asked his question. Dad, I heard from Zhuo Lin that you made your own way before marrying Mom. How much do you know about the Lin family? I just feel like I can't trust them. Zhou Xiaozheng shot him a sideways glance. Why would you trust them? You should always keep a healthy suspicion. In this world, apart from your parents, your father-in-law, me, and Zhao Jiao, you can't even fully trust your mother-in-law. It's not that she's untrustworthy, but she's too emotional and easily influenced. No matter who you're dealing with, always keep boundaries in your heart. For example, today your mom wanted to keep Lu Xiaoya to look after Zhao Jiao and Ping'an. I immediately refused and told her not to bring it up again. I'm worried that if she stays with you too long, she'll get jealous and over time, that could turn into resentment. She might try to get your attention. Is it because I don't trust your character? No. I never worry about Zhao Jiao. She's smart enough to handle anything. But even if I trust you, I still keep my guard up. I've been away for so many years and seen too many people ruined by a careless word. Many people let their guard down around nobodies or feel sorry for the weak, only to end up in trouble themselves. So you must always draw boundaries in your heart and be careful with every word. When talking to others, think before you speak. Otherwise, it's better to say less. In dealing with people and handling affairs, it's better to put in 70% effort than to give your all. After he finished speaking, seeing that his son-in-law was listening intently and pondering over his words, Zhou Xiaozheng nodded to himself and continued, Your mother isn't here right now, so I'll talk to you about the Lin family, and also why I married your mother. Besides the fact that I liked her, I thought about a lot of things at the time. The main reason was that I realized I needed a simple, genuine woman, someone who would devote herself wholeheartedly to me at home, wouldn't complain, wouldn't be rough. And your mother fit all those requirements back then. She came from a good family, had a stable job, and was happy with her life. A woman like that wouldn't be narrow-minded or petty like some other military wives, always gossiping and stirring up trouble. Most importantly, I couldn't stand people who made mistakes in every line when writing a letter. Being educated is good for the children's future. It was only after I decided to pursue your mother that I started to think about the Lin family, but honestly, I never paid them much mind. In Beijing, no matter how high your rank, it's not that big a deal. Besides, your grandfather wasn't my superior, so he had no authority over me. 20 years ago, your grandfather wasn't even as well off as I am now. Your grandmother was just busy socializing and keeping up connections. Even now, I don't take them too seriously. Back then, our relationship was naturally good, and it still is, but with Zhou Jiao, I've seen a different side. This time, your grandmother told me your grandfather refused to let them bring Zhou Jiao back, saying he was worried about her safety. But when I got married, I said we didn't need to live with our parents, just give us some money, and they were glad our father-son relationship wasn't close. So why is it safe for their eldest granddaughter to stay at home, but not for my daughter? These are things I can only keep to myself and can't say out loud, not even to your mother. Even you all could guess there was a reason behind their sudden enthusiasm. Do you think I don't know? Every time your Uncle Guang went to Beijing to visit Jiao Jiao's cousin, did he really mistake her for someone else? Did the Lin family find it too awkward to explain to your Uncle Guang, or did they just go along with the mistake on purpose? With your cousin living right under your grandmother's nose, could she really not know? 10 whole years without a single slip? I believe your mother and grandfather didn't know about this, since your mother was always with me and your grandfather was rarely at home. But the rest of the Lin family? Your aunt got your cousin a job as a nurse through connections, and she often stayed at the compound. How could she not know? Your grandmother? Your eldest aunt, seeing her own daughter receive gifts, could she really not know? Even if they didn't trust Zhao Chuangguang, the Zhao family isn't ordinary either. Zhao Chuangguang and I are as close as brothers. Do you think they wouldn't know? Even if 5 or 10 years later they let something slip, your Uncle Guang wouldn't be angry. When he found out, he only blamed the Lin family. You see, your Uncle Guang is determined to get to the bottom of this, and if it weren't for your mother being caught in the middle, he'd have gone to Beijing long ago. You've seen all those packages being sent. Other than the ones from your mother and me, I suspect the rest were sent by my brothers to the Lin family. Sooner or later, all of this will come to light, but right now it's not the time to ask your Uncle Guang. As for the Lin family, apart from your mother, don't trust anyone. Not even your eldest uncle. At the end of the year, when we go to Beijing to settle our family's affairs, from then on, just visit the elders during the holidays and keep things cordial. Our Jiao Jiao doesn't owe the Lin family anything. All our family's savings are in your grandmother's hands. Other than your mother's salary, which goes to your grandmother, we have over $9,000 in the bank. 17 years worth of interest is enough for them to send you packages back and forth every day. This time, I came back in such a hurry to see Jiao Jiao that I didn't have time to deal with these things. Honestly, I'd be happy if your grandmother just spent that money and never paid it back. Even if we lost all that, just my monthly salary is almost 300 yuan. Your mother's is 178 yuan, plus regular bonuses. We're not short on money. So when you go to the Lin family, if they give you something, take it. If not, don't worry about it. No need to rush. I've even secretly set aside some savings for you and your siblings without telling your mother. Zhang Guoqing nodded earnestly and said, Dad, we've talked about all this in private too. Jiao Jiao says just being born from my mom is enough. The Lin family doesn't owe us anything, so we don't owe them either. We think having enough money is fine. Anything more is just numbers. You don't need to give us any more money. Keep it for yourself. We actually have quite a bit saved up ourselves, and we've even stashed away some gold that not even my parents know about. Zhou Shaoeng laughed at his son-in-law's "I'm not short on money" attitude and teased, "So you've managed to save up all that gold just by hunting wild chickens and rabbits? Or are you just afraid to spend your father-in-law's money and want to have your own backup?" Zhang Guoqing grinned and shook his head. "It's not that I lack confidence. I'm half your son now. If I need anything, I'll ask you. No need to be polite. You know I'm strong, and I used to go up the mountains with my grandfather since I was a kid. I have another advantage. I have really good hearing in the mountains. I can hear movement from far away. While others need a bow, I just need a rock, one throw, and I almost never miss. If I run into wild boars or deer, I sneak into town to sell them and exchange everything for gold. Now I've got quite a bit saved up. Just this morning, my cousins and I took down 6 deer, 3 boars, and some goats. Tomorrow, when we go up the mountain, you'll see your son-in-law is like a fish in water." Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. He could just imagine it. Before the animals even had a chance to run, his son-in-law would hurl a rock with such precision and strength, much faster than anyone with a bow and arrow. "Not bad. I've heard you've inherited all your grandfather's skills. He was famous for his hunting back in the day. He supported your whole family with it. So many people died in those years, but your grandfather kept the Zhang family alive and well. Besides you, did any of the younger generation learn from him?" Zhang Guoqing replied proudly, "Among the younger ones, only me. The others couldn't do it. Grandpa said they'd just waste his time. When he was alive, except for my eldest cousin, he always took me with him wherever he went. He started taking me up the mountains when I was 3. When no one was around, he'd have me practice my grip with mud, teaching me to control my strength. Grandpa said his own mother's family had people born with great strength, but they never learned to control it. One time, someone accidentally killed a man. At first, he wanted to find me a martial arts teacher, but his partner, Old Master Wang, said I didn't need to practice martial arts. It's bad for your health, makes you hot-tempered, and with great strength, it's easy to get into trouble. He said it's better to study hard, just keep a few tricks for self-defense. That's when Grandpa gave up on the idea." Zhou Jiao agreed wholeheartedly. Martial artists are more aggressive than most and can't handle provocation. Cultivating yourself and reading more is good. The mind is quicker than the hands. Brute force gets you nowhere in the big picture. Your grandfather was a wise man. He stood up. "I can smell the food already. Your mother will call us as soon as she gets back. Go visit your grandmother first and check on Jiao Jiao to see if she's all right. Come back early and wait for your Uncle Dashan to get off work for dinner." Zhang Guoqing followed behind him. "It's quick by car. Dad, the buns won't be ready so soon. I'll take 2 cooked crabs to Jiao Jiao. She only eats the roe, not the meat, so it should be fine. Otherwise, when my mother finishes cooking, the smell will drift into her room and she'll get impatient. She loves anything with a shell. Big prawns should be okay too. On my way back, I'll stop by Master Peng's place, return his food box, and ask him about it. He didn't even want a deposit last night, so I'll feel better returning it early." Zhou Jiao said quietly, "There are still 3 boxes of big prawns in the cellar, and the other 3 are large yellow croakers. Ask Master Peng how to prepare them so they're safe to eat. If he's available, see if he can process them for us for a fee." When Zhou Jiao and the others entered the kitchen, they saw Cheng Hongli standing there with her eyes closed, taking deep breaths to savor the aroma. The sight made everyone burst into laughter. Lin Lishan, worried that Cheng Hongli might feel embarrassed, shot the 2 men a glare. "You're laughing at us now, but don't expect to eat later. We've cooked up a bunch of sea snails and mantis shrimp. Tonight, we're having a proper seafood feast. Xiao Wu, do you still have any red wine? Seafood has to be paired with red wine." Zhang Guoqing grinned and nodded. "Mom, you really know how to enjoy life. Of course I have some. And if I didn't, I'd go straight to the provincial capital to buy it for you. I happen to have a bottle of white wine, which goes perfectly with seafood. I'll head back in a bit. Just pack me 2 fully cooked crabs, and I'll bring them to Jiao Jiao." Hearing this, Zhou Jiao gave Zhang Guoqing a meaningful look. This kid really knows his stuff. He went over and packed up the 2 biggest crabs, along with a bowl of sea snails, and placed everything on a large wooden tray, covering it with a clean cloth. "Xiao Wu, remember, Jiao Jiao can only eat the crab roe for now. Once her confinement is over, she can eat as much as she wants. As for the sea snails, ask your mom if she can have them. Shan, keep cooking, this isn't nearly enough." Zhou Jiao helped carry the bamboo baskets to the car. When Zhang Guoqing saw them, he said, "Dad, you're not planning to bring both baskets home, are you? That's way too much." Zhou Jiao waved him off. "Hurry up and go. Come back early and don't forget to stop by Master Peng's. Tell Jiao Jiao there'll be buns waiting for her tonight. Seeing that his dad was getting impatient, Zhang Guoqing didn't argue. There was no need for formalities between them. He nodded, got in the car, and sped off. The drive from the county seat to the village was quick, and since he was worried the crabs might get cold, he drove even faster. When he arrived, he saw his mother waiting for him at the gate, smiling warmly. Zhang Guoqing got out and carried the 2 baskets of seafood to the door, grinning as he said, "Mom, aren't you happy to see your youngest son?" Mother Zhang hurried over to take one of the baskets. "Here, give one to me. You're carrying both and they're heavy, don't tire yourself out. Where did you get all this? You don't see seafood like this every day." Zhang Guoqing held on to the basket and shook his head. "It's not heavy, Mom. I can handle it. Come inside with me. You'll need to deal with these right away. Some are still alive, and it'd be a shame if they died. My father-in-law brought them back from another province. There's another basket in the car for Grandma Zhou." Mother Zhang quickly led the way. "Put them by the well. I'll take care of it. You go deliver the other basket to the Zhou family. And go check on Jiao Jiao, you've been gone all day. Your second brother guessed you'd be back early, probably because you went to see your father-in-law." "I know, I'll grab the stuff from the car and be right in." With that, Zhang Guoqing hurried out. He carried the big tray into the west wing, where he found Zhou Jiao waiting eagerly. "Tada! Look what I've got, big live crabs." Dad bought a whole carload of seafood, plus rice and flour. "There are so many noodles in the cellar, it looks like a pile of firewood. Mom steamed these crabs first, since you can't have cold foods during your confinement. Just eat the crab roe for now. Dad said once you're done with confinement, you can eat as much as you want." Zhou Jiao looked at him in surprise and delight. "Where did my dad go today? How did he buy so much seafood? That must have cost a fortune. And the rice, did he get it from the black market? You should tell Dad to be more frugal. This stuff can't be cheap." Zhang Guoqing chuckled and shook his head mysteriously. Dad went straight to the fishing village. The 400 jin of rice and flour were bought from a nearby village. There are 3 crates each of big prawns and yellow croaker in the cellar, and dried fish hanging all over the storeroom. And all the crabs are female and huge. He brought back 3 baskets, a total of 50 jin. Right now, Aunt Chung is steaming seafood at the county house, and Mom is making buns with crab roe and pork for you to eat tonight. Dad specifically said to use crab roe and pork. Make them small so you can eat them in one bite, and make sure they're delicate, with thin skins and lots of filling. I still have to go ask Master Peng how you can eat the prawns and yellow croaker during confinement. Jiao Jiao, aren't you excited? Aren't you happy?" Zhou Jiao burst out laughing, took the crab roe he handed her, and picked up a big piece with her chopsticks to feed him. Zhang Guoqing quickly stopped her. "I can't eat it now, I still have to go to Grandma's, and if I eat this, I'll have to brush my teeth again. There's a portion for her too. You eat, I'll eat when I get back to the county. Dad bought the crabs just for you." He said he got home and dozed off for a bit, and even dreamed of you happily eating crabs and smiling at him. He knows you can't have cold foods, and he felt bad for a long time, worried you'd miss out. That's why he came up with the idea for Mom to make crab buns. "Don't worry, Dad already sent 2 baskets home. There are 18 crabs in them. There were only about 40 crabs and 50 jin. Here you have 18, Grandma has 8, and the rest are all being made into buns for you." With that, he scooped up their awake son. "Oh, son, you're still so little, otherwise you could eat all this delicious food too. You have to grow up fast, and then Daddy and Grandpa will buy you big crabs. Have you been good today, Ping'an? Oh, you recognize Daddy, don't you?" Seeing Zhou Jiao eyeing the sea snails, he said, "Jiao Jiao, Dad told me to ask Mom if you can eat the sea snails. Better not eat them yet, they're too fresh and might upset the baby. Hang in there. I know where to get more, so after your confinement, we'll buy plenty and you can eat them however you like." "Okay." Zhou Jiao looked longingly at the sea snails, then turned to him with a pitiful expression. "Brother, you have to remember to take me. Son, your mom is really sacrificing for you." He laughed. "Don't worry, we'll make it up to you next time. Ping'an, tell Mommy thank you. When you grow up, you'll be a good son. Mommy really is the best. When I ask Master Peng, I'll make Mommy yellow croaker and big prawns. Ping'an, do you want to eat them?" You're still too little, but when you grow up, mommy and daddy will take you. So you have to eat well, drink lots of milk, and sleep a lot so you can grow up fast. Zhang Guoqing spoke gently to his son. After a few bites, Zhou Jiao set the food aside, planning to reheat it for dinner. Brother, you still haven't told me where you bought all this. I was thinking if Dad drove there, it must have been to a neighboring province. Only they have fishing villages. Around here, everything comes from there. Zhang Guoqing smiled and whispered to his son, Ping'an, look how smart your mom is. She guessed it right away. It was from a fishing village. The details will have to wait until Grandpa gets back. He hasn't had a chance to brag to your mom yet. Daddy will leave that honor for Grandpa. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes at him. Hurry up and tell me, besides delivering the food, do you have anything else to do? Go back and enjoy the seafood feast for us. Zhang Guoqing patted his son unhurriedly. Mom says seafood has to be paired with red wine. Give me that bottle of Russian white wine you bought last time, and the fruit wine at home. I'll bring them to her, she's waiting. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing, clutching her stomach as she lay back on the king. Oh my, red wine with seafood? Why not throw in some steak too? Mom's gotten used to the bourgeois lifestyle. She's been corrupted by the capitalists. Aren't you worried about getting sick? Didn't you tell her red wine doesn't go with seafood? Zhang Guoqing just smiled. Aside from his father-in-law, probably no one else really knew how to appreciate wine. After a while, Zhou Jiao stopped laughing. They could hear Shizi and the others in the yard, shouting for Zhang Guoqing to hurry up and get things done before the crabs died. They also reminded him to bring some vegetables. Seafood alone wouldn't be enough. Zhang Guoqing grabbed Master Pang's food box, along with the wine, wild chicken, and cured meat, and headed out. He saw a few kids reaching into the basket to grab crabs and quickly called out, "Be careful, they'll pinch your hands. Wait for Grandma to steam them for you." Shizi shouted happily, "Uncle, Grandma bought these, right? I knew it, she always gets the rare stuff. I had these crabs before when my uncle brought them. But the ones Grandma buys are bigger, one of hers is worth 2 of his. Grandma really knows how to shop." The other kids chimed in, "Grandma really knows how to shop." Zhang Guoqing laughed. "This time you're wrong, it was your grandpa who bought them. He drove straight to the fishing village. Be careful not to get pinched. Let Grandma cook some for you first. Mom, are you in the kitchen? If not, I'm heading out." Shizi grinned at him and said, "Grandma went to find Auntie. She said she doesn't know how to cook these, but Auntie does. When she gets back, we'll get to eat them." "Oh, let your grandma know I'm heading out. No need to make dinner for me tonight. I can't take you with me this time, there are guests. Next time, I'll take all of you to the city." With that, he checked the time and hurried off. Zhang Guoqing drove quickly toward Zhou Jiao village, stopping not far from the Zhou family compound. As soon as his car approached, the 2 eldest granddaughters-in-law of the Zhou family, who had been chatting quietly at the gate, hurriedly ran inside. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but smirk to himself. Who knows if they're afraid their father-in-law has come to settle accounts, or if they're running in to report. Either way, it's obvious they're avoiding him. If they were really going to report, one person would be enough. All sneaky, but no real guts. Sure enough, after he parked, not a soul came out to greet him. Only the old lady from the neighboring courtyard poked her head out, peering around. When she saw it was Zhang Guoqing and not Zhou Xiaozheng, she immediately came out with a big smile. Zhang Guoqing raised his eyebrows. "What's this about? Seems like everyone's just afraid of his father-in-law showing up." The old lady greeted him with a smile, sizing him up as she glanced at the Zhou family's gate. Seeing no one, she lowered her voice and said, "Oh, it's you, Xiao Wu. Where's your father-in-law? Why are you here?" The Zhou family's eldest son is hiding inside, hasn't come out at all. Old Zhou is worried your father-in-law will show up to deal with his eldest. The whole family's been holed up inside all day, even the eldest son took leave from work to stay home. You're not here to deliver something to them, are you? If so, they'll get all smug again. You'd better head back. Zhang Guoqing smiled helplessly. This is for Grandma. My father-in-law didn't want to come himself, so I came instead. Grandma raised Jiao Jiao, and Jiao Jiao worries about her health. The 2 of them asked me to bring this over. The old lady chuckled and patted him. That's how it should be. Go see the old lady. She's been looking out the door since early morning, only went back inside after the old man scolded her. My dad's been busy. He was out of town all day today. Barely gets any rest. Since Grandma misses him, I'll take her to see him. He should be back by now, and she can spend some time with Zhou Jiao, who's always talking about her grandma. Thanks, Auntie. I'll go in and get Grandma. Go on. She'll be happy you came to get her. She's been thinking about her youngest son, always looking out the door these past few days. I told her to visit your place, but she wouldn't go. It's just across the river. She can see Zhao Jiao, and Zhang always comes home at night, so they can catch up. Zhang Guoqing thanked her, waited until she went back inside, glanced at the bamboo basket in the car, and shut the car door. He walked up to the gate empty-handed and pushed it open. The courtyard was silent. Who knows which room Zhou Xiaozuan, the eldest, was hiding in? Zhang Guoqing went straight into the main hall, called out for Grandma a few times, but didn't see the old man or anyone else. He could vaguely hear Grandma's voice. His hearing was better than most. Frowning, he didn't wait any longer and quickly walked to Grandma's room. He pushed the door open just in time to see the old man holding Grandma back, not letting her get up from the bed, clearly trying to force her to play sick. When they saw Zhang Guoqing come in, both were stunned. Zhang Guoqing pretended not to notice, smiling as he said, "Grandpa, Grandma, you're both home." "Grandma, it's so cold. How's your health?" "My dad's been running around nonstop these days, out all day and only back late at night. He even went out of town today, always worrying about you. I figured, since it's so cold and late, it's hard for you to go out. So I came to take you to see Zhao Jiao. She misses you and keeps asking why you don't visit. My dad will be home tonight, and you two can catch up. He'll be heading back to work soon. His break is too short. This is a good chance to ask him how he's been all these years, if he's been hurt or not." I asked, but he always says he's fine, never takes care of himself. Seeing Grandma tempted, Grandpa quickly tried to stop Zhang Guoqing. "No, your grandma's sick. Let her rest. She's not going anywhere. Let your father-in-law mind his own business. We're fine here." Zhang Guoqing picked up Grandma's shoes and put them on her feet, saying, "Oh, Grandpa, don't stop me. I drove here, so I'll take Grandma to the county hospital for a checkup." Grandpa's face turned red with anxiety. "No need. It's nothing serious. Just some rest will do. Don't trouble yourself." Zhang Guoqing helped Grandma up from the bed and said seriously, "That won't do. How would we know if it's serious or not without a checkup? Grandma's health hasn't been good since last year." "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll just take her to the county hospital for a checkup, and if she's fine, I'll bring her back after she sees my dad." "Grandma, you have to listen to me. I drove here. It'll be quick." Without giving Grandma a chance to protest, Zhang Guoqing took off his army coat and wrapped her up, then lifted her in his arms. He didn't even know if she was really sick, since she was still wearing her coat. Grandpa could only watch as Zhang Guoqing took Grandma away. He opened his mouth to call for his eldest son to follow, but then remembered Zhang Guoqing was a sly one. He might take them straight to Zhou Xiaozheng. Anxious, he stamped his foot. He thought about telling his eldest grandson to follow, but in the end, just sighed. When he got to the gate, he saw Zhang Guoqing wave at him as he started the car and drove off. Grandpa let out a deep sigh, his shoulders slumping as he slowly made his way back to his room. Passing through the main hall, he saw the whole family of his eldest son gathered there, all looking at him expectantly. He waved his hand weakly and said in a low voice, "It's no use. He's completely cut ties with you. If he still acknowledged you, he'd have come to teach you a lesson today. Now he won't even step inside the house. He even hates me now. From now on, just live your lives and stop scheming." Zhou Xiaozuan called out softly, "Dad, you're his father. Even if he doesn't acknowledge me as his brother, he'll still listen to you, right? He wouldn't dare not to. Dad, I'm begging you, once he's gone, no one will help our side anymore. You've seen what Zhou Jiao is like. She doesn't care about family at all. I treated her as my own niece, and she's thrown it all away." Grandpa shook his head at him, sighing again. "The only reason you're out is because Zhang Guoqing pleaded for you. Zhang said he wouldn't let you off, but Zhao Jiao and her husband spoke up for you. You say things like this, but I've always known I didn't raise you right. Zhang and his wife have supported this family for years. Zhou Jiao is his only daughter. The moment she was born, he sent word back. Do you remember what he said? Blessed with a precious daughter, to be named Zhou Jiao in the family register. Do you know what Jiao means? He planned to spoil her rotten. When he came back and found himself still alive and saw his only daughter had suffered so much at your hands, I bet he wanted to kill you. He only held back because of me and your mother. If you weren't his elder brother, he wouldn't have shown any mercy. You know what kind of person your own brother is. If you try anything, before Zhang Guoqing even gets angry, Zhang would finish you off without you even realizing it. Your wife is foolish too. Even when scheming against that girl, she got caught. She even dared to try and marry her into the Huang family. Even if Zhou Xiaozheng really died, the Lin family wouldn't let you off. I was blind, even a little girl fooled me. She really is Zhou Xiaozheng's daughter, ruthless and clever, never says a word, but strikes right to the heart. You couldn't control her before, and you'll never be able to in the future. Give up now. If you cause any more trouble, don't say I didn't warn you. If Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhou Jiao really wanted to destroy you, they wouldn't even need to do it themselves. No trace would be left. With that, Grandpa put his hands behind his back and slowly walked to his room. No one noticed the tears at the corners of his eyes or the deep sorrow on his face. Zhang Guoqing drove the car, constantly keeping an eye on the old lady. He noticed her silent smile when she glanced at the bamboo baskets and bags in the back. Seeing this, he felt a pang of sadness. Looking at the old lady at her age, he wondered what lay behind that smile. Why was it tinged with such sorrow? What was still going on in the Zhou family that made old Master Zhou scheme against his father-in-law? There really weren't fathers and sons like this in the world. Their relationship was so distant, they were worse than strangers. Even Zhao Chuangang knew that Zhou Jiao would never return to the Zhou family. Zhang Guoqing really wanted to ask the old lady if his father-in-law was truly her son, but when the words reached his lips, he just couldn't say them. He saw things all too clearly. Ever since his father-in-law came back, his only real sister hadn't come to see him. Uncle Zhou Xiaozuan was stuck at the police station, and that woman was always out in the countryside pulling strings. If Zhou Jiao weren't Zhou Xiaozheng's daughter, with the Lin family's name backing her, who knows if a woman alone could have managed to get in touch with Zhang Jifeng. Zhang Guoqing sighed inwardly and spoke up. Grandma, how are you feeling? Let's stop by the county hospital for a checkup first. Afterwards, I'll take you to see my dad. Old Lady Zhou waved her hand. Don't bother, I'm fine. Xiao Wu, you should have figured it out by now. Your grandpa had me pretend to be sick to force your dad to come back. Sai, let's not talk about it. Just let your dad finish his business and go back. You and your wife should persuade him. If there's nothing important, he shouldn't come back anymore. Even when I'm gone, he shouldn't return. My heart is truly broken. He doesn't owe the Zhou family anything. The Zhou family has wronged him and wronged Jiao Jiao. Zhang Guoqing watched as the old lady spoke, her mind drifting off mid-sentence. He didn't interrupt her, just kept driving slowly, not sure where to go. At home, Zhao Dashan and his wife were probably there. He didn't want to bring the old lady over and spoil their good mood, nor did he plan to take her to see Jiao Jiao. If she'd wanted to see Zhou Jiao, she would have gone to their house already. Clearly, there was nothing left to say. All he could do was wait for the old lady to come around and happily go see his father-in-law. Zhang Guoqing slowly drove towards Master Peng's place. After all, the old lady came from a wealthy family and quickly regained her composure. Seeing him heading east out of town, she asked curiously, "Why are we going this way? Which village is your dad in? We don't know anyone around here." "Grandma, there's a master chef here everyone calls Master Peng. I want to ask him something. My dad left early this morning for another province, and as soon as he got back, he asked me to deliver those things in the back to you. Right now, he's probably at home talking with some old friends. We'll head back soon. I'll just be a minute. My mom's cooking at home, so I won't have you eat here today. Next time, I'll bring you and Jiao Jiao together. She hasn't been here yet. All right, just be careful. No rush, Take your time. I'll wait in the car. When they arrived at Master Peng's courtyard, Zhang Guoqing asked old lady Zhou to wait a moment and carried a food box inside. There weren't many customers during the day. Zhang Guoqing called out as he entered the kitchen, and Master Peng came out to greet him. Master Peng, I'll just leave this food box here. Do you have a moment? Master Peng nodded with a smile. What's up? Go ahead. I wanted to ask you, are there any taboos about eating seafood during postpartum confinement? We have some large yellow croaker and prawns at home, but I'm not sure if my wife can eat them. I only know that crab is cold-natured and shouldn't be eaten. Master Peng pulled him over to sit down, handed him pen and paper, and said, I happen to have some free time now. You write down what I say. Is your wife breastfeeding? When it comes to seafood, it doesn't have to be expensive to be nourishing. The best are sea cucumber and fish maw. Most people don't like them, but they're good value for money. Yellow croaker can be cooked into a soup with rice wine and served with fine noodles. This is what women in fishing villages eat during confinement. They call it yellow croaker noodles. Most seafood is cold in nature, so it's best to avoid it if possible. Don't let her eat prawns for now. The baby can easily get eczema or have a seafood allergy. Shrimp and crab are trigger foods and can cause diarrhea in babies. Wait until the child is weaned. Generally, crabs and shellfish should also be avoided, since you never know if the baby will be allergic. Especially since your child is still so young. We don't eat seafood often here, so our stomachs aren't used to it. If you really want to try, just have a little for the taste, but it's best for the baby. Besides fish maw and sea cucumber, once the baby starts on solids, you can make yellow croaker soup for them. It's good for their intelligence. Walnuts and red dates are also good. If I think of anything else, I'll let you know. Zhang Guoqing felt a chill down his spine and asked anxiously, My wife just ate some crab roe. Will that be a problem? Not much, just 2 spoonfuls. Will it affect my son? Master Peng reassured him, It's fine. That little bit won't matter. If she really wants to eat it, you can make crab roe buns for her, just 2 or 3 at a time, and serve them with mutton soup. Mutton soup is warming, and so is pigeon soup like you had last night. If you're tired of pork trotters or old hen, it's winter now and you have a stove at home, make bone broth. If there are signs of anemia or weakness, add some astragalus, angelica, cotinopsis, red dates, goji berries, and if possible, a few slices of ginseng for extra energy. Remember to rotate the herbs, one day astragalus, the next cotinopsis, then ginseng. Don't dump them all in at once. And go ask an experienced Chinese medicine doctor. They know more than a cook like me. Zhang Guoqing laughed and thanked him. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. I get what you're saying. My wife knows a bit herself, but I just wanted to double check. Thank you so much. I have an elder waiting in the car, so I'll head back now. I'll come bother you again in a few days. Go ahead. If you have any questions, just come chat with me. I'm free during the day. At night, unless you're coming for dinner, don't come by. I'm busy then. All right, I'll be off. See you, Master Peng. With that, Zhang Guoqing packed up his notes, declined Master Peng's offer to see him out, and hurried outside. A young girl nearby asked Master Peng curiously, Master, this guy's only been here once. Why did you tell him everything? He's not even that close to you. Master Peng chuckled. It's rare to see someone so devoted to his wife. What's the point in hiding what I know? Besides, not just anyone can get close to Zhang Guoqing. He'd seen all sorts come and go, people from every walk of life. Lately, who at the dinner tables hadn't whispered about Jin Wawa and Zhou Guoqing, that remarkable young couple? Everyone knew they weren't ordinary people. Just last night, not to mention Zhou Lin and Zhao Dashan from the county, even the few who came in later were extraordinary. Their relationships were clearly close. In the large kitchen of the county house, Lin Lishan finished wrapping the buns, checked the time, and said to Cheng Hongli, it's about time for your Yuan to get out of school. Go pick her and her second brother up and bring them here for dinner. It's a good chance for our 2 families to get together. Come back early and just bring a big Chinese cabbage. Don't bring anything else. We have plenty of vegetables here. Tomorrow, Zhanga and old Zhao are going up the mountain. so I'll stay in the village with Zhao Jiao instead of coming to the county. Even if you bring more, we won't finish it and it'll go to waste. Go on, get them early so they don't start cooking dinner themselves. Cheng Hongli placed a pot of seafood on the table, thought for a moment, and replied, "All right, I'll go get the kids. You're not used to this wood stove. Wait for me to come back before you start cooking." Watching her leave the yard, Lin Lishan realized there was nothing left to do in the kitchen, so she turned and went to the main room to find Zhou Xiaozhen, curious about what he was up to. She also wondered who all those baskets in the kitchen were for. They were taking up so much space. It'd be better to give them away soon or store them in the cellar. Zhou Xiaozhen was lounging in a chair, leisurely sipping tea that Jiao Jiao had given him, humming a little tune. When he saw his wife come in, he said softly, tired. "Sit down and have some tea. This is the tea Guanyin our daughter gave us, fragrant, mellow, leaving a lingering taste and refreshing the soul, truly top-notch. I don't serve this to just anyone." Hongli's gone. Green leaves with red edges, fragrance lingers after 7 brews. That's tea Guanyin, right? Good tea. Our Jiao Jiao really has a scholarly streak, haha. She must have spent quite a bit on this. Where'd she get the money? Last time she brewed tea for her grandpa, it wasn't this good. Lin Lishan sat down and poured herself a cup. Zhou Xiaoyang watched her gracefully warm the pot, add the leaves, rinse, awaken, and brew the tea, her movements elegant and natural, and smiled knowingly. But then he heard her mutter, and was left speechless. "You're doing something so refined, but your words are all so down-to-earth. The contrast is huge. It's like seeing someone on the street looks 18 from behind, but when they turn around, they're 81. Lin Lishan burst out laughing. "That's what time does. It wears away your elegance and turns you into an ordinary person. Now, even when I go to Moscow and Beijing for milk tea or coffee, I have to think about the price." Jiao Jiao says, "Time is a butcher's knife." That's a good saying. Where does our daughter get all this insight? We really are getting old. Time really is a butcher's knife, carving marks into everything we've passed by. The years are cruel and ruthless, erasing everything. Beauty fades, vows are broken, everything changes, and deep love or hate becomes faint. Luckily, I met you, and you're still just like you were back then. Zhou Xiaozheng sighed. Lin Lishan smiled gently. I feel lucky to have met you too. Of course. If I hadn't met you, we wouldn't have had such an outstanding daughter like Jiao Jiao. None of your relatives' kids can compare. Aren't you proud? Lin Lishan shot him a look and, at the mention of their daughter, changed her tone. We can't brag about ourselves, or people will laugh at us. Jiao Jiao doesn't need to compare herself to anyone. She just needs to live comfortably. I don't care if she achieves great things as long as Zhang Guoqing treats her well and spoils her for life. What's the point of being a strong woman? Our daughter never lacks for food or clothes, so why change for worldly things? She should just follow her heart. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded seriously. Jiao Jiao takes after me, easily satisfied. Good thing she's a girl. If she were a boy, being so steady wouldn't work. After a while, he glanced outside. Did Hongli have something to do at home? No, I asked her to bring the kids over for dinner. She'll be back soon, and she'll bring a cabbage. Don't worry about the food. When Xiaowu comes back, he'll definitely bring wine and dishes. Our son-in-law is very thoughtful. He'll let Jiao Jiao know we're having dinner here with Zhao Dashan. Our daughter is someone special. They'll take care of everything. Zhou Xiaozheng said lightly. Jiao Jiao always handled things thoroughly, so he never had to say a word. I was just regretting not telling Xiaowu to bring some cabbage and cured meat. Zhanga, when should we bring Jiao Jiao and the others over to stay? The house is all ready, but no matter how hospitable the Zhangs are, it's not convenient. With people coming and going at their house every day, it's better for us to stay here, more freedom. Zhou Xiaozheng glanced at the fabric still drying outside the study. We're going up the mountain tomorrow, back by the day after at the latest. We'll move then. Start packing Jiao Jiao and the kids' clothes, especially the baby's things and formula. If you forget anything else, we can always come back for it. Keep the firewall burning in the yard and check on it while I'm gone. The security here is good, so don't worry about leaving things, just keep your money with you. Lin Lishan laughed happily. It'd be best if you came back the day after tomorrow and we moved right away. I'll bring some things over tomorrow, so we can just come empty-handed and sleep here the next night. Sounds good. We'll see how it goes. Someone's coming. It must be that loudmouth Red Pepper. Let's go take a look. Zhou Xiaoyang led his wife outside. Zhao Yuanyuan came bouncing in, greeting them with a big smile. Uncle, Auntie, hello. I heard there's seafood, so I came right away. Has Zhao Jiao come back yet? Hurry up and bring her over, I'm bored to death. Lin Lishan smiled and took her hand. You're just in time. Where are your mom and brother? Zhao Yuanyuan complained. You don't know how slow my brother is. Mom told him to get Dad so he could drive us straight here for dinner. No cooking tonight. We're having a feast. She then shouted, Mom, hurry up. Zhou Xiaoyang chuckled at her. Her straightforward personality was just like her parents. No need to shout. Go check out the kitchen. If you see something you like, help yourself. Zhao Yuanyuan jumped for joy. Uncle Zhou, you're the best. No wonder Jiao Jiao is so understanding too. She grabbed Lin Lishan and ran toward the kitchen. Cheng Hongli came in, shouting anxiously, You little rascal, why are you running? You almost made Aunt Lin fall. You're just like your dad, so reckless. Can't you be a bit steadier? What's being steady worth? I don't know it, and I'm not letting it get in the way of good food. Zhao Yuanyuan grumbled, but slowed down and gave Lin Lishan an apologetic smile. She'd forgotten that Jiao Jiao's mom wasn't as sturdy as her own. Zhou Xiaoyang watched the mother and daughter bicker and couldn't help but laugh. The Zhao family must be lively at home. Yuanyuan had a great personality, open and sincere. Only someone like her could get close to Jiao Jiao. Otherwise, Jiao Jiao's calm nature wouldn't stand all that noise. He was happy for their friendship. Little girls should be carefree, and maybe Jiao Jiao would become more outgoing too. Lin Lishan laughed loudly. I'm not as weak as you think. Yuanyuan's great, don't blame her. She noticed Cheng Hongli carrying a big basket and a cloth bag. Hongli, what's all this? Moving house? I told you just to bring a cabbage. Did you bring everything from your place? Cheng Hongli shook her head and headed to the kitchen. What's the big deal? We don't need to be so formal. I brought some homemade sausages for you to try. She didn't mention that she planned to bring all the sausages from home, just to see if the couple liked them. As for the 10 kilos of rice in the cloth bag, she kept quiet about that too. She'd noticed Lin Lishan soaking several kilos of rice earlier and hadn't even glanced at the bag of sweet potato chips. She'd wanted to say something, but decided instead to bring over 10 kilos of rice. After all, for adults were coming for dinner tonight. These days in the county, most families ate sweet potatoes as their staple. The Zhao family was better off, eating ration grain and buying some fine rice on the side. Many families had the kids gather wild greens to mix in with their meals. Every bit of yard was planted with vegetables or fruit. Even the monthly flour ration was saved for guests. Rice was precious, every grain counted, and white porridge was a luxury. Lin Lishan, though, seemed not to care about such things. Yesterday, Lin Lishan had said the yard should be planted with vegetables, but then said the only decent thing about the house was the flower bed, and planting vegetables would mean fertilizing and making a mess. Cheng Hongli had been speechless, but felt better when Lin Lishan explained that Xiaowu's father had built a big yard in the village for him, so there was no shortage of space for vegetables. Seeing Zhou Xiaozhang come into the kitchen, Cheng Hongli quickly said, Zhanga, go rest in the living room. Lishan, and I can handle things here. Zhou Xiaozhang realized he couldn't help much anyway. Take your time, don't rush. We'll eat when Dashan and the others get back. Give your daughter something to eat first. Cheng Hongli saw her daughter in the kitchen, fussing excitedly over the seafood on the table and floor. She went over, patted her, and turned to Zhou Xiaozhang. Zhanga, do you want the bamboo baskets in the kitchen put back in the cellar or storeroom? Why are they all piled up here? Zhou Xiaoyang was about to leave but stopped. No need, just leave them for now. We'll wait for Xiaowu to get back. Lin Lishan, busy cooking, overheard and asked curiously, Zhanga, who are they all for? Why wait for Xiaowu? Don't tell me your brother in the provincial capital wants Xiaowu to deliver them at night. They're for Lin, Hongli, and Xiaowu's 2 sisters who live nearby. We also need to see if Jiao Jiao has any other friends in the county. We'll wait for Xiaowu to get back and sort it out. If there aren't enough, We'll make up a basket for a Guang and the others. We're not delivering them today. A Guang can take them all tomorrow. While the couple discussed, Chung Hongli went to the stove to start the fire. She noticed her daughter at the table, excitedly eating seafood, and gave her a nudge, signaling her to hold off until her father arrived. The girl was old enough to know better. Zhao Yuanyuan was happily eating, but when her mother nudged her, she suddenly understood, quickly picked up a piece of conch meat and offered it to her mother. "Mom, have some, it's so fresh and delicious." "Don't be shy, there's no outsiders here. Zhao Jiao and I are best friends, like sworn sisters. Her family is my family, her dad is my dad, her mom is my mom. Don't be polite, eat, it's really good." Zhou Xiaozheng had already noticed Red Pepper's subtle signals, and when he saw her helpless expression, he could barely hold back his laughter. He hurried out the kitchen door and, once outside, finally let himself laugh out loud. Oh, he'd really seen it all now. This mother-daughter pair were like playing music to a cow, and the cow misunderstood the tune. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s emerged from the courtyard on the left. He had a ruddy complexion, average height, and a sturdy build quite striking, especially considering that most people on the streets these days looked sallow and thin, their clothes patched and worn. His appearance and physique really drew attention. Zhou Xiaoying guessed that this must be the man of the house next door who worked at the meat processing plant. Judging by his looks, he probably managed to supplement his diet quite well. Seeing Zhou Xiaozheng outside, the man walked over with a smile, calling out from a distance, "Comrade, you're the one who bought this courtyard, right? When are you moving in?" As the man approached, Zhou Xiaoying reached out to shake his hand and replied, "I've been busy these past couple of days. Once we finish tidying up, we'll move in." "You must be from next door? May I ask your name?" The man gripped Zhou Xiaozheng's hand and shook it vigorously, his voice loud and clear. "No need to be formal, my surname's Wang Dashing. Dashing as in victory. I live just to your left. I've seen you all busy these past 2 days, so you must be almost done, right? If you need any help, just call out. We'll hear you. They say distant relatives aren't as good as close neighbors, don't be shy." "Thank you very much. We've just about finished. My surname is Zhou Xiaozheng. The woman in uniform coming and going with me is my wife. This courtyard will be for my daughter, her husband, and their newborn. Because of our work, we can't stay here long term, so I hope you'll look out for them." Wang Dashing waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry. If your daughter or son-in-law need anything, just have them call us. Our neighborhood's got great security. Everyone around here is decent. The Public Security Bureau and Armed Forces Department are just up ahead. No one dares cause trouble. We even leave our courtyard gates open and nothing ever goes missing." Zhou Xiaozheng nodded in agreement. "That's exactly why I bought this place. The environment's good. My son-in-law's 2 sisters also live nearby. I know. People say Zhang Guoqing, Chen Xiaobin's brother-in-law, lives in this courtyard, and Chen Xiaobin's other brother-in-law just bought the big courtyard out front. This county's small, everyone knows everyone. Brother Zhou, want to come in and sit for a while?" Zhou Xiaozheng smiled and pointed to his own gate. "I'm waiting for someone right now. Next time I'll come by for a visit. You're welcome at our place anytime, too." "All right, I'll head in then." "Just call if you need anything," Wang Dashing said, nodding and smiling as he turned to go back inside. Zhou Xiaoying narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. This Wang Dashing from the meat plant seemed eager to get acquainted, already knowing their background. As for the neighbors on the right, he had no idea what they were like. Their gate was always locked and there never seemed to be anyone home. He glanced at both sides of his house. The distance between the courtyards was pretty far. If you really wanted to call out, you'd have to shout at the top of your lungs or use a loudspeaker. Wang Dashing's courtyard entrance was stacked with firewood, still covered in a layer of snow that hadn't been swept away. Looking over at the neighbor on the right, their entrance was neat and clean, probably kept their firewood inside the yard. All 3 courtyards were about the same size. He'd heard that Wang Dashing's household was just him, his wife, and 4 kids. With that much space, there was no need to pile firewood outside. In this area, People rarely left things outside their courtyards, everything was kept tidy. He wondered where Wang's wife worked and shook his head to himself. From a distance, Zhao Dashan saw Zhou Xiaozhang pacing in front of the gate. Carrying a jar of wine and walking briskly with his son, he called out loudly, "Brother Zhang, what are you doing out here in this freezing weather?" "Waiting for me, I bet?" "This is my second son, Zhao Hongbing. His twin brother is Zhao Hongjun. Hongbing, say hello to your Uncle Zhou." Zhao Hongbing greeted Zhou Xiaozhang earnestly. "Uncle Zhou, I'm Zhao Hongbing, the second son. I've heard stories about you from my parents since I was little. Nice to meet you." "Xiao Wu is really lucky." Zhao Dashan quickly nudged his son's leg. "All right, save it for inside." "Dad, that's not right. You shouldn't interrupt people like that." "Hee hee. Okay, stop glaring at me. If you keep it up, I'll tell Mom you're picking on me." "Uncle Zhou, I'm heading in first," he said, laughing as he ran inside. Zhao Dashan cursed him with a smile, then turned to Zhou Xiaozhang. "See that, Brother Zhang? Always up to something. He's a good kid. Your house must be lively all the time." "That's great, cheerful and open-hearted. Are all the preparations for tomorrow done?" Zhou Xiaozhang could easily imagine how lively their home must be. As they walked inside, Zhao Dashan replied, "Everything's ready." "What made you decide to go out of town today, Brother Zhang? Got something to take care of?" "If you need my help, just say the word." "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought that HX County in K Province isn't far from here. There aren't any big mountains there, lots of land, not many people. They shouldn't be short on grain, so I drove over to see if I could get some fine grains. I got lucky and met a driver from the K Province Aquatic Products Company. He's a local. I went with him to the fishery." Zhao Dashan looked at him reproachfully. "You should have called me too. I'm short on grain as well. Did you manage to buy any?" Zhou Xiaozhang shot him a look. "What's with that face? Pull yourself together." "Yes, I bought some. I went straight to the team leader's house with that guy. In that village, all the fine grain not handed over as public grain is supplied to the villages around the fishery. It's not easy to buy, and apparently the villages have agreements. The price wasn't bad, though first-grade new rice was only 16 cents a jean. If you want to go, you'd better hurry. If you wait, the fishing villages and the drivers will take it all for themselves." "So after we get back from the mountains, can we go the next day? For my parents' New Year's gift, I'll just give them fine grain and some coarse grain. My brothers all have lots of kids, and I don't have many grain coupons left. Last summer, I bought old rice on the black market for 80 cents a jean, and they wouldn't even bargain. I just walked away. Meat was only 78 cents. Zhou Xiaozhang stopped in surprise and said seriously, "Then you really should hurry over there." "I only went to one village, but there must be others nearby willing to sell. We can go straight to the team leader and have him introduce us. Without a local connection, it's probably hopeless. I thought the black market would only be double the price. This time, I even bought unhusked rice and wheat to keep the fine grain for later." Zhao Dashan grinned and nodded. "I'll get the truck ready. You drive your car and bring your wife, and we'll go to the fishing village together." "Sounds good. We can go to the beach while we're there. We won't take much, just a token amount. The local fishermen won't mind. Get a bigger truck this time. I couldn't fit everything in my car last time, had to tie the vermicelli to the roof." Zhao Dashan was delighted, secretly grinning to himself. Before they even reached the kitchen, they could hear the siblings inside joking and teasing each other. When they entered, Zhao Dashan glanced at the dishes on the table. "Wow, all seafood. We're in for a treat." Zhou Xiaozhang looked at his wife. "Is everything ready?" "Just another 20 minutes or so. You two have some wine first. We'll wait for Xiao Wu to bring the red wine before we eat." Zhao Dashan quickly waved his hand. "We'll wait for Xiao Wu and eat together. Brother Zhang, let's go sit in the main room for a bit. Everyone, don't rush. That car outside should be Xiao Wu coming back." "Hongbing, go check if it's him," Zhou Xiaozhang said quickly. Zhao Hongbing hurried outside. Before he even reached the gate, he saw Zhang Guoqing helping the old lady out of the car and shouted, "Uncle Zhou, we have guests. Come out and take a look." Xiao Wu brought Grandma over. Hearing his shout, Zhou Xiaozhang glanced at Lin Lishan. The two of them paused for a moment before Zhou Jiao said urgently, Shan, it's Mom. Let's go greet her. Did you ask Xiaowu to bring Mom over? Why didn't you give me a heads up? Lin Lishan whispered as she hurried to keep up with him. Zhou Jiao replied casually, there must be something going on. We'll talk about it later when there aren't so many people around. Zhang Guoqing locked the car and helped Grandma Zhou, saying, Grandma, we're here. This is the new courtyard house we bought. When you have time, come stay for a month or so and keep us company. It's a nice place, quiet, and not too close to the neighbors. Not bad at all. I won't be a bother, I can't help much anyway. I'll just come visit when I can, the old lady said with a smile, nodding as she looked at the courtyard. Just as Zhang Guoqing was about to respond, Zhao Hongbing shouted, Haha, this is Dad's good friend's youngest son, Zhao Hongbing. Grandma, let's go inside. My parents are home. Hongbing, this is Jiao's grandma. Come on, let's go in. Before they reached the door, Zhou Xiaozheng and Lin Lishan came out to greet the old lady. Lin Lishan said happily, Mom, you're here. That's wonderful. Come, let me show you the inside. Zhou Xiaozheng glanced at Zhang Guoqing, but couldn't read his expression. His heart sank. Something must have happened, otherwise they wouldn't have brought Grandma over directly. With outsiders around, he could only wait to talk later. Seeing that Zhao Dashan's whole family had come out, he said, no need for everyone to come out. Shan, take Mom inside and get her settled. Let's eat first. He noticed Zhang Guoqing turning to get things from the car and went over to help, catching sight of the unsent gifts and chuckling to himself. Looks like Xiaowu is upset. Who knows what the old man has done this time? Let's go. We'll talk about it later, he said, noticing the worried look in Zhang Guoqing's eyes. He wasn't bothered, he'd already prepared himself. No expectations, no disappointments. Dad, I went to see Master Ping. I wrote down everything he said for you. When you have time, I'll show you. Jiao was really happy. She guessed you went to the HX County Fishery and told you not to tire yourself out. She said she'd wait for you to come home tonight. All right, let's go inside. Zhou Xiaozheng carried the wild chicken and cured meat into the kitchen with him. Seeing no one there, they went to the living room instead. In the room to the right of the living room, Grandma was reclining on the kang, smiling as she listened to everyone talk. She'd already taken off her coat. Seeing Zhou Xiaozheng come in, she waved him over. Come sit here. Zhou Xiaozheng sat down next to her, smiling, and said softly, Mom, stay for a few days this time. I'll have to report back to work soon and won't have many chances to come home. Grandma patted his hand gently and smiled. I'm used to staying at home, don't like going anywhere. As long as you're doing well, I'm at ease. Work is important. If anything comes up, Xiaowu and Jiao are here. Don't worry. Seeing Lin Lishan nearby, Zhou Xiaozheng smiled at her. Shan, go make a few dishes. Xiaowu brought a lot of meat. After we eat, you can spend time with Mom. Zheng Hongli pulled Lin Lishan along, saying, Zheng Ji, I'll help Shan in the kitchen. Andy, you rest here. Zhao Dashan saw Zhang Guoqing heading out and took his own kids outside too. Zheng Ji, you keep Andy company. I'll go see if I can help outside. I'll call you when it's time to eat. All right, once Shan and the others finish cooking, we'll eat. Xiaowu's outside, if you need anything, ask him. Oh, Dashan, tell Xiaowu to grab a coat from his room and deliver the gifts to Zhuo Lin and the others. Got it. Don't worry, there's plenty of time to deliver them later. Spend time with Andy, I'll handle things with Xiaowu. Zhou Xiaozheng brought over a tea set, poured hot water, and handed a cup to his mother. Mom, have some tea to warm up. The kang is just for show, can't actually be heated. We just lit the firewall today, so it's still a bit cold. Cover up with a blanket. I'm not cold. Xiaowu wrapped me up in a coat before we left, and I was warm in the car. I even took my coat off when I came in. Make sure Xiaowu wears one too, don't let him catch cold. Zhou Xiaozheng smiled, don't worry, he has a coat in his room. I already told someone to remind him. Xiaowu's smart, he won't freeze. Zhang Guoqing came in, grinning, Dad, you're praising me. Grandma, don't worry, I'm not cold. I'll put on my coat in a bit. You're happy to see Dad, right? Grandma nodded happily, looking at Zhang Guoqing kindly. Yes, seeing you all makes me happy. Our Xiao Wu is so filial. You and Zhao Jiao should live well together. You don't need to keep me company, go do your own things. If I need anything, I'll find your dad. Go on. Didn't your dad just say you need to deliver gifts? Okay, I'll be back soon, it's close by. Dad, besides Zuolin, there's Uncle Dashan. Should I go to Zuolin's first? Zhang Guoqing replied with a smile. Zhou Xiaozheng waved his hand. Handle it as you see fit. Besides Zuolin, take some to your two sisters as well. Also, give some to friends you and Jiao Jiao are close with. Drive the car so you don't waste time, and come back for dinner. Got it. Should I bring a couple of fish to the two neighbors as well? Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. The man from the meat factory next door is a bit too friendly. Keep an eye on him and get a sense of things. Pick fish that aren't too big or too small. Give some to those you're close with too. We'll run into them often in the city. Better to be generous. Don't worry about giving too much. Uncle Dashan said he'll visit in a few days. Zhang Guoqing nodded. I'll drive out now. Grandma, I'm heading out. Rest up. I'll come chat with you later and tell you about Jiao Jiao and Ping'an. Seeing Grandma nod happily, he turned and left. In the kitchen, Zhang Guoqing picked up 3 bamboo baskets and filled a big one with miscellaneous fish. He planned to give some to the neighbors he was friendly with, 2 fish each, which was already generous. Any more would be too much. For example, the restaurant chef, Uncle Yi, Sister Lin, Accountant Lu, the cashier, they all owed him favors, but there was no need to overdo it. Mom, it's too warm in the kitchen. I'll put the rest in the storeroom. If you need anything, just get it from there. I'll be back soon. Lin Lishan nodded happily. Good, good, take it all out. The smell is getting worse. Just move it out, and I'll sweep the floor. Come back soon, don't be late. I'll be quick, the food won't even be on the table before I'm back. Zhang Guoqing busied himself with the baskets, head down. Seeing Zhao Dashan about to help, he quickly stopped him. Uncle, don't touch these, they're all fishy. I can handle it myself in one trip. You just relax, don't worry about it. After tidying up, Zhang Guoqing drove first to Zuolin's house. Neither Zuolin nor his wife were home, only the eldest daughter-in-law was there. Zhang Guoqing was busy and didn't have time for much small talk. He just told her he'd already spoken to Aunt Zua, and she should get things ready so they could eat as soon as dinner was done. He drove around the county town, dropping off gifts and receiving quite a bit in return. That's how relationships deepen, through give and take. People were happy to be friends with Zhang Guoqing. He was sincere and reliable. Zhang Guoqing politely declined dinner invitations, giving every excuse he could think of before finally taking his leave. After all, he couldn't let people wait for him to sit down before they ate. He then drove to his eldest sister Zhang Meili's old apartment. Just as she was getting home from work, he'd timed it perfectly. He got out of the car, picked up a bamboo basket, and went up to the 2nd floor, calling out loudly, "Big sis, brother-in-law, are you home? It's Xiao Wu, just make a sound if you hear me." Before Zhang Meili appeared, her voice came from inside, "We're here. Come in, just in time for dinner." Zhang Guoqing followed the sound to the kitchen, where she was busy making dinner. "Sis, where are brother-in-law and the kids? I don't see them." Zhang Meili wiped her hands with a smile and hurried over. When she saw the bamboo basket in his hand and peeked inside, she was startled by how much there was. She quickly turned off the stove and pulled Zhang Guoqing into her room. Once inside, she closed the door and frowned, advising him, "Xiao Wu, don't waste your money like this. It's better to keep some on hand for emergencies. Why did you bring so much? You didn't buy this at high prices on the black market, did you? I'm telling you, you should stop managing the family finances, let Jiao Jiao handle it. Actually, even that's not good. Mom told me in private that you two are too soft-hearted. Don't scare me, okay? There's a long road ahead. Don't forget about your own family's needs. Next year when the family splits, even buying a matchstick will be costly. Save up. I'm secretly helping you look for a house, and it's not cheap. Sis, check on what's cooking in the pot first. Don't rush, take your time." "I'll wait," Zhang Guoqing said helplessly, watching his sister spin in circles with worry, rattling off a string of words so fast he couldn't get a word in edgewise. "Oh, who cares about the pot? Listen to me, don't buy this kind of stuff anymore. If you want to eat something, just tell me, I'll find a way to get it for you. Zhang Meili was so anxious she wanted to smack him. She didn't listen to their parents or her husband. She just worried that Xiao Wu and his wife were too generous, always giving good things to their brothers and nephews. Xiao Wu and Zhou Jiao were still so young and didn't realize how much money it took to run a household. It wasn't just about food and drink, there were social obligations, and everything needed money. In a couple of years, when they went to college, neither would have a salary and they'd still have to raise a child. If they didn't save now, what good were a few paychecks? Their parents had no savings and always sent Xiao Wu up the mountain, which was dangerous. She lost sleep worrying about it. Zhang Guoqing quickly interrupted her. Sis, calm down and listen to me. This stuff isn't from the black market. It's from my father-in-law, yes, my father-in-law. He's back, alive and well, and he and my mother-in-law are both here. Zhang Meili was so shocked she dropped the spatula she was holding. Xiao Wu, wasn't your father-in-law gone? How is he back? What happened? The Zhou family is always full of surprises. What does Zhao Jiao say? It's like, if they're not here, they're all gone, and if they come, they all come back. What's going on? Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. His sister was just too funny. Sis, my father-in-law is great. He treats me like his own son, and dotes on Zhao Jiao. He came back the day before yesterday. We've been busy building the new house, so I didn't have a chance to tell you. I've been running around these last few days. I have something to tell you, but don't be mad at me for not telling you sooner. Zhang Meili looked at him in surprise. What is it? Are you short on money? If you need it, just ask me. I've got some at home right now. Wait, I'll go get it. Zhang Guoqing sighed helplessly and poured her a glass of water. Seeing she was about to speak, he quickly waved her off. Sis, please, just let me finish. I'm in a hurry. Zhang Meili laughed. Go ahead, I'm listening. Zhang Guoqing looked at her seriously. Don't laugh, listen carefully. Your brother isn't short on money, really. Even without my father-in-law, I'm fine. And you don't need to look for a house anymore. My father-in-law bought a courtyard as soon as he got back, right near the military department here. It's already fixed up and ready to move in. Don't say anything yet. I know you'll ask why you weren't called to help, but my mother-in-law hired 2 people to clean it up. You were at work, so we didn't bother you. I didn't even help myself. And there's more. The seafood I brought today was bought by my father-in-law, who drove to another province's fishery yesterday. There's plenty at home, and both you and second sis got some. There's even more at home, so eat up and don't be stingy with it. In a few days, we'll move my in-laws into the new house. Mom and Dad agreed, and we'll let you know then, so don't blame me for not telling you earlier. Wait, let me finish. Our house in town is settled, and my job is sorted out. As for second brother, remember how second sis's father-in-law was helping me look for a job? Well, second brother got it instead. He's already reported in and starts next Monday at the Public Security Bureau's Household Registration Office. The news isn't out yet, but you'll hear about it next week. As for you, if you have questions, ask Mom and Dad. I won't explain here. My father-in-law is hosting his friends at the new house, including someone who'll be my future boss, and Mrs. Zhou is there too. The Zhou family is complicated, so don't ask. I don't want to talk about it. I have to hurry back so the guests aren't kept waiting. If you're still confused, I'll explain later. The seafood in the basket is for you and my nephew. Don't be reluctant to eat it. I'll go get more next time. I'm off to second sis's now. Tomorrow there's a hunt in the village. If you're free, come by. Zhang Meili shook her head, then nodded. Zhang Guoqing looked at her curiously. What's wrong? If there's nothing else, I'll go. Didn't you tell me not to talk? Just teasing you. Go on, I won't keep you. Thank your father-in-law and mother-in-law for me. Zhang Meili patted him with a smile. Now she was truly relieved. Having a house meant they had a foundation and could even rent it out for extra money. Zhang Guoqing stopped her from seeing him out, hurried off, and didn't even take the bamboo basket. As he got in the car, he suddenly remembered he'd forgotten to ask when her house would get heating. At second sister Zhang Meihao's house, Zhang Guoqing was determined not to go in. He left the bamboo basket at the gate and called out for her. She soon came running out. Second sis, be careful, don't run, you'll fall. Take it easy. Xiao Wu, why don't you come in? Zhang Meihao asked softly. Zhang Guoqing pointed to the basket on the ground. This is some seafood for you. I already dropped some off for Big Sis. It's from my father-in-law and mother-in-law. I'm in a hurry, there are guests at home. We'll talk later when I have time, and I'll visit Mom and Dad when I can. I'm off, second sis. With that, Zhang Guoqing hurriedly got in the car and waved as he drove off. Zhang Meihao was left speechless. He was gone before she could say anything. She shook her head and carried the basket inside. Her mother-in-law looked after her curiously. Xiao Wu's gone. Why didn't you ask him in? It's dinner time. He could have eaten with us. Zhang Meihao smiled and shook her head, pointing to the basket. He just dropped off the basket, said a few words, and left before I could reply. Said there were guests at home. This is for us. He already gave some to Big Sis. I haven't even looked inside, but it smells like fish, must be seafood. Her mother-in-law took out some dried fish and, seeing the prawns and yellow croaker, exclaimed, Meihao, look at this. These are real delicacies. Your brother really went all out. Zhang Meihao smiled and said softly, it's fine since he gave it, let's eat it. Xiao Wu knows what he's doing. There must be plenty at home, and I heard it's from his father-in-law. I wanted to ask him about it, but he left so quickly. Mom, you decide how to cook it, I don't know how. Her mother-in-law replied, your dad will be thrilled tonight. He's been craving big prawns. He'll probably insist on having a drink. Let's save the yellow croaker for New Year's, and use the rest to nourish my grandson. Fish is good for children's brains. I'll show off my skills tonight. It's not easy to get this stuff these days. Last year, we had to pull strings just to get some ribbon fish. Okay, Mom, you arrange it and I'll help. Next time I see Xiao Wu, I'll ask him to help find more yellow croaker. If it's good for the kids, he'll definitely get more. Her mother-in-law chuckled. No need to trouble Xiao Wu, he's always bringing things for us. You siblings are really close, but it's rare for a younger brother to be so generous to his sisters. Come on, let's get to the kitchen. Zhou Xiaozheng sat with his elderly mother, sharing stories of his experiences over the years, the interesting people he'd met, and the things he'd seen. Sensing that his mother was in low spirits, he didn't know how to comfort her. Some things, once they've happened, can never be erased. He didn't harbor resentment for the injustices he'd suffered in his youth, but decades later, he still couldn't let go of what his only daughter had endured. If he were truly gone from this world, and if his beloved daughter wasn't as shrewd as she was, who would ensure fairness for them? Who would understand the grievances he and his daughter had suffered? If they couldn't get revenge, all they could do was ignore it. Even if his mother truly wanted reconciliation, he wouldn't agree. All these years, no matter how much he gave, all he got in return was disappointment and heartbreak. His heart was too narrow, unable to let go of too many people or too many things. Thinking of his in-laws' 3 brothers, and then of his own elder siblings, he couldn't deny feeling hurt. Since he was a child, he knew only his mother truly loved him, but she also cherished his elder brother and sister just as much. Whenever the 3 siblings had disagreements, she always made him give in. He was a full 12 years younger than his elder siblings. Once he grew up, he realized he could only rely on himself. Otherwise, his whole life would be spent slaving away for the Zhou family, and in the end, he still couldn't escape his fate. He left home before he was 16 and never intended to settle back in his hometown. Returning now, some people were happy, some nostalgic. But standing on this land, all he could think of was the hardship of his youth, never having enough to eat or wear, not even having the chance to go to school, forced to study in secret. His father's coldness, his siblings' scheming. If his daughter weren't in Zhangjia village, he really wouldn't have set foot in this place that casts such a shadow over his heart. His precious daughter once asked him if he was really her biological father. He remembered the old clan leader patting his head and sighing when he was a child, and some vague words he'd heard. He'd had his doubts and even investigated, but in the end, what did it matter if he wasn't? Even if he wasn't their own flesh and blood, he never tried to shirk his duty as a son. As long as his mother was alive, he would fulfill his responsibilities. So he often reminded himself not to expect too much. He, Zhou Xiaozheng, could live just fine relying on himself, and he would have his own flesh and blood to carry on. To avoid being controlled by others, he married Lin Lishan, and he'd been right. Besides money, these so-called family members all had their own agendas. If it weren't for the Lin family standing behind them, if he were gone, who knew what would become of his wife and daughter? That's why he'd gone to such lengths to get the wooden box to his mother, saying it was for his daughter, to prevent his mother's secrets from getting out, and to make the others wary of this sudden inheritance. He'd even noticed that besides the Lin family, there were others watching them from afar. When relatives are reduced to mutual suspicion and wariness, that's the Zhou family's tragedy and his misfortune. Zhou Xiaozheng watched as his mother drifted off mid-conversation, but he didn't call her back. He just looked at the frail old woman before him. Since her own parents had passed, she'd lived a hard life. Life had thrown her one hardship after another, carving deep lines into her face. Years of toil had left her body broken and frail. Now, in her 70s, she looked even older than her years, her eyes often filled with sorrow. Remembering his mother's gentle elegance when he was a child, Zhou Xiaozheng couldn't help but think how time truly is a butcher's knife, changing everything before your eyes. If his late grandparents could see her now, how heartbroken would they be? Would they regret teaching her to obey the old rules, to submit to her husband, to treat him as her world? She had medical skills, yet gave up a good job to follow her husband back to the countryside. Who knew if she ever regretted it? Mom, shall we go to the kitchen? Xiao Wu will be back soon. Let's eat first, then we can talk more, Zhou Xiaozheng said, breaking the awkward silence between mother and son as the aroma from the kitchen wafted over. Old Mrs. Zhou snapped out of her thoughts and refused the coat he offered. No, this coat is too big. It's warm enough in here. The heated wall is better than the Kong bed. It doesn't just warm from below, it heats the whole room. Look at all the steam. I'm not cold at all. Everyone knows heated walls are good, but most people can't afford them. Besides the installation, burning coal and wood every year costs a lot. The previous owners must have been well off. You won't find another house like this in the county. Come on, let's eat. I can smell the food already. Zhou Xiaoying tried to persuade her, Mom, you should get out more. Don't just stay cooped up at home. I'll be leaving soon, but you'll still have Jiao Jiao here. You'll be comfortable here with just the three of them. You can eat what you want, live how you like, it's peaceful, and you can watch over the kids. Why go back to the village? There are plenty of people there, and you don't need to busy yourself. In a few years, when I have more time and can retire, I'll take you to Beijing. You can see our house there. Old Mrs. Zhou smiled and patted his arm. I can't leave the old house anymore. Who knows when I'll fall asleep and not wake up again. And it's not peaceful at home either. If I really lived with you, there'd be something happening every day. You don't need to come back unless you have to. Arrange for Jiao Jiao to join you in Beijing as soon as you can. Xiao Wu is a good kid, and Jiao Jiao is filial. You should live your life well, and if you get the chance, have another child. That way Jiao Jiao won't end up like me, with nowhere to go when she's old. Zhou Xiaozheng frowned and changed the subject. Mom, every generation has its own blessings. You're old now, you should enjoy life. So what if they come? Would they dare to barge in? Living in the county, Jiao Jiao can keep you company, read with you, chat. You can take the kids out for a walk if you want. I'm too old to walk far. All these years, I say I've been taking care of Jiao Jiao, but really, she's been looking after me. Now it's her turn to relax. Don't disturb her life. Zheng, do you still have that peace amulet? Old Mrs. Zhou looked up at his neck, remembering something else she wanted to ask. Zhou Xiaozheng instinctively touched it and raised his brows. I've always kept it, just like you told me. But the seal is coming apart. Do you want it back? Old Mrs. Zhou quickly shook her head. Did you forget what I told you? That's yours. Keep it safe, don't give it to anyone. Maybe it'll come in handy someday. Seeing her so anxious, Zhou Xiaozheng pulled his hand back, noticing her relief, and grew even more puzzled. He'd secretly opened it before. There was nothing inside but a slip of paper from a temple. Mom, don't worry. It's not worth anything. No one would want it, especially since it's coming apart. If you hadn't told me to keep it on me, I would have lost it long ago. It's coming apart? Old Mrs. Zhou stared ahead absent-mindedly, letting Zhou Xiaozhang guide her to the kitchen. It wasn't until Lin Lishan came over that she snapped out of it. Oh, Shanshan, what did you just say? My ears aren't so good these days. Nothing much. The food's ready. I was just about to call you and Brother Zheng over. Are you hungry, Mom? Come, try the dishes homely and I made. Is Xiaowu back? Lin Lishan smiled. He's almost back, just went to visit a few neighbors. We'll start eating first. The men can drink together when he gets back, we don't need to wait for him. In the kitchen, Cheng Hongli was helping Zhao Yuanyuan set the table and arrange the chopsticks. Zhao Yuanyuan nudged her secretly and whispered in her ear, Mom, have you noticed that Grandma Zhou Jiao is kind of strange? I've seen her act weird a few times. I can't really explain it, just a feeling. Cheng Hongli shushed her sharply, glaring at Zhao Yuanyuan and lowering her voice. Don't talk nonsense. Your Uncle Zhou is a smart man. There's nothing he doesn't know. Just keep quiet. Zhao Yuanyuan pouted. She just felt that Grandma Zhou Jiao was different from her own grandma. After a while, Cheng Hongli heard voices and peeked outside. Seeing everyone coming in, she greeted old lady Zhou with a smile. Auntie, come and have a seat. Your daughter-in-law has everything ready. She was worried you wouldn't be able to chew tough food, so she made you a special egg cake. Old lady Zhou smiled and thanked her repeatedly, then looked at Zhao Yuanyuan, saying, I've met this girl before. She gets along well with our Jiao Jiao. Have you visited Jiao Jiao lately, young lady? I really didn't expect that you and your husband are old friends with our Asian. Our families are really fated to meet. Cheng Hongli beamed as she gestured animatedly. Isn't it fate? Back when my husband and I were in the Northeast Military District, we already knew Brother Zheng. I was about Yuanyuan's age then, and Brother Zheng was quite the figure. Everyone in the district knew him. Running into each other again like this was such a pleasant surprise. Thank goodness he came back safe and sound. God really blessed us. I felt so relieved when he came back. You and your husband have always looked after our Jiao Jiao. Even if you didn't know Zheng, I would have wanted him and Shanshan to visit you. Now it turns out we all know each other already. Just treat Zheng like your own brother, no need to stand on ceremony. Zhao Dashan grinned at everyone, pulling out a chair for the old lady. Auntie, have a seat. Brother Zheng is already like a brother to me. I'm not going to be polite with him. As soon as I saw he'd bought so much seafood, I brought the whole family over to freeload. We treat this like our own home, no need for formalities, right? Seeing everyone chatting, Zhou Xiaozhang headed out to the storage room. He saw that Xiaowu had tidied everything up nicely. Aside from a few baskets, all the seafood was in big bamboo tubs, and even the burlap sacks were washed clean and hung outside. Seeing there was nothing left for him to do, he leaned against the wall, thinking to himself. He planned to get everything sorted during this break, and once Ping'an's 1-month celebration was over, he'd leave. He couldn't afford to be late returning to his unit. Shanshan only had a few days off, and he still needed to go to Zhao Chuangguang's place to call Beijing, see if he could get an extension. No matter what, he wanted to stay for the 1-month banquet before heading back. After getting out of the car, Zhang Guoqing entered the courtyard and heard laughter coming from the kitchen. He noticed the storage room door was open and glanced inside, spotting his father-in-law. He paused, then decided to go in. He greeted softly, Dad, I've delivered everything. I took 2 yellow croakers to a few elders, and this is what they gave in return. The Zhuolin couple weren't home, so I left it with their daughter-in-law. I took 2 bamboo baskets to my eldest and second sisters, but when they tried to give me something back, I didn't accept it and just drove home. Zhou Xiaozhang glanced meaningfully at the bamboo basket he put down and said, So you gave away 2 fish and got a pile of gifts in return, not a bad deal. What's up with the old lady today? I saw you brought everything back in the car. Zhang Guoqing looked at the walnuts, red dates, and brown sugar in the basket and smiled. Hearing Zhou ask about the Zhou family, he sighed inwardly. What had to come, had come. He put away his smile and said seriously, It's a bit ridiculous. When I drove over, my eldest and second aunts-in-law were chatting at the gate. As soon as they saw the car, They ran inside without even saying hello. The old lady next door saw no one was around and snuck over to tell me that my eldest uncle had come home yesterday and the whole family hadn't gone out since. Today, they even had my eldest cousin stay home from work. I heard Grandma was frowning and standing at the gate this morning, probably waiting for you to come back. It wasn't until Grandpa came out and scolded her that she finally went inside. That old lady told me not to bring anything in and to hurry home. I guess she thought the whole eldest branch was gathering to pick a fight with me. I was worried about Grandma, so I went in empty-handed and called out a few times, but no one showed up. When I got to the main room, I heard voices from Grandma's bedroom. I didn't say anything and just pushed the door open. I saw Grandpa holding Grandma down, not letting her get up, and she was anxious to get up. It was pretty awkward. Grandpa said Grandma was sick and needed to rest. I saw she was wearing her coat and wanted to take her to the county hospital, maybe find you too. Grandpa insisted it was nothing serious and told her to just lie down, wouldn't let her go with me. I just took Grandma and left. In the car, Grandma said she didn't want to go to the hospital. I could tell Grandpa had told her to fake being sick. She looked fine, so I just brought her back. Zhou Jiao wasn't angry when he heard this. Instead, he laughed. You snatched Grandma and ran off. Bet they're furious. Looks like they're planning to settle accounts with me. Your grandpa thought we'd both go back, so he had Grandma pretend to be sick, maybe to play nice first and then get tough? Thinks having more people will help. I haven't even decided how to deal with him, and he's already scheming. Zhang Guoqing looked at him worriedly and advised, Dad, jade shouldn't clash with tiles. Once you're back in Beijing, they can't get to us. Just ignore them. Grandma also said in the car that we should tell you to go back to work soon and not come back if there's nothing urgent. They'd love nothing more than to keep pestering you. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After dinner, I'll keep the old lady behind. I have something to ask her in private. Zhou Jiao hadn't planned to confront the old lady before. He'd kept many doubts to himself. But now, seeing how they mistreated his daughter and still wanted to scheme against him, how can you guard against thieves forever? He had to be ruthless and expose the truth. Otherwise, once the old lady was gone, who would tell him the real story? Seeing his son-in-law's worried look, Zhou Jiao reassured him, Don't worry, I'll handle it. There's a lot about the Zhou family you younger folks don't know, it's complicated. You'll understand later. You did well today. With the old lady here, there's no need to hide things from others. It's a good chance to ask her. Come on, let's eat. With that, he headed toward the kitchen. Zhang Guoqing more or less understood. It probably had to do with the questions about his background. But would old Lady Zhou really tell the truth? In the past, he might have believed Zhou Jiao when she said the old lady loved her dearly. But now he wasn't so sure. Since Zhou Jiao got married, how many times had the old lady visited their home? Blood is blood after all. Right now, Zhou Jiao was the Zhou family's only hope. Would the old lady give up such a big tree to lean on? Zhou Jiao said the old lady couldn't protect her. Anyone can look out for themselves, but who wouldn't protect their own flesh and blood? Unless his father-in-law played hardball or had some evidence, maybe he could get her to talk. But what good would that do? Even if the truth came out, with old man Zhou's shamelessness, he'd still insist that raising someone is more important than giving birth. Otherwise, why had his father-in-law never exposed the truth? Zhang Guoqing watched Zhou Xiaozheng's back with worry. Orphan, blood kin, he'd crossed that bridge himself. He really didn't want to see his father-in-law hurt again. Zhou Xiaozheng acted as if nothing had happened as he led Zhang Guoqing into the kitchen and sat down beside the old lady. He turned to his wife and said, Shan, Xiao Wu is back too. You can start getting dinner ready. After speaking, he turned to Zhang Guoqing and instructed, Xiao Wu, bring out the liquor and pour some for me and your Uncle Dashan. You youngsters can have wine with your mom and the others. All right, got it. Mom, Aunt Chung, you two sit down. Don't serve the rice just yet. Here's the wine you wanted. Zhang Guoqing replied as he busied himself, pouring baijiu for Zhou Xiaozheng and the others, then handing a bottle of white wine to Lin Lishan. Why isn't it the red wine from last time? Do you still have any of that left? White wine goes better with seafood, Zhou Xiaozheng explained. Seeing her nod, he smiled slightly. He figured she still hadn't quite understood. Zhao Dashan grinned at the wine bottle in Lin Lishan's hand. Xiao Wu, you're really well prepared, even got this foreign stuff. Hey, pour some for the two of us too. I've never tasted it before. Zhang Guoqing handed him another bottle of wine. Uncle, here's another bottle. Drink as much as you like. This wine is just for the novelty. It's not as tasty as fruit wine, and the alcohol content is low. I heard it's considered high-end stuff by the Russians. Zhao Dashan took it curiously and looked at the label, which was all in Russian. These Russians sure have some strange things. If it's not strong, can you even call it liquor? Last year, I went to the provincial capital for a meeting, and the local office prepared some foreign stuff for us. Guess what it was? Black bread with milk as a snack. There was an old cadre who wasn't happy about it, saying, "How are we supposed to eat this black stuff?" A colleague said, "It's foreign, don't look down on it, it's actually quite expensive." Then someone else chimed in, "That's capitalism for you, not as good as our socialism. We're eating white bread now, but they're still so poor they have to eat black bread, and they think it's a delicacy. How pitiful." After he said that, the whole conference room went silent. Those who understood didn't dare laugh, and those who didn't just nodded. As soon as Zhao Dashan finished, everyone burst out laughing. Zhao Yuan chuckled. "I've had that black bread before. It tastes nothing like our pastries." Old Lady Zhou squinted and said, "That must have been the improved whole wheat black bread. In the past, black bread was a staple for our big brother up north, just like our cornbread. The old black bread was just finely ground wheat bran mixed together. The taste, well, it was almost sour, and even then, not everyone could get it. Back in the Soviet days, soldiers only got about 200 to 250 grams a day, and if supplies were tight, 250 grams had to last 2 days. The best the officials got was some pickles on the side, and maybe some luncheon meat on occasion. When you go to the provincial capital for meetings, the staff must buy whole wheat black bread. It's just like our whole wheat cornbread." Zhou Xiaoyang nodded in agreement and said, "These days, they're better off than us, but our lives will keep getting better too. Come on, everyone, let's eat while it's hot. Yuan, Homping, you two eat more. If it's not enough, we'll cook more." Zhou Xiaoyang placed small plates in front of everyone, wiped his hands with a handkerchief, picked up a crab and put it on a plate, then wiped his hands again with a white towel before sitting down. Zhao Yuan watched and clicked her tongue in amazement. Her uncle Zhou was really particular, and Zhou Jiao was just like her dad. No wonder she always rinsed her tea before drinking it. These two were really fastidious. She glanced at the handkerchiefs by the table and realized they were for wiping hands after eating seafood. Good thing she hadn't asked about it earlier. She quietly observed everyone again and noticed that Zhang Guoqing and Lin Lishan were just as particular and natural about their dining habits as Uncle Zhou. If you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't even notice. Zhou Xiaozheng noticed Zhao Yuan sneaking glances at everyone and asked in confusion, "Yuan, what's up? Is there something you want to eat but are too shy to ask for? Tell Uncle, I'll find a way to get it for you." Zhao Yuan giggled sheepishly and rubbed her nose. "No, it's all stuff I like. Uncle, I noticed that drinking foreign wine is quite particular. Xiao Wu only poured a little into these small glasses. I thought he was being stingy, but then I saw Auntie swirl her glass and realized you can't swirl it if it's too full. Is there a reason for that?" Everyone burst out laughing. This girl was usually so carefree, but she actually noticed the details. Zhou Xiaozheng explained with a smile, "There's nothing special about it. We just drink however we like. But abroad, there are dining etiquettes. They pour red wine to about a third of the glass so it can mix with the air, and then gently swirl it to let it breathe. They also sip red wine slowly, savoring it. That's different from us. In the north, we fill the glass and drink in big gulps. In the south, people sip their drinks. If you visit herders on the grasslands, you have to down your drink in one go to make them happy. If you don't want to drink, you have to turn your cup upside down or they'll keep pouring for you." "Uncle, you're amazing. You know so much." Zhao Yuan looked at him admiringly. Zhou Xiaozheng waved his hand and chuckled. "Your dad knows all this too. He just hasn't told you. You should read more books when you have time." Only by reading can you understand the world. Books mention a lot about etiquette, and not just that, there are many things worth savoring and reflecting on. When it comes to dining etiquette, our people are the most particular. We have thousands of years of history, and though etiquette has been simplified over time, even foreign magazines mention our customs. Reading more books cultivates temperament and broadens your horizons. Zhao Yuan pulled a long face and looked at him plaintively. Uncle, reading gives me a headache. What I fear most is the ancient texts that Jiao reads. Whenever she starts reading, I run away. Just talking about reading makes my head hurt again. Hee. Reading should include the original ancient texts. Jiao does this very well. Try reading them like magazines, and you'll find that if you can get into it, you'll gain a lot. There's a simple method for reading ancient texts. To read them properly, you should start with the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic, then move on to selections of refined literature Gu and Guanji, followed by Laozi's Tao Te Ching, and then records of the grand historian. Sure, Ji. Take your time with each. The 3-character classic and 1,000-character classic are the basics. Selections of refined literature is a must-read. Laozi's Tao Te Ching is thought-provoking. Records of the grand historian lets you see through and understand history. Once you finish these 5 books, you'll have a mature mind, a clear outlook on life, and know the path ahead. Headaches are unavoidable. Good medicine is always bitter. If everyone loved reading, that would be strange. Do you know what the world's most widely published book is? The Bible. Almost everyone abroad has a copy. The second is Laozi's Tao Te Ching. There are even foreign scholars who specialize in studying it, which shows how good a book it is. We have 2 books, Laozi's Tao Te Ching and Sun Tzu's Art of War, that are famous worldwide, and many countries have dedicated research on them. So, do you think you should read them? Zhou Xiaozheng looked at Zhao Yuan, whose mouth was gaping wider and wider as he spoke, and asked with a laugh. Old Madame Zhou kept nodding as he spoke. When he finished, she turned to Zhao Yuan and said, "Everything your uncle said is true." Back in the day, he didn't have any books to read. He had to copy them from other people's homes, and by the time he finished, the books were falling apart. Zhou Jiao could already recognize the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic at age 3. She was so clever. I taught her in secret, not daring to let anyone know. By the time she was almost 4, she could recite many medicinal prescriptions off the top of her head, the ones I remembered from medical books. Each time, she would sneak off to the ancestral hall to memorize them and then burn them. She was just a little thing back then. She'd use a single writing brush until it was completely worn out. She was afraid her grandfather would find out she'd used his ink, so she'd dilute a little bit of ink with lots of water. What she wrote was barely legible, but that little girl, just over 4 years old, would laugh and tell me that this way, even if she got ink on something by accident, no one could tell. When she got older and had the chance, she'd borrow books every day, reading ancient texts. She'd even skip meals to read. Reading a lot of books is a good thing. I never taught her how to behave or deal with people. She figured it all out herself. What could I do? I've lived so long, and even I get muddled sometimes. So, little girl, you need to calm down and read some books too. During the Republic era, why did all those young ladies from prominent families not only go to school, but also hire tutors? It's because you all don't study the classics anymore. Even the characters have been simplified. Zhao Dashan, seeing Zhao Yuan still dazed, coaxed her, "Don't you always say Jiao looks like a true lady from a big family? That you can tell she's well-read just by the way she carries herself, and you're always envious? Your Grandma Zhou and Uncle Zhou are giving you this advice because they care about you. Girl, I'll help you find some books. Read them when you have time. We're not asking you to be like Jiao, just to read a bit and understand some principles. Back in my day, I didn't even have the chance to go to school. Later, I learned from others in the army. Look, I know a few big characters, and when I retired, I could come back and be a small leader. Those uncles and elders who come to our house, those who can't read after leaving the army, what are they doing now? This just shows how important reading is. Why does everyone respect your Uncle Zhou? It's not just because he's capable, he can pick up any conversation, and whenever someone has a problem, they like to go to him. There's nothing he doesn't know. After he finished, he looked eagerly at his daughter, and only when she nodded did he finally relax and smile. He turned around, about to thank old Madame Zhou, but happened to see his son grinning mischievously at his daughter, clearly enjoying her being lectured. Instantly, he was annoyed. "Ha Bing, you need to read too. Both of you should read. When your brother comes back, all three of you should read. Normally, your Uncle Zhou wouldn't bother saying this to just anyone. You'd better appreciate your good fortune." Chen Habing quickly put on a serious face and said, "Dad, I'll definitely read. I was just thinking about asking Xiaowu for help. You really can't find places to borrow ancient books these days. Only Xiaowu has them. He and Zhou Jiao often go to the old bookstalls in the alley. I was just about to ask him where to find them." Zhang Guoqing stifled a laugh, covering his mouth with his fist. When Chen Hambing finished, he said, "Uncle, don't worry about it. When you get back, I'll find some for you." Old Master Lu left behind 5 of these books. "When you finish them, you can come over and look through the others." "That's great, then we don't need to look elsewhere." How come old Master Lu didn't want his books anymore? He was a real bookworm. Zhou Xiaozheng poured wine for the 2 of them. "Let's eat and drink first. The kids can take their time reading, there's plenty of time. Yesterday, I went to old Master Lu's house, and there are even more books in his study. Maybe he has duplicates, or maybe he's worried that after he and his wife are gone, the books will be ruined by their descendants, so he's following the tradition of scholars and giving books away. Last time, he told Xiaowu several times to read the books carefully, to remember to air them out, and he even explained how to prevent insects from damaging them. I think he'll probably give Xiaowu more of his old books in the future." Sigh, that's because old Master Lu failed to teach his children well. You know, some of those books are probably family heirlooms, meant to be passed down through the generations. If his descendants don't value them, they might even end up burning them. I still remember when I was a kid, the scholar in our town would personally air out his books every year, and none of his servants dared to touch them. If anyone wanted to borrow a book, he'd refuse with a stern face. After he passed away, there was a whole room full of books and calligraphy, but none of his descendants wanted them. They just left them there, not daring to deal with them. Later, other scholars even cursed his family for being heartless. Better to let the books rot than lend them out. It's not easy to keep a family heritage going. Qing Hongli laughed and said, "It depends on what the family heritage is. If it's gold or jade, the descendants would fight each other for it. Didn't Xiao Chunlei's family have some jade pendant passed down, and the brothers fought until they were all battered and bruised? That's just ignorance. I heard from a colleague that Xiao Chunlei's wife is actually very smart. She secretly hid a lot of porcelain, which is worth much more than that broken jade pendant." Zhao Dashan burst out laughing and said to Zhou Xiaozheng, "Zhengji, if you'd been there, you'd have been furious. Even the police bureau in Zuolin had to get involved." Zuolin said when the fight broke out, the smashed chairs were worth more than the jade pendant. But the 5 siblings in that family, none of them knew anything about antiques. Who knows if the old folks never told them or what. Later, the whole family sat down at the bureau and decided splitting the money was fairest. So, they sold everything, didn't even leave a hair behind. Each brother took their share and left smiling. What kind of people are those? Dad, what happened to those chairs? Did Uncle Zhou buy them? Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes lit up. At the time, your Uncle Zhou couldn't say anything or there would have been a big scene. The person who bought the house was the retired factory director from the meat processing plant. The old man spent a hefty 1,500 yuan to buy it, probably for the furniture and porcelain. Most people wouldn't dare buy it, worried the brothers would come back and make trouble if they found out the old things were valuable. Haha. Speaking of porcelain and such, it reminds me, Mom, you didn't throw out the old vases, bowls, and plates old Master Lu left at home, did you? Jiao Jiao asked my dad to take a look at them. Maybe there's a Yuan dynasty blue and white among them. As he spoke, Zhang Guoqing grinned at his father-in-law. See, that's what I call having an eye for things. Your mom hasn't moved them to the storeroom yet, I already checked. They're all porcelain from the Republic era, mostly from small northern workshops, not worth much. There are 2 vases in the study that are from the Qing dynasty, but they're folk kiln pieces. Good for impressing outsiders, that's all. When the old man came back from Beijing, he probably moved them straight to the old house, and when they moved here, he brought his wife's dowry. The valuable porcelain should still be at the old house, or maybe he never collected porcelain, just books. Zhou Jiao chuckled. His daughter really was smart, she thought of it before he even mentioned it. Truly father and daughter. You on blue and white? I've been to old Master Lu's old house, never saw any antique shelves. The most valuable thing in the living room was the furniture. The tea set was modern too. Does Zhao Jiao like porcelain? I'll look around when I get home. You can find those in Jingdezhen or Jiangnan. In the north, it's all big bowls and plates. Rarely see anything else. Zhang Guoqing quickly shook his head. Mom, don't start collecting porcelain. It's hard to store and too fragile. You can only look at it, can't use it, it's impractical and costs money. Zhao Jiao doesn't love porcelain. She just mentioned there are a lot of old bowls to give away, and she wants to be careful. She's worried about giving them to someone who doesn't know their value, so she wanted to check if there are any hidden treasures before giving them away. Lin Lishan looked at him in disappointment and said, I thought I'd finally figured out what Zhao Jiao likes. This child, aside from her books, doesn't seem to have any particular hobbies. Whatever you give her, she always saves it, careful not to waste anything. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanyuan got anxious and raised her voice. Auntie, I know what Zhao Jiao likes. If you buy pretty things, she likes them all. Let me tell you, I've been paying attention to her. Take clothes, for example. She absolutely hates those big floral padded jackets. If you give her anything bright red or green with big patterns, she gets upset. She's okay with white, black, or small floral prints that don't have those gaudy colors. If you want her to wear red, the whole piece has to be red, don't mix in all those flashy colors. Oh, and she says she likes things to be elegant. In the dead of winter, she'd rather freeze than wear my floral cotton jacket. Every time she sees a classmate showing off in a bright red floral coat, she quietly slips away. Lin Lishan burst out laughing. Yes, I've known about that for a long time. When I buy her coats, she insists on black or brown and says to pair them with a bright red or light yellow sweater underneath to look more mature. She's got a picky eye. Yuan, Zhao Jiao said she's making plaid shirts, men's style, for herself. Do you want one? You'd look great in it. I do. Where do you buy the fabric? Oh, I need to find Zhao Jiao soon. The floral dress she made for me last year was so pretty. Several classmates used it as a model for their own. Lin Lishan asked curiously, but doesn't she dislike floral prints? She'd let you wear one. Zhao Yuanyuan looked anxiously at her mother. Mom, you tell Auntie. It's not exactly floral. No, actually, it is floral. Ugh, I can't explain it. Cheng Hongli patted her and, holding back a laugh, explained to Lin Lishan, it really was a big red floral fabric. Zhao Jiao cut out the large red flowers from the fabric and pieced them together so the front and back matched, then made the sides of the waist pure red with no pattern. So when you wear it, the front and back panels are big red flowers, and the rest is just red. It looks really nice, not tacky at all. It's like a red dress with big red flowers as decoration. Lin Lishan nodded as she watched her demonstrate, understanding now. I have to admit, that does sound nice. She's learned a lot of clever tricks from her grandma. Old Lady Zhou listened happily, and at the end, nodded, yes, except for medicine, she can't do by hand. But her embroidery is really good, her bamboo patterns are the best, good enough to sell. Making and tailoring clothes is easy for her, she does it quickly, just doesn't get many chances to practice. Otherwise, even the city tailors couldn't match her. She loves making kipayos, says that's real tailoring. But she's never had good enough material and doesn't bother, too much effort and not practical. Usually, she just sits with me in my room, working on small embroidery pieces. When she was 5, she could sit with me all afternoon, quietly embroidering. When she got older, she stopped, afraid the family would make her sew clothes or do embroidery work. She doesn't like rough things, and she always wants things to be refined and perfect, depends on her mood, too. She likes to keep what she learns to herself, doesn't want people to know. When she embroidered orchids, no one in the family even knew. All I know is embroidery and a bit of family medicine, and she learned it all before she was 8. Wow, I had no idea she was so talented, and she never told me. That's not fair. Grandma Zhou, does she still have any of her old embroidery? Is it still around? Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled green with envy, itching to go find Zhou Jiao and get a few small pieces for herself. She'd been jealous of Zhou Jiao's pencil case for ages, always thought it was store-bought and never dared to ask. Old Lady Zhou drifted into her memories, not hearing them, and continued murmuring, "My Jiao Jiao, she really is something. Whatever she does, she's different." When she was 3 and had a fever, she'd lie on the kang and recite books. Those big bright eyes would just stare at you, drinking bitter herbal medicine without a fuss, one sip of bitter medicine, one line of the 1,000-character classic. She'd even proudly give a thumbs up, her little mouth chattering away. Later, as she grew up, I don't know when she started talking less, always running off to the little room in the ancestral hall. Whoever she met, she'd just smile. If she didn't want to talk, she'd smile. If she was angry, she'd smile and walk away. That's how she grew up. She stopped confiding in her grandma, kept everything to herself. Even if you asked, she'd just smile. Yes, I couldn't protect her, so why would she talk? What's the use of saying anything? Zhang Guoqing, sitting nearby with them drinking wine, had been paying attention to this side of the table. On the other side, Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhao Dashan were drinking white liquor, reminiscing about fallen comrades, not noticing how old Lady Zhou's voice was getting softer and softer. If Zhang Guoqing didn't have exceptional hearing, he would have missed it too. He glanced at the old lady in surprise, signaling everyone not to disturb her and to keep eating. They could talk more later. Cheng Hongli quickly tugged Yuanyuan's hand, signaling her not to speak and to eat. Her own grandmother was the same. Once she started reminiscing, she'd get lost in her memories. When she snapped out of it, she'd be fine. That's just how it is when you get old. She wondered what she herself would remember when she was old. Would she be like this too? Lin Lishan put some food in Zhao Yuanyuan's bowl, smiled, and gestured to Zhao Hongbing and Xiao Wu to help themselves. She glanced worriedly at her mother-in-law, then looked helplessly at Zhou Xiaozheng, only to see that he and Zhao Dashan were happily chatting, oblivious to what was happening on this side. Finally, she looked at Zhang Guoqing, who gave her a reassuring shake of his head, and she relaxed. After a while, even the usually oblivious Zhao Dashan turned to look at the women's side in surprise, glancing at his wife Cheng Hongli, who was giving him a meaningful look. He noticed the old lady was lost in thought and nodded in understanding. Then he glanced at Zhou Xiaozheng and realized that even Zheng Ji was zoning out like the old lady. What is it with the Zhou family and daydreaming? Should he remind the old lady to eat, or not? He had no idea what had just happened, so he just sat there quietly, feeling awkward. Zhou Xiaozheng noticed Zhao Dashan looking at him pitifully. He chuckled and said, "Don't just stare, drink up. Where did you get this white liquor? It's really good as the special supply stuff." Zhao Dashan breathed a sigh of relief and perked up at the mention of the liquor. "Zheng Ji, this stuff's good, right? I got it from my hometown. You know my place is even more remote than here. No one in the village buys liquor, everyone brews their own. Not many people brew anymore these days, grain is scarce. This batch was sold by a family who needed money for a wedding. My mom heard about it and bought 2 big jars to send over. It's been aging in their backyard since the Qing dynasty fell. How about that? It's practically an antique. Haha, I still have dozens of gin at home. Next time you visit, I'll give you all of it." Zhou Xiaolong was surprised, picked up his glass, and took another sip, savoring it. "I've had 50-year-old cellared liquor before, fragrant and lingering. If this was made by a master, it wouldn't be cheap. It's all homemade, no master brewers. It can't be expensive. If it was, my mom wouldn't have bought 2 whole jars to send over. I didn't ask for details and she didn't say. We've been drinking it for over 2 years now. Xiao Wu says it tastes like it's about 30 years old. I think it's pretty good." Oh, I almost forgot. Zwolin wants to treat us to a meal and asked when you'd be free. He's got a 50-year-old sorghum liquor he hasn't opened yet, just waiting for us. What do you think? When should we go try it? Zhou Xiaozhong saw his mischievous grin and knew what he was up to. Once we're down from the mountain, we'll bring some game over and ask for the liquor directly. This time we'll definitely get to try it. When we have time, we can go look for more. There's bound to be some old cellared liquor out there. We just haven't found the right people to ask. Military District Compound, Beijing. As he walked out of the Lin family's courtyard, Old Cheng glanced at his own house not far away. Thinking of his wife's hopeful gaze, he knew that if he went in now, he'd only disappoint her again. Resolutely, he turned and got into the car. Let's go. Head to the office first. Back in his office, Old Cheng dismissed his colleagues. From beginning to end, he sorted through his thoughts once more. Now, with just one final step left, he still firmly believed in his intuition. You idiot. Your wife is already angry and you're still not going to bring her back? She's either at her brother's or her sister's place. Go on, hurry up and coax her home. A loud, teasing voice rang out nearby. Inspiration struck Old Cheng. He slapped the table and stood up. Xiaoqin, come in here. Xiaoqin quickly pushed open the door. Sir, what are your orders? Hurry and investigate Zhou Jiao's records. See if any of his old comrades from the same batch are still in the military district or in Beijing. Focus on those with contact numbers. Go, quickly. Old Cheng ordered impatiently. Watching Xiaoqin leave, Old Cheng patted his forehead and chuckled to himself. I really am getting old and muddle-headed. Less than an hour later, Xiaoqin came in with a file folder and placed it on the desk. Sir, it's all here. Zhou Jiao's file is pretty simple, not very detailed. I pulled up his unit's roster from back then and checked for those who had been commended, retired, or transferred. There are quite a few. Some are still in key departments and have contact numbers. For the rest, I could only find addresses. Take a look. All right, go get lunch ready. We'll probably be heading out again soon. I'll make some calls first. With that, Old Cheng picked up the file, emptied out the documents, and saw the bright red top secret stamp. He felt a bit relieved that he still had enough authority to access these files. He picked out the ones with phone numbers and started dialing. One after another, the calls went out, but everyone said they had no impression, just that there was indeed a comrade whose wife was a doctor, but they didn't know much else. They hadn't interacted much, and relationships were only average. In those days, unless someone was in your own squad, you rarely remembered them. After all these decades, memories were vague at best. After lunch, Old Cheng checked the time, copied down the names and addresses from the files without phone numbers, and set out with Xiaoqin to visit them. Taking advantage of the lunch break, when most people would be home except those on duty, Xiaoqin drove Old Cheng all around Beijing. At each address on the list, they knocked on doors. After visiting 3 places, one family was at the hospital after a recent death, and the rest either didn't remember or had no impression of such a person. Old Cheng was so frustrated he cursed Zhou Jiao as a useless good-for-nothing. How could someone be so invisible that out of a dozen old comrades from the same regiment, not a single one remembered him? In a regiment, having so many survivors was already a point of pride. He'd led so many regiments, watched them fall and be replaced, and those who survived always embraced and encouraged each other. He wondered if that useless Zhou Jiao had ever even seen battle, or what he'd done in the army. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that Zhou Xiaozhong was the child he'd been searching for. There was no way that useless man could have fathered him. At the last address, the old comrade just smiled and shook his head, saying he really had no memory. Maybe they'd gotten the unit number wrong. Old Cheng could only laugh bitterly and bid him farewell before getting back in the car. As Xiaoqin started the engine, he glanced at Old Cheng, who was rubbing his temples. Sir, where to next? Old Cheng sighed. There are 2 more who left work early this morning. Let's head back and call their offices to see if they're in. Back at the office, Old Cheng sat at his desk, staring at the last 2 files. Though he'd always been an atheist, he closed his eyes and silently prayed for Zhou Jinyu and Gu Mingzhu to bless him, to help him find the child quickly. The military plane to the northeast would take off in just a few hours, and he needed evidence and witnesses. Waiting for news from the south would take too long, and when Zhou Xiaozheng returned from the northeast, how would he find the time for a long leave to confront Zhou Jiao? He was truly worried that all evidence would be lost if something happened. His wife had said she'd go find the clan leader, but he suspected something must have happened to the clan leader, otherwise Zhou Xiaozheng would have come to them, or at least gotten a hint from the clan leader. With Zhou Jinyu and Gu Mingzhu gone, why would Zhou Jiao give up such an outstanding adopted son? For a bit of money, he'd kept his granddaughter from returning to Beijing, but what did Zhou Xiaozheng represent? Endless honor, endless pension. For the sake of his reputation, without irrefutable evidence, how could he ever admit the truth? But they really didn't have time to waste. Taking a deep breath, Old Chung picked up the phone and dialed the first number from the afternoon. Hearing the voice on the other end, he could barely contain his anxiety. "Hello, I called this morning looking from your office. Is he in now? It's urgent. Could you please put him on the phone? Thank you." Every second felt like an eternity as Old Chung gripped the phone, listening to the shouts and responses on the other end. When the person finally picked up, Old Chung got straight to the point. The person on the other end hesitated, asking who he was. Old Chung was overjoyed and immediately said, "Don't worry, I'm a soldier too. If you don't believe me, ask the operator. I'm calling from the military district. My name is Chung Jixuan. I can guarantee I mean no harm. This is a serious matter, and it's hard to explain over the phone. I'll come see you in person and bring my credentials so you know I have no ill intent." The other person replied, "No need to come. Since you've said this much, why wouldn't I believe you? Let me just say it straight. Are you the child's real family, trying to reclaim him now that you've found him?" Zhou Jiao's wife was indeed pregnant back then, but she miscarried before 5 months. We all knew about it. There's no need to hide it. Even if they later had a son, the ages wouldn't match. Go check the household registration office. He was still in the army at the time, so whether the child was registered before or after he retired, there will be a record. Others might not tell you, but I will, because I suffered at his hands. That man is no good. Any child in his care would suffer. If he refuses to admit it, just say I'll testify. I'm telling you this myself. Have him show you the birth certificate from those 3 years. Old Chung burst out laughing. You're straightforward. Thank you so much. We have the child's birth certificate, but no proof. I thought after all these decades, the household records would be gone. If you hadn't reminded me he was a retired soldier, I'd have forgotten about the registration. Comrade, I really appreciate it. Thank you. No problem. I'll hang up now. If you need anything, call this number. If he insists I show up in person, call me and I'll take leave and come over, travel expenses on me. With that, the call ended. Smiling and shaking his head, Old Chung immediately took Xiaoqin to the archives, had Zhou Jiao's records pulled, got the necessary certifications, and ran around several departments until he finally obtained solid evidence. He carefully wrapped it up and placed it in his inner pocket, holding it tightly with both hands. Overjoyed, Old Chung took Xiaoqin home. He wanted to share the good news with his wife. Zhou Xiaoying really was their nephew, really was that child. They had finally found him, and now they could take him to meet his aunt and uncle. When he returned home and saw his wife looking at him expectantly, he let out a soft laugh. He really is our sister and brother-in-law's son, it's absolutely true. There's evidence and witnesses, everything is clear. Zhou Xiaozheng is Zhou Jinyu and Gu Mingzhu's son. We've found the child, my dear. I'm finally not ashamed to face Brother Jinyu, just like you. As he finished speaking, Old Chung wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. Seeing his wife grinning foolishly through her tears of joy, he hurriedly said, "Don't get too excited. We'll head to the northeast right away and settle things with that rascal from the Zhou family. Bring everything that belonged to your sister and brother-in-law. Don't leave anything behind. We'll take the military plane tonight and see the child as soon as possible." Dress warmly, and as soon as the doctor arrives, we'll leave. Haha, this is wonderful. I knew Zhou Xiaojing had to be that child, our nephew. I've already packed everything, just waiting for you to take me to find him. As soon as you're ready, let's go, Madame Cheng said, her face flushed with excitement. She wiped her tears as she hurried into the bedroom. Old Cheng watched his wife bustling about happily, then quickly found the housekeeper. No need to prepare dinner for us tonight. If the children come home, just tell them we've found their cousin Zhou Xiaojing and are taking the military plane to see him tonight. We'll talk about anything else when we get back. After a moment's thought, he realized he should let Old Lin know, or else the man would be furious. Old Cheng left the kitchen and found Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, go check if Old Lin is home. If he is, ask him to come over. Something urgent has come up. Not long after, Madame Cheng came out with 2 suitcases. Let's go. Everything's packed. She strode out energetically, leading the way, showing no sign that she'd been bedridden just days before. Old Cheng followed her out, and before they'd even left the courtyard, they saw Old Lin coming in. Don't come in, we're heading to the northeast. We have to catch the military plane, so I'll keep it short. Your son-in-law Zhou Xiaojing is my wife's nephew. We've been searching for him for over 40 years. Now we're going to confront old Zhou and find the child. What? What did you say? Zhou Xiaojing is your nephew? You must be joking. Old Lin stared at his friend in disbelief. Seeing them about to get in the car, he hurriedly grabbed him. Old Cheng looked at him and patiently explained, "Remember I told you about the Zhou family's youngest son with a photographic memory and the Gu family from Jiangnan? Zhou Jinyu and Gu Mingzhu didn't die back then. My wife is Gu Mingzhu's younger sister, adopted by the Gu family, and also a distant cousin. Zhou Jinyu and Gu Mingzhu left behind a son, whom we've never been able to find. You told me Zhou Xiaozheng was from the Zhou family in Beijing, and that Jiao Jiao also has a photographic memory. I thought something was off, so I've been investigating. Now, with evidence and witnesses, it's confirmed Zhou Xiaozheng is that child. Zhou Jiao inherited her grandfather's memory. We'll talk in detail when we get back, but don't stop us now, we're in a hurry." With that, he squeezed into the car. Old Lin was stunned. By the time he came to his senses, the car was already gone. He stomped his foot and shouted for Xiao Zhou to bring the car around. As the car arrived, he remembered he hadn't told his wife, so he called to the housekeeper at the door. "When my wife comes home, tell her I went with the Changs on the military plane to the northeast to find his nephew Zhou Xiaozheng. If she wants details, she can ask the Cheng family." The housekeeper was still processing this when the car sped off. Afraid she'd get the message wrong, she kept muttering it to herself, but the more she repeated it, the more she felt something wasn't quite right. Mrs. Lin came back from the service center, having had her hair done and carrying a fish she'd bought. She strolled into the courtyard and saw the housekeeper pacing anxiously. When the housekeeper saw her, she exclaimed in relief, "Thank goodness you're back, or I would have forgotten." The master said he's going with the Changs on the military plane to the northeast to find his nephew Zhou Xiaozheng. If you want more details, ask the Cheng family. Mrs. Lin frowned. "Did you say nephew Zhou Xiaozheng?" The housekeeper nodded quickly. "Yes, he said he's going with the Changs to find his nephew Zhou Xiaozheng. He didn't even come in, just left right after saying that." Mrs. Lin nodded, carried her fish straight into the bedroom, and shut the door behind her, leaving the housekeeper staring in surprise. After a while, the housekeeper clicked her tongue and went back to the kitchen. At the military district airfield, besides Cheng Sijin, who had rushed over after hearing the news, there were the Cheng elders, Old Lin, a doctor, and 2 orderlies, Xiao Zhou and Xiao Chen. Old Cheng sighed. "Sijin, you really don't need to come. The 3 of us old folks aren't going there to fight, and we've got the doctor with us. I never said I was going to fight. I'm going to see Zhou Xiaozheng. He's my cousin, isn't he? He can finally host me. He came back and didn't even visit me before running off to the northeast. Now I've finally caught him. I also want to see my niece and grandniece, finally. There's a girl in our family. Dad, you're the elder. Did you and Mom prepare any gifts? Don't go empty-handed." Madame Chung smiled at her usually serious eldest son acting playful. I really didn't bring any gifts this time. Next time. This time, we'll just acknowledge him and have him recognize his ancestors. We'll also bring them back to the old house. It's his, after all. All the donation documents your aunt left are with me. That's the best gift. Qing Sijin frowned. If aunt donated everything, then the things you have should go to my niece. Girls like jewelry. The pieces grandma gave you should go to Zhou Jiao, right and proper. There aren't any girls in our family, so pick out what's suitable for a girl and say it's from her grandmother. The grandmother he referred to as Gu Mingzhu's mother. As for his own mother's birth mother, she had remarried and abandoned her child before the full month, so she had nothing to do with them. Madame Chung sighed. It's no use. If she's your aunt's granddaughter, she definitely won't accept it. Look, even your Uncle Lin is nodding and smiling. That child takes after their family, even if we've never met. It's in the genes. She has a good temperament, wealth comes and goes, but people are at peace. Your aunt hid her identity back then because she was afraid the Gu family's wealth would bring trouble. She even hid her son after he was born. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to search for so many years. Later, for your cousin's safety, she donated everything, but still never got her son back. If she hadn't taken a bullet for me, she wouldn't have died with regrets, never having reunited with her child. Mom, don't be sad. The three of us siblings will treat our cousin as our eldest brother. From now on, we'll be 4 siblings. Didn't you always tell us when we were little that we had an older brother? Now he's home, you should be happy. I've already called Siyu and Ruju. We've agreed that when Big Brother comes back, we'll bring the children to welcome him home. Madame Chung gripped his hand, delighted. Good, that's exactly how you should think. Never mind that my life was saved once by your grandmother and once by your aunt. I owe your cousin my life. And with the friendship between our 3 families, you must keep it going for generations. Do you remember what your grandfather said about our family tradition? Chung Sijin nodded, intentionally tightening his grip on her hands. There were some things he couldn't say in front of outsiders, but he knew even more than his mother. As the eldest son and direct grandson, he understood better than anyone except his father. Madame Chung patted his hand, signaling she understood. Both were filled with excitement and anticipation at the thought of meeting Zhou Xiaozheng. Back in the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, the eldest sons of the 3 families studied together at the Jiangnan Academy. They became sworn brothers due to their compatible personalities, vowing to support and help each other for generations. Over time, the Zhou family became officials in Beijing, maintaining political connections. The Gu family became wealthy merchants in Jiangnan, and the Chung family established private academies, cultivating talent. The 3 families supported each other for over 300 years without falling out. When the Qing dynasty declined, the Zhou family left officialdom, the Gu family began to withdraw, and only the Chung family remained at the ancestral academy. Outsiders didn't know the depth of their ties. Even within the families, only the eldest sons knew. People only knew that Zhou Jinyu was famous throughout Jiangnan and that the Gu family's eldest daughter fell in love with him. No one knew that his aunt and uncle were childhood sweethearts, inseparable even when studying abroad. The same was true for his parents, an arranged marriage from childhood. His father waited until his mother reappeared before marrying and having children. Those who didn't know the inside story thought they only met and married later. His grandfather spent his life regretting his inability to fulfill their ancestors' wishes. In the end, the Zhou and Gu families fell, and the Qings were powerless to help. He put down his pen and vowed that the eldest son would abandon literature for the military. On his deathbed, he wept over the Zhou and Gu families' misfortunes, urging his father to find his cousin, who carried both families' blood. As the eldest son and direct grandson, he had stood outside the door listening. He understood better than his siblings how obsessed his parents were with finding their cousin. His cousin's existence was not just about guilt toward his aunt and uncle, but about the 3 families' 300-year legacy. That was why he dropped everything to go meet Zhou Xiaozheng. In the small courtyard of the county town at this moment, Zhou Xiaozheng had no idea what he was about to face. After dinner, everyone moved to the living room for tea and chatted idly for a while. Zhao Dashan noticed that Zhou Xiaozheng and his mother seemed distracted. He knew that the old lady's sudden visit to the county town today must mean something was up with the Zhou family again. Worried, he glanced at Zhou Xiaozhen, but then remembered Zhang Guoqing was right there and felt relieved. Why hasn't the Zhou family learned their lesson? Why do they keep trying to mess with Zhang Guoqing and his wife? Do they think just because Zhou Xiaozheng is their son and brother, they can scheme against him? Don't they realize that even if Zhang Ji can't bring himself to act, there's still that little fox Zhou Jiao behind him? Can't they see that the seemingly innocent Zhou Jiao is actually a sly little fox? And with a tiger like Zhang Guoqing watching over her, aren't they just asking for trouble? Zhao Dashan glanced at the new clock in the living room. It was 5:30. His wife and Lin Lishan had already finished cleaning up the kitchen. It wasn't convenient for them to stay and intrude on family matters. He quickly finished his tea and stood up. Zhang Ji, we've eaten and drunk our fill, so we'll head back now. Tomorrow morning, I'll come over with Zhao Chuangguang to see you. You all should get some rest early. Auntie, we'll be going. When you have time, come visit us. Our place isn't far, just up ahead. Seeing that Zhao Dashan was determined to leave, Zhou Xiaozheng didn't insist. He stood up and said, Mom, you sit for a bit. I'll walk them out. With that, he led the way outside. Jingji, you don't need to walk us out. It's not our first time here. You're not worried we'll get lost, are you? It's fine, it's just a few steps. Zhou Xiaozheng couldn't help but smile when he saw his son-in-law coming out of the storeroom with a bamboo basket. This son-in-law really had good sense. Zhao Dashan had barely said goodbye, and he was already prepared. Zhang Guoqing handed 2 bamboo baskets to Zhao Hongbing, who hesitated and glanced at his father. Zhang Guoqing laughed. Don't look at your dad, just take them. They're not heavy. When you finish them, come by again. Zhao Dashan, seeing his son's awkwardness, smiled and nodded. Take them. No need to be polite. Whatever your Uncle Zhou gives, you take it. Just treat your Uncle Zhou like you treat me. Cheng Hongli laughed heartily. You're so shameless. Be careful, next time you come over, Zhang Ji might chase you out with a broom. Zhou Xiaozheng teased her, it's fine. Next time I visit your place, I'll take whatever I like back with me, don't feel bad then. Sure. Whatever you fancy, I'll help you carry it over myself, you won't have to lift a finger. After seeing Zhao Dashan's family off at the gate, and making sure they were out of sight, Lin Lishan asked Zhang Guoqing, did you put the rice your Aunt Cheng brought into the bamboo baskets? Zhang Guoqing chuckled, good thing they brought their own food. Mom, did you see how much the Zhao siblings eat? 1 meal for them is enough to feed our Jiao Jiao for a month. Just kidding. I felt awkward giving them back the rice as it was, so I packed over 10 pounds of flour and some cured meat at the bottom of the baskets, with some dried fish on top. Didn't want Aunt Cheng to notice and refuse. Since they like crayfish, I added some crayfish and sea snails to the other basket. Looks decent enough. Zhou Xiaozheng, walking back with the 2 of them, nodded approvingly after hearing this. Handled very well. Don't worry, your son-in-law can take care of these little things for you. I'm not worried at all. I just feel bad inviting them over and having them bring rice. Jiao Jiao said rice is in short supply in the city these days. Hongli is so thrifty, she probably saved that rice for a long time. I'd feel terrible if she gave it to us and then had to eat coarse grains herself. Zhou Xiaozheng found this amusing. His wife seemed to think everyone was thrifty. Maybe she'd been spending more time with Cheng Hongli lately and was influenced by her. She didn't realize that, living and eating in the army, she only went back to her parents' home occasionally for a treat. She never had to worry about food rations. Luckily, she married him, and now that he'd been promoted and they'd be moving back to Beijing, they'd even have a housekeeper. Don't worry about it. Zhao Dashan will buy grain on the black market. We've already agreed to go to K province in a few days. There's no shortage of grain there. We won't buy coarse grains, just leave those for everyone's daily needs. We'll just get some fine grains. Thinking about the situation next year and beyond, Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement. Dad's right, we won't buy coarse grains. Now that Jiao Jiao and I have county household registration, we get rations, plus the fine grains we've stored at home, that's enough. Once spring comes and we plant sweet potatoes and corn in the new courtyard, we'll have more than we can eat. As they approached the main house, Zhang Guoqing immediately stopped talking. He glanced at his father-in-law, wondering if he should excuse himself for the evening. When it came to the Zhou family's secrets, he felt he couldn't just barge in without his father-in-law's approval. Of course, Zhou Xiaoying noticed his son-in-law's look. They both understood tonight was a rare opportunity. After tonight, it would be hard to get anything out of the old lady. As for leaving, there was no need. If there really was a problem with his background, it would only benefit the old man. Otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't threaten him, he'd just kick him out. Shan, in a bit, see if there are any coats or quilts for the old lady to take back. Pack some up, but not too much, leave them in the room for me to check over. Xiao Wu and I will chat with the old lady for a while. We'll go back later, it's quieter here. With that, Zhou Xiaozheng headed for the living room. Old Madame Zhou was sitting in the living room, carefully observing the furnishings. She'd gone to rest in the room when she first arrived and hadn't had a chance to look around. Now, seeing the decor, she realized the original owner had some taste. No wonder there was a heated wall. She wondered if something had happened to make them willing to give it up. Then she thought of her own family and the Zhou family, and her mood darkened. After a while, seeing them come in, the old lady squinted and smiled. They've all left? This is the first time I've seen Xiaozheng have comrades in the county town. Their family seems decent. With them around to look after Jiao, you two can rest easy and focus on your work in Beijing. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. Zhao Dashan is a good man, hasn't changed a bit after all these years. Just for all the times he and his wife have helped take care of Jiao, we owe them a debt of gratitude. Yes, you should remember that kindness. There are still good people in this world. When are you going back to Beijing? If there's nothing else, you should leave soon. I'll feel at ease knowing you're well. Don't bother sending money home, we all have salaries. If you really can't manage, just ask Jiao for help. You've been away for over 10 years, when you get back, you'll need to settle in. Here, Jiao is married and has a child, and you've seen Xiao Wu. They're both good kids, nothing for you to worry about. Just go back soon. If you miss the children, let Xiao Wu bring Jiao to visit you. Zhou Xiaozheng's eyes dimmed, but he smiled and complained, Mom, why are you always trying to get me to leave? Don't you miss your youngest son? I want to stay and spend more time with you. When I'm away, I'm always worried about you, afraid something will happen and I won't know. Now that I finally get to see you, you want me to leave early. Anyone else would think you're trying to get rid of me. The old lady looked at him sadly. Of course I miss you. Whenever I see Jiao, I think of you as a child. You've done so much for our family, I can't let you be burdened anymore. Even if your father misses you, it's pointless. Children and grandchildren have their own fates, he just can't see it. Zhou Xiaozheng felt a pang in his heart. He hesitated, but finally asked, Mom, you know what my life was like in the Zhou family. Other than you, no one treated me as family. I can honestly say I've never let Dad down, but when it comes to Jiao, we're both outsiders in the Zhou family. I want to ask, who is Lu Shiji? Who gave me the protective talisman I've worn since I was a child? Old Madame Zhou hadn't even finished listening before she shot to her feet, staring at him in shock, her eyes full of disbelief. She pointed at him with a trembling finger and asked, How do you know about Lu Shiji? Did she come looking for you? You know everything now? Then why did you come back to the Zhou family? Zhang Guoqing stopped his mother-in-law from moving closer and signaled her to keep quiet. Lin Lishan looked at them in confusion. She had just come out from the inner room and saw the old lady in this state. I knew about it back when the old clan leader was still alive, Zhou Xiaozheng said, not mentioning that he still hadn't found her. He had joined the army back then in hopes of finding Lu Shiji, instinctively feeling that she was important to him. But decades had passed, and he hadn't found even a trace. Mom, sit down. Let's talk this through slowly. I was still young back then, but I remember the old clan leader patting my head and whispering, What a pity, poor child. I still remember the look in his eyes. By the time I learned the name Lu Shiji, the old clan leader had already passed away, and there was no one left to ask. Who is our Zhou family's genealogy book? When Zhao Jiao was born, I asked Dad to put her on the family register. Did my daughter Zhou Jiao ever get entered into the genealogy? Old Madame Zhou took a deep breath, sat down, and looked at him. You've suspected for a long time that you weren't our biological child? But you never said anything to me. Zhou Xiaozheng gave her a wry smile. How could I bring it up? Don't I know how you've treated me? What difference does it make, being born or raised? If it weren't for Jiao Jiao suffering so much and you having such a hard time, I wouldn't even want to mention it now. But I'm getting old too, and I want to know who my real parents were. Why is it that every time we go back home and the topic of ancestor worship or the genealogy comes up, Dad's face changes and he does everything he can to stop it? Like this time, I didn't even mention ancestor worship. By rights, after surviving such hardship and with Jiao Jiao giving birth to a son, I should be burning incense to our ancestors. But who am I really? Who would I be worshipping? No, you should be burning incense. I've done it for you. If you're not Zhou family blood, if you're not a Zhou descendant, who else has the right to call themselves a Zhou? Zhou Xiaozheng moved forward and squatted in front of her, looking her in the eye. Mom, since I am Zhou family blood, whose child am I really? Why does no one in the clan know? Was Lu Shiji the one who gave birth to me? Was the protective amulet mine from her? Is that why you always told me never to lose it, that I might need it someday? I checked. When I left at 15, I looked into it, but couldn't find a trace. The amulet was from Lingyin Temple in Jiangnan, but the outer pouch isn't the temple's standard design. The material is rare, and it's Suzhou embroidery, not your handiwork. Old Madame Zhou stroked his head, looking at his hopeful expression, and nodded. It's been decades. If you want to know, you deserve to be told. We owe you this much, it's our fault. It's a long story. At first, we had to keep it secret. Later, I couldn't bear to let you go, and no one ever came to take you back. As time passed, I even forgot you weren't my own. It wasn't until Jiao Jiao grew older and started to resemble someone more and more that I remembered, but by then you were already gone. If you hadn't brought it up today, I still wouldn't have planned to tell you. It's been over 40 years. I figured she must be gone by now. Those were such chaotic times. Just surviving was hard enough, let alone for such an outstanding woman. If she's gone, what's the point in telling you and making you sad? This all starts with your great-grandfather. Sit down and listen carefully. Once you hear it, you'll understand that we had our own selfish reasons, and there were also big reasons we didn't want to tell you. You'll also understand why your father both loved and resented you. He was taking out his anger on you. The Zhou family could be considered a prominent family. Our ancestors had been in government since the Ming dynasty. Over the years, different branches split off, but the eldest legitimate son's line always stayed in the capital. After your great-grandfather had his eldest legitimate son, your grandfather, he had 2 more sons with concubines. He only had 3 sons in his life, so he was especially strict about their upbringing. The 3 were half-brothers, but very close, none of the dirty dealings you'd expect from a big family. After your great-grandfather died, your grandfather refused to let his 2 younger brothers return to the ancestral home. The 3 brothers only had 5 sons between them, so the family line was thin. In the end, except for the eldest legitimate son, the rest all stayed in the capital. The most outstanding Zhou descendants have always come from the legitimate line, and this generation was no exception. Your grandfather had 2 sons, both exceptional. The eldest, Zhou Jiao, had sharp insight and could see the political turmoil coming. He refused several invitations from the authorities and was highly respected by scholars of the time. The younger son, Zhou Jiaheng, courtesy named Jinyu, was even more remarkable. He had a photographic memory, was eloquent and talented from a young age, and was famous throughout Jiangnan and the north. He was also very handsome. By 15, everyone called him the Jade Young Master. Zhou Jinyu was the pride of the Zhou family, renowned as a true gentleman. The Zhou family had a scholarly tradition, living comfortably but not wealthy. Zhou Jinyu had a fiancée, Gu Mingzhu, who was his perfect match. The Gu family was an old, wealthy family from Jiangnan, and Gu Mingzhu was the only legitimate child of the main line. True to her name, she was a real pearl, not just dazzling, but also highly talented and, frankly, fabulously wealthy. Zhou Jiao and Gu Mingzhu went abroad at a young age. By the time they returned, the country was in even greater chaos. One day the restoration, the next the righteous army. Not long after the family set a wedding date, disaster struck. The Eight-Nation Alliance invaded Beijing. The Zhou family was massacred by the Japanese soldiers in the alliance, accused of sheltering members of the righteous army. Officially, only Zhou Jiao and Zhou Jiao survived. By then, Zhou Jiao had already joined the Patriots and was active in secret after returning to China. By chance, on the day of the incident, the family was holding a celebration, and his personal attendant disguised himself as Zhou Jiao to help him escape. Zhou Jiao survived the massacre. Afterwards, whether for his ideals or for revenge, he went into hiding under a false name. The Gu family, meanwhile, was targeted for their immense wealth. With Gu Mingzhu as the sole heir, both relatives and outside bandits and bullies had their eyes on her. To make matters worse, news spread that Zhou Jiao was dead, and then Gu Mingzhu's parents both died within a year. Facing danger on all sides, the two of them decided that for safety, Gu Mingzhu would fake her death. After fleeing Jiangnan, they got married, and Gu Mingzhu joined the movement as well. The times were extremely dangerous. Zhou Jiao died unexpectedly, leaving Gu Mingzhu pregnant. She bore the pain and secretly gave birth to a baby boy. For the child's safety and to preserve a bloodline for both families, she racked her brains and finally remembered Zhou Jiao mentioning the old ancestral home in the northeast. She worried that if her identity was exposed, both her comrades and her enemies might target the child for the Gu family's wealth. The only person she could turn to was the old clan leader her husband had spoken of. When she arrived at Zhou Jiao village, she learned that Zhou Jiao's cousin was in the army and already had 2 children. After discussing with the old clan leader, the two of them took the child secretly to the capital. The 3 parties agreed that when the situation improved, the child would be acknowledged. The child would be entered in the genealogy under Zhou Jiao's name, and a new genealogy book would be written and returned to the clan. Before leaving, Gu Mingzhu took off a silk pouch as a token, fearing she wouldn't live to see her child grow up. She arranged that if she didn't return, a woman named Lu Shiji would come to claim the token, describe its features, and take the child. At that time, I had just lost my own premature baby boy after 5 months of pregnancy. So we took you in as our own son. Your father's early death left your dad discouraged, and he decided to retire from the army and bring the family back to our ancestral home. But it wasn't easy to leave the army back then, so I brought you and your 2 siblings back to the northeast first. Later, your dad retired and joined us, and we never left Zhou Jiao village again. Your mother never came to see you, and no one named Lu Shiji ever showed up. From the moment old Madame Zhou began her story, Zhou Xiaozheng knew his parents were likely gone, but he hadn't expected so much to be involved. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and covered his face tightly with his hand. Zhang Guoqing quietly tugged at his mother-in-law, and the 2 of them slipped out softly. They didn't stop until they reached the kitchen, where they sat in silence, neither knowing what to say. Everything had happened so suddenly, without any time to process it. Zhang Guoqing had imagined many possible scenarios, but he hadn't expected something this heartbreaking. Now he understood why old Master Zhou had treated them that way. First, Zhou Jiao wasn't his biological child, and second, although they were said to be cousins, Zhou Jiao had always lived in the shadow of his more accomplished cousin. With his temperament, it was inevitable that he'd feel both envy and jealousy, maybe even blaming the decline of the Zhou family on Zhou Jiao. Most likely, Gu Mingzhu had left behind quite a few things, and seeing his outstanding cousin pass away, he finally decided to return to his hometown and live a quiet life. Thinking of his father-in-law, Zhang Guoqing sighed deeply. There was no doubt that they would acknowledge his biological father. Fortunately, they'd let Zhou Xiaocuan go. Even though they'd raised his father-in-law, any debts had long since been repaid. The old lady might truly be reluctant to part with her adopted son, but if anyone said old Zhou was reluctant, that would be a lie. Lin Lishan sighed as well, her voice slow. Your grandmother was from the Gu family in Jiangnan. I know about this Gu Mingju they mentioned just now, but I never imagined my mother-in-law was actually Gu Mingju. Zhang Guoqing looked at her curiously. Mom, doesn't that mean you and Dad are cousins? After all these twists and turns, we're still one family. Fate really works in mysterious ways. Yeah, distant cousins. I wonder how your dad is doing? Should we go check on him? Why don't you go in and comfort him in a bit? I'll stay out here and think things through. This is such a headache. Dad will definitely have to acknowledge his roots again. Grandpa's position can't be left empty. People need to know the main Zhou family line still has descendants. Let's wait a few days and see what Dad says. Xiao Wu, are you in there? Xiao Wu, it's your second brother. Come out, a shout came from outside the door. Zhang Guoqing quickly stood up and headed out. Mom, it's my second brother calling. I hope nothing's happened to Zhou Jiao. With that, he dashed out. When Lin Lishan heard that something might have happened to Zhou Jiao, she was so startled that she didn't think of anything else and hurried after him. Zhang Guoqing didn't have time to answer her. He ran to the courtyard and opened the door, only to be stunned by the sight. What's going on? Grandpa, where did you come from? And, please, everyone, come in. Outside the courtyard, under the lights, was a crowd of people in military uniforms, elderly, middle-aged, and young men alike. At the very front stood an elderly couple supporting each other, their eyes brimming with tears, staring into the courtyard with a mix of anticipation and excitement. A flash of realization hit Zhang Guoqing, and he blurted out, Lu Shiji. Old Cheng stopped in his tracks and looked Zhang Guoqing up and down. You must be Zhou Xiaojing's son-in-law. Not bad, you've got a sharp eye. Take us to see your father, is he inside? Seeing his mother-in-law stumbling over, Zhang Guoqing quickly called out, Mom, it's not about Zhao Jiao. Slow down, don't trip. Then, turning to old Cheng and the others, he said, My dad just found out about his background. Please, take it slow, let him have a moment to process. He's with old lady Zhou in the living room right now. When they nodded, he breathed a sigh of relief and quietly observed them, especially the elderly lady. She must be Lu Shiji, probably about the same age as Gu Mingzu. The couple looked like professors, dressed in plain clothes without any visible military rank, but the way even old Master Lin stepped back half a pace in front of them showed their status. And ever since they'd entered, their bodyguards had remained on alert. Why had they come at this hour, after dark? It didn't seem like they'd arrived by train, and there was even a military doctor with them. Judging by Xiao Zhou's calm expression, there didn't seem to be any hidden agenda, so Zhang Guoqing finally felt a bit more at ease. In the living room, Zhou Xiaozheng heard the commotion outside and recognized the voice as Zhang family's second son. Just as he was about to get up, he saw his son-in-law rush to open the door. He listened carefully and realized quite a few people had arrived, and they were military. He steadied himself, straightened his clothes, and said to the anxious old lady, Mom, don't overthink it. You'll always be my mother, you raised me. Let's not say anything more for now, we have guests. We can talk about the rest later. Seeing that the old lady was all right, Zhou Xiaozheng walked out and immediately saw old Qing and his wife approaching. He raised his eyebrows and, in a flash, realized that old lady Cheng was probably Lu Shiji, who later changed her name to Lu Qinglian. No wonder he'd never been able to find her. With her background and the work she'd done in her youth, he really had no way to track her down. Old lady Cheng looked at Zhou Xiaozheng, tears streaming down her face. She pushed away her husband's supporting hand and rushed forward, hugging Zhou Xiaozheng tightly as she sobbed, her whole body trembling, her fingers digging into his arm. Zhou Xiaozheng didn't dare move. He gently patted her back. It's all right, we're all fine. Let's sit down and talk. When he felt her grip loosen, he quickly helped her to a chair. Zhang Guoqing saw that there was nothing more for him to do here. Since no one had eaten yet and it wasn't convenient to talk at a restaurant, he pulled his second brother aside to help call his eldest sister, Zhang Meili, over to cook. After his second brother left, he led Xiao Zhou and the others to the kitchen. Brother Zhou, the place is small, sorry for the squeeze. I can only bring you to the kitchen. You'll have to help me take care of the older gentleman. Brothers, you're in for a treat today. Fresh seafood just arrived, and I bet you haven't eaten yet. Let's do it ourselves. If anyone wants a drink, help yourself. Xiao Zhou grinned, pulled Xiao Chen to sit beside him, and called to the others, sit down, don't be shy with Xiao Wu. You'll get to know his style. He doesn't stand on ceremony. Just treat him like your own little brother. Xiao Wu, what are you fussing over? Just give us something simple, don't go overboard. Zhang Guoqing set 2 bamboo baskets on the table, pointing to the fresh sea snails and seafood. All fresh, still alive. The small room up front is the pantry. If this isn't enough, help yourselves. I'll start the fire. Anyone good at prepping seafood? If I do it, it'll just be boiled. Anyone got better skills? A soldier stood up, glanced at the baskets, and smiled. Looks like it's up to me then. You're Xiao Wu, right? Go take care of the old folks, we've got this. Just don't worry about us eating you out of house and home. Zhang Guoqing laughed. Don't underestimate my stock, brother. Eat as much as you want, you won't finish it all. Let's whip up some snacks to go with drinks first. When my sister gets here, we'll cook a proper meal. With that, he went to the pantry and brought out 2 jars of wine. Seeing everyone was busy, he slipped away to the living room, stood a short distance away, and, finding everything calm inside, left the courtyard, got in his car, and sped off to Master Peng's place. On the eastern outskirts of the county, Zhang Guoqing got out of the car and headed straight for the kitchen. Luckily, there weren't many customers tonight, so he could order a few more dishes. Master Peng, hey, I'm back again. This is an emergency, can you whip up a banquet for me to take away? I've got important guests and had to come to you. Master Peng laughed heartily when he saw Zhang Guoqing. I'm always happy to see you. Why would I turn down business? But can you carry it all? No problem, I've got the car. I'll bring the dishes back and I'll return the bowls and chopsticks tonight if you need them. Any special requests for the food? Tell me what you need. 3 elderly folks, 5 or 6 soldiers. The main thing is speed. They probably haven't eaten yet, rushing over like this. How long do you think it'll take? Master Peng checked his ingredients and thought for a moment. I've got it. Take the wine and cold dishes back first, and by the time you return, the hot food will be ready. I'll have 3 stoves going at once, it'll be quick. Thanks, Master Peng. I'll leave it to the expert. In the living room, old Madame Cheng clutched Zhou Xiaoxing's hands tightly, crying as she spoke. Child, why didn't you come to find your aunt? Your aunt has been waiting for you every day, hoping you'd appear, hoping you'd come back, but no matter how long I waited, you never came. I was so afraid I'd die before I ever got to see your parents again. Old Master Cheng, hearing his wife's rambling, couldn't help but interject, don't cry just yet. You need to let the child know what actually happened. Now that he's here, don't get too worked up. If you end up back in the hospital, you really won't get another chance to say it. After he finished, he glanced at his wife, unsure if she'd heard him, but seeing her color was still good, he felt a bit more at ease. He looked around and saw that only his son, Zhou Xiaozheng, and his wife, Old Man Lin, Old Madame Zhou, and the doctor were present. He nodded to himself, knowing the others had cleared out to give them privacy. Once everyone was seated, he noticed the doctor standing there awkwardly. Dr. Huang, could you go keep an eye on those rowdy kids? I could hear them yelling from far away. Make sure they don't get themselves drunk. Dr. Huang breathed a sigh of relief, quickly stepped forward to check on old Madame Cheng, and, seeing she was all right, still reminded her, Madam, please don't get too emotional. If you can't control yourself, I'll have to give you a sedative. Only after she nodded did he leave. After Dr. Huang left, old Madame Cheng looked at Zhou Xiaozheng. You must know by now that you're the son of Zhou Jinyu and Gu Mingjiu, right? Zhou Xiaozheng nodded, his voice deep. I just found out. Before this, I accidentally learned that there was someone very important to me, but I didn't know who she was. From the age of 15, I started searching everywhere for Lu Shiji, but I had no clues, no information at all. All I knew was she was from Jiangnan, so I searched for a long time, but never found her. Hearing this, old Madame Cheng burst into tears, hastily wiping her face with a handkerchief as she sobbed, I am Lu Shiji, also known as Lu Qinglian. I'm your aunt. Your grandmother adopted me. I was a distant niece from your grandmother's side, abandoned at birth, and it was your grandmother who took me in. Outsiders thought I was a relative of the Gu family, but no one knew I was actually an adopted daughter. I was raised alongside my sister as if we were both daughters. Your grandmother named me Lu Shiji, but when my sister turned 5, she said the name wasn't good and changed it to Lu Qinglian. Qinglian, the past is dust, praised in poetry, proven in heart. When trouble befell the Gu family, I used the name Lu Qinglian, but your mother still called me Shiji. My sister, Gu Mingzhu, was an exceptional girl. She was the only daughter in the main branch of the Gu family, and your grandfather raised her like a son. She and your father were childhood sweethearts, very much in love. Every year before your father went abroad, he'd come stay at the Gu house for a month or 2. Back then, your Uncle Sun, my sister, your father, and I were always together. Your father was our leader. He was clever, talented, and had a photographic memory. People praised him as a true gentleman, warm and refined, calling him Jade Young Master in jest. When they returned from abroad, the families set the wedding date. Jiangnan to the capital was a long journey, so they discussed all the details, where to send the bride, where to receive her. Everything was ready for the wedding the next year. Your grandparents were happily preparing the dowry every day. Our whole family would joke that when my sister got married, the 3 of us would go with her as part of the dowry. But the good times didn't last. Out of nowhere, disaster struck. Your father died. The Zhou family was wiped out. My sister fainted when she heard the news. When she woke up, she arranged for people to go with your grandfather to the capital for 2 months. When they returned, they were skin and bones, bedridden for 3 months. Half a year went by like that. With no men left in the family and your father gone, many people started eyeing our house. Your grandfather's health was failing, but he forced himself to hold on. He was afraid that once he passed, the 3 women left in the main house would be torn apart by the clan, or that bandits and bullies would come to snatch everything. When he was near death, your father came back late one night. On his deathbed, your grandfather held your mother's and father's hands and told them to take us abroad, never to return to the Gu family. After he passed, the clan immediately came to force us to adopt a son. One day this branch would come demanding adoption. The next day another would cause a scene. Everyone wanted to meddle in the affairs of the main house. Your grandmother couldn't get up after your grandfather died. Less than a month after the clan started pressuring us, she passed too. On her deathbed, she smiled and said she was glad not to be a burden anymore, and told us to leave right after her funeral. Those were chaotic times. There were all kinds of people. Even with bodyguards, our house wasn't safe. The Gu family was like a piece of fat meat. Everyone wanted a bite. The Chung family, our only true friends, couldn't interfere in clan matters, but they helped with everything else. Then we got word that bandits were organizing to rob and kidnap us. Your father thought it over, clan pressure inside, enemies outside. With the Chung family's help, the 3 of us faked our deaths. But none of us wanted to leave the country. Your father had hatred in his heart. We went into hiding, and your father put down his books and learned to shoot, building his own group of followers. He said, "A scholar is useless." He started cultivating his own trusted men in the organization, and later brought us into it too. But in the end, something still went wrong. Your father died, and our world collapsed. At the time, my sister was pregnant and about to give birth. If not for that, she would have followed your father in death. Before he died, your father told your mother she must protect the only bloodline of both families. When the child grew up, he must not be a useless scholar like him, unable to protect his parents, wife, or child. He apologized to your mother, told her to live well, to help him watch over the child as he grew up, and that he'd wait for her in the next life. My sister gave birth to you, but even our closest confidants couldn't believe it. She told me she planned to send you to a secret place, so you'd be safe. Now that your father was gone, many people knew about the Gu family's wealth, and their looks toward her changed. She was afraid you'd be harmed, and she couldn't trust anyone anymore. After thinking it over for days, she told me she was going out and asked me to cover for her. When she returned, you were gone. I cried and asked where you were, if you were in danger, and suggested we fake our deaths again and escape abroad, never to return. Our parents and your father were gone. There was nothing left for us here. We could take you far away. My sister hugged me and cried, saying there was nowhere to run. No matter where we went, it would be the same. Your father's reputation was too great, the Gu family's fortune too tempting, everyone was an enemy. She couldn't tell me where you were, not because she didn't trust me, but because knowing wouldn't help. If anything happened to her, someone would come to me with proof, and when that day came, I should raise you well. It was 1917, warlords, militias, bandits everywhere. We didn't even dare return to the Gu house to pay respects. Later, my sister donated everything our parents left behind. She said, letting go of wealth brings peace. After this mission, she could finally raise you, and when you were grown, she could go see your father, who always said he missed her. But my sister still didn't survive. She took a bullet for me, collapsing right in front of me, wanting to say something but unable to speak. I pressed hard on her wound, but the blood wouldn't stop. I watched her die with her eyes open, unable to say her last words. At this point, old Madame Chung was shaking all over with sobs, struggling to breathe deeply. Beside her, Chung Sijin had already prepared medicine and warm water. Seeing her mother's state, she quickly helped her take the medicine and drink some water. Old Man Lin asked worriedly, can her body handle this? She was just rescued a few days ago. Let her lie down for a while, don't let her talk anymore. Old Master Chung sighed helplessly. It's no use. She's been worrying about this for over 40 years. Every year is like this. Let her rest a bit, then she can go on. Now that we've found the child, we won't be ashamed to face Big Sister and the others after we die. Old Madame Chung leaned against her son, still clutching Zhou Xiaojing's hands tightly, staring at him as if afraid he'd leave. The only thing she'd never been able to let go of in this life was this child, whose fate had been unknown for so long. Now, at last, he was found. Zhou Xiaoying looked up and blinked his sore eyes, his voice hoarse as he said, Auntie, you should rest for a while. I'm not leaving, I'll stay here with you. We can talk again when you're feeling better. Old Madame Chung tried taking a few deep breaths. Feeling a bit better, she continued, I've been waiting all this time, waiting for someone to bring the keepsake, to bring you to me. But I waited and still didn't see you. I thought maybe the world was too chaotic, you were too young, and it was hard for others to bring you out. I told myself to be patient and wait a little longer. But then I got married, and the keepsake never appeared, and neither did you. I had children, and still you didn't show up. I didn't know where things went wrong. Maybe I was too foolish, maybe I forgot something, maybe I misunderstood. I kept going over every word my sister ever said to me, remembering how she told me you were in a secret, safe place. I thought, as long as the child was safe, I could wait a little longer. But even after liberation, I still didn't see the keepsake or you. I quit my job and searched for everyone who had ever met my sister, everyone who had any connection to my adoptive parents. I even swallowed my resentment and asked people to inquire at the most unlikely branch of the Gu family. But since your safety was at stake, I didn't know if my actions would affect you, so I could only secretly look for boys of the right age among their families and relatives. Time and again, I was disappointed. Every year, I didn't dare visit my sister and brother-in-law. How could I face them? My sister told me to raise you well. My adoptive mother saved my life, and my sister gave her life for me. She died in my place, and yet I couldn't even find their only child. How could I face them? I was even afraid of dying, afraid that if I died, how could I face my adoptive parents, my sister and brother-in-law? How could I look them in the eye? But when that day came, I still couldn't help but go to their graves. I was afraid that if I didn't go, my sister and brother-in-law wouldn't appear in my dreams. I was afraid that if I didn't go, they'd be sad. Even though I still hadn't found the child, I wanted them to hear me, to bless me in finding the child. Seeing her complexion worsening, Zhou Xiaojing quickly interrupted, Auntie, don't get worked up. It's all in the past now. Look at me, I'm fine. I'm married and have a daughter, and you've found me. It's all over now, let's not dwell on the unhappy things. From now on, let's just be happy. But I hate myself. If it were my sister, she would have recognized you for sure. She was so smart. But I was too foolish. You passed by me several times and even greeted me, and I still didn't recognize you. Look, your eyes are just like your uncle's, your eyebrows too, and your dimples are just like your mother's, but I just couldn't see it. Zhou Jiao forced a smile. Auntie, do you know why I'm laughing? I just thought of my daughter, Zhou Jiao. She said the same thing to me. She says, Daddy, look, I look just like you, my eyes, my eyebrows, everything. Auntie, you'll definitely like Zhou Jiao when you meet her. You two even sound similar when you speak. Look at me now, I'm doing well. You need to take care of yourself, and every year, take me and the kids to visit my parents. Didn't my mother ask you to raise me well? So you have to get better, cook for me often, and come visit me often. Let's make up for the 40 years we lost. When you're well, take me to visit my grandparents, take me to Jiang'an, and take me to see where my parents lived. So, you have to get better, right? From now on, let's only think about happy things, do happy things. When Qiming comes, we'll go tell my parents together, okay? As she listened, old Madame Chang's expression gradually softened, a smile appearing on her face as she nodded from time to time. Zhou Jiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to joke with her, making her laugh out loud. Old Cheng, seeing his wife was all right, also felt relieved. At this moment, he noticed old Madame Zhou, who had been in a daze the whole time. He felt a bit regretful. This old lady was a good person, having raised his nephew all these years. But there were things he still had to ask. He cleared his throat, and when old Madame Zhou looked over, he quickly asked, Elder sister, I want to know, where is the old clan leader? Who is the keepsake? Old Madame Zhou pointed to the amulet Zhou Xiaozhang had taken out and said, the keepsake is the amulet. It's always hung around Xiaozhang's neck. I told him never to lose it, just in case it was needed in the future. The old clan leader died in an accident a long time ago. At the time, I was recovering from a miscarriage, and Gu Mingzhu, the old clan leader, and my husband were discussing something. I didn't hear exactly what. But I do know she left this amulet behind. When the child arrived, I was the one holding him, and she even bowed to me. The old clan leader once said, the child is growing up. Why hasn't his mother come to get him? Could something have happened? And told my husband to try and find Lu Shiji. That's when I first heard the name Lu Shiji. Old Madame Chung immediately asked anxiously, what year was that? Did your husband look for her? I always kept someone at my sister and brother-in-law's small courtyard, just in case someone came looking for me and found my sister instead. Also, when my sister brought the child, she had 2 wooden boxes, one large one, which was the support money for you, with gold bars and silver dollars that I personally put in, and a small box that my sister always kept with her. What happened to that small box? My sister said it was for the child. Old Madame Zhou frowned, trying to recall. When Gu Mingzhu came, she brought a suitcase. When she left, she was empty-handed. But I never saw 2 boxes. Can you describe it? The small one was about the size of a palm, dark red and black. It was very plain, with no carvings, and inside were 2 jade pendants. One, made of mutton fat jade, was the Gu family's heirloom, which my sister always wore. The other was the Zhou family's jade pendant, a small, bright red bloodstone seal. These 2 were the betrothal tokens exchanged between the Zhou and Gu families, and my sister said to keep them for the child to use when he married and had children. Hearing this, old Madame Zhou closed her eyes in pain, unable to speak for a long time. Everyone in the living room looked at each other, sensing something was wrong, and quietly waited for her to speak. After a long while, old Madame Zhou finally rasped, the Zhou family's seal is on the old man's neck. He said his father gave it to him. The round mutton fat jade string broke, and the old man has kept it ever since. If we look, the box is probably still there. Old Chung sighed. Elder sister, we must acknowledge the child as family. We have both physical evidence and witnesses. Gu Mingzhu even kept photos of the small box as proof. You should know how meticulous she was. She would never leave the child with no way to prove his identity. but we just couldn't find the child and kept waiting for him to show up with the keepsake. The old clan leader died, and the only one who knows the truth is Zhou Jiao. We're sure Gu Mingzhu must have told him how to find Lu Shiji. That's why she left the keepsake. Every time she went on a mission, she'd tell my wife in advance if I don't come back, wait for someone to bring the keepsake, and raise the child well. I know this puts you in a tough spot, but we must meet Zhou Jiao. If he refuses to admit the truth, we'll have to report it to the authorities. We've waited over 40 years, searched all over the country, but he deliberately hid the truth. If he'd treated Zhou Jianyu's branch well, I could let it go, but do you know how much Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhou Jiao have suffered? The gold bars Gu Mingzhu left were prepared by my wife herself, just to make sure the child wouldn't be wronged. It was agreed as a thank you gift in advance. With all that, why did he still keep the child? Do you know how I finally found the child? Heaven had mercy. I suspected Zhou Jiao might have inherited her grandfather's photographic memory, so I searched all your old comrades. When my wife heard we had a lead, she was so overwhelmed she ended up in the hospital that night. As soon as we got the evidence, we rushed here by military plane. You've seen my wife's health. No matter how guilty we feel toward you, we still have to settle things with Zhou Jiao. Old Madam Cheng immediately tried to get up and instructed Cheng Xijin, eldest, bring my 2 suitcases. Inside are the photos your aunt kept. We're going right now. I want to ask my brother-in-law how those things became his. Let's throw the photos in his face and see if he still has any shame. Zhou Xiaoyang glanced at old Madam Zhou and said, Mom, if it's too hard for you, just stay here. I'll go ask him myself. This has to be resolved. Old Madam Zhou pulled herself together and stood up. Let's go, let's see what he has to say. Zhang Guoqing had just finished preparing dinner and was about to call everyone to eat. But after overhearing everything, he suddenly understood why old Master Zhou's attitude had always been so strange. As soon as Zhou Xiaoyang left the living room, he saw him. Xiao Wu, put everything else aside, we're driving to Zhoujia village. On the road from the county town to Zhoujia village, 5 military vehicles sped toward the Zhou family home. In the lead car sat old Cheng and his wife, Zhou Xiaozheng and old Madam Zhou, while Zhang Guoqing carefully drove. After a moment of thought, Zhou Xiaozheng instructed, Xiao Wu, drop us off at the Zhou house, then go find the old clan leader's grandson and the current clan leader. Have them bring the family genealogy books. Understood, Zhang Guoqing replied immediately, planning to also call the newly appointed village chief and the clan elders. The 5 vehicles roared into the village entrance. Some villagers noticed and, seeing all the cars heading to the Zhou house, immediately knocked on their neighbor's door. Something's happened. 5 cars just arrived at the Zhou house. Maybe Zhou Xiaozheng is just coming home. What could have happened? The other replied anxiously, No, I saw. They're all soldiers, and the cars are full of people. Let's go take a look. Something big must have happened. As everyone got out of the cars, Zhang Guoqing quickly turned around to find the clan leader and the old clan leader's grandson. Driving through the village, he saw many people sneaking toward the Zhou house. Old Cheng, supporting his wife, didn't wait for old Madam Zhou and went straight to knock on the courtyard door, leading a group directly into the main hall. Inside, several men sat. The oldest on the king bed was likely Zhou Jiao, the Zhou family patriarch. Seeing the soldiers burst in, old Master Zhou Jiao was shocked, dropping his pipe and pointing at old Cheng and his wife. Old Cheng sneered, What's wrong? You should know why we're here. Did you really think hiding the child would keep us from finding out? Old Master Zhou trembled all over, stammering, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Seeing the people around Zhou making a commotion, old Cheng ordered Xiaochen, hold down everyone around the old man. He then helped his wife to a chair, his face cold. Still pretending? Did you think I'd come without evidence? I see you won't cry until you see the coffin. Zhou Jiao watched as his eldest son and 2 grandsons were pinned to the ground, looking up at him and begging bitterly. He quickly turned away, lowering his head and sitting motionless on the king. Old Cheng ignored him, waiting until everyone was seated before speaking. Gu Mingzhu once told you to take the token and find Lu Shiji. Why didn't you keep your promise? Wasn't a box of gold and silver coins enough for you? You used the Zhou and Gu family tokens without fear. Aren't you afraid the spirits of Zhou Jinyu and Gu Mingju will come for you? Seeing no response, old Cheng patted his anxious wife and continued. Gu Mingju left a small box for the child, with photos taken abroad and a written description. Do you want me to call the police and have them search your house, or will you confess yourself? The old clan leader may have passed, but do you really think the dead can't testify? You know what kind of person Gu Mingju is. I spent days tracking down your old comrades, your wife's colleagues, even went to the military archives, the household registry, and the veterans office. I found all the documents. Did you really think I'd come all this way by military plane without witnesses and evidence? Old Cheng watched him remain silent, sneered a few times, and said nothing more, waiting for him to speak. Everyone in the living room waited quietly for old Master Zhou to say something, but he just sat there, playing dumb. Zhou Xiaozheng looked at the old man expressionlessly, his thoughts unreadable. Lin Lishan, worried, tugged at his hand, but he remained unmoved. Dad, the clan leader and the old clan leader's grandson are here. I also called the village chief and 2 clan elders, Zhang Guoqing said quietly as he entered, noticing the tense atmosphere. Xiaochen also came in and whispered a few words to old Cheng, who nodded. Once the clan leaders arrived, old Cheng had chairs brought for them and said, "We've asked you here today as witnesses. You should all remember Zhou Jiao and Zhou Jinyu, the legitimate son of the main Zhou branch in the capital, and his wife, Gu Mingju, the legitimate daughter of the Jiangnan Gu family. Both are recorded in your genealogy." When Zhou Jinyu left, Gu Mingju brought her newborn child to the old clan leader, entrusting Zhou Jinyu's cousin Zhou Jiao to care for the child temporarily and giving plenty of gold and silver coins, handled by my wife, Lu Shiji. Gu Mingju also left a small wooden box with the Gu family's heirloom white jade, Zhou Jinyu's seal, and a protective talisman for the child. She said that if she didn't return, the old clan leader and Zhou Jiao should take the tokens and give the child to her younger sister, Lu Shiji, to raise. My wife is Lu Shiji, the adopted daughter of the main Gu family. We've waited over 40 years, but no one ever came. We searched all over the country, but couldn't find him. Now that we're here, as the Gu family's son-in-law, I need an answer from the Zhou family. Zhou Xiaozheng is Zhou Jinyu's son, the only direct bloodline of the Gu and Zhou families, and he must be acknowledged. I won't talk about the suffering this branch has endured. I just want to know if Zhou Jiao will admit the truth. If he keeps playing dumb, I'll call the police. We have Gu Mingju's tokens and photos, and witnesses and evidence proving Zhou Xiaozheng is not Zhou Jiao's biological son. The clan leader looked at the silent Zhou Jiao, sighed, and quietly discussed with the 2 clan elders. After a while, he opened the genealogy, compared it with the old one, and looked at Zhou Jiao. "Jiao, what do you say? It's time to speak up." Old Cheng took the box from Cheng Xijin, opened it, and took out a stack of notes and photos, selecting 2 to hand to the clan leader. These are photos of the family heirloom jade and the seal, and Gu Mingju's written descriptions. If he still won't speak, I'll call the police to search the Zhou house. One clan elder shouted angrily, "If you don't speak up, we'll expel your family from the clan. Are you still hoping to get away with this? Haven't you shamed us enough?" Old Master Zhou looked up at everyone, opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it, lowering his head in silence. The clan leader frowned. "If you have nothing to say, just hand over the items. They have all the evidence. If you keep quiet, we'll leave, and you can eat in prison for all we care." Hearing this, Zhou Jiao lowered his head, gently touched his chest, and reluctantly pulled out a chicken bloodstone seal, looked at it, closed his eyes, and handed it to the clan leader, then got up and went inside. Old Cheng signaled to Xiaochen, who followed him in. Soon, Zhou Jiao came out holding a small box. Old Madame Cheng rushed forward, grabbed the box, and gently caressed it. "This is the box. My sister always carried it with her." She clutched it to her chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhou Xiaozheng and Cheng Xijin hurried to comfort her, offering medicine and water. Regaining her composure, old Madame Cheng quickly stuffed the box into Zhou Xiaozheng's hands. Look, this is from your mother. Open it and keep it safe. Old Cheng took Zhou Jinyu's seal and handed it to his wife. See if it's your brother-in-law's. And the jade pendant, too. Old Madame Cheng examined the seal, tears streaming down her face. It's his. There's a black spot here. He once said he wanted to carve a dragon on it to bring it to life. Zhou Xiaolong opened the box and saw a round piece of top-quality white jade. He curled his lips in irony. Greed truly moves the heart. Seeing the tokens returned, old Cheng smiled at the old clan leader's grandson. Don't be nervous. Did your grandfather ever mention Xiaozheng? We'd like to hear. The man chuckled honestly. I'm old now and it's been too long. I just remember he died unexpectedly and left no message. He wouldn't have told us anything. He always said ignorance is bliss. The clan leader turned to Zhou Jiao. And what about the gold? Did Gu Mingzhu leave any other instructions? Seeing things were settled, Zhou Jiao gave up and muttered. Gu Mingzhu said the gold was for the child's upbringing, and some was donated to the clan. At the time, my wife had just lost a baby, and Gu Mingzhu and the old clan leader came to entrust the child to us for a year or two. She asked the old clan leader to add Zhou Xiaozheng's name under Zhou Jinyu in the genealogy, saying Zhou Jinyu had instructed her. The old clan leader added the name to the old genealogy, then heard Gu Mingzhu say many people were after the Gu family fortune and the child was in danger. She wanted to settle things before taking him back. He copied a new genealogy, planning to add the name when times were safer, keeping the old one as evidence. She did say that if she didn't return before the child turned 3, to take the tokens and find Lu Shiji. But how could we take a child so far? When he grew up and the clan leader passed, I couldn't bear to give him up. He was a Zhou, and I didn't trust outsiders. Old Madame Cheng quickly asked, did my sister say anything else? No, just that the child's father was gone, and she herself was in danger. If she couldn't come back or find Lu Shiji, we should tell the child his origins when he grew up. Zhou Jinyu's dying wish was for the child to keep up his martial arts. The gold was left just in case, to find a teacher for him in the future. Old Cheng pressed. Did she say where to find Lu Shiji? She left 2 addresses, one in D and one on the outskirts of the capital. But it was too far, so we didn't send the child. Old Cheng ignored his excuses and looked at his wife, who nodded. It's settled then. Forget about the gold. Clan leader, when can the child be taken to the ancestral hall? After discussion, the clan leader said, tomorrow morning, bring the genealogy to the ancestral hall. As for the memorial rites, you can do those yourselves. Old Cheng nodded, knowing Zhou Jinyu's grave was in the capital's suburbs, and the rites here were for the ancestors. Then it's settled. We'll meet at the ancestral hall tomorrow morning. He turned to Zhou Xiaozheng. Is there anything you want to say? Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head, stood up, walked to old Madame Zhou, and knelt to kowtow 3 times. I won't be coming back here. If you miss me, write to me. I'll take care of you in your old age. He got up, seeing the old lady covering her mouth and weeping, steeled himself, and went to support old Madame Cheng as they left. Old Cheng, seeing Zhou Xiaozheng and his wife leaving, said, let's all go. Sorry to trouble everyone tonight. As they left, old Master Zhou sat in the hall silent. After a while, ignoring the reproachful looks of his sons and grandsons, he went straight to his bedroom. Tonight was a nightmare for the main Zhou branch. Zhou Xiaozuan glanced at his mother, but didn't comfort her, taking his sons back to their room. The eldest son, Zhou Lidong, stopped his family from asking questions and asked, Dad, you knew all along that uncle wasn't your real brother, didn't you? Did even Aunt know? Zhou Xiaozuan glanced at everyone's dejected faces and snapped, so what if we knew? We raised him. The only mistake was your grandfather taking all that gold and keeping quiet. If we'd known Zhou Xiaozheng's background was so complicated, things wouldn't have gotten so out of hand. Your grandfather was a fool. Enough. Everyone go to bed and behave from now on. I won't dare go out anymore. As soon as the ancestral hall opens tomorrow, everyone will know. What a disgrace. The younger son muttered, but seeing his father's face, he didn't dare say more. All the way in the car, old lady Cheng tightly held Zhou Xiaojing's hand. The two of them stared blankly at the box in his arms, and everyone sat in silence, not knowing what words could possibly comfort them. When they arrived at the small courtyard in the county town, the car had barely stopped when they saw Yao Dashan and Zhang Guoqing, the second son of the Zhang family, waiting at the gate. The courtyard was brightly lit. Zhao Dashan had heard from neighbors that 4 military vehicles had come looking for Zhang Guoqing, stretching from the courtyard all the way to the main street. When he came to check, he found everyone gone, and only after hearing a few words from Zhang Guoqing did he realize something had happened. He was just considering whether to go to Zhou Jiao village. When he saw Zhou Xiaolong get out of the car, he carefully observed his expression and, seeing nothing unusual, quickly looked over at Zhang Guoqing. Only when Zhang Guoqing gave a slight shake of his head did he relax. "Brother Zhang, hurry inside. We've already prepared some food at home. Let the old folks eat first and warm up." Zhou Xiaozhang helped old lady Cheng and said, "This is my aunt, uncle, and cousin. Let's go inside and talk." Old Master Lin saw Yao Dashan and said to Old Master Cheng, "He's a retired soldier from our old unit, now working in the Armed Forces Department. He and the youngest son of the Zhou family have always looked after Xiao Wu and Jiao Jiao. I heard that when Xiaozhang came back this time, he realized they were old acquaintances." Old Master Cheng smiled and nodded at Zhao Dashan. "Let's all go inside and talk." Everyone entered the living room. Zhang Guoqing saw that a big round table had already been set up, and his eldest sister, Zhang Meili, was anxiously making eyes at him and gesturing. She said with a smile, "Sis, start serving the dishes," and called everyone to the table. When he went back to the kitchen, he saw that Xiao Zhou and the others were already eating. "Why aren't you coming over? There are seats reserved for you in the living room." Xiao Zhou and the others quickly declined. "We've already started eating, so we weren't planning to go over. You keep the old folks company. We've got your second brother here with us. You go do your thing." Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing didn't insist. "All right then, second brother, you take care of things here. The wine is in the warehouse next door. If there's not enough food, ask Big Sis. I'll go see if there's anything else that needs help over there." Dishes were brought to the table one after another. When Zhang Guoqing came in carrying 2 jars of wine, everyone was already seated, just waiting for him. Old Master Cheng smiled and said, "Our little grandson-in-law has really been busy today. Come over and meet everyone. I'm your great-uncle, this is your great-aunt, the one next to your dad is my eldest son, Cheng Sijin, you should call him eldest cousin. There's also second cousin Cheng Siyu and your little aunt Cheng Ruju." When Zhang Guoqing heard these names, he felt respect for this couple. After greeting everyone, he picked up a wine jar and went over to old Master Cheng, smiling as he said, "Great uncle, let me pour you a drink. This is to show my respect, you have to drink it well. For great aunt, I'll bring some fruit wine, and my mom can keep her company. Tonight is a happy occasion, with great aunt reunited with my dad. Let's all be cheerful." Old Master Cheng laughed heartily. "Good, well said. From now on, let's all be happy together." Zhang Guoqing poured wine for everyone, then sat quietly, listening to them chat about family matters, occasionally getting up to refill their drinks. Old Lady Cheng listened as Lin Lishan talked in detail about Zhou Jiao, gradually becoming absorbed. Zhou Xiaolong ladled some soup for her with a small bowl. "Auntie, eat a bit more. Tomorrow morning you'll be able to see Jiao Jiao. Can't we go right after we finish eating? Is it inconvenient for her?" Zhou Xiaozhang persuaded her, "Let's rest well tonight first. Don't we have to go to the ancestral hall early in the morning? I'll bring Jiao Jiao to the ancestral hall tomorrow. You, just rest here for the night." "I won't go back tonight. I want to hear you talk about my parents when they were young." Cheng Sijin chimed in, "Yes, Mom, tonight I'll sleep with Big Brother. There are still things I haven't told him." Old Master Cheng made the decision. "All right, after we finish eating here, we'll all go to the guest house. Xiaozhang and his wife will come too, and you can talk as much as you like. Xiao Wu, after we leave, tidy up, and then go back to keep Jiao Jiao company. We'll meet at the ancestral hall tomorrow morning. After that, we'll visit the Zhang family to see the in-laws and the child. Oh, and don't bring the child to the ancestral hall tomorrow. The atmosphere there is too gloomy. Zhou Jiao agreed. All right, this place is too small anyway. Xiao Wu, you drive back and talk to Jiao Jiao, let her know I'm fine. Also, we can't go hunting, so let your dad and the others know. Dashan, I'll leave Eguang to you. No problem, the important thing comes first. I'll wait for Eguang in the county. Everyone saw it was getting late and there were things to do in the morning, so they didn't keep drinking. They filled their stomachs and quickly wrapped up. After watching everyone get in the cars and head to the guest house, Zhang Guoqing and his two siblings tidied up for over an hour, sorted the washed dishes, and loaded them into the car. Zhang Guoqing saw his second brother rushing back in to grab his work clothes. Heh, I thought you'd already taken them home this afternoon. Zhang Guoqing locked the front door, made sure everything was settled, and the three of them got in the car. I've been running around all day and forgot. I left my clothes in the inner room and didn't see them, so I forgot. Big sis, I'll take you home first. Have you set a date for your housewarming yet? I keep forgetting to ask every time I see you. Zhang Meili laughed heartily. It's been busy enough. It seems like new relatives keep popping up one after another. Just thinking about the housewarming gives me a headache. None of your brother-in-law's brothers are any good. They're all jealous that we bought a house. My father-in-law wants to pick a date, but they're always busy with this or that, and the old man wants all his sons to be there. Your brother-in-law got so mad he said, if they don't want to come, then don't. Who cares? This time, we agreed on next week. Zhang Guoqing smiled. Don't worry about them, let them come or not. Next week, us three brothers will be there, and that's enough. With the three of us, you can stand tall. We'll make sure it's lively for you. And don't get mad at your husband, it's not worth it. Your father-in-law wants his sons to be united, but you shouldn't have to suffer for it. If you want the old couple to live with you, I think you should reconsider. If they really move in, it'll be chaos. Better to visit them in the village, give them money and things, but don't have them live with you. Zhang Guoqing added, exactly. If the old folks insist on treating all their sons equally, it's better to keep some distance. Filial piety doesn't mean they have to be right in front of you. Don't think everyone is like our parents. If they really move in, you'd better think it through. Today one son wants your help, tomorrow another son runs out of food. What will you do then? Don't compare yourself to second sister's family. They're only children, it's different. I think you should wait and see. When the old couple finally see what their other sons are really like and get disappointed, then you can bring them over. Remember when your mother-in-law was in the hospital? Your father-in-law still hasn't given up on that. Think about it. Big sis, we're at your place. We won't go in. Oh, and don't buy anything you need just yet. When I'm done with things, I'll take you to my place to see if there's anything in the warehouse you can use. Don't be picky, it's all good stuff from Professor Lu's family. Zhang Meili laughed as she got out of the car. There's still an empty courtyard in the village. You don't have that much stuff. Save it, don't waste it. Watching her go into the apartment building, Zhang Guoqing drove off quickly, thinking about what else he hadn't taken care of. On the way, Zhang Guoqing stopped by Fat Master's place to return the dishes and thanked him repeatedly, knowing full well that he hadn't charged enough for tonight's work. In the car, Zhang Lauer was quietly considering what kind of gift would be appropriate for Zhang Meili's new heated house. When he saw Zhang Guoqing return, he asked, Xiao Wu, what should we buy for eldest sister's new house? Zhang Guoqing thought for a moment and suggested, second brother, I think among the 5 siblings, eldest sister has had it the hardest. Back then, our family was in the worst shape. She didn't get to study much, and she didn't get much dowry when she married. Once she started working after marrying brother-in-law, she kept helping out our family. The eldest sister is like a mother, that's really her. I don't think she'd accept money, and we can't afford anything too expensive, nor is it necessary. There's still a week left, and since we bought a lot of lumber for building the house, why don't we use some to make a simple wardrobe and a table? That would cost the least and still look respectable as a gift. Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement. His eldest sister cared more about her family than their younger sister did. Now that their family was doing better, they should help her stand tall. You're the clever one. But eldest sister already has a wardrobe and a table. Her living room is pretty empty though. I noticed your living room looks nice with a few chairs and a coffee table. We don't need to make anything so fancy, just something simple. What do you think? Will we have enough time? Maybe we should talk it over with Dad, Mom, and Big Brother first. As the car entered Zhang Jiao village and approached the gate, Zhang Lauer quickly stuffed a handful of money into Zhang Guoqing's pocket, saying, "This is what you gave me at noon. I still have some left. If I run out, I'll ask you." Zhang Guoqing didn't stand on ceremony with his own brother and smiled. "All right, if you're short on cash, just let me know. You can't be without money when you're working. There are lots of social obligations. Money gives a man confidence. By the way, after today's lunch, what do you think of your colleagues? They're all good people, and they gave me a lot of advice. Don't worry, just for Uncle's sake, they won't make things hard for me. I don't see any problems. If anything comes up, I'll talk to you. Also, what do you think about those 2 job openings Uncle's mentioned? Should Big Brother take the opportunity?" After parking the car, Zhang Guoqing didn't get out right away since they were talking business. He said, "I can't figure out what kind of job Big Brother would like. The supply and marketing cooperative is better than the textile factory, but we should ask around more. Ideally, something respectable and not too tiring. There's no rush. If it were before, I'd be running around trying to pull strings already. Let's wait a bit. You think about it too, and we'll see what we can find out." Zhang Lauer opened the car door and said, "I'll go talk to Dad and the others first. You go tell Zhou Jiao about today and come over later." Seeing him nod, Zhang Lauer picked up his work clothes from the car and headed straight for the main room. Inside, he found his father and eldest brother sitting on the kang, chatting. Hearing movement, Father Zhang saw it was his second son and quickly asked, "Who was that soldier? What did he want with Xiaowu's father-in-law? Did you find your Uncle Zhou?" Zhang Guoqing smiled and took his time, sipping from his father's cup before saying, "Man, it almost scared me to death. As soon as that guy took me out, I heard several cars at the village entrance." "Get to the point," Father Zhang said impatiently, grabbing his blanket. Seeing his father was really anxious, Zhang Guoqing quickly recounted everything that had happened from their village to the county seat, describing all the details vividly. Father Zhang and the others listened in astonishment, speechless for a long time. After a while, Father Zhang let out a sigh and said, "No wonder Jiao Jiao and her father are nothing like the Zhou family. No wonder old Zhou abused Jiao Jiao. Turns out she's not his biological daughter. That family is really something else. The old man is greedy, and his sons know better." Eldest brother Zhang Guofu didn't bother to comment. Instead, he looked outside anxiously and asked, "Where's Xiaowu? Why isn't he back yet? What about Uncle Zhou and the others? Aren't they coming back tonight? Is there enough room for them at the county house?" Zhang Lauer quickly replied, "Xiaowu and I came back together. I told him to go tell Jiao Jiao about what happened so she'd be prepared. Tomorrow, they'll have to go to the ancestral hall with Uncle Zhou. That old Master Qing is very thoughtful. He said the ancestral hall is too gloomy for kids, so they shouldn't go. After that, he took everyone to stay at the guest house, even Uncle Zhou." Then he remembered something else. "Oh, Dad, that old gentleman asked me to pass on a message. After they visit the ancestral hall tomorrow, they'll come to visit us. Should we prepare something? Then none of us should go up the mountain tomorrow. We'll stay home and see if Uncle Zhou needs any help." "I'll tell your mother about this later," Father Zhang said immediately. He then noticed the pile of clothes next to his second son and asked, "These are your work clothes, right? Everything settled?" "Yeah, I haven't told you yet. I start work next Monday in the household registration office. If nothing goes wrong in 3 months, I'll be made permanent. I even treated my colleagues to lunch today. Xiaowu helped me with everything at the bureau, and he got me a dorm room. He knows a lot of people there. Uncle's was said that before I'm made permanent, I should keep a low profile and live on my own for now." Father Zhang grinned happily. "You have to thank them properly and get along well with your colleagues." Zhang Guoqing glanced at his eldest brother, who was also beaming with joy for him. He quickly ran over and said, "Big brother, today at the bureau, Uncle's was said Answa had 2 pieces of news for Xiaowu, both about jobs for you. Listen up. First, there was a fire in a warehouse at the county textile factory. They're keeping it quiet, but some workers were disciplined, so there's an opening now. Second, the supply and marketing cooperative is hiring internally. Xiao Wu doesn't seem too keen on either. What do you think? We can't figure out what you'd like. Father Zhang glared at him and said in a low voice, "Watch what you say." What do you mean, not keen? Both are good jobs. What do you think, eldest? If you don't want to go to the county, you must have some idea. Zhang Guoqing smiled and said, "Don't let Xiao Wu owe anyone favors. Getting a job isn't easy. Last time, my brother-in-law tried for ages and still couldn't get me in. If Xiao Wu pulls strings, what if people come asking him for help later? If all three of us leave, who'll look after mom and dad? I'd rather stay with them." Zhang Guoqing glared at him, annoyed. "Big brother, what do you mean, all three of us leaving? Won't we bring mom and dad with us later? Don't worry about anything else. Just think about what kind of job you want." Xiao Wu is at his wit's end trying to figure out what you'd like. He doesn't want you doing hard labor at the textile factory, and he's not keen on the supply and marketing cooperative either. He even turned down the grain station in the township for you. He's determined to find you the perfect job, even if it means owing someone a favor. Just think about what you want to do. Xiao Wu won't let you stay in the village working the fields. Big brother, think about your own future. Mom and dad aren't that old yet. Plan for yourself first." Zhang Guoqing rolled his eyes and said, "Dad, it's not that easy. There are city people who still can't get jobs. Last year, my brother-in-law spent a lot of money trying to get me into a unit, and even then, it was just a temporary job, not like Lauer, who'll be made permanent in 3 months. Lauer just got his job sorted out, so if I go now, it won't look good. Let's wait a bit." Zhang Guoqing was relieved his big brother wasn't unwilling to work, just worried about burdening Xiao Wu. That was easy to handle. "Big brother, if your brother-in-law had gotten you in last time, would you have gone? What kind of work was it at the supply and marketing cooperative?" "It was mostly organizing things in the warehouse and helping with deliveries, basically a warehouse manager. They were hiring last year." Zhang Guoqing now had an idea and didn't press the issue. He changed the subject. "Dad, did we sell the wild deer?" "Why? Need it?" "It's all sold, except for some goat meat. You're not going up the mountain tomorrow, so when you have time in a few days, we can go ourselves. No one will mind if we get more or less." Zhang Guoqing shook his head. "No special reason. If we have extra, we can bring some to the Chung family. They probably have to hurry back since they came by military plane." "I'll take care of it," Father Zhang nodded. When Zhang Guoqing returned to the bedroom, he saw Zhou Jiao holding their son, reading on the Kang in the outer living room, humming a little tune. She looked so relaxed and content, it was enough to make anyone envious. "You're back, brother? Where's Dad?" Zhou Jiao's eyes lit up as soon as she saw him come in. It really was strange not to see her father around. "Don't worry, I'll tell you in a bit, it's nothing bad. I've been busy all day, so let me clean up first. I'm filthy." Zhang Guoqing poured some hot water and grabbed a towel as he spoke. Seeing that Zhou Jiao wasn't in a rush, he smiled and didn't hurry to explain. He made himself a cup of hot tea and set it on the coffee table. Only after everything was ready did he return to Zhou Jiao's side, take their son from her, and sit down. He began recounting everything, starting from when he went to the Zhou family to deliver gifts that afternoon, all the way up to old Master Cheng and Madame Cheng bringing Zhou Xiaozhong back to the guest house that evening. That's how it all happened. It was so fast, I barely had time to react, and now tomorrow we're going to the ancestral hall. Honestly, I feel relieved. Madame Zhou isn't innocent in all this. She's always known the truth. But your dad, all these years, never let a word slip. She even knew about Lu Shiji. She was only fostering the child temporarily, planning to carry on both family bloodlines. But Madame Zhou deliberately kept it secret, even though she wasn't lacking for sons. I think she just had a bit of a conscience. Her character only looks better in comparison to old man Zhou. Zhou Jiao thought back carefully to her childhood, to her grandfather's scornful yet proud gaze, to her grandmother's growing coldness as she grew older. Then she remembered how much she resembled Grandma Lin and how similar she and her father looked. She was stunned. Zhang Guoqing noticed her face change suddenly and called out anxiously, "What's wrong, Jiao?" Zhou Jiao looked at his familiar face and said softly, "So my grandmother Gu Mingzhu and my maternal grandmother Gu Rui were sisters from the same clan. They must have known each other well and looked alike. That's why my dad and my maternal grandmother are so similar. Don't you think it's strange that when the Zhou and Lin families met to arrange the marriage, no one was curious? Both surnamed Gu, both surnamed Zhou, both prominent families from the same region. Maybe my grandmother realized it later, but what about my maternal grandmother? Brother, people's hearts are hard to fathom." Zhang Guoqing was dumbfounded. He really hadn't thought of this earlier, otherwise, he would have asked his father-in-law. He tried to recall what Madame Cheng had said that evening, but he'd stepped out in the middle. Madame Cheng said the Gu family once forced them to adopt a child. She also said that even though she hated the Gu family most, she still secretly inquired about them. The Chengs, being outsiders, couldn't help with the Gu family's affairs. Then, with the bandits causing trouble, they had to flee. The key point is, your grandmother Gu Mingzhu's mother was also forced to her death. The Gu clan must have pressured the legitimate wife a lot back then. Wait, let me think. Something's not right. Your grandaunt's attitude toward your mom was pretty indifferent. You even asked several times, and she just grabbed your dad's hand and shoved the little wooden box at him, even though your mom was right there. By rights, the two families were neighbors and should have been close, but her attitude toward your maternal grandfather was also just so. And these were in-laws. Old Master Cheng even said he'd visit the in-laws tomorrow, but our in-laws can't compare to your mom's side. Yet when they were drinking, no one mentioned the families were related. Not even your maternal grandfather. Zhou Jiao nodded. Dad will figure it out. As long as he understands, that's enough. Then, let's get some sleep. Tomorrow we'll go to the ancestral hall and wait for them. Let Ping'an stay with Mom tomorrow. Oh, and remember to bring the deed for the Huang family's courtyard and ask Dad what to do with it. It's best to return it to the Zhou family. Zhou Jiao frowned. That courtyard may be in the Huang family's name, but it was my mom who paid the rest to get it. It's really letting them off easy. But it's better to give it back, no more entanglements with them. Zhang Guoqing comforted her. Let's just consider the 6 years' rent as compensation. From what old Master Cheng said, Dad's identity still needs to be clarified with the authorities. Is there anything else we're missing? I think your parents will be leaving in the next couple of days. Zhou Jiao lowered her head in thought, then shook it. With the donation documents prepared by my grandaunt, there won't be any trouble from the Gu family. The Zhou family's affairs involve 2 properties, but the old house has been demolished. The staff who handled the 5-courtyard compound have all passed away, and the title is in my mom's name, so there shouldn't be any issues. My grandparents are both gone, and the Zhou family in Beijing is history. I can't think of anything else. All right, then get some rest. There'll probably be a lot to do tomorrow. Your grandaunt brought 2 suitcases full of documents. Apparently, they're all your grandparents' belongings. You and your dad need to go through them, and that'll take time. As for your grandmother Gu Mingzhu, try not to mention it to your mom. I'm not worried about her, she's just too naive. Zhou Jiao understood and nodded. She stood up and said, all right, you go check on your parents and get some sleep too. Tell Mom that Ping'an will be with her tomorrow. I'll take our son to the inner room. He needs to go to bed. Zhang Guoqing followed her inside with their son, frowning. Ansua mentioned 2 job openings today and asked me to consider them and get back to her. I'm thinking of turning them down. There's no need to rush with my eldest brother's job. You're worried about getting too close? Don't worry about Zuolin. For Ansua, it's just a small favor. If it's suitable, she'll arrange it directly. Finding someone else is more trouble. From your second brother down to his subordinates, there's no reason to distance our families. Just make sure not to leave any leverage for others. Zhang Guoqing relaxed and smiled. One's a warehouse-type job at the textile factory, the other's an internal recruitment at the supply and marketing cooperative. The textile factory shouldn't be a problem, she can handle it. The supply co-op job, she probably wants to recommend me. Zhou Jiao slapped her forehead, remembering something she'd forgotten to tell him. I remember hearing that some people in the village who started working after 58 were all sent back to their hometowns around 1960. They said there were too many city people and they needed to downsize and send people back to the countryside. At first, they said things were getting better and told everyone to go back to work, but then they never returned to the city. Some old men ended up staying in the village for good. With your second brother having Zhou Lin's support and being a public employee, he's fine. But if you're not planning to get your eldest brother a public job, you'd better secure a permanent position for him as soon as possible, just in case. Then Zhou Jiao shared her thoughts. If there really was a downsizing and people were sent back to the village, getting a city job would be even harder. That would explain why, a few years later, rural residents couldn't get into the city anymore. If things got tense, she wouldn't let him get involved. According to her analysis, the arrangements had to be made before the end of the year, or it would be too late. As for whether it would look suspicious for all three brothers to be working together, there were ways around it. There were plenty of ways to work things behind the scenes. Zhang Guoqing looked at her in surprise. Is that so? Then we really should act quickly, no matter how low-key. If we get in and there's a round of layoffs, it'll be even more troublesome. Whether we want to leave or not, we'll have to. You get some rest, I'll go ask what he thinks. Zhou Jiao yawned, waved, and lay down with their son. Zhang Guoqing checked the stove and, seeing that everything was in order, walked out feeling reassured. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw that everyone had gathered for the evening. Father Zhang saw him come in and waved him over. Jiao Jiao knows everything now, right? Tomorrow, when you two leave, your mother will take care of the child. There's formula, so the baby won't go hungry. Zhang Guoqing grinned and nodded. That's exactly what we planned. I've already talked it over with Jiao Jiao. There's one more thing about Big Brother. Second brother, it's time to bring it up, right? Father Zhang said gruffly, your big brother thinks it's too much trouble, afraid you'll owe someone a favor. Zhang Guoqing laughed, if I owe a favor, so be it. He's my big brother, after all. Just kidding. Let's be serious. Big brother, there's no big favor to owe here. Since I brought it up, I'm confident about it. I wasn't in a hurry to find you a job before, you know why? I wanted to take my time and find something really suitable. But just now, when I talked to Jiao Jiao, she pointed out that it's going to get harder and harder to find city jobs in the next couple of years. Too many people want to move to the city, and there'll definitely be new policies. Even she says we need to act fast, that the policies will tighten up soon. Since sister-in-law is here, think about which workplace you'd like to get into. Besides those two, is there anywhere else you're interested in? Tomorrow, my father-in-law's good friend is coming from the provincial capital. If I can't get it done, I'll ask him. Second brother knows my situation best. He treats me just like his own son-in-law, and he's always said I can go to him if I need anything. After Zhang Guoqing finished, Father Zhang asked, will this have a bad impact on you? It won't. I'm still at home anyway. Who's to say it was me who pulled the strings? Even if it works out, I'll just say it was Big Sister or Huang Yagua who helped out, that they took care of it. Don't worry, Dad. Father Zhang sighed. Even if you don't say anything, outsiders will figure it out. Once you all start working, our family won't have any peace. Zhang Guoqing quickly suggested, Dad, Mom, this is a good chance for you to go live in the county for a while. If you get used to it, you can stay there long-term and come back to the village whenever you want. Think about it. Once Big Brother and Second Brother settle down in the county, all 5 of your kids will be there. Just visiting each of us will take you a whole day. You and Mom can help us shop for things too. There'll be plenty to do. Wouldn't you feel better being close by? Father Zhang laughed and turned to his wife. See? Didn't I say Xiaowu would trick us into moving to his place? If you go, you'll never want to come back. After discussing it, Zhang Guofu and his wife said, Xiaowu, I don't really know which jobs are suitable. You decide. If it's too much trouble, just forget it. Zhang Guoqing grew serious. Let me explain the differences between the workplaces. Talk it over with sister-in-law, or she can ask her relatives if there are any openings. Finding a job is like finding a good marriage. It's a lifelong thing. You can't be careless. There are administrative and public institutions. Administrative jobs are official government positions. Public institutions are more like factories or enterprises. They have some administrative staff, but most are workers. Even the top director is still considered a worker. Second brother's job is administrative. They get paid by rank and can be promoted to cadre positions. Right now, his salary is lower than brother-in-law's, but if he does well and gets promoted to section chief, not only will his salary go up, but he'll also be a state cadre and get to wear the four-pocket uniform. Post office, grain station, commerce bureau, public security bureau, armed forces department, women's federation. These are all administrative. Textile factories and meat processing plants are state-owned, but not administrative. They're considered worker positions. The supply and marketing cooperative is a bit more complicated. It's both administrative and a public institution, but better than most public institutions. You can even apply to transfer to another city within the national supply and marketing system. To put it simply, one is a state official, the other is a state worker. So, big brother, if you want to climb the ladder and have some power, go for an administrative job. If you want a stable life without having to watch your back, pick a public institution. Just give me a target, and I'll look for a suitable opening. Zhang Guoqing replied, I just want a stable life. I'm not that ambitious. And even if you want it for me, I have to be up to the task. Zhang Guoqing chimed in, Xiao Wu, I think the supply and marketing cooperative is better than the textile factory. Try to see what's available there first. Sister-in-law, ask big brother tomorrow what positions are open, but keep it quiet. Xiao Wu, besides Answa, who else can you ask? Zhang Guoqing thought for a moment. Since Answa mentioned it, she'll definitely help connect us. And since Cheng Hongli helped her daughter get into the supply and marketing cooperative, she must know people there too. Plus, the woman who lives in the courtyard to our right is an accountant at the cooperative. Should I visit all of them? That way, when Big Brother starts working there, he'll have people looking out for him. Once things settle down tomorrow, I'll also ask Qinglin if any of his classmates' parents are leaders at the cooperative. I'm just worried Answa's information is only about warehouse jobs, which means heavy lifting. Zhang Guoqing joked, no worries, just drive the army jeep and take Big Brother to report for duty. With your way with people, you'll charm everyone from the top down, just like at the bureau. Who'd dare make things hard for Big Brother? Lin Juhua, curious, nudged him, just like at the bureau? Tell us about it. I'll tell you, but don't spread it around. I'm not stupid. If I blab, everyone will know our family business. Lin Juhua shot him a look. You're not stupid, but I'm afraid you can't keep your mouth shut, Zhang Guoqing laughed. Today, Xiao Wu took me to the bureau, starting with Uncle's was place. Every department we went to, he knew someone, either a sister or an uncle, and he was close with all of them. When we got to HR, a sister Lin was worried we'd get lost, so she personally took us to finance. But before she could even say anything, the people inside were already chatting with Xiao Wu. It cracked me up. When we got to my office, he knew people there too. All the colleagues knew him. There's no one in the whole bureau he doesn't know. Even brother-in-law says Xiao Wu can chat away with the old man guarding the textile factory gate. Every time that old man sees brother-in-law, he asks, why hasn't your brother-in-law come by to visit lately? Everyone burst out laughing. Zhang Guoqing smiled, don't listen to second brother's nonsense. It's not strange to know people. The county's not that big. If you go out drinking with the elders often enough, you get to know everyone. Father Zhang saw it was getting late and said, all right, let's go with second brother's plan tomorrow. Eldest, if you have time, ask your big brother to look into it for you, but keep it quiet. Xiao Wu, you check it out too. If it doesn't work out, look into the textile factory. Don't spread this around the family, wait until you actually start working. As for second brother's job, just say it was introduced by your second sister's father-in-law. Once eldest's job is set, we'll find another excuse. We're all tired, so let's get some rest. The county government guest house was located in a small building not far from the county offices. Normally, when leaders from higher authorities came to inspect local work, the relevant county departments would arrange for them to rest here. At this moment, the receptionist in the first-floor lobby saw a group of soldiers escorting 3 elderly leaders inside. She immediately came out from behind the counter to greet them. After all, anyone working here knew how to read the room. Xiao Zhou and his group presented their credentials and quickly completed the check-in process. Everyone followed the receptionist up to the second floor, inspected the rooms, and nodded in satisfaction. 2 spacious suites were left for Elder Cheng and Elder Lin, while the others each chose rooms to the left and right. They took the hot water brought by the staff to wash up and rest. Once the rooms were assigned, Zhou Xiaoyang left his wife, Lin Lishan, to accompany Elder Lin and headed to the end of the second floor. He knocked on the door and entered Elder Cheng and his wife's room, a large suite. In the outer sitting room, besides the Cheng couple, Cheng Xijin was already waiting for him. Old Mrs. Cheng smiled and pulled him to sit down. Everything outside is settled, right? Let your wife handle it. There are some things we shouldn't discuss in front of outsiders. Zhou Xiaoyang smiled and nodded, taking a seat. Many things today had gone as he expected, but some had also exceeded his predictions. He still wanted to learn more about his parents. Cheng Xijin said seriously, "Big brother, you need to set aside time tonight to talk with us. As soon as I heard we'd found you, I came along without even asking for leave. These are things Grandpa instructed me about before he passed. There are also matters concerning the Zhou and Gu families that you need to know, especially the Gu family. You'll have to weigh those carefully." Old Mrs. Cheng patted Zhou Xiaoxing's hand inside, looking as if she wanted to say more, but ultimately held back. Zhou Xiaoyang glanced at her, understanding that some things couldn't be explained in detail earlier with so many people around. His aunt probably still had things to tell him tonight. Elder Cheng, seeing him enter, instructed Xiaoqin to guard the sitting room door and not let anyone else in. He then led them into the inner room. Once everyone was seated, he placed 2 suitcases he'd brought onto the table, gently running his hands over them, his face full of memories. After a moment, he spoke to Zhou Xiaozheng. "After your mother passed, your aunt collected their personal belongings and some letters, intending to keep them as mementos. The other suitcase contains documents from when your mother made her donations, as well as some property deeds from the Gu and Zhou families, some of which are now invalid. These 2 suitcases are pretty much the only relics your parents left behind. Keep them for remembrance. Your aunt will explain what's inside later. Now, while it's just us, let's talk about the ties between our 3 families. You are the only bloodline connecting the Zhou and Gu families. There are many things about our ancestors that your father should have told you, but now both he and your uncle's branch are gone. Xijin, as the eldest legitimate grandson of the Cheng family, you know the most about our family's history. Tell your big brother so he's aware. The rest, your mother can explain to you in detail later." Cheng Xijin nodded solemnly and began, "That's how it is. For generations, the eldest legitimate sons of our 3 families have left wills instructing us to support each other in secret. By my grandfather's time, he saw the Zhou and Gu families scattered and powerless to help, and realized that only military power could protect us. So he abandoned his scholarly pursuits and joined the army, making my father do the same. Before he died, he was full of regret and repeatedly instructed us to find the child. And before your uncle passed, he also told your aunt to make sure you joined the military, so you could have a foundation for your future." Zhou Xiaozheng was silent for a long time after hearing this. Eventually, he said quietly, "Thank you. The bond between the Zhou, Gu, and Cheng families will be carried on by us brothers." Elder Cheng sighed. "Our 3 families survived 300 years without disaster, but in the end, the main line still fell at the hands of the side branches. If the Cheng family hadn't joined the military in my generation, all 3 main branches would have withered away." Zhou Xiaozheng gave a faint, enigmatic smile. "Auntie, can you tell me in detail how my maternal grandparents were forced into their situation? And how my parents faked their deaths and escaped? Logically, after the 8-nation alliance withdrew, my father was in the Jiang and Gu family and shouldn't have been in danger. Why did they have to hide? With bodyguards, money, and connections, how could a few bandits have forced them into such desperation?" Old Mrs. Cheng nodded, her expression full of hatred. "Something happened to the Zhou family. When word came that Zhou Jinyu had died, your grandfather and mother returned from Beijing and immediately sensed something was wrong. They secretly transferred some assets, planning to send us abroad, but before they could arrange it, Both your mother and grandfather fell ill. Your grandmother didn't manage the household and relied on her husband and daughter. With the pillars of the family gone, even the servants wouldn't listen. The clan head and elders came, saying that if your grandfather's branch didn't bring in a son-in-law, they'd have to adopt a child from a side branch. But if they were going to do that, they would have done it long ago. Who would agree now? Your grandfather refused several times, knowing his end was near. Just then, your father returned to the Gu family. Your grandfather saw how money stirs people's hearts, and even your parents couldn't withstand the pressure from the clan. Before he died, he repeatedly told us juniors to get far away and never come back. After he was gone, your grandmother blamed herself for not having a son. Then the clan members came, blaming her for monopolizing your grandfather and not letting him take concubines. The stress made her even sicker. Your parents had to deal with the clan while caring for your bedridden grandmother. The others didn't give up. If they couldn't get a son-in-law, they pushed for adoption. Your father was known for his talent and had a few literary friends, but no background in Jiangnan. The connections he had were in Beijing, which was too far to help. Few people offer help in times of need. Only a few old family friends helped your father with official matters. Who would have thought the Gu family would fall into trouble? Your grandfather had some connections in Jiangnan, but they were all scholars. When they tried to intervene, the Gu family said it was a family matter. Even your grandfather Cheng, when he went to see the Gu clan head, was told he was just an adoptive son and didn't count. The Gu family had their own rules. The main branch couldn't be cut off unless your father was adopted into the family. But your father was the only bloodline left in the Zhou family. How could he be adopted out? Your grandfather Cheng went several times to persuade them, and finally they agreed to wait until your parents had a second son, who could then be adopted into the Gu family. That stopped the clan from pushing for adoption, but then they started complaining about poverty and spreading rumors that all the Gu family's wealth belonged to the main branch. As your grandfather said, the clan didn't help, they just took advantage of the chaos. All those people your grandfather had helped over the years stood by and watched, even gloating. When your grandfather Cheng heard that bandits were coming, only a few of your father's literary friends were left to help. The Gu family's side branches, some of whom held official positions, did nothing or even made things worse. After your grandmother died, the main branch became a target for everyone. If we hadn't been driven to desperation, we never would have abandoned everything and faked our deaths to escape. It's a pity we didn't listen to your grandfather and go abroad, otherwise, your aunt and uncle wouldn't have died so young. Zhou Xiaoxing's expression didn't change as he nodded. Besides the Beijing branch, how are the Gu clan members back in the old hometown these days? Old Mrs. Cheng snorted disdainfully. They forced their own kin. Did they expect kindness from others? Some are dead, some scattered. There's no need for revenge, except for a few households. They've all gotten what they deserved. And those few will get theirs too. Elder Cheng smiled helplessly and turned to the main topic. All right, let's talk about what's next. When we go to the ancestral hall, we need to inform the authorities and, most importantly, make those donation documents public. We must announce them, or rumors about the Gu family will remain a hidden danger. Apart from what your sister donated, there might be other Gu family assets, but with everyone gone, there are no more leads. So, Xiaojing, aside from the old house, there's really nothing left of the Gu family. Your aunt and I will handle all these matters for you, but you'll need to come with me to make the rounds. Let people know there's still someone from the Zhou family in Beijing. Old Mrs. Cheng recalled the scene before Gu Mingzhu died and closed her eyes in pain. At the end, your aunt must have wanted to tell me something, but I was too foolish. All I could think was that she couldn't just leave, and where was the child? I didn't think of anything else. Well, what's gone is gone. As long as the child is safe, that's all that matters. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded in agreement. Wealth is just worldly possession. It's fine if it's gone. We don't rely on our ancestors' property to live these days. Elder Cheng smiled with relief. That's the right attitude. Our ancestors started with nothing, and you younger ones will restore the family's glory one day. Cheng Xijin began planning the next steps. Big brother, when do you plan to leave? The day after tomorrow, we can take the military plane back. Zhou Xiaozheng calculated that he wouldn't make it in time for the baby's 1-month celebration. Zhou Jiao had also arranged to return to Beijing at the end of the year, and there wasn't much else to do at the moment. After thinking it over, he said, "The day after tomorrow works. I'll settle Zhou Jiao and have her go back with you first. The baby's 1-month celebration is on the 12th. I won't make it, so we'll celebrate again when the three of them return to Beijing at the end of the year." Elder Cheng looked at his wife, seeking her opinion. Old Mrs. Cheng replied, "Zhou Jiao and her family need to go to Beijing to pay respects to her real grandparents. Let's see the child tomorrow and discuss it then." Cheng Sijin saw the conversation was wrapping up and pulled his father out. "Big brother, why don't you open the suitcases now? You and Auntie can have a good talk." After they left, Zhou Xiaozheng opened the suitcases, seeing inside neatly arranged notebooks, letters, a pocket watch, and a fountain pen. His eyes reddened uncontrollably. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and, after calming himself, gently reached out to touch the items. Afraid of damaging them, he took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands before carefully picking up the yellowed letter on top, listening to his aunt's explanations as scenes from the past seemed to replay before his eyes. Early morning in Zhangjia village was a world of white. The snow along the mountain roads looked like a thick carpet. Smoke was already rising from chimneys in the distant village, and as you walked to the village entrance, a thin layer of fresh snow still covered the ground. The old team leader now lived in the village with his eldest son's family, in a large courtyard near the Zhang family ancestral hall. Piles of chopped firewood were stacked by the door, and inside, on the heated brick bed, the old team leader was chatting with his eldest son about family matters. Just as the team leader was about to head out for his usual stroll around the village, his eldest grandson came in from outside, grinning from ear to ear. "Grandpa, don't go out just yet. I've got something fun to tell you." The team leader sat back down, smiling. "Go on. What's got you so happy this early in the morning?" "Grandpa, you wouldn't know unless you went out. There's a big commotion in Zhoujia village. I was out early this morning and heard that something happened again over there. Turns out Zhou Xiaozheng isn't old Zhou's biological son. Last night, 5 cars showed up, and even the clan chief and team leader from Zhoujia village got involved." The old team leader frowned and straightened up. "Tell me properly what happened?" His grandson, Zhang Qingsong, wiped the grin off his face and lowered his voice mysteriously. "I didn't see it myself, but Zhou Youcai's youngest said a bunch of soldiers came last night, bringing an old general to demand an explanation. They said old Zhou was keeping someone else's child and wouldn't send him back, and the kid's real aunt had been searching for decades and finally found him. This morning, Zhoujia village is holding a clan meeting to update the family register. They say Zhou Xiaozheng is actually the only legitimate heir of a big family in Beijing. That's all I heard. I don't really get the rest." His father slapped him lightly, scolding, "What were you doing over there so early? Zhou Youcai's youngest is always making things up. Don't hang around with him so much." Then, seeing his own father silent, he asked quietly, "Dad, this isn't our Zhang family's business. But the 3 villages are supposed to go hunting today. Will Zhoujia village still go up the mountain? Should I go over and ask?" The old team leader shook his head. "I doubt anyone's going up the mountain today. If Zhoujia village doesn't go and your second brother's youngest is busy, no one dares go deep into the mountains. Let's wait and see." Zhang Qingsong grinned at his father. "Don't worry, Dad. I bet Xiaowu will come over soon to talk about it. Captain Zhou will probably come too. Looks like today's hunt is off. Us younger guys will just wait for Xiaowu to take us into the deep mountains next time. You old folks, even if you go, you're not going deep." Speak of the devil, just then, a voice called from outside, "Third Grandpa, are you home? It's Xiaowu, I need to talk to you." Zhang Qingsong hurried out, calling, "Xiaowu, come on in." The old team leader craned his neck to look outside. When he saw Zhang Guoqing and his brother Zhang Guoqiang coming in, he waved them over to sit on the heated bed. Zhang Guoqing walked in quickly, sat down, and said cheerfully, "Third Grandpa, I was afraid you'd already gone out. My brother and I came to ask for your help, and also to let you know we can't go into the deep mountains today." The old team leader looked at him in confusion. "I figured you couldn't go today. Your father-in-law's going to the ancestral hall, right? But what do you two need from me?" Zhang Guoqing glanced at his brother, then hesitated. Just then, the old team leader's wife came in and teased, "Xiao Wu, you're a rare guest these days. Now you're a father, how does it feel? Your mom was just saying yesterday that you're doing a pretty good job taking care of the baby. The baby's almost a month old, right?" Zhang Guoqing just grinned, listening to everyone tease him without replying. The old team leader suddenly remembered that Zhang Guoqing had asked him about something a few days ago and quickly waved everyone else out of the room. Once they were alone, the old team leader joked, "Is it about transferring your household registration? Is your second brother transferring too?" Zhang Guoqing quickly stood up, took a form out of his pocket, and handed it over. "Uncle, you really have sharp eyes." "That's exactly it. We got the paperwork yesterday, and today we need your official stamp." The old team leader looked at him in surprise, then at Zhang Guoqing, who was smiling quietly, and sighed, "I was just joking, but you really are transferring. Good for you. Work hard in the city, and bring the younger Zhangs up when you get a chance." "Have you settled on a job yet?" Zhang Guoqing nodded. "Yes, thanks to my second sister's father-in-law, he's well connected. The Public Security Bureau was recruiting, and he helped me get a shot. The paperwork just went through yesterday, so I rushed over first thing this morning." The old team leader happily unfolded the form, running his fingers over the writing. "Finally, someone from the Zhang family is working for the government. That's great. When do you start? Looks like all three brothers will be in the county soon. What about your eldest brother?" Zhang Guoqing knew he couldn't hide anything from the old man. "My eldest brother isn't sure yet. His wife's family has been looking for connections for 2 years. We'll see what happens, but it should be soon. For now, we need your help with the paperwork for me and my second brother. He starts work next Monday, so once you stamp this, we can transfer our registrations." The old team leader handed the form back to Zhang Guoqing. "Take it, let's go to the office and get it stamped." He put on his old coat, grabbed his hat, said goodbye to his family, and led them out. At the production team office, the team leader stamped both brothers' forms and let out a big sigh of relief. "All done. Don't spread the word just yet. Wait until your county registrations are official and your second brother has started work, then let everyone know. Tell your dad to get some good food and drink ready for us old guys to celebrate when the time comes." Zhang Guoqing nodded quickly. "Of course, even if you didn't say so, we'd still want to celebrate. This is a big deal. And if there's anything we younger ones don't understand, you have to guide us. Once you're settled, keep an eye out for any job openings at your factories. Don't forget the Zhang family brothers. Work hard. You may be leaving farm life, but don't forget where you came from." Both brothers nodded earnestly. With their business done, Zhang Guoqing apologized. "Third grandpa, what about today's hunt?" "My family can't make it. My father-in-law's relatives arrived last night, so we have to host them." "No problem. Take care of your own business." With all the drama in Zhou Jiao village, I doubt anyone's in the mood for hunting. I'll check if anyone from the neighboring villages still wants to go, but everyone's waiting for you to lead them into the deep mountains. If you can't go, we'll see what they say." The old team leader was helpless. Among the older generation, only the 3 Zhang brothers were skilled enough to go deep into the mountains. If Zhang Guoqing didn't go, the younger ones definitely couldn't, and he didn't feel comfortable letting a bunch of kids go off on their own. Looks like he'd have to check with the neighboring villages. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing's father and eldest brother finished checking their private plot and strolled home. Before they even reached the courtyard, they saw Zhang Guoqing and his brother returning, all smiles. "How'd it go?" "Everything settled." Zhang Guoqing showed his father the forms. "Even second brothers is done. Next Monday, we'll both go to the bureau together and finish it up." Third grandpa saw right through us. He even guessed that eldest brother is next. I told him we're just waiting for news from eldest brothers-in-laws. Father Zhang smiled and told his sons to tidy up. "Your third grandpa is sharp. There's no rush for your eldest brother. Take your time. We should let your uncle and younger uncle know, so they don't think we're hiding things from them." "Okay, Dad, you handle it." Third grandpa said to wait until second brother starts work before inviting the elders for a drink, so you should get ready. "Let me know when, and I'll prepare the food and drink." Father Zhang waved him off. We'll talk about it later. For now, you take Zhao Jiao to Zhou Jiao village. Don't keep your in-laws waiting. And remember to bring them back here when you're done. Zhang Guoqing watched his father and brother go inside, then headed to his own room. His mother was already there, and as soon as he walked in, she complained, "What took you two so long? Hurry up, don't keep the elders waiting." Zhou Jiao was already dressed and pointed to the clothes on the bed. "Hurry up and change. I'll leave the baby with Mom, let's get going." As Zhang Guoqing changed, he kept reminding his mother, "Mom, the baby needs to be fed every 3 hours. If you get busy, have Shizi watch him, don't leave him alone. If the other kids come in, don't be stingy with the candy. There's malted milk in the cupboard, make some if they want. Let them play inside, don't stop them." His mother rolled her eyes. "I know, I won't leave your room today. Your sisters-in-law are handling the food. If the kids come over, I won't send them away, okay?" Zhang Guoqing grinned. "Don't be mad, Mom. We'll head over now. Anything else you want to tell us?" His mother, satisfied that they were ready, pointed to a basket on the table. "Take this with you. I bet your in-laws didn't buy incense or paper money. I've prepared everything. Just do whatever they ask when you get there, and don't talk too much." Zhang Guoqing lifted the cloth and saw the basket full of incense, paper money, and offerings. He nodded. "You always think of everything, Mom. We wouldn't have known to bring these." His mother smiled. "You kids wouldn't know. Go on, get going. And remember to bring them back for dinner when you're done." After saying goodbye to his mother, the couple got in the car. Looking at the basket full of offerings, they exchanged a smile. They really wouldn't have thought to prepare these things. The Zhou family's ancestors originally branched off from the south. Later, a side branch from the capital moved northeast and settled here, gradually forming a large village, what is now Zhou Jiao village. The newly renovated Zhou family ancestral hall stands on the eastern edge of the village. Before liberation, the area around here was still barren land. Now, not far east of the ancestral hall is the Zhou family's old residence, and nearby stands the Zhou Jiao village production team office. Their car stopped at the open space in front of the production team office. Zhang Guoqing got out, picked up the basket, and led Zhou Jiao toward the ancestral hall. From a distance, they could see the 2 vermilion doors of the ancestral hall already wide open. By the stone lions at the entrance, a crowd of clan members had gathered to watch. As the couple approached, people in the crowd began to greet them with warm smiles. Zhou Jiao smiled at everyone, listening to her husband exchange pleasantries with the relatives. At this moment, memories of her childhood flooded her mind. Strictly speaking, the small room by the side door of the ancestral hall was her childhood home. It was the place where she had spent the most time, her only true refuge, and the one place that made her feel at ease. Here, she could stay alone, free and unafraid of being schemed against. It was her sanctuary, no one stopped her, no one disturbed her. Leaving Zhang Guoqing behind, Zhou Jiao wandered alone into the little room. The familiar musty smell lingered in the air, and everything in the room gave her a sense of security. This cramped space had once been her safe haven. Here, she wrote her first words in life. Here, she embroidered, painted, and recited things for the first time. Besides secretly studying, she also curled up in the corner to quietly lick her wounds and cry in silence. To be continued.